A century from now, I left myself a diary, inscribed with what the future held for me. Full of anticipation, I opened the first page only to find written that today I would awaken with the lowest possible talent rating in F grade. At this revelation, I could only scoff disdainfully. After all, an F grade talent was even rarer than an SSS grade. Even the stray dogs by the roadside could awaken to at least an E grade talent. Flipping casually through a few more pages, I suddenly found that the pages wouldn't turn. And I was abruptly at the last page, dated July 22, 5125. The diary grimly recounted: the demon army is at the city gates. All the defending soldiers are dead, there is no hope left for mankind. I do not wish to be devoured by demons, I desire a dignified death. I sat at home sharpening my knife, waiting for the demons, and with that the diary ended with the name Hong Yuan. Staring at these final words, I was absolutely certain this diary had to be a prank. The demon races were banished to the barren northern lands over 5,000 years ago, barely clinging to survival. And the formidable Tianxiao Great Wall stood in their way. They could never possibly breach it and invade the 9 provinces. I would rather believe in my own F-grade talent than in the possibility that the demons could pierce through the Tianxiao Great Wall. Yet what happened next forced me to reconsider the diary's authenticity. During the awakening ceremony in a small dark room, I watched as the detection machine printed out a report: talent grade, F, talent attribute, fire. I stared in shock at the report, my body trembling slightly. If the events in this diary were indeed true, then the future where Lu Ruyan breaks up with me, where the demons breach the Great Wall and invade the 9 provinces, and where humanity is annihilated, all seemed painfully real. Feeling extremely agitated, I was not only troubled by my own F-grade talent but also by the looming threat of a demon invasion a century later. As I stepped out of the small dark room, Lu Ruyan hurried over and asked, "Yuan, what talent did you awaken?" I candidly admitted to having the worst in F-grade talent. Witnessing her incredulous expression, I quickly ran out of the school. With an F-grade talent, one could only belong to the lowest strata of society, but with the information from the diary, I might have a chance to turn my fate around. The diary mentioned a date, March 26, 5025, saying that Sun Xiaochuan bought a powerful martial arts technique at the school gate. Since today was March 25, 5025, that meant the critical day was today. I hurried towards the school gate, and upon reaching the back door, I spotted Sun Xiaochuan next to a disheveled old man with tangled long hair who looked like a beggar. The old beggar was tirelessly praising him, saying, "You have a divine light bursting from your crown chakra. Do you realize? Such a stout body at a young age is a rare talent seen once in 1,000 years. He held up 4 martial arts techniques. I see a connection with you. Just $1,000 and I'll sell one to you." I squeezed past Sun Xiaochuan and crouched in front of the old beggar, smiling ingratiatingly. "Old man, I'll take all 4 manuals." The beggar paused surprised but soon resumed his smile and said, "One person can only buy one. First come, first served." Pushed aside, the plump Sun Xiaochuan was about to explode in anger but fell silent when he saw it was me. Sun Xiaochuan had previously bullied an honest classmate, which led me to fight him fiercely. He stood no chance against me, only able to take the punches without retaliation. The old beggar held 4 books in his hands: Great Celestial Art, 8-9 Mysteries, Indestructible Solar Body, and Myriad Sword Tome. I turned to Sun Xiaochuan with annoyance and said, "Are you buying or not? If not, just go." Startled by my tone, Sun Xiaochuan glanced at the 4 books in the beggar's hands. After a moment of thought, he pointed to the Indestructible Solar Body and said, "I want this martial arts technique." Great Celestial Art was the technique Bodhi the Patriarch passed to the Monkey King. 8-9 Mysteries was handed down to Yang Jian by the true man of Jade Cauldron. Although I like the Monkey King more, if we compare them, Yang Jian is slightly more formidable. I pointed to 8-9 Mysteries and said, "I want this martial arts technique." The old beggar handed the techniques to each of us for $1,000 each. After scanning a QR code to make the payment, I said, "Old man, don't rush off. A friend of mine also wants to buy a technique, just wait a bit for me." The old beggar nodded. "You better hurry, once I sell all 4 books I will leave." I rushed back to the sports field and called Xiao Xiao, but she didn't answer. That stubborn girl getting angry at a time like this, I thought. I looked around the crowded field but couldn't find Xiao Xiao. Growing more anxious, I grabbed a megaphone from a nearby staff member and turned the volume to maximum. "Attention everyone, look here. I have an announcement." This voice spread across the whole field, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Standing on a high spot on the field, I used the loudest voice I could muster and roared, "Xiao Xiao, let's make up." These words were supposed to be said 100 years later, in the moment before Xiao Xiao's passing. but now I shouted them out prematurely. Echoing the lifelong regret captured in the last page of the diary, if there is another life, I will never let you down. Just seconds later, my phone rang. I quickly answered it, hearing Xiao Xiao's voice, both shy and annoyed. Are you sick? Although Xiao Xiao was scolding, growing up together, I knew her temperament well and could tell she wasn't really angry but rather embarrassed. I have something important, come find me, stay where you were, Xiao Xiao said before hanging up. I exhaled deeply, relieved to hear that Xiao Xiao had forgiven me. Her face was flushed from the sprint as she ran up to me, panting, what's going on? I took Xiao Xiao's hand and briefly explained I met a senior who was selling top-level martial arts techniques. If you manage to buy 1 inch, your cultivation will surely be smooth sailing. Xiao Xiao followed me to the back door of the school. Her face turned even redder as she noticed her hand being held. When the two of us arrived, the old beggar was still at the door, but he had only one book left in his hands. The great celestial art had been sold, only the myriad sword tome remained. I sighed and said, we're a step too late. Only this technique is left. The old beggar looked at Xiao Xiao and a smile flickered in his eyes. While scanning the QR code to pay for Xiao Xiao, Hong Yuan asked who bought the last copy of the great immortal technique. Are you planning something nefarious, kid? The old beggar saw right through Hong Yuan's thoughts. He then added, you practice the 8-9 mysteries and he has the great immortal technique. You two are destined rivals, so rest assured you will meet eventually. After selling the last technique manual, the old beggar slowly stood up, casually dusting off his clothes. Seeing the old man about to leave, Hong Yuan stepped forward and asked, old sir, may I know your name? The beggar replied without turning back, a name is just a label. Call me whatever you see fit. As he walked away, he left with a parting remark, if you wish you can call me old sir or even old beggar if you prefer. Mystifying, Hong Yuan muttered under his breath, then added, I'll just call you old beggar then. The two rode their electric scooter at a slower pace this time. Xiao Zhao's lips curved into a slight smile, bright and warm like the early morning sun, seemingly able to dispel the chill of the world. Seeing his familiar smile, Hong Yuan couldn't help but smile too and asked, does this mean we've made up? Xiao Xiao snorted proudly and said, I'll magnanimously forgive you. Hong Yuan then said, if you don't like Lu Ruyan, I can break up with her. Knowing that Lu Ruyan was already considering a breakup, Hong Yuan didn't want to be dumped and planned to take the initiative. Xiao Xiao fell silent for a moment before she said, don't worry about what others think, what you like is what matters most. Realizing he had asked the wrong person, Hong Yuan sighed, anyway I plan to break up with Lu Ruyan. Xiao Xiao's writing jerked, nearly causing her to fall. She quickly steadied the scooter and asked, why? I tested as an F-grade talent and Lu Ruyan thinks I have no future, so she wants to break up. I feel it's embarrassing to be dumped, so I'm taking the initiative. Xiao Xiao bluntly said, with your F-grade talent, what face do you have left to lose? Hong Yuan helplessly replied, but these are two different things. Seeing that Hong Yuan was genuinely distressed, Xiao Xiao changed the subject. The technique manual you bought for me, is it a fake? Try practicing it first, and if something feels off then stop. Hong Yuan wasn't entirely sure as the contents of the diary weren't very clear. Suddenly as they rode, Hong Yuan turned to Xiao Xiao and asked, what talent did you test as? Xiao Xiao pressed the brakes hard, and seeing her reaction, Hong Yuan quickly stopped the scooter and asked, what's wrong? Xiao Xiao swallowed nervously and said, I can tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. I fear others might target me because of it. Her expression was tense. Hong Yuan solemnly promised, I won't say a word to anyone. The formidable Xiao Xiao depicted on the last page of the diary had already given Hong Yuan some guesses. After parking her electric scooter, Xiao Xiao gracefully stepped closer to Hong Yuan and cautioned, don't be too shocked. Then she leaned in closer, her lips near Hong Yuan's ear, her voice barely audible. I've discovered two talents. One is the SS grade glazed jade sword, likely a sword cultivation talent. To find out that this girl possessed an SS grade talent, a 1 in a million top tier talent that could guarantee her admission into a premier university, was astounding. Moreover, it was a sword cultivation talent recognized throughout Kyushu as the most lethal kind. Suppressing his shock, Hong Yuan asked, and your other talent? She whispered even lower, the other is an SSS grade 36 purity blue lotus, though I'm not sure what attribute it pertains to. Even if the specifics of the 36 purity blue lotus were unclear, an SSS grade talent was undoubtedly incredible. My God, it's against the heavens, Hong Yuan exclaimed softly, finding no better words to describe it. Hong Yuan recalled a passage from the diary. Over the years, Xiao Xiao had earned numerous titles, among them Hero of the Sky Blue Lotus Sword, Immortal, Top 10 Heroes, Twin Pillars of Humanity, and Legendary Hero of Ancient Times. Could it be that these referred to her glazed jade sword and 36 purity blue lotus? Human nature can be very dark, Hong Yuan warned. If others learn of your talents, it might incite their jealousy. You should keep these 2 talents and the 1,000 treasure sword manual a secret from everyone. While most of the world consisted of good people, there were inevitably some evil cultivators. These like-minded individuals often banded together to form sinister organizations, and such groups thrived on hunting down those with rare talents. If word of Xiao Zhao's talents were to spread, it would surely attract the attention of these malevolent forces. After we get our talent attributes tested, they'll be uploaded to the database immediately, Hong Yuan continued. Your exceptional talents will definitely attract high-level attention. Stay at home for a few days. I expect someone will come looking for you soon. Xiao Xiao simply acknowledged with an O before hopping back onto her electric scooter, and together they headed home side by side, with both parents out on a mission and his younger siblings still in high school. Hong Yuan was alone when he reached home. He pulled out his phone intending to break up with Lu Ruyan via text. We have loved each other and that's enough. After we part, may we both become better versions of ourselves. Hong Yuan crafted a long message, moving himself with his words, but as he sent it, a red exclamation mark appeared on his screen. Too late. He couldn't help but feel resigned. Lu Ruyan had acted swiftly, cutting him off without a word. Despite their many deep conversations, he had thought there was still some affection between them. Hong Yuan was initially feeling a bit guilty and reluctant. After all, it was a free companionship. However, the woman didn't give him any face, not even wanting to waste a second. What's done was done, and there was nothing else he could do about it. Hong Yuan had to pull himself together and pulled out the 8-9 profound art from his pocket, reading the content within. The first page contained only 2 lines. Master the marvelous of 8-9 and you may roam the world invincible. This phrase was impressively profound, meaning that once you fully cultivate the 8-9 profound art, you would be unbeatable and could traverse the world freely. Turning to the second page, it read, the maximum of yin is 8 and the maximum of yang is 9. Multiplying 8 by 9 is the greatest number in Taoism, hence the cosmos has the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams and 72 climate periods. 8-9 profound art, 8 yin and 9 yang. Human bodies contain both yin and yang numbers, which are essential to one's life fortune. The head carries the yang and the feet carry the yin. On the third page it stated, 8 transformations, 9 rotations, return to pure yang. 8 transformations means to eliminating 8 times and 9 rotations means to integrate yang 9 times. Elimination means to remove, so it can be understood as removing yin 8 times. Integration means to merge, hence it can be seen as merging yang 9 times, by removing yin 8 times and merging yang 9 times. The 8-9 profound art is only considered greatly accomplished. To achieve perfection, one last step is required: return to pure yang. Pure yang is the utmost firm and masculine energy, containing terrifying power capable of annihilating all beings. Each time yang is integrated, the practitioner's cultivation level greatly ascends. Each time yin is removed, the practitioner gains a divine ability. Because 8 times of yin can be removed, the practitioner can gain 8 divine abilities, which are growing stronger in battle, heavenly eye, gathering of the 3 origins, 72 transformations, golden light of the earth, 3 heads and 6 arms, manipulating heaven and earth, an indestructible spiritual essence. Upon completing the 8 transformations and 9 rotations and returning to pure yang, one can reach the perfected state of the 8-9 profound art, the sanctification of the flesh. Before the age of 18, one's talents are not fully formed, so it's hard to assess them, which is why talent assessment should wait until the age of 18. Moreover, practicing before this age can cause damage to the body, with younger ages suffering more severe damage, potentially even harming one's innate talents. Cultivation requires methods. Ordinary methods are not expensive, costing only about 4,000 to 5,000 yuan and can be purchased in bookstores, but they cultivate very slowly. Slightly better methods are usually 10 times more expensive, almost comparable to the price of a small car. After reading for 5 hours, Hong Yuan finally put down the 8-9 profound art as darkness had fallen outside. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and started to practice the breathing techniques described in the book. The world was filled with vast and complex energy known as spiritual energy in ancient times, but now referred to as true energy or vital energy. Emptying his mind, Hong Yuan focused his spirit on his dantian and began to breathe slowly. He began with 8 long breaths and 9 short inhalations, followed by 9 long breaths and 8 short inhalations, repeating the breathing and absorbing the air 72 times, completing a minor circulation. Hong Yuan followed this breathing rhythm, losing track of time, only feeling a warm breath entering his body with each breath. This warm breath must be spiritual energy. Hong Yuan opened his eyes and checked his phone. It was 10 o'clock at night. With his F-grade aptitude, if he practiced a common cultivation method, even a week of breath cultivation might not yield a trace of spiritual energy. However, following the breathing frequency from the mysterious 8-9 technique and combining it with the mental methods described in the book, he managed to produce a trace of spiritual energy in just 5 hours. This was Hong Yuan's first attempt at breath cultivation, and as he became more proficient, it might only take 3 hours to obtain a trace of spiritual energy in the future. It was still early, and for a young person, going to sleep before midnight was a waste of life. Hong Yuan closed his eyes and repeated the sequence: 8 long breaths, 9 short inhalations, 9 long breaths, 8 short inhalations, repeating the process 72 times. Time slowly passed, and when he next opened his eyes, it was already 3 in the morning. Last year in high school, his teacher had explained that advancing to a 1-star martial artist required 10 traces of spiritual energy. By meditating for 15 hours a day, he could gather 3 traces of spiritual energy, which would soon allow him to advance to a 1-star martial artist. Martial artist was the initial realm, followed by martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial ancestor, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial emperor, and martial god. Each major realm was divided into 10 minor realms: 1-star martial artist, 2-star martial artist, up to 10-star martial artist. After reaching a 10-star martial artist, one could break through to martial master. However, advancing through these major realms was challenging, and a slight lapse in concentration could lead to failure. Hong Yuan slept until 10 in the morning. Although he had only slept for 7 hours, he was still full of energy thanks to the nourishment of spiritual energy. Even if he hadn't slept a full 8 hours, he felt more spirited than usual. Upon waking, Hong Yuan ordered takeaway, then washed up, brushed his teeth, and used the toilet. As he stepped out of the bathroom, the takeaway arrived just in time. After eating, he continued his cultivation. Over the next 3 days, Hong Yuan stuck to this routine, meditating and cultivating breath except for when he ate or slept. He soon accumulated 10 traces of spiritual energy and opened his eyes to rest. Briefly, advancing through minor realms was usually simple and seldom resulted in failure unless something unexpected occurred. After replenishing his energy, Hong Yuan closed his eyes, and the 10 traces of spiritual energy wandering within his body converged at his dantian, slowly merging together. The traces of spiritual energy intertwined and quickly fused into a furnace, forming a small cluster of white gas. This white gas was very faint in color and quite small in size, only as big as a coin. Successfully merging 10 traces of spiritual energy, Hong Yuan had broken through to become a 1-star martial artist. As the sun set, a beam of sunlight fell into the room. Hong Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed and clear-headed after his breakthrough, but his stomach growled with hunger. If only his mother were home. Left with no choice but to fend for himself, Hong Yuan was about to order takeaway when ding dong, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Hong Yuan got up to open the door, and there stood Xiao Xiao. She asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "I'm a bit hungry." Both Xiao Xiao's parents and Hong Yuan's parents were members of the security bureau. Hong Yuan's father had the highest rank among them, having reached the level of a 3-star martial king and serving as the deputy director of the security bureau. He was quite a prominent figure in Jianghuai province. Initially, Lu Ruyan was drawn to Hong Yuan mainly because his family was powerful and influential, hoping to climb the social ladder through him. Moreover, both of Hong Yuan's parents were of excellent quality, and Lu Ruyan believed that Hong Yuan's talents wouldn't be too shabby either. But who could have known? Hong Yuan had turned out to be a big surprise. He was found to have an F-level talent. Hong Yuan suggested, "How about we order takeout?" Xiao Xiao didn't take up the suggestion. "No, I'm sick of eating takeout every day." After reconciling, Xiao Xiao was no longer cold and returned to her normal demeanor. Helpless, Hong Yuan had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll go out to eat with you." Surprised at Hong Yuan's easy agreement, Xiao Xiao paused and asked, "Why have you become so easygoing? Before, whenever I asked you to do something with me, you would always grumble, and even if you agreed, it was reluctantly." Hong Yuan, after reading the contents of a diary, felt as if those events were happening right before his eyes, which inspired him to turn over a new leaf. "From now on, I will never treat you poorly again," he promised Xiao Xiao. "I won't make you angry anymore." "Are you possessed by a ghost?" Xiao Xiao was really not used to this sudden change in Hong Yuan's behavior, and she added, "I actually like the mischievous you better." You should have said so earlier. Hong Yuan did an about face. I don't feel like going out to eat. If you're going out, can you bring some food back for me? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately regretted her words. How can you go back on your word? Didn't you say you liked the mischievous me? Hong Yuan, however, acted as if he was in the right. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Xiao Xiao got angry again and slammed the door of Hong Yuan's house shut. I really can't understand girls. Feeling somewhat helpless, Hong Yuan opened the door. Watching as Xiao Xiao entered the elevator, he quickly followed her. Wait for me. The two squeezed into the narrow elevator with Xiao Xiao still fuming. Hong Yuan tried to change the subject. I've just broken through to a one-star warrior. How about that? Impressive, right? Xiao Xiao chuckled mockingly, and after 3 seconds she proudly said, I'm already a 3-star warrior. A look of surprise flashed across Hong Yuan's face, quickly turning into deep envy. The gap was simply too big. It was even more unbearable for Hong Yuan than if he had been killed. A 1-star warrior needs 10 breaths of spiritual energy to break through, a 2-star needs 20, and a 3-star needs 30. Xiao Xiao managed to inhale and integrate the spiritual energy for 60 breaths in just 3 days, a rate 6 times faster than his own. Feeling a bit proud yet envious, Hong Yuan thought his F-grade talent wasn't much inferior to Xiao Zhao's. However, Xiao Zhao's next words quickly dampened his spirits. I'm just 3 breaths away from breaking through to a 4-star warrior, but these past few days have been so exhausting. I've had to train for 4 to 5 hours each day. Hearing this, Hong Yuan muttered to himself, I train 15 hours a day just to maintain my 1-star warrior status. This world is so unfair. The disparity was so vast, no wonder evil organizations targeted these prodigies. If it weren't for Xiao Xiao, Hong Yuan might have been tempted to strike out himself. Although Hong Yuan's family owned a car, he didn't have a driver's license, so he was relegated to riding an electric scooter. The two arrived at Qing'an Square, a bustling hub with restaurants, bars, clubs, cinemas, billiard rooms and shops selling fur, clothing, jewelry, cars and computers. Surveying the array of choices, Hong Yuan asked, what do you feel like eating? Hot pot and spicy hot soup are both fine. Xiao Xiao replied that these were the two foods girls liked most. Let's go for hot pot then, he suggested. Before his parents left, they had given him a living allowance of 30,000 yuan, so he wasn't short on money. Qing'an Square boasted dozens of hot pot restaurants, but Hong Yuan confidently led the way to Yujing Xiang, known as one of the most top-tier establishments in the square. It was also famously expensive, with a minimum per capita cost of 2,000 yuan. Eyeing the luxurious decor inside, Xiao Xiao tugged timidly at Hong Yuan's sleeve and whispered, this place is too pricey, let's go somewhere else. I think the self-service revolving small hot pot is also quite good, which was incredibly affordable at only 28 yuan per person. Hong Yuan patted Xiao Zhao's hand reassuringly. I have a membership card here at Yujing Xiang with enough money left on it. He often accompanied Lu Ruyan, another girl who loved hot pot, to this restaurant, and since he usually paid, he had gotten the membership card, which still had about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan left. Outside Yujing Xiang, there was already a queue, and after taking a number he returned to Xiao Xiao, estimating there are 2 tables ahead of us. It might be a bit of a wait. Hot pot is a bit spicy. Let's go get some milk tea. What would you like? Xiao Xiao responded, I'll have lemon water from Mishua Bingchang. Hong Yuan paused, remembering Lu Ruyan, both women yet worlds apart. Once, in his excitement, he bought Lu Ruyan the first cup of spring milk tea. She had snapped at him, I don't drink cheap milk tea, don't you? No, I only drink from Starbucks. But that milk tea wasn't cheap at all, costing 24 yuan, 6 times more expensive than Mishua Bingcheng's lemon water. Lu Ruyan's clothes, bags, jewelry, even her sanitary pads were all paid for by him. In just 3 months of dating, she had spent hundreds of thousands of his money. His parents thought he had fallen into bad habits. They only stopped worrying when they learned he was just trying to impress a girl. And yet, the only gift Lu Ruyan ever gave him was a pair of sneakers. Claiming they were worth 8,000 yuan, he wore them for just 2 days before the glue came undone and an online check revealed they were counterfeit. Looking back, it's almost laughable how I was completely played by Lu Ruyan like a clueless fool. Had I not stumbled upon that diary, I would still be dreaming of a life together with her, marrying, having children, growing old side by side. Hong Yuan took a deep breath, trying to rid his mind of these distracting thoughts, then turned to Xiao Xiao and said, you don't need to save money for me, I can afford it. But really, I just want to drink the lemonade from Mishue ice cream. Xiao Xiao blinked her large eyes, her voice even carrying a hint of pleading. Hong Yuan couldn't help but smile helplessly and said, all right, if that's what you want, I'll go with you. Since they were planning to eat hot pot, they bought 4 cups of lemonade. When they returned, their number was just being called. They hurried over to Yujing Xiang and were soon led to their table by a waiter. Hong Yuan handed the menu to Xiao Xiao, who glanced at the prices of the ingredients. Xiao Xiao's frown deepened more and more, and since the waiter was standing by, she had no choice but to say, "I'm not very hungry anymore, and it's not like you're paying." Hong Yuan glared at Xiao Xiao briefly, then told the waiter, "Give us a plate of assorted mushrooms, snowflake beef, sliced abalone, angeli lamb rolls, and special beef rolls. Oh, and skip the garupa." He then looked at Xiao Xiao and said, "I remember you don't like fish. You ordered too much. I can't eat all that." Xiao Xiao said, her face full of worry, afraid that Hong Yuan was spending too much. Hong Yuan gave a mischievous smile, knowingly teasing, "It's my money, why are you more worried than I am?" Realizing what she had done, Xiao Xiao's face flushed red. She grabbed her lemonade and pretended to sip it nonchalantly. Xiao Xiao's family was actually not short of money. Both her parents worked in the security bureau and were very well paid. However, when Xiao Xiao was young, her mother was severely injured by a demon beast while traveling. Her treatment had cost a lot of money, and they still owed a considerable amount of debt, which is why Xiao Xiao had developed a habit of being frugal. Soon the dishes were served and the two began to eat. Good food can heal the spirits, and their moods improved. "Try this beef roll," Hong Yuan said as he blanched a slice of beef roll and placed it in Xiao Xiao's bowl. But at that moment a discordant voice rang out. "Hong Yuan, you scumbag, playing two sides, I want to break up with you." Hearing this, both Hong Yuan and Xiao Xiao turned around to see the youthful and beautiful Lu Ruyan standing behind them, accompanied by a young man. Lu Ruyan put on a pitiful, tearful face of a victim and said to the young man, "Tiangu, I wasn't lying, was I? Hong Yuan is a scumbag." Hong Yuan recognized the young man. His name was Long Outyan, who also came from a powerful and influential family, no less prominent than Hong Yuan's own. Damn it, Hong Yuan instantly realized that Lu Ruyan was playing the victim first. She had preemptively branded herself as being cheated on, thereby setting the stage to break up with him and seamlessly move on to Long Outyan. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Xiao Xiao's face puffed up with anger and she retorted, "Hong Yuan is definitely not a scumbag." Lu Ruyan scoffed and accused, "And you say he's not a scumbag? You two are already together, isn't that too timing? Hong Yuan and I are friends. We've known each other since childhood." Xiao Xiao, not being articulate, really meant to say, "If I wanted to be with Hong Yuan, we would have been together long ago. You can't speak about Hong Yuan like that." Seeing through Lu Ruyan's act, Hong Yuan patted Xiao Xiao on the head, signaling her not to get upset. "Xiao Xiao and I grew up together. You can't call me a scumbag just because I'm here having a meal," he defended. Hong Yuan then turned to Long Outyan, who was beside Lu Ruyan, and challenged, "And what exactly is your relationship with Long Outyan? If we follow your logic, doesn't that make you questionable too?" Lu Ruyan was only trying to prove that she and Hong Yuan had split up, which is why she made such a scene in front of Long Outyan upon seeing Hong Yuan. However, Lu Ruyan did not expect the usually compliant Hong Yuan to retort, "Hadn't he always been under her thumb?" Internally scoffing, Hong Yuan thought, "This woman takes my kindness for granted, how outrageous." Seeing Lu Ruyan at a disadvantage, Long Outyan placed his arm around her shoulders, authoritatively saying to Hong Yuan, "I'm not wasting words with you. From now on she's my girlfriend and I advise you to scram." Hong Yuan sarcastically replied, "If that's how you put it, I guess we are quite alike." His remark implied Long Outyan was the rebound guy, which made some bystanders who understood the insinuation chuckle knowingly. "I've only known you for a few months. How could I possibly commit myself to you?" Lu Ruyan could only argue defensively, and even if this was a lie, no one else could know. On the very first day they made their relationship official, Lu Ruyan had eagerly asked Hong Yuan to share everything with her. After a passionate night looking at the pristine bed sheets, Hong Yuan couldn't help but question. Lu Ruyan argued, "I felt a sudden pain after some intense exercise once, didn't think much of it then, probably that was when it happened." Recalling Lu Ruyan's skilled movements, it was clear she was experienced, and initially he could only let her lead. Rolling his eyes, Hong Yuan said, "Stop pretending. I know exactly what you are like." Men love their pride, especially in the presence of a woman. Long Outyan, trying to appear capable, arrogantly pulled out his phone and asked, "Do you want to die? What are you yapping about?" Hong Yuan, fearless, continued to taunt, "Go on, call for help. I'm right here, let's see who shows up first and who's the coward." Long Outyan paused his call, feeling it was indeed a bit shameful to call for backup. Instead, he tried to salvage his pride, declaring, "I have a B-level talent and have already broken through to a 1-star martial artist. I'm afraid I might kill you." he added. I heard from Lu Ruyan that you tested as the lowest F-level talent. I don't need backup to deal with you, I'm just calling an ambulance for you. Are you looking for a fight? Xiao Xiao stood up intending to shield Hong Yuan, but Hong Yuan shook his head, pulling Xiao Xiao's hand and positioning her behind him protectively, though Xiao Xiao was a 3-star martial artist capable of easily overpowering Long Outyen. Hong Yuan didn't want her to reveal her strength just yet. It had been only 3 days since her talent was assessed, and her reaching the level of a 3-star martial artist so quickly would make anyone with a bit of sense realize her extraordinary potential. Such a talent, once exposed, could easily become the target of evil organizations. Long Outyen looked at Hong Yuan with disdain, cracking his knuckles with his left hand, gripping his right fist as if warming up. Believe it or not, in 3 seconds I'll have you sitting over there, he pointed towards the last row of seats at Yujingxiang. Don't believe it. Hong Yuan stood up. After his breakthrough to a 1-star martial artist, he felt significantly stronger, more powerful, faster, and more resilient. Additionally, there was a burning energy within his dantian that he could manipulate at will. This energy was spiritual energy. Although Hong Yuan was not yet skilled in martial techniques and could only release a small flame, it was a start. Long Outyen, who was at the same level and had also just discovered his talent 2 days ago, likely hadn't had time to learn any martial techniques either, so the outcome of their fight was uncertain. Hong Yuan, having often watched his father practice boxing, had picked up some basic moves, thus giving him a higher chance of winning. Prepare to be obliterated. This was going to be a one-sided slaughter. Long Outyen struck first, throwing a punch with a whooshing sound aimed directly at Hong Yuan's face. Hong Yuan slightly tilted his head, dodging the punch with ease, and quickly stepped forward, closing the distance. Simultaneously, he lifted his elbow sharply upwards, striking Long Outyen's chin with precision. This move, known as the Iron Mountain Elbow, combined the elements of the Iron Mountain Lean and an elbow strike, making it tremendously powerful. Long Outyen's chin took the full brunt of the Iron Mountain Elbow, his head snapping back violently, the world seemingly turning upside down for him. He felt a darkness overtake his vision and lost consciousness instantly, his body collapsing heavily to the ground. Hong Yuan kicked at the motionless Long Outyen, who lay like a lump of mud, unresponsive. Damn it, hope I didn't kill him. He quickly crouched down to check Long Outyen's breathing. Feeling the warm breath on his fingertips, he sighed in relief. Long Outyen was still breathing, just unconscious. Hong Yuan had thought Long Outyen had some skill, but it turned out he was all show and no substance, leaving him speechless. With such skill, better stop showing off or you might end up dead. What's going on here? 2 men in uniforms approached, looking at the unconscious Long Outyen, and demanded sternly who's fighting. Seeing the leader, a middle-aged man, Hong Yuan called out, Uncle Wang. The security bureau had just received a report of a fight at Yujingxiang, and Uncle Wang, who was nearby with his apprentice, arrived promptly on the scene. Hong Yuan's father is the deputy director of the security bureau, and naturally he knows people there. Uncle Wang, who had dined at their home, recognized Hong Yuan immediately and greeted him with a smile. What's happening here? He asked. Pointing to Long Outyen lying on the ground, Hong Yuan explained, this is the young master of the Long family. He wanted to show off in front of my ex-girlfriend and started trouble with me. We ended up fighting, but he couldn't beat me. The young master of the Long family? Uncle Wang frowned. Is he Long Yuantian's son? Can you handle it? Hong Yuan asked meaningfully. It's a bit tricky, Uncle Wang admitted, then added, you really know how to stir up trouble. But Director Hong Sin, your father should be back soon. I doubt Long Yuantian would dare to bother you further. Hong Sin was how people accustomedly addressed Hong Yuan's father, despite his official title being deputy director. Hong Yuan smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Wang. When my parents come home, you must come over for dinner. Uncle Wang nodded, then instructed a young man nearby, shall we take this man to the hospital? As for this woman, he glanced at Lu Ruyan and then looked questioningly at Hong Yuan. She is your ex-girlfriend after all. How do you want to handle this? By the book or privately? Hong Yuan immediately understood, replying she came looking for trouble first, then by the book it is. Uncle Wang responded instantly, disturbing the peace, that's 15 days of detention. Finally, Shaoli took Long Outyen to the hospital and Uncle Wang had Lu Ruyan taken into custody. After this drama, Hong Yuan lost his appetite and called the waiter to pay the bill. The waiter, full of enthusiasm, said, our boss said your meal is on the house since you were disturbed during your dining. Charge it anyway. Hong Yuan handed over his card. Despite his father being the deputy director of the security bureau, Hong Yuan adhered to basic principles of decency, refusing to bully or freeload. Xiao Xiao has a younger brother named Xiao Xian, a very handsome kid. Hong Yuan has a brother and a sister who are twins. The sister is named Hong Lan and the brother Hong Hu. Hong Lan is reserved and quiet, much like their mother, while Hong Hu is hot-tempered, quick to explode, much like their father. All three siblings are 17 and currently in high school, usually living on campus, but today is Friday so all three were home. When Hong Yuan and Xiao Xiao arrived, the three were doing their homework in a harmonious atmosphere. Brother, sister, Hong Hu looked at Hong Yuan and Xiao Xiao asking, "Did you two go on a date?" Xiao Xiao blushed, "We just went out to eat." Hong Hu retorted, "I don't believe that. You talk too much, believe it or not I will hit you." Hong Yuan rolled up his sleeves, attempting to suppress his brother with his inherent power. "Stop, can't I even talk now?" As he had been suppressed too many times, Hong Hu dared not act recklessly in front of Hong Yuan. "I'm teaching you, you need to watch your words. I just met someone who spouted nonsense as if he could swallow the sky. I almost had to send him packing." Hong Yuan lectured Hong Hu, imparting life lessons as an older brother. However, Hong Hu was outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant. His inner monologue at the moment went like this: "You're only a year older than me, not even fully grown, and now you're lecturing me." Since their families were neighbors, Hong Lan and Xiao Xiao were close. "Sister Xiao Xiao, what talents did you discover?" Xiao Xiao hesitated, not wanting to lie to Hong Lan. She turned to Hong Yuan for help with a pleading look. Hong Yuan took over the conversation. "Why don't you ask me what talent I discovered?" Left with no choice, Hong Lan casually asked, "What's your talent? It'll scare you to death." Hong Yuan, far from being ashamed, took pride in his response. "I have an F-grade talent." Hong Lan was stunned and said incredulously, "Is that even true?" Hong Yuan replied irritably, "Of course it's true. Both mom and dad have decent talents. How did they end up with a waste like you?" Hong Hu, halfway through his taunt, noticed Hong Yuan's fierce glare and quickly corrected himself. "I'm not calling you a waste, I'm talking about your talent. I'm not slapping your butt, I'm slapping your face." Hong Yuan stepped forward, ready to suppress Hong Hu. Xiao Xian, who had been silent, then spoke up. "Brother Hong Yuan, please spare Hong Hu." "Why should I spare him?" Hong Yuan asked. Xiao Xian replied, "Today when others bullied me, Hong Hu helped me, so I swore that if I see anyone bullying Hong Hu, I'll also step in to help." Mr. Huang, known for his kindness, couldn't bear to see the poor suffer, so he had his subordinates remove the poor from his sight. Xiao Xian must also be kind-hearted, thought Hong Yuan. "Then I'll drag Hong Hu outside the door to beat him, and you won't see it, so it won't count as breaking your oath." Xiao Xian was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Hong Hu shouted, "Xiao Xian, you're being unfair. How can you be so unfair?" Eventually, it was Xiao Xiao who grabbed Hong Yuan's hand and shook her head, saying, "Let it be." Hong Yuan immediately stopped. Others might not deserve his respect, but Xiao Xiao did. They stayed at Hong Yuan's house until the early morning hours before reluctantly heading home. It was already late, so Hong Yuan decided against practicing and went to sleep in his room. The next morning, after having the breakfast Hong Lan brought him, he told everyone not to disturb him. Then, Hong Yuan returned to his room to meditate and breathe deeply. 15 hours of deep breathing yielded 3 units of spiritual energy, but to break through to a 2-star warrior, 20 units were needed. The next day, after another 15 hours, he gained another 3 units of spiritual energy. Time flew by quickly during practice, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 7 days, Hong Yuan stayed indoors, diligently practicing every day, and finally gathered the 20 units of spiritual energy needed. He sat cross-legged on the floor, concentrating his spiritual energy, and soon completed his breakthrough. The white energy in his dantian, originally the size of a coin, had now doubled in size. Hong Yuan felt full of strength. He swung his fists randomly, his abundant power seemingly enough to kill a cow. Today was Saturday again, and both Hong Lan and Hong Hu were at home. After urging them to study, Hong Yuan knocked on Xiao Xiao's door. "I've broken through to a 2-star warrior, how about that?" "Impressive, right?" Hong Yuan spoke to Xiao Xiao as she opened the door. Leaning in, Xiao Xiao whispered to Hong Yuan, "You're impressive, but I've reached the level of a 7-star warrior. You're quite something too." Hong Yuan was dumbfounded, feeling more uncomfortable than if he had swallowed a fly. Xiao Xiao then asked, "Do you know when mom and dad will be home? They've been out for nearly a month now." "I'm not sure, but they should be back soon, I guess," Hong Yuan answered, uncertain himself. This time, the 4 of them were on a mission together, and due to the Security Bureau's requirement for confidentiality, Hong Yuan hadn't inquired further, nor would his parents disclose any details. Usually, missions for Hong Yuan's parents only lasted 3 to 5 days, unless they encountered difficult tasks, which at most extended to about 20 days. But it had been nearly a month this time, suggesting the mission must be particularly challenging. However, Hong Yuan wasn't too worried. After all, his father was a three-star martial king and there were few in Jianghuai province who could harm him. Seeing Xiao Zhao's worried expression, Hong Yuan added, "But don't worry too much, my dad is with them." As night fell and it was time for dinner, Xiao Zhao asked, "Are you hungry? I'll treat you to dinner." Looking towards Hong Yuan's house, she added, "Let's invite Hong Lan, Hong Hu, and my brother too. The five of us can go together." Knowing Xiao Zhao's thrifty nature, Hong Yuan felt a direct refusal might hurt her feelings. Eating out is too expensive. "Why don't you cook some dishes tomorrow? It could save some money and you can ask Hong Lan to help." Xiao Xiao, delighted by the suggestion, agreed enthusiastically. The next day at noon, Xiao Xiao cooked several dishes, but the outcomes were disastrous. The radishes were not properly selected, full of fibers, a failure. The pork skin was cooked too soft, lacking any chewiness, a failure. The pork blood was too loose, falling apart at the slightest touch, a disaster among failures. And the worst was the intestines, which were not cleaned properly, still containing traces of feces. Xiao Xiao might as well stick to her cultivation as cooking seemed beyond her reach in this lifetime. However, unaware of her culinary shortcomings, she asked with hopeful eyes, "How does it taste?" Having never eaten feces, Hong Yuan dared not compare it to that, but not wanting to dampen Xiao Zhao's enthusiasm, he compromised his conscience and said, putting the taste aside, "It feels alright." Hong Lan, Hong Hu, and Xiao Xian's expressions upon hearing this were priceless, looking even more distressed than if they had actually eaten feces. On April 6, to advance to a 3-star warrior, one needs 30 units of spiritual energy. After several days of cultivation, Hong Yuan had accumulated 10 units, but still far from enough to make the breakthrough. Just then, Xiao Xiao received a phone call. Due to her extraordinary talents, she was admitted early to an institution. Excited and happy, she immediately shared the good news with Hong Yuan, since school wouldn't start until August and it was only April. Xiao Xiao was to attend a secret training session for a while. However, due to threats from an evil organization, the authorities decided to keep the training location confidential, preventing any contact with the outside world during the training period. In the vast expanse of Jiuzhou, with myriad miles of mountains and rivers, even among the rarest of talents discovered in 1 in 10,000, Xiao Xiao was not the only one. These geniuses are required to undergo secret training, which not only allows for concentrated protection but also nurtures and educates them from an early stage. On the morning of April 7, an elderly man with snow-white hair arrived at Xiao Zhao's home. He claimed he was under secret orders to escort Xiao Xiao to the training base. Dressed in coarse hemp clothes and appearing thin and frail, his presence was nonetheless formidable, resembling a mighty ancient dragon lying across the land. Even though the old man had restrained his aura, Hong Yuan felt overwhelmed in his presence, hardly daring to breathe heavily. "Ah!" exclaimed the old man upon seeing Xiao Xiao. "What kind of talent must you possess, young girl?" Xiao Xiao, curious, asked, "Don't you know, elder?" The old man shook the letter in his hand and replied, "This is a top-secret order. Apart from the highest ranks, no one knows your details, and I dare not pry for fear of learning what I shouldn't. I was enjoying my retirement at home, but the decree from Tian Sifu summoned me to take you to the training base, a poor old man like me traveling thousands of miles. How pitiable." Xiao Zhao's stay at home was deemed unsafe and Hong Yuan was extremely anxious about leaking any information. With the old man's protection, he could finally feel some relief. However, Xiao Xiao was reluctant to head to the training base too soon. She wanted to wait for her parents to return home, was concerned about Xiao Xin managing on his own, and did not want to leave Hong Yuan. The old man shook his head. "That's not possible. Even a second's delay could lead to my being held accountable." "Don't worry about Xiao Xian. I'll take care of him," Hong Yuan assured. "Although I'm not reliable on a regular basis, I keep my promises." Hong Mu, overhearing this, couldn't help but mock. "Big brother, you taking care of someone? It would be a miracle if they don't end up taking care of you. What are you itching for, a beating?" Always undermining himself, Hong Yuan sometimes wished he could grab a 50-kilogram hammer to smash Hong Hu's head just to teach him a lesson. But one couldn't blame Hong Yuan for his violent thoughts, given that the guy never knew when to hold his tongue. Hong Yuan then turned to the elder, bowing respectfully. "Elder, how long will your journey to the training base take?" After a moment's thought, the old man replied, "The gathering point is not too far from here, about 2 million miles. I will take the young lady by air and we should arrive by tonight." Astonishing, nearly 2 million miles in one evening, and flying through the air with another person. Was such speed even possible for humans? With a gentle wave of his hand, the old man made Xiao Xiao and her luggage levitate. A flash of white light and they vanished from the spot. The space where they had been was now empty, leaving Hong Yuan feeling a mix of reluctance and helplessness. With Xiao Xiao gone, he found no mood to practice his cultivation and instead lay on his bed playing Genshin Impact. In the early hours, Hong Yuan received a voice message from Xiao Xiao. She had already arrived at the meeting point and was about to enter a secret training program which required her to hand over her phone. In her last words, Xiao Xiao said, "You must work hard to get into college. I'll be waiting for you in Zhengzhou. You have to come, okay? Otherwise, I'll be mad, the kind that can't be appeased." After listening, Hong Yuan put down his phone invigorated and muttered to himself, "Hong Yuan, oh Hong Yuan, how can you be so degenerate? Have you forgotten your grand ambition to become a martial god? You can't continue like this." With that thought, he remembered the diary. Lately, Hong Yuan had been studying the notebook intensely but could never manage to open the second page. The content on the first page only recorded up to April 7, 2025, and it was just past midnight, making it April 8. Picking up the diary, he tried to turn to the second page, and this time, there was no obstruction. The page turned smoothly, effortlessly, revealing the next. It turned out that the diary would unlock the next page only when the date arrived. Hong Yuan was somewhat speechless at this setup, thinking it was absurdly designed. Despite his frustration, curiosity drove him to read on. April 8, 2025. Big news today: Su Cohen and a female fan were caught in a hotel room, resulting in her pregnancy. It's common sense to use protection if you're going to be intimate and to wear a mask if you're out in public. Su Cohen is a rising star in the entertainment industry known for his clean reputation. It's impossible for him to do such a thing. It must be the haters, jealous of our brother's glorious beauty, deliberately trying to tarnish his image. April 9, 2025. My second and third uncles came over, probably to ask Dad for money again. I have no idea where Dad is, so I had to endure an awkward chat with them. Family chats can be terrifying. I'm already 18 and yet my second uncle still asks me if I like Mom or Dad more. April 10, 2025. Drinking iced Coke and playing Genshin Impact. Reading these entries, Hong Yuan felt pathetic. Until April 15, all he did was drink iced Coke and play video games. April 16, 2025. With summer approaching, the decay of Mom and Dad's bodies worsened. Uncle Wang told me they had been dead for over 10 days before their bodies were found yesterday. Uncle Wang asked me to take care of my younger siblings and told me I could reach out to him if needed, ending his note with a plea for me to mourn respectfully. Upon reading these lines, Hong Yuan felt as if his world had collapsed instantly. His mind went blank and his face lost all expression. Holding the diary, he sat motionless for several seconds, tears involuntarily welling up and streaming down his cheeks. Today was a holiday, and both Hong Hu and Hong Lan were at home. He dared not cry out loud. But unable to suppress his grief, Hong Yuan buried his head in his pillow and sobbed quietly, careful not to make any loud noises. Time passed unknowingly and eventually Hong Yuan's tears dried up, leaving him physically drained and limp in bed. Much later he picked up the diary again, hoping to find any clue about his parents' death. April 17, 2025. Hong Lan noticed something was off with my mood, but I managed to brush it off. April 18, 2025 remains unrecorded, skipping directly to April 19, 2025. Alone, I collected my parents' ashes and belongings, unable to bring myself to inform Hong Hu and Hong Lan. I didn't know how to start, wishing I could be mute. April 22, 2025. Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 came again and I couldn't keep it a secret any longer. Both Hong Hu and Hong Lan found out and cried, blaming me for not telling them sooner, yet I do not regret it. Delaying their grief meant fewer tears were shed for a while. April 23, 2025. Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 arrived with well, aiming not only to claim my parents' compensation but also to seize our family home. They beat me and drove us three out. I am a failure. I failed my parents and couldn't protect my younger siblings. April 25, 2025. Clutching the letters, I headed to Jiangnan province. The journey stretched over 3,900 kilometers with a long road and an uncertain future ahead, but I had no other choice. Here, the second page ends and Hong Yuan closes the diary silently. The night is unbearably long. Hong Yuan revisits his parents' faces in his mind, letting his thoughts drift and tears silently flow. Everything around him blurs, with only the deep sorrow in his heart feeling piercingly real. The next morning, Hong Lan knocks on the door, calling out, "Big bro, come have some food." "I'm coming," a hoarse voice responds from the room, and after 5 minutes Hong Yuan finally opens the door. "Why is your voice hoarse?" Hong Lan asks. "Probably just a sore throat." Hong Yuan dismissively replies, taking the steamed buns Hong Lan brought. I need to go out for a bit. Is something wrong? Hong Lan asks, peering at Hong Yuan, who is usually cheerful but today seems unusually silent and dispirited. It's nothing. Hong Yuan starts to speak but stops, unable to admit the truth that their parents had been dead for days, as the diary recorded. You're definitely hiding something, Hong Lan insists, knowing him too well to be easily fooled. I broke up with my girlfriend. Hong Yuan lies with a bitter expression. Oh, Hong Lan sighs in relief, comforting him. Lu Rian wasn't a good woman anyway, always using your money. It's actually good that you broke up with her. Hong Yuan nearly hums in response, then leaves the house alone, riding his bike to the safety bureau. Today is April 8th. According to the diary, their parents' bodies were found on April 16th, already dead for many days. This meant that they had passed away early in April. 30 minutes later, Hong Yuan arrives at the safety bureau and spots a middle-aged man quickly approaching him and calling out, Uncle Wang. Hong Yuan, what brings you here? Hong Yuan had already thought of an excuse. My parents have been out on a mission for a month, and my sister and brother are really worried, so I came to check on them. Uncle Wang pats Hong Yuan on the shoulder, smiling. No need to worry, Director Hongsen is very capable, nothing will go wrong, but it's been a month and their phones are unreachable. I'm worried they might be in danger. Perhaps they're in some remote mountains without any signal, that's why you can't reach them. Uncle Wang spoke again. I'll take you to see the director. His satellite phone can get in touch with Director Hongsen. The director of the security bureau was named Wang Defa, whose capabilities were rather unimpressive, much weaker compared to Hongsen. Given Hong Sen's achievements and capabilities, he should have been the director long ago, but unfortunately Wang Defa had strong connections backing him, thus Hong Sen had been stuck as the deputy director for over a decade. Not only was Wang Defa lacking in competence, but he was also petty and jealous of others' talents, constantly suppressing Hong Sen at work. Although Hong Yuan was reluctant, he had to ask for a favor, so upon meeting Wang Defa he suppressed his disgust and called him Uncle Wang. Wang Defa sat at his desk, slightly lifted his head, glanced at Hong Yuan with the corner of his eye and asked, what brings you here? My parents have been out on a mission for over a month and I fear they might be in danger, Hong Yuan pleaded. Could you help me out by sending someone to look for them, or at least try to contact them? The security bureau is short on time and heavy on tasks. We simply don't have the spare manpower to search for your parents. Wang Defa paused, took a sip of his tea, and then slowly added, but for Hong Sen's sake I'll use the dedicated satellite phone to give him a call. Hong Yuan's face lit up with immense gratitude, thanking him. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Wang Defa said he would make the call but instead looked at the document in his hand, intentionally ignoring Hong Yuan. Minutes later he finished reading the document, signed it and set it aside. Then Wang Defa picked up another file, sipped his tea and read, seemingly oblivious to Hong Yuan's presence. Hong Yuan, suppressing his excitement, coughed lightly, but Wang Defa acted as if he were deaf, paying him no heed. The bodies of his parents were now exposed in the wilderness, subject to wind, sun, insects and birds. As the eldest son, he could not rest until he found his parents' bodies and saw them properly buried. Wang Defa processed several documents continuously, working for an hour, pretending only then to notice Hong Yuan. What are you still doing here? With a forced smile, Hong Yuan replied, I'm waiting for you to make that satellite call. Oh, my memory. Wang Defa slapped his forehead and laughed. I've been so busy, I completely forgot. Could you make that satellite call now? Hong Yuan pleaded. Wang Defa grudgingly looked for the satellite phone, his smile fading instantly. He had no intention of making the call and thus ignored Hong Yuan, hoping he would leave the office on his own. To his annoyance, Hong Yuan stubbornly stayed, utterly lacking tact, like father, like son, both so stubborn. Reluctantly, Wang Defa took out the satellite phone and dialed the number, but no one answered. What's going on? Wang Defa frowned. They're not answering my call. He dialed the number again, but still no one answered. Wang Defa slowly furrowed his brows but remained silent. On the third attempt, there was still no answer. Could something have really happened? The mission Hong Sen was on wasn't particularly difficult, so logically he should have completed it by now. Monitoring the progress of the mission was typically the responsibility of the chief, but it was only now that Wang Defa realized something was amiss. Part of it was his confidence in Hong Sen's abilities, but the main reason was the conflict between them. Everyone knew that Wang Defa had secured his position as chief through connections, and there were private whispers that he was not deserving of his role, while Hong Sen was seen as the rightful leader, even referred to by some as chief. Which leader would be pleased to hear such talk? Wang Defa, who was petty and jealous of talent, disliked Hong Sen even more because of this. Even though Hong Sen's delay in completing the mission was suspicious, Wang Defa showed little concern. Wang Defa put down the satellite phone, realizing that the situation was serious. Despite his usual disdain for Hong Sen, he recognized that Hong Sen was a 3-star warrior, a top combatant in Jianghuai province, and he did not wish for him to come to harm. "Go home and wait for information," he said. "I'll look up the files to find the location of your dad's mission and then send someone to search for him." Hong Yuan didn't leave but asked Uncle Wang, "How long will it take to find him?" "Each satellite phone has coordinates. I'll have our tech team decode your dad's satellite coordinates. The search team should be able to find him quickly." Hong Yuan remained seated and asked again, "How long exactly?" "At most 3 days." Wang Defa finally spoke with some humanity. "Go home and wait. As soon as there's any news, I'll have someone contact you." Reassured by a definite answer, Hong Yuan stood up, and before leaving he added, "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Once alone, Hong Yuan locked himself in his room, attempting to meditate, but he couldn't calm his mind, haunted by the smiling faces of his parents. The doorbell rang, and when Hong Yuan answered it, he found 2 middle-aged men at the door. "Where's your dad?" asked his second uncle, holding a box of milk, showing no good intentions, knowing from the journal what these 2 beasts would do. Next, Hong Yuan did not hide his disdain. His third uncle, with a naive and honest face, smiled and said, "We came to see your dad." Both men were 8-star martial artists with some capability but no proper jobs, idling their days away with gambling or visiting brothels. Although Hong Sen was quick-tempered, he treated them well and had even gotten them positions in the security bureau, which they quit after only 2 days, complaining it was too hard. Whenever they were out of money, they would shamelessly ask Hong Sen for more. Their mother had often made a fuss about this, but they continued to unabashedly seek money from Hong Sen, who had no choice but to secretly give it to them, despite being his own brothers. Over the years, the two had borrowed millions from Hong Sen. If it weren't for his father's high salary and substantial family wealth, they would have probably gone bankrupt long ago. Seeing Hong Yuan with a stern face, the two did not bother to pester him further and simply said, "We'll be going now. Have your dad call us back when he returns." These two not only wanted compensation from his parents but also aimed to take over their house. If Xiao Zhao's parents hadn't met with misfortune, they definitely wouldn't have allowed such bullying. As for his father's colleagues at the security bureau, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With his father's death, particularly due to Wang De's involvement, it seemed unlikely that anyone would be willing to help. With both sets of grandparents deceased and his mother an only child, there was no hope from relatives or his father's colleagues, leaving him to rely solely on himself. But being merely a 2-star martial artist and having to care for his younger siblings who were in middle school, what could he do? He was at the mercy of others. The security bureau acted swiftly. Upon receiving the call, Hong Yuan immediately rushed to the bureau's morgue. The morgue was crowded with personnel from the security bureau, and Uncle Wang was also there. It was April 10th, and because the bodies were found 6 days earlier than noted in the diary, there was only minor decomposition. Uncle Wang handed Hong Yuan a piece of paper. It was the autopsy report of his parents, who had died in early April. The initial forensic deduction suggested that they had been harmed by an evil cultivator, at least of the martial emperor level. How could there be a martial emperor level evil cultivator in our small Jianghuai province? Uncle Wang said, "We're not sure. The evil organization's cultivators are nomadic, appearing anywhere they choose." Hong Yuan read the autopsy report. The victims' chests had been penetrated with no other injuries, clearly a fatal strike. The wounds showed irregular penetration marks, likely caused by a fist or palm that also removed the hearts. There was a substantial amount of black substance inside the bodies, resembling ash. Thus, it was suspected that the murderer was proficient in using fists and palms, with at least martial emperor strength, and had black substances on their palms. Uncle Wang continued, "Xiao Jian and Lu Hong, Xiao Zhao's parents, are still missing, likely met with mishaps too. Our people are still searching, but the chances of finding them are slim. Since they didn't have satellite phone tracking, searching was difficult, but there was still a possibility they were alive." At that moment, Xiao Xiao was away on a secretive training, leaving only Xiao Xian at home. Having promised to look after Xiao Xian, Hong Yuan didn't want to break his promise. Moreover, since the bodies of Xiao Jian and Lu Hong hadn't been found, they were only considered missing, thus there was still a glimmer of hope. Hong Yuan said, "If we really can't find them, then we'll discuss further. Let's not inform Xiao Uncle's family yet." Uncle Wang nodded. "That's also what the bureau thinks. I just wanted to inform you beforehand." Hong Yuan took back the autopsy report and bowed to everyone, expressing gratitude. Thank you all uncles and aunties for taking time out of your busy schedules to see my parents for the last time. A few sighs echoed in the morgue. Take good care of your brother and sister. If you need help you can come to me. Take care. Uncle Wang patted Hong Yuan's shoulder, adding, we'll be leaving now, there's still work to be done. I'll stay with my parents for a while longer. Hong Yuan managed a forced smile. The morgue soon emptied of people. When Hong Yuan first saw the body he didn't cry, but now alone he couldn't help the tears that fell. He collected the 2 urns of ashes and some personal belongings by himself. The belongings were just a cell phone found in the pocket of the deceased and some miscellaneous items from the office. After placing the ashes properly, he thought, just like in his diary, that he wouldn't tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu for now. There was too much going on. His second and third uncles were expected to visit soon, and when they did, he and his siblings would likely be driven out of the house. The diary noted that the uncles would come a second time on April 22nd. Today was April 12th, so he had 10 days left, but since he had found his parents' bodies earlier than expected, it was possible that the uncles might show up sooner. The immediate priority was to prevent them from seizing the inheritance. Once that was dealt with, he would tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu about their parents. And then there was the murderer, a nefarious cultivator at the martial emperor stage. This vendetta had to be avenged. Hong Yuan carefully stored the autopsy report. It was the only clue. Hong Yuan picked up the cell phone from among the belongings. It belonged to Hong Sen and it still had bloodstains on it. The lock screen password was his mother's birthday. He checked the call history first, no clues there nor in the messages. Finally he accessed the photo album and found a video dated April 1st, 3 minutes long. He held his breath and pressed play. On the screen appeared a middle-aged man with a square face, covered in blood and obviously on the brink of death. My dear son, your dad is going to die soon. Hearing these words, Hong Yuan burst into tears. The man in the video continued, don't cry, listen to me. Originally you had a fiancé, but your mom didn't want you tied down. She wanted you to be free to love. So when you were very young, she had me call off the engagement, and indeed, just as your mom said, you ended up with Lu Ruyan as your girlfriend. Good thing the engagement was called off, otherwise it would have been hard to explain. Your former fiancée was the granddaughter of my old chief. After marrying your mom, I went to meet him. Your mom was pregnant at the time and so was his daughter, so a marriage was arranged. The old chief really liked me almost as a father, and initially he wanted his daughter to marry me, but I had fallen for your mom, so I refused his kindness. But he didn't hold a grudge and still arranged the marriage for you. However, when I went to call off the engagement, he was visibly upset and I broke off contact with him. I'm embarrassed to meet him now. My 2 brothers are insatiably greedy, but there was nothing I could do. They are my brothers after all. While I was alive, I could keep them in check, but after my death, they'll surely scheme. Your grandparents have passed away and there's no one left to help you. If you encounter problems you can't solve, go and see the old chief. I think he might help you. Under the bed in my room, there's a shoebox containing a letter I wrote to the old chief, but never had the courage to send. Take it with you when you go to see him. As for my 2 brothers, if things turn out as I suspect and the old chief is willing to help, I hope you can spare their lives. Although you're a bit unruly at times, I know your heart is in the right place and you have more principles than me. I'll leave the handling of these matters to you. Knowing my days are numbered, I laugh thinking I had more time, but it seems my ship has capsized. As the eldest, take care of your younger siblings. Your mother and I will go ahead. You've broken off engagements with someone's daughter and granddaughter and yet you still seek their help. Hong Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly at the thought. How could they possibly want to help? Do you think they are saints? But since Dad mentioned it and the old chief was very fond of him, almost a father figure, their relationship must have been good. There might still be a chance. Besides, he had no other options, so even though the likelihood was low, it was worth a try. He couldn't let Hong Lan and Hong Hu end up homeless. They hadn't even finished high school yet. Hong Yuan took the letter from the shoebox, which had the recipient's address written on it: Jiangnan Province, Jiling City, Hubei District, De Yi Mansion, Su Tianbao. Su Tianbao must be the name of the old chief. Hong Sen had met him during his younger days while serving at the Tianqing Great Wall. With these thoughts, Hong Yuan packed his backpack with his diary and the letter and added a couple of sets of clothes. He checked the plane tickets, which were a bit expensive. They wouldn't have been considered costly before, but he had already used up all his living expenses. The remaining money was only enough for a high-speed train. Hong Yuan booked a ticket for the next day's noon train, then went to sleep for the first time in several days. Early in the morning, while Hong Yuan was still deep in sleep, he was awakened by the sound of pounding on the door. Bang bang bang, Hong Yuan hurried out of bed only to see the door being smashed open. His second uncle and third uncle, accompanied by their wives, had already entered the room. Before he could speak, his third uncle preempted him. Hong Yuan, you thought you could keep this from us, didn't you? My older brother died, and you didn't even notify us. His second aunt rattled on. This little rascal probably wants to swallow the compensation and even the house that our big brother promised us, otherwise why keep the death a secret? But you can't hide it from us, even if you don't say it, someone else will tell us. Standing at the doorway of his room, Hong Yuan looked at the four of them, his expression cold as he said, I don't know what you're talking about. His third aunt snorted coldly, still playing dumb, but don't think you can fool us, we have your dad's will. He said he would give the houses to us. His second aunt added, once the compensation for your mom and dad's death in service comes through, we want 2/3 of it, just as your dad told us. Although he was mentally prepared when the moment came, Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel fury in his eyes. His parents were barely cold in their graves, and here were two ungrateful wretches bringing people over to try and take over. My father was always generous to the two of them, but they couldn't restrain themselves for even a moment. Such shameless people I have never seen. Hong Yuan angrily said, my dad never mentioned giving you the house, and don't even think about getting a cent of the compensation money. You have no say in this. Third uncle pulled out a piece of paper saying, we have your dad's will. Hong Yuan didn't even need to think about it. It was definitely a forged will. He threatened, forging a will is a crime. Aren't you afraid I'll go to the security bureau? Xiao Yuan, I know you're anxious, but don't rush, second uncle said with a crooked smile. I'm not afraid to tell you that the handwriting on this will was traced from the handwriting on your dad's documents. The documents Hong Sen works on at the security bureau are also from the security bureau. This was second uncle telling Hong Yuan that the four of them had the backing of the security bureau, so even if he went there it would be useless. The only person in the security bureau who would betray their own family like this could only be Wang Defa. Hong Yuan asked angrily. What benefits did Wang Defa give you that you would help an outsider against me? He didn't give us any benefits, instead he wants half of the compensation money, second aunt shamelessly added, but we still get to keep half of the compensation money and we get this house as well. Shut up, who asked you to say all this? Second uncle glared at second aunt. My big brother's belongings naturally belong to me, I am his brother. When a brother dies, his possessions pass to his siblings, I have the right to inherit. Third uncle tried to reason further, we're not asking for much. The compensation money will be split 2/3 for our two families and 1/3 for you siblings. The house was promised to us by your big brother. Third aunt chimed in, when your grandparents died your dad inherited most of the estate and our two families didn't say anything. Second aunt also agreed the compensation money and the house should rightfully be ours. We are just taking back what we deserve. Is there no reason left? Hong Yuan was furious, trembling with anger. These people really knew how to twist the truth. When the grandparents were alive and then passed away, it was all managed by his own parents, including the medical and funeral expenses. Not a single penny was contributed by second uncle and third uncle. The grandparents saw all this, so they left a larger share of the estate to his parents before they died. Moreover, at that time Hong Lan and Hong Hu were just born and he was only a little over a year old. The grandparents worried about the pressure on his parents, so they left more estate. But in the mouths of these four, it turned into them inheriting most of the estate, which was a complete distortion of the truth. Because of the extra share of the estate, his dad always felt guilty, so whenever second uncle and third uncle asked for money, he never refused. Over the years, the money second uncle and third uncle asked from his dad far exceeded what the grandparents had left extra. Pointing at second uncle and third uncle, Hong Yuan asked, you even have the nerve to say such things? Have you two ever asked my dad for little money? What? We never asked your big brother for money, third uncle retorted defiantly, safe in the knowledge that the dead can't testify. Over the years, for fear that Hong Yuan's mother would find out, Hong Sen had always given cash, making it impossible to trace. As the four of them exchanged words, Hong Yuan couldn't get a word and only able to shout out loud, my dad just passed away not long ago, and now you all gang up to bully an orphan like me. Hong Yuan glared at his second and third uncles and continued, do you dare to swear that you never took any money from my dad? The third uncle frowned and defensively said, why should we swear for something we haven't done? Why waste words with him? The second uncle said irritably, grabbing Hong Yuan by the neck. Being an 8-star martial artist, the second uncle's strength was overwhelming and Hong Yuan could not resist at all. Feeling his throat tighten and breathing become difficult, His backpack fell to the ground during the struggle. Holding Hong Yuan by the neck, the second uncle forcefully pushed him towards the door. Hong Yuan, not wanting to leave his home, punched the second uncle hard. "You little rascal, dare to hit me? I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." The second uncle, with fists as large as a casserole, threw 2 punches at Hong Yuan's face. The heavy blows made Hong Yuan dizzy, his vision blacked out, and he fainted on the spot. "Stubborn fool won't learn without a beating," the second uncle threw the unconscious Hong Yuan out the door, then went to close it. "Wait," the third uncle said, noticing the backpack that had fallen during the scuffle, kicked it towards the door. "Why keep this unlucky thing?" On a high-speed train heading to Jiangnan province, a young man sitting alone attracted the sideways glances of many passengers. Indeed, the youth was handsome, but the passengers glanced more because of his disheveled clothes, likely from a scuffle. Wrapped around his head were medical bandages with strands of hair sticking to his forehead, and the white bandage faintly showing red bloodstains, clearly a fresh wound. Below his left eye and at the corner of his mouth were bruises, his face full of exhaustion and a hint of frustration. This young man was Hong Yuan, who had his head heavily hit on the ground when his second uncle threw him out of the room, resulting in the cuts on his face and bruises from the beating. Today was Tuesday and school would be out on Friday. Hong Yuan didn't ask for much, just hoping that Hong Lan and Hong Hu wouldn't have to suffer like this. But with only 4 days left until his siblings would be home for the break, he needed to resolve the matter before then. If he couldn't get Su Tianbao's help, Hong Hu's temperamental nature surely wouldn't let things rest. Hong Lan, being very sensible but still a girl with a relatively fragile heart, probably couldn't bear such a hit. Hong Yuan dared not think further, only letting out a deep sigh. If only he had his father's capabilities, then these problems wouldn't arise and his siblings wouldn't have to suffer alongside him. Seated cross-legged, Hong Yuan had been intermittently practicing his cultivation, and just after another beating from his uncle, he unknowingly accumulated 27 breaths of spiritual energy. Just 3 more breaths of spiritual energy and I would break through to a 3-star warrior. I needed to seize the moment to cultivate. From Jianghuai province to Jinling city in Jiangnan province, the journey spanned 3,900 kilometers, with the high-speed train traveling at 240 kilometers per hour. The trip would take at least 16 hours, yet I could refine 1 breath of spiritual energy in just 5 hours, plenty of time. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Hong Yuan broke through to a 3-star warrior status. He opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of turbid air. Looking up, Hong Yuan checked the high-speed train's timetable. The next stop was Jiling Station, estimated to arrive in 28 minutes. He pulled a letter from his backpack to check the precise location of Su Tianbao, but his diary fell out alongside it. The diary landed near his feet, and as Hong Yuan bent down to pick it up, he was shocked to see it was open on the 3rd page. Today was April 11th, yet the 2nd page of the diary bore the date of April 25th. According to his previous assumption, the diary should not have moved to the 3rd page until April 25th. What was this anomaly? Why had the diary turned to the 3rd page? Hong Yuan recalled the last line on the 2nd page, dated April 25, 5025, carrying the letter I headed towards Jiangnan province, a journey of 3,900 kilometers. The road ahead was long and uncertain, but I had no other choice. Sitting on the high-speed train to Jiangnan province, could it be that completing the diary's content triggered the next page? Thus, the diary could advance to the next page in 2 ways, either by waiting for the date recorded or by fulfilling the content described earlier. If that was the case, it meant more maneuverability for Hong Yuan, who immediately turned to the content on the 3rd page. April 25, 5025, at the high-speed train station I found a taxi and the chatty driver took me to Dei Mansion. The driver was as talkative as a stand-up comedian, discussing everything from astronomy to poetry, from national affairs to life's ideals, and even knew about postnatal care for sows. I was so engrossed that by the time we reached Dei Mansion it was already dark and the fare was a whopping 1,500. Sweating slightly, Hong Yuan knew it was common knowledge that taxi drivers were great conversationalists, but this one was beyond the norm, talking non-stop for hours. How far was Dei Mansion from the train station to warrant such a long ride? Hong Yuan checked his phone map. It was only about 40 kilometers. Damn, the driver had taken a longer route, which was utterly unscrupulous. Although the fare was exorbitant, listening to hours of stand-up comedy might not have been a total loss, Hong Yuan consoled himself. April 25, 5025, I arrived too late yesterday, so I didn't visit. This morning I arrived at Dei Mansion bright and early. I reported my name to the security guard at the gate, but he said that without an appointment I couldn't enter. With no other option, I mentioned my father's name, but the guard didn't recognize it either. On April 27, 5025, I asked the guard to report to Su Tianbao, but the guard couldn't be bothered with me, probably because my status is too low. He didn't take me seriously. I ended up staying outside Dai Mansion for 3 days straight but never caught a glimpse of Su Tianbao. On April 28, Hong Lan called me crying and asking when I would return home. Unable to wait any longer, I decided to climb over the wall and sneak into Dai Mansion late at night, determined to meet Su Tianbao no matter what. On April 29, just as I sneaked into Dai Mansion, I was caught by the patrolling security guards. They beat me up and then threw me out of the mansion. On May 1, my injuries have healed a bit, but they still hurt quite a bit. I returned to Dai Mansion where the security guards recognized me and watched me closely, eliminating any chance of sneaking in. This continued until May 6, during which all the entries were just notes from my stakeout at the gate. On May 7, while eating out, I overheard the restaurant owner saying that Dai Mansion rarely opens its main gate unless a very distinguished guest arrives, and that the Su family usually uses their car to leave from the underground garage. On May 8, Dai Mansion has 2 garage entrances, one for entering on the south side and one for exiting on the north. I went to stake out the south entrance, and soon as sports car drove up, I quickly blocked the car and shouted that my father is Hong Sen and I was there to see the old chief. Su Tianbao, a young girl with a high ponytail, got out of the car, glanced at me indifferently, and then told me to get in. On May 9, I finally met Su Tianbao. I handed him the letter and recounted my experiences. At the end, I pleaded, considering the past relationship with my father, to help me. Su Tianbao, with his back turned to me, said that his dealings with Hong Sen were settled and he had no reason to help me. I left Dai Mansion distraught. On the same day, as I was riding the high-speed train home, the high ponytailed girl I had stopped the day before suddenly appeared in the seat next to mine. I asked what she wanted, but she didn't respond. Could it be that Su Tianbao had a change of heart and sent her to help me? But she's about my age, what could she possibly help me with? After reading the last line of the diary, Hong Yuan suddenly had a thought. If he met the high ponytailed girl early and then met Su Tianbao before boarding the high-speed train back to Jianghuai province, could he turn to the 4th page of the diary sooner? If his guess was correct, even if it wasn't May 9 yet, as long as he completed the diary's content ahead of time, he could turn to the 4th page. After going through the diary, Hong Yuan closed it, planning his next steps in his mind. He would take a ride-hailing service to Dai Mansion, firmly deciding against taking a taxi from the train station as they often overcharge and waste time. Hong Yuan took the direct bus to the southern garage of the Dai Mansion and then staked out there to save a lot of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching Jinling Station. Please prepare in advance if you are disembarking. Watch your step. Upon hearing this announcement, Hong Yuan stopped his thoughts, packed his diary and letters into his backpack, and walked to the train door. After the high-speed train came to a halt, the doors automatically opened and Hong Yuan stepped out. To save time, he walked towards the station exit while calling for a rideshare vehicle. After securing the ride, Hong Yuan ran to the station exit, reaching it just as the driver arrived. The rideshare vehicles followed a route planned by the platform, so drivers rarely took detours and Hong Yuan didn't have to worry about being overcharged. He gave the driver the last 4 digits of his mobile number and the car headed towards Dai Mansion. Jiangnan province is a bustling region, significantly busier than Jianghuai province, with heavy traffic and crowded streets. The driver, a middle-aged man with a face full of moles, cursed under his breath due to the slow traffic. Cursing, as Hong Yuan noted, seemed a common habit among seasoned drivers. The traffic was already slow and it got worse when they were cut off maliciously by another driver, which made the driver lose his temper completely. He retaliated by flashing his lights and honking madly at the car in front. Unsatisfied with just that, he stuck his head out of the window and hurled a fierce, almost bizarre insult at the other driver. The tension inside the car was palpable and Hong Yuan sat there shivering, too frightened to speak. Despite the traffic, the driver's skilled driving got Hong Yuan to the southern garage of Dai Mansion in just over an hour. It was still early in the morning, around 8 a.m., so to avoid drawing the attention of security guards, Hong Yuan found a discreet spot to continue his stakeout. He waited there until the evening, watching dozens of cars enter the mansion. But he did not see the girl with the high ponytail he was looking for. Not knowing what might happen if he tried to stop another car, he didn't take the risk and the day passed without incident. With only 1,000 yuan left and needing to buy a ticket home, Hong Yuan found a cheap hostel where he could stay for just 50 yuan a night. The next day, armed with steamed buns and soy milk, he arrived early at the southern garage of Day Mansion and waited until the afternoon. A red sports car approached in the distance, slowing down apparently to turn into the garage. Hong Yuan quickly stood up and tried to see inside the car, but it was difficult because of the sunlight. As the car came closer, he could gradually make out the driver, a woman. At first, he could only see a vague silhouette, but as the distance decreased, the woman's features became clearer. This was a beautiful lady with a well-defined nose and delicately arched eyebrows, possessing a fair oval face and piercing, charismatic eyes that hinted at a bold spirit. However, Hong Yuan wasn't there to admire her beauty. His gaze was drawn to her hair, specifically to a high ponytail that bobbed as she moved. A ponytail. Hong Yuan's spirits lifted, but just as he noticed it, a sports car approached. Without time to think, he leapt towards the vehicle. The woman in the car was momentarily stunned, a thought crossing her mind. Was this a scam? She stepped out of the car dressed in white that outshone the snow, her beauty ethereal. Seeing Hong Yuan with his bruised face and bandaged head, she was even more convinced that he was attempting a scam. You're young and capable, why resort to such schemes? Why not find a proper job to support yourself? She scolded, clearly upset at being potentially scammed. Luckily, I braked in time, otherwise I would have hit you. You're not afraid of dying, but I don't need this trouble. You're nothing but trouble. Despite the scolding, Hong Yuan knew she had misunderstood him and his actions indeed resembled those of a scammer. I'm sorry, he began, getting to his feet. I'm here to see Su Tianbao. I'm not here to scam anyone. You could have gone to the front door. Why stop my car? She asked, her frown easing slightly. They wouldn't let me in through the front, Hong Yuan explained, though he hadn't actually tried that route himself. It was just written in his diary. Without an appointment I can't help you, she said. Many people want to see Su Tianbao. If he met with everyone he wouldn't have time to eat. Rubbing his knee from the fall, Hong Yuan pleaded, I understand, but this is really important. Could you please pass on a message for me? The woman turned to get back into her car, leaving only a brief reply, I don't have time for this. As she started to leave, Hong Yuan called out in desperation, my father is Hong Sen. He sent me to find Su Tianbao. At this, she paused and turned back, asking, you're Hong Sen's son? My name is Hong Yuan. My father is Hong Sen and I have a letter he wrote to Su Tianbao, he explained, pulling out the letter from his bag to show her. Reluctantly, she motioned for him to follow and get into her car. Relief washed over Hong Yuan as he settled into the passenger seat, realizing the method described in his diary was effective. Thank you, sister, he said gratefully, then asked, what's your name? You don't need to know, she replied curtly, then asked, what did your father send you for? Scratching his head, he confessed, my father actually passed away recently. It's really me who needs to see Su Tianbao. She slammed on the brakes, foot pressing down hard. Hong Yuan quickly added, but this letter was written by my dad, I'm not lying. Please don't send me away. The woman shook her head and said, it's not that I mind whether you lied to me, I'm just shocked to hear that your father has passed away. Following the woman out of the underground garage, Hong Yuan was greeted by a massive estate. Red walls, dark tiles, intricately carved wooden windows, a cobblestone path underfoot with bamboo and flowers on the sides, and a babbling brook flowing under a small bridge with pavilions and towers nestled within. The woman led Hong Yuan to a pavilion and instructed him, stay here, do not wander off. Hong Yuan nodded. Su Tianbao, being such an important figure, was usually very busy and the woman had to check if he had time to meet. I really appreciate your help this time, Hong Yuan said, bowing his fists in gratitude, then asked, if I get a chance I will repay your kindness. You, with your meager strength as a 3-star martial artist, think you can repay me? The woman laughed upon hearing this and said, you're really overestimating yourself. Hong Yuan sincerely replied, I truly don't have the capability to repay you, but I would like to keep your kindness in my heart. May I know your name? Su Firan, the woman said, and with a flick of her ponytail she left the pavilion. Hong Yuan, still with a bandage on his head and slightly faded bruises on his face, his peculiar appearance drew quite a bit of attention. Who was that guy? I don't know, he looks a bit miserable, but there's a hint of handsomeness between his brows. He looks young. What's he doing at Day Mansion? How would I know? It must have been someone who brought him in. The security here is very strict. They caught some thieves not long ago and beat them badly. After waiting for half an hour, Su Firan finally returned. She gestured for him to follow and led Hong Yuan to a study. With a respectful tone she announced, I have brought the person. In the study, there was an elderly man with his back to Hong Yuan, making it impossible to see his face clearly, but he was tall and broad-shouldered with white hair. Without saying a word, Hong Yuan knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times loudly. As Hong Sen had said in the video, Su Tianbao was like a father to him and thus like a grandfather to Hong Yuan, and even if the old man didn't recognize him, Hong Yuan owed him those 3 kowtows. After all, it was his own family that had wronged Su Tianbao twice, failing to appreciate his kindness, so these kowtows were also an apology. Without turning around, Su Tianbao asked Hong Sen, "When did he die?" Hong Yuan stood up and honestly replied, "About half a month ago." "How did he die?" Su Tianbao's tone was very calm, devoid of emotion, as if asking about something trivial. "He was harmed by an evil cultivator while on a mission," Hong Yuan replied, his tone slightly fluctuating, not out of pretense but genuine sadness for his father. Su Tianbao was silent for a moment, then asked, "You came to me wanting me to help avenge Hong Sen?" Hong Yuan shook his head, his tone resolute. "Thank you for your concern, sir, but I wish to take revenge with my own hands." A 3-star martial artist, Su Tianbao scoffed coldly, "With your skills so lacking, it will be ages before you can avenge him." "Thank you for your kindness." Hong Yuan boldly refused again, saying, "The vengeance for my father's death is irreconcilable. If I don't avenge him with my own hands, even 1,000 deaths would not ease my mind." Su Tianbao laughed upon hearing this. "Your stubborn temperament is very much like Hong Sen. You indeed have some backbone and have not dishonored your father. This is a letter my father wrote to you. He asked me to pass it on to you before he died." Hong Yuan handed the letter to Su Firan next to him. Su Firan took the letter, walked silently to the elder, handed it over, and then quietly returned to Hong Yuan's side. Su Tianbao took the letter. Since he was facing away from Hong Yuan and Su Firan, no one saw his hands trembling slightly as he opened the envelope. Hong Yuan didn't dare to open the letter himself, so aside from Su Tianbao, no one knew what was written in it. Time passed and Su Tianbao had finished reading the letter, but he remained silent, perhaps touched by its contents. Finally, after a long silence, Su Tianbao spoke, "Since you're not here for revenge, what business do you have with me?" Hong Yuan succinctly replied, "After my father died, my 2 uncles took the opportunity to take over our house and even want the compensation my parents received for dying in the line of duty. I was driven out of the house, and my younger siblings will soon have nowhere to live. I don't ask for much, only that you help me seek justice." Su Tianbao fell silent again, then spoke after a moment, "You should know about some things too." Hong Yuan nodded, understanding that Su Tianbao was referring to the matter of his father coming to break off an engagement. Su Tianbao slowly said, "I had promised you in marriage by pointing at your hand, and Hong Sen did not refuse at that time. I took his silence as consent. It must have been when you were 3 or 4 years old. He suddenly came to see me, saying he didn't want to constrain you, so he wanted to refuse my kindness again. Once might have been all right, but to refuse twice, what did he mean by that?" Su Tianbao seemed angry as he continued, "What did he think of my family's women, to take them when he wants and discard them when he doesn't? I absolutely did not agree to his second refusal, so we argued. His stubbornness was like that of a bull." Su Tianbao, seeming reluctant to dwell on the past, added, "Anyway, he insisted on breaking off the engagement and told me, 'I'm here to inform you not to ask for your permission.' After saying this, he just turned to leave. I was furious and told him, 'If you dare step out of this door, our ties will be severed and we shall have no further dealings.' But he didn't even turn his head back." Although Hong Yuan could not see Su Tianbao's face, he could sense from his words that he was still very angry. "The day your father Hong Sen walked out of the main gate of Dei residence, I considered our grievances settled and we had no further connections in this life." Su Tianbao remained unturned, his voice cold. "So I have no reason to help you. Please leave." It was an expected answer, and though not particularly disappointing, the person in the diary might have felt desperate, only able to leave Dei residence disheartened. However, Hong Yuan had already prepared himself mentally, so he did not leave, but said, "It was only a few days ago that I learned of the past between you and my father. He must have felt guilty, which is why he never mentioned you to me. But the events of those years, no matter how you put it, were entirely my father's fault. As his son, I can neither defend him nor find any reason to do so. After all these years, you still bring it up with great indignation. Only deep affection can breed such resentment. Despite his betrayal of your kindness, I can feel the expectations you once had for him. He wrote this letter a long time ago. Every year on October 22nd he would leave home for a few days. I initially thought he was on a business trip, but I only recently found out that this day is your birthday. My father never sent this letter before he died, so he wasn't as carefree as you mentioned. I think he was actually quite cowardly." Finally, Hong Yuan said something he had prepared long ago. "My father might have visited Dai Mansion many times, but he never dared to step through the main entrance. Since you feel that the debts are settled, perhaps it's time to look forward. What Hong Yuan meant was that since his father had never taken that step, he hoped you would be brave enough to move forward, but Su Tianbao was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Please leave." The outcome was just like what was recorded in the diary. "No matter how hard I tried, it was futile." A distraught Hong Yuan left the study room. It's painful to admit, but despite saying all the right things and even kowtowing, the old man still refused to help. Today is Thursday in Honglan, and Honghu will be returning home tomorrow. The high-speed train home takes 16 hours. I don't have time to stay. I must hurry back and be there for Honghu and Honglan, otherwise Honghu might very well get a severe beating from my second uncle and Honglan would be at a loss. It's already evening and traveling to the high-speed train station will take time. Hong Yuan checked the train schedules online and could only book a ticket for midnight tonight, which is the earliest train he could catch. When I boarded the high-speed train home, Su Firan, who I had met by chance the day before yesterday, suddenly appeared in the seat next to me. I asked her what she wanted, but she ignored me. Could it be that Su Tianbao had a change of heart and sent her to help me? But she's about the same age as me, what could she possibly help with? Because of a line on the third page of the diary, Hong Yuan still harbored a glimmer of hope. But, even if Su Firan was sitting next to me, what could it change? What if she wasn't here to help me? What if she was just traveling? Thinking of this, Hong Yuan's face showed his perplexity and his mood worsened. Moreover, Su Firan looked quite young and her capabilities probably weren't high. My two uncles are both 8-star martial artists. Even if Su Firan was an unparalleled genius, she couldn't possibly defeat them given her young age. I am useless. Hong Yuan sighed deeply, unable to stop blaming himself, failing to protect his siblings, unable to save the house, and even when asking for help, he was turned away. If he wasn't useless, what was he? Just as Hong Yuan was about to step out the door, a voice called from behind, "Are you Hong Yuan? Was it your father who broke off the engagement back then?" Absorbed in his thoughts, it wasn't until then that Hong Yuan noticed a young woman hastening after him. Stopping in his tracks, he turned to face the slightly younger girl and asked, "Who are you?" The girl's tone was brash. "It's none of your business who I am. Why should I tell you my name?" Looking at Hong Yuan, whose face was bruised and wrapped in bandages, she spat out harshly, "You look unbearable." It's a good thing the engagement was called off, otherwise a fresh flower would have almost been stuck on top of cow dung. Hearing such blatant mockery, Hong Yuan guessed that this girl must be the one affected by the broken engagement. "Oh father, look what you've done," he thought helplessly. At that moment, feeling utterly exhausted and unable to retort, he let the girl mock and ridicule him without saying a word. A dog bites Lu Dongbin and does not recognize a good person's heart. My grandfather valued your father, which is why he arranged the marriage for your family, but your father repeatedly. Wan stopped talking, a voice from behind interrupted. It was Su Firan. The girl known as Su Wan looked furious and said, "But sister." Su Firan shook her head and repeated, "I told you to stop talking." Su Wan then fell silent, glaring fiercely at Hong Yuan before storming off angrily. "My little sister has been spoiled by our family, please don't take it to heart." Su Firan apologized with a clasped fist. Hong Yuan, finding humor in his misery, replied, "She didn't attack me with a knife, I'm already grateful for that." Su Firan gave a smile and asked, "What are you planning to do next?" Hong Yuan said, "I haven't yet told my younger siblings about our parents' deaths and our uncles taking over the house. Tomorrow is Friday and school will be out. I need to head back home immediately, otherwise when they come home and see my uncles it will be too late to keep it a secret." "Why haven't you said anything?" Su Firan wondered, knowing that the death of parents was significant and unavoidable news. "No particular reason, just afraid to start." Hong Yuan replied with a bitter smile, "I need to deal with my uncles first, then I'll talk." Su Firan didn't understand but showed respect, bowing slightly. "My grandfather has asked me to accompany you to Jianghuai province." Hong Yuan was stunned and asked, "Didn't he refuse earlier? What changed his mind?" Su Firan smiled. "The old man is too proud to admit it, but he's always been stubborn on the outside and soft on the inside. You're coming with me to Jianghuai province." Hong Yuan asked, "How old are you?" Su Firan replied, "I'm 5 months older than you, but I was tested for my talents last year, so I started cultivating a few months before you." In families like the De mansion there were facilities to test for talents. Su Firan had her talents tested on her 18th birthday and began cultivating immediately afterward. In contrast, ordinary people without such resources had to wait for the official timing. Hong Yuan was born on January 6, 5009, making Su Firan's birth around August 5008. Having discovered her talents last August, it was now April, so she had been cultivating for about 10 months. Hong Yuan reminded, both my uncles are 8-star martial artists and you don't seem much older than me. How can you be of any help? Although I am only a 6-star martial artist, I believe that should be enough to deal with your two uncles. Su Firen's words, though arrogant, were filled with confidence and assurance. If you end up crying, don't blame me, Hong Yuan joked. From childhood I've only ever made others cry, retorted Su Firen with a joke of his own. When Su Firen first met Hong Yuan, her impression of him was quite poor. She thought he was just a scoundrel looking for trouble. However, after her recent conversation with Su Tianbao, Su Firen's views on Hong Yuan changed significantly. His uncles had taken over the family assets and Hong Yuan thought first to deal with them before even telling his younger siblings. Choosing to face these perils alone, how could one not see him as responsible? It hadn't been long since their parents passed away and Hong Yuan, younger than her by only 6 months, was taking care of family affairs and had come alone to the E-house to seek help, demonstrating his capability to shoulder burdens. Initially, the grandfather had asked if he should help Hongsun avenge their parents, but Hong Yuan refused. The vendetta for his parents' blood was his own to claim, showing a strong-spirited character. Many would tremble before the grandfather, struggling even to speak clearly, but Hong Yuan, facing the pressing demands of the elder, remained articulate and clear about what he wanted to express, thus proving his bravery. Although stubborn, those with a stubborn disposition are usually persistent, staying true to their core. Clearly seeking help, Hong Yuan was neither servile nor compromising. He held on to his principles, responsibilities, and courage, bearing the weight of his burdens, which greatly changed Su Firen's perception of him. In Hong Yuan, Su Firen saw shades of his own father. No wonder the grandfather valued Hongsun so highly, even arranging a marriage between him and Hong Yuan twice. Such a man indeed deserved trust. The grandfather's judgment was never off. In the early hours, under a low-hanging night sky, all was quiet. A crescent moon hung high with stars sprinkled around it. On a high-speed train heading towards Jianghuai province, many passengers had drifted into sleep, leaving only a few awake. Hong Yuan and Su Firen sat facing each other, silent, the atmosphere slightly tense. Eventually Hong Yuan broke the silence with a light cough, drawing Su Firen's attention before asking, "Were my dad and the old master close?" "You could say they were mentor, father and friend all rolled into one," Su Firen replied, then corrected, "I heard from the elders at home that although my grandfather had adopted your dad, they were closer than many biological fathers and sons." Hong Yuan, unaware of this part of his father's history, further inquired, "Why did the old master adopt my dad?" Su Firen shook her head slightly, "I'm not quite clear on the specifics, just bits and pieces overheard from family elders. There was a time when my grandfather was in deep crisis, but his subordinates just stood by. Only your father, without any hesitation, rushed to the forefront to rescue him, nearly losing his life in the process." Su Firen finished speaking and suddenly asked, "I heard your father was quite talented. What level had he reached before he died?" 3-star Martial King, replied Hong Yuan with pride. "That's an extremely high level. He was one of the top masters in Jianghuai province, a 3-star. Martial King is considered a master in Jianghuai but just average in Jiangnan province. Many of my relatives have surpassed your father's level." Su Firen looked surprised and said, "That doesn't make sense. Your dad was already a Martial King when he married your mom. Why hasn't he progressed beyond that level after all these years?" "Because he needed to earn money to support the family. He was always out on missions and had no time to cultivate," Hong Yuan explained, then sighed. "Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you fall back. My grandfather once said in private that your father was loyal and talented. If he had focused on cultivating, he could have reached at least the level of Martial Sec by now." Su Firen said wistfully, "Beauty is a gentle homeland and love is the root of all troubles. Your father was a genius, but in the end he faded into the crowd." Hearing this, Hong Yuan teased, "You're so young yet you speak like an old man." "It's just a heartfelt sentiment," Su Firen replied, changing the subject. "You mentioned earlier that your dad was harmed by an evil cultivator. Do you know who it was?" Hong Yuan shook his head. "I only know some details about the murderer. When my dad died, his heart had been extracted and there was a lot of black substance in his body, like ash. The killer was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, his palms stained with the black substance, and his strength was at least that of a martial emperor." That description, Su Firen pondered and then said, "Sounds like the evil cultivators from Heaven-Devouring Evil sect, a group that likes to hunt down geniuses." "Why does the Heaven-Devouring Evil sect like to hunt geniuses?" Hong Yuan asked. Su Firen hesitated slightly, then explained, "It might sound cruel. they practice a technique called gluttonous law, which allows them to rapidly increase their own cultivation and talent by consuming the hearts of geniuses. Sufirin added, the black substance you mentioned should be Black Death Hand of the heaven-devouring evil sect. Cultivators who practice Black Death Hand usually have pitch-black hands. Heaven-devouring evil sect Black Death Hand. Hong Yuan silently noted these names. Seeing his thoughts, Sufirin quickly warned, your current level is too low, don't throw your life away, you could end up having your heart extracted. I'm not a fool, Hong Yuan sighed. Besides, with my lousy talent, the evil cultivators of the heaven-devouring evil sect wouldn't be interested in my heart. Is your talent really that poor? Sufirin asked. You must not discriminate against me, Hong Yuan warned. Before revealing I have an F-level talent. That is indeed rare. Sufirin fell silent. F-level talent like SSS level is 1 in 10,000, however F-level is 1 in 10,000 at the very bottom, while SSS level represents the pinnacle of genius. Feeling the irony, Sufirin expressed, it's really tough for you having an F-level talent. Your father was exceptionally talented, how could he have produced someone like? That's enough, Hong Yuan cut him off. Hong Yuan abruptly cut off Sufirin's lament and asked, what talents do you have? I won't talk about mine to avoid discouraging you. Sufirin remained silent, partly out of compassion. When they first met yesterday, Hong Yuan was bruised and bleeding from his face and head, having risked stopping her car just to seek help. Moreover, his parents had just passed away and he had been beaten by his two uncles. Like a bullied child, he ran to his own home, seeking help, almost getting hit by her car in the process. Sufirin felt a pang of sorrow thinking about how they were about the same age. The two then fell into silence again. This time, Sufirin broke the silence. Have you learned the Grady Spear technique? The Grady Spear technique? Hong Yuan was puzzled and replied, sounds like a martial art from your Grady house. Didn't your dad teach you the Grady Spear technique? Sufirin frowned, realizing from his words that he might never have heard of it. Given that her grandfather had adopted Hong Sen as his foster son and valued him greatly, he would surely have passed on the Grady Spear technique to him. Hong Yuan shook his head. I've never seen my dad use a spear, he always fought using his fists. Sufirin remained silent. No wonder her grandfather said Hong Sen was stubborn. After severing ties with her grandfather because it belonged to the Su family, Hong Sen never taught the technique to Hong Yuan and his siblings, nor did he use it again. What is this Grady Spear technique? Hong Yuan asked. Did my dad also know this? Whether your dad knew the Grady Spear technique, I'm not sure, Sufirin replied, choosing to keep it hidden. She explained further, in ancient times there were 10 heroes among humans, one of whom was known as the Grady Spear Immortal. Our Su family descends from this person. The Grady Spear technique was created by the Grady Spear Immortal, and people in our family practice it from a young age. But as children without talent and realm, we could only learn the basic moves. Hong Yuan was astonished. Your family has the bloodline of one of the ancient 10 heroes. That's a character from legends, Sufirin modestly said. We're just a collateral line, don't exaggerate. Hey, overdoing humility is the same as being arrogant. Has anyone ever told you that you really put on airs? Do I? Of course. Where am I putting on airs? That statement itself is quite pretentious. As the high-speed train headed north, the two chatted all night, with Sufirin's light laughter occasionally heard. Time silently slipped by. When they reached Jianghuai province, it was already 4 in the afternoon. With 1 hour until school ended, Hong Yuan hurriedly took Sufirin on a car ride home. The taxi from the high-speed rail station to Hong Yuan's neighborhood took only 20 minutes. As they walked, Sufirin asked, what are you planning to do? I'll talk first, Hong Yuan replied fiercely, but whether the talk succeeds or not, you'll end up giving them a good beating. Hearing this, Sufirin's lips curved into a slight smile. Are you still trying to vent your anger? As they entered the elevator, Hong Yuan pointed to his head and said, it's not about venting anger, it's about reciprocating. The elevator quickly reached the 16th floor and the door to Hong Yuan's apartment was wide open. The voices of his second and third uncles could be heard from inside. I just called Wang Defa, and the compensation for the deaths of our elder brother and sister-in-law in the line of duty should be issued in the next few days. The apartment across is Xiao Jian's. We should talk to Wang Defa and get our hands on Xiao Jian's place too. Then you can live in our big brother's apartment and I'll live in Xiao Jian's. We'd be neighbors. Just wait for the elder brother's compensation to be handed out. I'm worried Wang Defa might pull something. If he keeps his promise, we'll approach him about planning for Xiao Jian's apartment and the compensation. Second and third uncle were discussing and plotting loudly inside the house. Hearing this, Hong Yuan was so angry he was itching with rage. These two were planning to seize their own Family's property and compensation, and even Xiao Jian's like true beasts. With the door wide open, Hong Yuan pushed it open further. Upon seeing Hong Yuan, his third uncle froze and said, "You dare to come back?" His second uncle snorted coldly, "You're only alive because you're my brother's son. Last time we spared your life. You really don't know what's good for you. Let me say this." Hong Yuan looked at them and asked, "Are you leaving or not?" Second uncle narrowed his eyes, his tone disdainful this time. "If I don't beat you so badly you can't get out of bed for 3 months, I won't carry the Hong surname." Third uncle, a bit more observant, noticed Su Firen behind Hong Yuan. Seeing she was just a young girl, he relaxed. "Thought you brought some expert, but it's just a little girl. Who are you trying to scare?" Then he continued, mocking, "Your mom is an only child, no uncles to help you, and relatives on your big brother's side seeing us too definitely won't help you either. Can I make a move?" Su Firen asked Hong Yuan, her tone filled with anger. Hong Yuan felt uncertain. His two uncles were 8-star martial masters and Su Firen was only a 6-star, plus he couldn't help much. Su Firen would have to fight alone, and with the gap in their levels the odds were low. Su Firen stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Hong Yuan, then took out 2 sections of a gun barrel and a gun tip from her backpack. Helplessly Hong Yuan muttered about last-minute preparations. Su Firen started assembling the spear, first connecting the 2 barrel sections, twisting and pushing them tightly together. Third uncle couldn't understand what Su Firen was doing. He looked at Hong Yuan and said, "Are you leaving or not? If not, I might call the police." Hong Yuan laughed in response, astonished at the audacity of these two treating this place as if it were their own home. How could there be such shameless people in the world? Second uncle, trying to intimidate Hong Yuan, bluffed, "I'll have Wang Defa throw you in jail to keep you from bothering us in the future, maybe for 3 to 5 years. That would calm you down." Su Firen finished assembling the gun barrel and then picked up the gun tip, aligning it with the threaded interface at the front of the spear. Rotating and pushing it in, she secured it with a click. The room was cramped, not ideal for wielding a long spear, and Hong Yuan cautioned, "Be careful." Su Firen held her spear tightly, speaking lightly, "I need not be cautious." Uncle San wanted to argue, saying, "Little girl, I do not strike women, but if you dare to make a move, do not blame me." His words were cut short as a flash of silver streaked through the room, followed by the spear lashing out like a dragon. Hong Yuan couldn't even see clearly when the spear had already pierced through Uncle San's shoulder, creating a clean exit wound. Su Firen drew back her spear forcefully and blood spurted from Uncle San's shoulder, flowing freely. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Air's heart leapt with fear. He grabbed a table beside him and hurled it towards Su Firen. Without dodging, Su Firen swung her spear from above downwards, slicing the table into 2 halves as effortlessly as if cutting through silk. After throwing the table, Uncle Air didn't attack but instead was the first to open the window, preparing to escape by jumping out. Su Firen didn't give him the chance. She thrust her spear forward, pinning Uncle Air against the window. At the critical moment, it was Uncle San who showed more courage. Seeing Su Firen unarmed, he fiercely overcame his fear and lunged towards her. Su Firen stood unflinchingly, her eyes calm as she faced Uncle San, who seemed to be propelled like an arrow. She slowly extended a punch. It appeared slow, as if performing Tai Chi. But Uncle San's body seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, involuntarily flying towards Su Firen's fist. In an instant, as the punch landed, there was only a dull thud. Like a kite with its string cut, Uncle San crashed heavily into the wall, stirring up dust, and the whole room shook with the impact. Su Firen retracted her fist and stood her ground, her expression as serene as still water, as if the startling punch was merely routine. Uncle San lay on the ground, continuously spitting out blood. Uncle Air, pinned against the window, screamed in agony. Su Firen approached Uncle Air, pulled out her spear and asked quietly, "Do you now see your mistake?" Uncle Air howled miserably and collapsed weakly to the ground, yet he defiantly retorted, "My elder brother's possession should rightfully be mine. What wrong have I done?" He spoke as if it were the most natural claim, a habit of leeching off his brother. Su Firen, infuriated, declared, "Your mistake lies in not understanding that before a brother inherits, there should be a son who does." Uncle San roared, "Our parents only loved my elder brother, they gave everything to him. Why shouldn't I take some money, or his house? Why can't I have it? I can't talk sense into you. Go and argue with the king of hell." Su Firen's spear in hand moved to skewer them both like sugar-glazed haws. Just then Hong Yuan, hearing this, leapt in front of the spear and shouted, "Stop, are you mad?" Su Firen, startled, exclaimed, "I almost stabbed you." Hong Yuan spoke with a sorrowful tone, "I'd loved nothing more than to tear them apart, but before my father died he made me promise to spare their lives. Besides taking care of my younger siblings, this was the only thing he asked of me. Although I've rarely listened to him in my life, I can't just ignore his last wish. Upon hearing this, Su Firan withdrew her spear and said, "This is your family matter, do as you please, but remember your father only asked you to spare their lives." Hong Yuan added, "Could you possibly break all the bones in their hands and feet and cripple their cultivation levels as well? It would prevent them from troubling me in the future." Su Firan raised her spear again, echoing, "This is your family matter, do as you please." The uncle's face showed terror as he exclaimed, "Hong Yuan, you wouldn't dare." To which Hong Yuan responded with a smile, "I might not dare, but this sister here does." Su Firan's spear danced, emitting a faint dragon chant. In the blink of an eye, both uncles had their hands, feet, and their abdominal dantians burst open, spilling blood. Screams of agony filled the room. Hong Yuan threw both men into the elevator, then left them to their fate. As Su Firan dismantled her spear, she remarked, "You're just throwing trash around. My siblings are coming home soon, the house is a mess and I still have to clean up. I don't have time to deal with them." After saying this, Hong Yuan returned to his room, grabbed a basin and a towel and hurriedly began wiping up the blood. Su Firan stepped forward to help, and just before Hong Lan and Hong Hu returned home, they had managed to tidy the house back to its original state. "Brother," Hong Lan's voice came from the doorway, "why is there blood in the elevator? Must be someone's careless leakage." Hong Yuan feigned ignorance with a slightly crude excuse. Hong Hu sniffed around and puzzledly asked, "Why does the house also smell of blood? This kid must have a dog's nose even after I sprayed air freshener." "This is Sister Su Firan. Say hello, guys." Hong Yuan deflected further questions. Both siblings wisely greeted Sister Su. Su Firan nodded and then looked towards Hong Yuan, her eyes signaling, "Your uncles have been dealt with. When are you planning to tell them about your parents?" Seeing the carefree expressions on Hong Lan and Hong Hu's faces, Hong Yuan shook his head. "Let's wait a bit longer." Suddenly, a crying voice came from outside. "Director Wang, you must stand up for our family." Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan frowned. It was the voices of his second and third aunts. As Hong Lan and Hong Hu had just entered without closing the door, the two aunts followed behind Wang Defa, accusing and demanding. Wang Defa bluntly said, "Hong Yuan, these two are accusing you of intentional harm. You need to come with us to the Public Security Bureau." The second aunt pointed at Hong Yuan and cursed, "You beast, it was too cruel to destroy your second uncle's cultivation, not to mention breaking his limbs." The third aunt, no longer as arrogant as before, wept, "You've gone too far. How are we supposed to live now? How are you supposed to live?" Su Firan scoffed coldly, "Did you ever consider how Hong Yuan and his siblings were supposed to live when you took their house and demanded 1/3 of the compensation? You didn't even spare their lives. If one is responsible, one should bear the consequences. I chose the hardships we faced. It was me who was involved, not Hong Yuan. If you have a problem, come to me, not him." Su Firan declared sternly, then added, "Moreover, I didn't take their lives." Sanand cried out to Wang Defa, "See, she's being unreasonable. We were even ready to give you half of the compensation money. You must stand up for us." Fearing that Sanand might say something inappropriate, Wang Defa immediately waved to the security bureau staff behind him, "Arrest Hong Yuan and this woman." "Are you sure you want to arrest me?" Su Firan stared at Wang Defa, issuing a challenge. Wang Defa bellowed, "Of course. Do you think I'm joking?" Su Firan pulled out a token from his pocket. Engraved on the token were the characters 4-E. "I am Su Firan of the De House. Who dares to touch me?" Wang Defa, upon seeing the token, trembled all over and quickly knelt down, knocking his head on the ground. "I was just kidding. Everything I said was false." Su Firan ignored him and turned to the security bureau staff. "Lock up these two women, their husbands, and this director Wang, all of them in jail." Wang Defa, as the head of the security bureau, reported to the director, who was under the minister. Even the minister would tremble before Su Tianbao. Thus, seeing the DE token, the security bureau staff did not hesitate and immediately handcuffed Wang Defa and the two aunts on the spot. After Su Firan finished all this, he stepped outside to make a phone call. Hong Lan's eyes were already red. She had held back her tears because of the crowd, but now that everyone had left, she began to cry, asking, "Big brother, what happened to mom and dad?" Nothing happened. Hong Yuan couldn't bring himself to say it outright. "The compensation money that second aunt mentioned, whose is it?" Hong Lan stared intently at Hong Yuan, the tears streaming down. "Don't lie to me. Mom and dad went on a mission nearly 2 months ago. It shouldn't take this long, and they've completely disappeared without a word." Hong Hu, slower to react, finally understood upon hearing this. "That's not true. Dad is a martial king. He couldn't possibly be dead." Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Hong Yuan went back to his room, took out his parents' ashes, and then explained everything to them. When Su Firen finished his phone call and returned to the room, he found the three huddled together, crying. Hong Hu cried and cursed, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Hong Yuan cried as he explained, "Even if I had told you, what could you have done? Could you have fought against your second and third uncles? Could you have brought mom and dad back to life? I wanted to tell you, but instead of worrying you both, I thought it best to deal with these matters myself and then tell you when the time was right." Women are naturally endowed with the capacity to love, and so Su Firen couldn't help but shed tears when she witnessed the scene before her. The group cried throughout the night, and time quickly advanced to the next evening. Hong Lan and Hong Hu locked themselves in their rooms, causing Su Firen some concern. Seeing this, Hong Yuan comforted her, "Don't worry, give it a few days. I was the same way before." Su Firen asked, "Have you stopped feeling sad?" "Sometimes the memories come back and I can't help but tear up," Hong Yuan replied with a forced smile. "But, as I told my grandfather, we must look forward. I need to take care of Hong Lan and Hong Hu. We can't dwell in sadness forever. It could lead to depression." Su Firen then mentioned Wang Defa has been stripped of his position and is now in jail, likely facing life imprisonment. Hong Yuan, curious, asked, "Was his crime that severe?" Su Firen explained, "My grandfather intervened, so he was dealt with severely. What about my two uncles and aunt? I'm not sure about them. They're probably locked up for a while too," she replied. "As for the compensation for your parents who died in the line of duty, it should have been transferred to your account today. Have you received any calls?" Hong Yuan confirmed, "The security bureau works efficiently. I've already received the funds, over 5 million, but I've only kept 100,000 for myself." Seeing Su Firen's curious look, Hong Yuan explained, "I gave the rest to Hong Lan and Hong Hu, 2.5 million each. I've used a lot of family money in the past, so it's only right that they have the compensation. Once your family matters are settled, I need to return to Dai Mansion." Su Firen then pulled out a book from her pocket and handed it to Hong Yuan, saying, "My grandfather asked me to give this to you." Seeing the title Dai Gun Manual on the book, Hong Yuan immediately pushed it back, saying, "This can't be right. You said it yourself, we need to look forward." Su Firen smiled, "Your father was my grandfather's sworn son, making you his grandsons as well, so you three can also learn the Dai Gun Manual." Fearing Hong Yuan might refuse, she added, "My grandfather also said to keep in touch and to visit during the new year if you have time." Hong Yuan, moved by her words, accepted the manual and nodded. "I'll bring Hong Lan and Hong Hu to visit the old man during the new year." Su Firen bowed respectfully. "Until we meet again." As the sun set, its rays shone through the window onto the girl turning away, her high ponytail swaying. When Hong Yuan and Su Firen boarded the high-speed train, he could turn to the fourth page of his diary. However, because they were constantly talking, Hong Yuan didn't get the chance to look at the content on the fourth page. Grateful for her long journey to help him, Hong Yuan expressed his gratitude and wanted to treat Su Firen to a meal, but she was in a hurry to get home, so he could only escort her to the train station. By the time Hong Yuan got home, it was already late at night, and only then did he have the time to check his diary. He flipped to the fourth page. The content mirrored reality, with Su Firen dealing with his second and third uncles, followed by Wang Defa causing trouble. The diary continued with his own efforts to strive and restart his cultivation practice, which he kept up until the end of the fourth page, the last line dated May 30th. Seeing the contents of the diary, Hong Yuan started his meditation and breathwork, cultivating until the next morning. He tried to turn to the fifth page, but the diary remained on the fourth. Hong Yuan guessed that if the last recorded event was a trivial matter, such as cultivating, playing games, or sleeping, even if he completed these tasks, he wouldn't be able to turn the page. Thus, he would have to wait until May 30th to move on to the fifth page. Today was April 15th. There was still a month and a half to go until May 30th. Thinking about this, Hong Yuan felt a headache coming on. What kind of rule was this? Why couldn't he turn the page after completing trivial matters? Whoever came up with this must have a bizarre sense of humor. With the college entrance exam competition approaching at the end of July, just 3.5 months away, he needed to focus sharply on his cultivation to achieve good results. Hong Yuan ate something light and continued his seated meditation, diligently cultivating. He practiced the 8-9 mystical art, a top-tier cultivation technique. However, his F-grade talent was a significant hindrance, making his absorption of spiritual energy slow. Those with A-grade talents, even if they practiced a common technique worth a mere 1,000 yuan, could absorb spiritual energy much faster than Hong Yuan. It was as if Hong Yuan held an unparalleled divine weapon but only possessed the strength of a 3-star martial artist, allowing him to unleash just a tiny fraction of the weapon's power. Yet, for Hong Yuan at the moment, that tiny fraction was sufficient for his needs, at least allowing his cultivation speed to compete with those of B-grade talent. Su Firen had sat on a high-speed train for 16 hours before finally returning to Dai Mansion, though it was already late evening. The next morning, Su Firen went to meet Su Tianbao and reported the process of the recent events. Hearing Su Firen's handling of the situation, Su Tianbao expressed his satisfaction. "You did very well." Despite completing her report, Su Firen's face still showed anger. Hong Yuan's two uncles were truly detestable. "If it were me, I wouldn't have spared their lives." Su Tianbao, stroking his white beard, chuckled. "That's why you're you and Hong Yuan is Hong Yuan. If everyone thought like you, what would the world be like? I'm just really upset." Su Firen's youthful face was flushed with anger, genuinely upset on Hong Yuan's behalf, although she appeared charismatic in front of Hong Yuan. Su Firen was still only 18 and showed her true, somewhat childish nature when with Su Tianbao alone. "What do you think about Hong Yuan?" suddenly asked Su Tianbao, then added, "From what you've just said, it seems you think highly of him." Su Firen replied, "He's truly a man, principled, responsible, spirited and bold, able to handle matters much better than those young masters I usually meet." "Such a good man," mused Su Tianbao, then asked out of the blue, "Does he have a girlfriend?" Hong Yuan just mentioned this. He had a girlfriend before, but they broke up after 3 or 4 months. Apparently, she dumped him because his talent was too poor. Since they broke up over differing talents, Su Tianbao was quite curious and asked, "What kind of talent does Hong Yuan have? Is it really that bad?" Su Firen smiled and nodded, replying, "He has the lowest and F-grade talent." Su Tianbao was somewhat speechless but still said, "Our family has power and wealth, a large business, and we have experts. So when our girls choose a man, the most important thing is to discern his character. Since you speak so highly of Hong Yuan and he happens to be single, why not try getting to know him better? Hong Yuan is Hong Sen's son, so his character is definitely not an issue." Su Firen blushed slightly, looking bewildered. Su Tianbao asserted firmly, "What's wrong with that? You were originally Hong Yuan's fiancé. When Hong Sen came to call off the engagement years ago, our Dai Mansion did not agree. Hong Sen unilaterally tearing up the marriage contract does not mean it's voided. A breach of contract needs mutual consent, and as long as we don't agree, your engagement is still valid." Upon hearing this, Su Firen immediately responded, "I'm not without suitors, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Since he's the one who called off the engagement, I certainly won't take him back. What this really means is he can take it or leave it, but I, Su Firen, have my own little temper too." Su Tianbao found a loophole and quickly reminded, "First of all, it was Hong Sen who called off the engagement, not Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan was just 2 or 3 years old at the time. He certainly wasn't the one to call it off. If we're talking about that, there's indeed no problem. Hong Yuan was just a child then, so the breakup has little to do with him." Su Tianbao persuasively continued, "At your age, your skills are already very high enough to handle the college entrance exam. Jianghuai province has many historical sites, and since you have always been busy with your cultivation, this could be a good chance for a break." Su Firen wanted to refuse, saying Hong Yuan also needs to cultivate and he's going to participate in the martial arts college entrance exam. With his F-grade talent, he should just scrape by rather than compete. Su Tianbao spoke a harsh truth, then quickly changed the subject. "Moreover, his level is so low you could actually go there and coach him. I admit I have a slight fondness for Hong Yuan, but I just come home and rushing to see him seems a bit inappropriate." After a moment of thought, Su Firen said, "I'll go see him when I have time." "As you wish." Su Tianbao had no objections. He had always regretted not becoming in-laws with Hong Sen. Moreover, if he could make this good match happen, Hong Sen would be furious even in his grave. It felt like a win-win situation, and just thinking about it made Su Tianbao exceedingly pleased. April 30th. During this period, Hong Yuan diligently practiced and finally generated 40 breaths of spiritual qi, successfully breaking through to a 4-star martial artist. The white qi ball inside him had grown as big as a bottle cap, and its color had also intensified. Breaking through to a 5-star martial artist requires the absorption of 50 breaths of spiritual energy. Based on the current pace, it is estimated that the breakthrough would only happen by mid-May. This speed is frustratingly slow. Hong Yuan felt a bit restless, but he closed his eyes and continued his breathing exercises, managing to refine another breath of spiritual energy successfully. However, suddenly he felt a heat surge throughout his body, and inexplicable heat spreading to his limbs and bones. Hong Yuan's body grew hotter, sweat continuously seeping from his pores, quickly evaporated by the heat on his skin, forming white steam. Was he deviating in his cultivation? Quickly Hong Yuan stood up and ran to the bathroom to douse his body with cold water. However, the heat originated from his dantian and spread to his limbs and bones, not just the surface of his skin, so cooling down with cold water was minimally effective. Due to the scorching energy, black impurities continuously seeped from Hong Yuan's pores, emitting a faintly foul smell. He couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Time passed, and after an hour, the intense heat slowly dissipated. Hong Yuan collapsed in the bathroom, his body completely drenched, feeling extremely thirsty. He struggled to open his mouth, swallowing the cold water spraying from the shower. After resting for 3 hours, he barely had the strength to stand. Still feeling weak and exhausted, Hong Yuan returned to his room and fainted on his bed, only waking up the next day. What happened last night? Did he make a mistake in his cultivation, or was it a deviation? Hong Yuan had heard from Hong Sin about deviating in cultivation. Such deviations during practice could cause severe injuries or even death. His condition, characterized by heat and slight weakness, was not as severe as true deviation. It must have been a mistake in cultivation, Hong Yuan thought, and he took out his smartphone to search for information. Looking at his phone, he read about others who had made mistakes in their cultivation, typically involving vomiting blood, fainting, numbness in the limbs, or bleeding from all orifices. None matched his symptoms of overall body heat and black impurities emerging from his pores. Hong Yuan could only type into the search bar, body overheating and black impurities emerging from pores during cultivation. Immediate results appeared on the screen. In ancient times, due to the uniqueness of certain martial arts techniques, the spiritual energy absorbed during cultivation would refine the body, making it sturdier. Furthermore, some rare techniques not only fortified the body after each refinement but also endowed the cultivator with divine abilities and powers included in the technique. Upon reading the second entry, Hong Yuan instantly recalled, humans have a fate of 8 yins and 9 yangs, and thus practicing the 8-9 mysterious art would eliminate 8 instances of yin and merge 9 instances of yang. Each integration of yang would significantly elevate one's cultivation level. Each elimination of yin would bestow a divine ability. Since his cultivation level remained at 4-star and had not improved, it meant that he had eliminated an instance of yin. By dispelling the 8 shades of yin, one obtains divine powers. Growing stronger with battle, eyes of the heavenly Tao, gathering chi of the 3 origins, 72 transformations, soaring earthly golden light, 3 heads and 6 arms, law mimicking the heavens and earth, and the immortal primordial spirit. Having dispelled 1 shade of yin, I acquired the first power, growing stronger with battle. As described in the mystical arts of 8-9, this power means becoming braver with every battle, growing stronger with each fight. Each time the body is attacked, the chi within grows. The stronger the attack, the more chi increases. This explanation of growing stronger with battle can be simply understood as getting stronger through taking hits. Hong Yuan had previously encountered this power. After being punched twice by his uncle, he awoke to find his body mysteriously enriched with several breaths of chi, leading to a breakthrough to a 3-star martial artist on the high-speed train. At the time, Hong Yuan had no idea what had happened, thinking perhaps his uncle's punches had unblocked his meridian channels, so he didn't give it much thought. Now, reading the description on his phone, he immediately realized the connection. With his poor innate talent and slow cultivation speed, meditating 15 hours a day only generated 3 breaths of chi. But with the power of growing stronger with battle, he could forego traditional cultivation and seek out a new path, finding people to beat him up. Since taking hits makes him stronger, why bother with the arduous cultivation? Hong Yuan quickly dressed and rushed out the door, but as he exited his residential area, he fell into confusion. With no enemies from the past or present, how could he get someone to hit him for no reason? He thought of Sun Xiaochuan and Long Ao Tian, both of whom bore grudges against him. A slight provocation might just do the trick to get a free beating. He wasn't sure where Long Ao Tian lived, but he remembered where Sun Xiaochuan's house was. Back in high school, when Sun Xiaochuan bullied a quiet classmate, Hong Yuan couldn't stand by and chased him all the way to his house. Riding his electric scooter, he made his way to an old city district where the buildings showed signs of aging. Suddenly, in a secluded alley, he noticed a fat man blocking a girl's path. "I'm busy, I don't have time to have lunch with you," the girl said nervously, trying to escape the fat man's grasp. Thinking himself suave, the fat man leaned one hand against the wall, blocking her way. "I'm a grade A talent, already a 6-star martial artist. Stick with me, and you'll live comfortably," the girl pleaded. "I already have a boyfriend. Please, just leave me alone." His face turned ferocious. "Bullshit, I asked your best friend. You don't have a boyfriend. You're not fooling me. I've been asking you out so many times today, you will agree." As he was about to grab her, the girl screamed in terror. This fat man was none other than Sun Xiaochuan. Seeing this, Hong Yuan shouted, "You beast, let go of that girl." Sun Xiaochuan had purchased the Eternal Sun physique from an old beggar. Despite being an A-level talent, his skills should have surpassed those of a 6-star warrior. After practicing this technique, Hong Yuan quickly realized that Sun Xiaochuan probably had a lazy nature, practicing only 2 or 3 hours a day, which is why he was still just a 6-star warrior, merely 2 minor realms higher than himself. Giving him the Eternal Sun physique seemed like a waste. Turning his head, Sun Xiaochuan saw Hong Yuan standing there and scoffed from afar, "It's a dog, up close it's Hong Yuan." Hearing this, Hong Yuan got a bit angry and retorted, "You've become bold, daring to speak to me like this." Sun Xiaochuan continued, "I've heard that your dad died and you're still an F-level talent. I was only afraid of your father before, so I didn't fight back. Did you think I was afraid of you? Knowing one's own F-level talent isn't common, and family disgraces aren't to be aired publicly." Hong Lan and Hong Hu wouldn't tell others. Xiao Xiao was in secret training and Su Firan had returned to Jiangnan province, so it must have been Lu Ruyan, the big-mouthed girl, spreading the word. "I think you're just afraid of me. I'm standing right here. Do you dare to make a move?" Hong Yuan taunted. Sun Xiaochuan looked at Hong Yuan, a 6-star warrior himself, while Hong Yuan was merely a 4-star. The advantage was his. "You think I'm still afraid of you? I'm going to teach you a lesson today." With great speed, Sun Xiaochuan closed the distance and punched Hong Yuan in the chest. Hong Yuan didn't dodge or evade and took the punch, staggering back a few steps, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Actually, Hong Yuan could have counterattacked but hesitated, fearing he might hurt Sun Xiaochuan, who was known to be quite pain-averse. Hurting him might deter him from attacking further. Besides, Sun Xiaochuan was helping him cultivate. It would be somewhat excessive to strike back. After taking the punch, a new breath of spiritual energy emerged within Hong Yuan, who wiped the blood from his mouth and said disdainfully, "Are you sure you're a 6-star warrior?" Sun Xiaochuan, who had always been somewhat afraid of Hong Yuan due to a past beating, felt emboldened seeing Hong Yuan bleed. Rolling up his sleeves, he walked menacingly toward Hong Yuan. "You dare talk to me like that? I'll make sure you remember this lesson." Hong Yuan glanced at a girl being harassed and told her, "You better leave." The girl muttered a thanks and then ran off. Hong Yuan's gesture wasn't entirely altruistic. He also didn't want others to see him being beaten up by Sun Xiaochuan. Sun Xiaochuan didn't chase after the girl but instead grabbed Hong Yuan by the hair with his left hand and punched his stomach twice with his right. With each punch, 2 more breaths of spiritual energy appeared within his body. Despite the pain, Hong Yuan almost couldn't suppress a laugh. Sun Xiaochuan was too weak, so after throwing 3 punches he only managed to gather 3 breaths of spiritual qi. On the other hand, his uncle, a 8-star martial master, had held back in his punches initially, allowing Hong Yuan to gain more than a dozen breaths of spiritual qi. Mocking, Hong Yuan taunted, "Is that all the strength you have? You sure talk tough, kid." Spurred on, Sun Xiaochuan put even more force into his blows. With a mighty punch to Hong Yuan's chest, Hong Yuan's body immediately gained 2 more breaths of spiritual qi. It seemed the harder he was hit, the more spiritual qi he received. However, that forceful punch from Sun Xiaochuan nearly brought Hong Yuan to his knees due to the intense pain, tears streaming from his eyes. If it weren't for the negative energy he had dispelled the night before, which had tempered his body and made it more robust, he might not have withstood the punch. Wiping his tears secretly, Hong Yuan looked up and continued to mock. "Was that your best shot?" "I didn't feel much." Infuriated, Sun Xiaochuan swung his fist hard at Hong Yuan's face. Unyielding, Hong Yuan retorted, "If you can, then kill me. Otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow." Sun Xiaochuan threw another punch, this time hitting Hong Yuan's nose. Still defiant, Hong Yuan scoffed, "Your punches are weaker than a 3-year-old's." Grinding his teeth, Sun Xiaochuan aimed a fierce blow lower. Hong Yuan cursed and blocked, protecting his groin while saying, "We can fight, but that's below the belt, man." Unfazed, Sun Xiaochuan gasped for breath, his chubby body already showing signs of fatigue from the exertion. "Exhausted already? Is that all you've got?" Hong Yuan's tone was stern, like a strict but caring father. As they exchanged punches and insults, a few minutes later an alarm sounded. The security bureau was on their way. Startled by the alarm, Sun Xiaochuan looked around frantically and fled. Half-kneeling, Hong Yuan grumbled that the girl who must have called the police was too meddlesome, as he hadn't had enough fun yet. The girl arrived with Uncle Wang, who, seeing Hong Yuan beaten, hurriedly asked, "Who did this to you?" Pretending to have fallen accidentally, Hong Yuan didn't want to expose Sun Xiaochuan, fearing no one would fight him if he were arrested. The girl attempted to speak, but Hong Yuan quickly interjected, "Thank you, Uncle Wang, but I'm really okay, don't worry." "About me," Uncle Wang sighed. "I know you're upset about your parents' death, but you shouldn't demean yourself like this." This left Hong Yuan speechless, only managing to retort stubbornly, "I'm fine, I'm leaving." Then limping he left the narrow alley under their watchful eyes. Back home with bruises on his chest and stomach, he could only lie face down on his bed. It was a lie to say the beating didn't hurt, but he had gained 24 breaths of spiritual qi, something that would normally take 8 days of 15 hours of training each day. Despite the pain, the gain was sweet. One more beating from Sun Xiaochuan might just push him to break through to a 5-star warrior. That night, as Hong Lan came to call him for dinner, hiding his bruises, Hong Yuan lied about cultivating instead, not wanting to worry them. After half a month, Hong Lan and Hong Hu gradually emerged from the grief of losing their parents, yet they still teared up occasionally when memories of their parents surfaced. After a night's rest, the bruises had faded significantly and the pain had lessened. As a 4-star martial artist who had also dispelled a negative energy, Hong Yuan's recovery was naturally much faster than that of an ordinary person. By noon, both Hong Lan and Hong Hu had gone to school, and the doorbell rang. Hong Yuan loudly asked, "Who is it?" A timid voice responded from outside, "It's me." Recognizing the voice, Hong Yuan reluctantly got up to open the door. Standing at the door was a not-so-tall girl with her head bowed, wearing a faded school uniform and cloth shoes with a hole in them. This girl was the one harassed by Sun Xiaochuan yesterday. Hong Yuan didn't know her name. With her head still lowered, the girl timidly said, holding a basket of eggs, "My name is Ing Huanhuan, thank you for yesterday. Please, come inside to talk." After a moment's hesitation, Hong Yuan invited Ing Huanhuan inside and then asked, "How did you know where I live?" Upon seeing the lavish decor of Hong Yuan's house, Ing Huanhuan slightly hid the basket of eggs behind her. "The uncle from the Security Bureau told me. I asked him first." Hong Yuan took out a bottle of drink from the fridge and offered it to Ing Huanhuan. "I don't have any boiled water, would you drink this instead?" "I won't drink it." Ing Huanhuan shook her head, adding, "Thank you, have a seat." Hong Yuan gestured towards the sofa, then asked, "What brings you here?" "I'd rather not sit, I'm afraid of dirtying your sofa," Ing Huanhuan replied, then gratefully extended the basket of eggs. "Thank you for yesterday, these are to help nourish your body." From Ing Huanhuan's attire, Hong Yuan could tell her family was quite ordinary. The basket of eggs might have been the best thing they had, but if he refused, it could make Ing Huanhuan feel even more inferior. However, accepting the eggs when he only incidentally helped her seemed unjustified and undeserving. Since Ing Huanhuan kept her head down, Hong Yuan couldn't see her expression and tried to change the subject. "Why do you keep your head down? Doesn't your neck get tired?" "I'm used to it, so it doesn't tire." Her voice was low, seemingly embarrassed. "You come to thank me without even looking up, not even a proper glance at me." Although Hong Yuan was joking, Ing Huanhuan immediately looked up, her voice panicked. No, I didn't mean any disrespect, just a glance." And Hong Yuan thought to himself, no wonder Sun Xiaochuan harassed Ing Huanhuan, she really is pretty. With her large, pitiful eyes, cherry-like lips, and skin as white as snow, and slightly flushed cheeks from excitement, she looked like a startled little rabbit, resembling the currently popular internet aesthetic of pale, young and thin, giving off an impression of delicate beauty. "After my parents passed away, the three of us at home didn't know how to cook, so we always ordered takeout. This basket of eggs is wasted on me, you should take it back home." Hong Yuan pushed the basket of eggs back to Ing Huanhuan. "How can that be?" Ing Huanhuan lowered her head, her legs together, her hands tightly clutching the corner of her clothes, her tone filled with guilt and gratitude. "Because of me you were beaten so badly by Sun Xiaochuan." Hong Yuan was at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't say he did it for cultivation purposes. Ing Huanhuan wouldn't believe that. "If Sun Xiaochuan harasses you again, call me." Hong Yuan took out his phone and asked, "What's your phone number?" "I don't have a cell phone, and you can't beat Sun Xiaochuan either." But Ing Huanhuan didn't voice that last part. Hearing this, Hong Yuan scratched his head. Ing Huanhuan's family was poor, how could she possibly have a mobile phone? He felt a bit like someone who couldn't appreciate simplicity. "Wait for me." Hong Yuan went back to his room, rummaging through his belongings and holding out a phone that he had stopped using not long ago. "This phone is almost new. I only used it for about half a year. You take it." Ing Huanhuan quickly waved her hands to refuse. "I don't want it. I'm not giving it to you for free. You have to help me too. If you see Sun Xiaochuan, remember his location." Hong Yuan handed the phone to Ing Huanhuan, saying, "This is really important to me, please." It was By chance that he encountered Sun Xiachuan in the old city district yesterday, he might not be so lucky next time, so Hong Yuan needed an informant. Ing Huanhuan hesitated slightly but eventually took the phone. His house is right across from mine. If I see Sun Xiachuan going out, I'll message you. Hong Yuan nodded and then took out a book from his pocket, handing it to Ing Huanhuan as compensation. Ing Huanhuan glanced at the book, which had the title Tai Shang Gon Ing Pian on the cover. Tai Shang Gon Ing Pian was a common cultivation manual, and although the title sounded impressive, it was priced at only 4,000 yuan. Ing Huanhuan didn't even have a cell phone, let alone an expensive cultivation method. Hong Yuan had already purchased Tai Shang Gon Ing Pian, but he later acquired the much superior Ba Jiu Xin Gong, and now he was simply passing on a favor. I already have a cultivation method, keeping this one is a waste, and you can't refuse me, I've saved you before. After all, you have to act with integrity. Hong Yuan rambled on. His kindness towards Ing Huanhuan was not because of her beauty. Moreover, after seeing the last page of the diary, he swore he would never let Xiao Xiao down. Hong Yuan's help was purely out of a sense of injustice. That's why he stepped in to help, just as simple as when he used to help a bullied honest classmate in the past. Hong Sen, the deputy director of the Security Bureau, influenced Hong Yuan, thus fostering his instinct to stand up against injustice. The two hastily ended their conversation, and Ing Huanhuan not only didn't manage to give away the eggs but also ended up with Hong Yuan's phone and cultivation manual. As she walked out of the room, her mind was still a bit dazed. Another day passed, and the bruises on Hong Yuan had faded significantly and the pain was almost imperceptible. He called Ing Huanhuan, and upon learning that Sun Xiachuan was at home, he immediately rode his electric scooter to the old town. Hong Yuan grabbed a brick and smashed it through the window of Sun Xiachuan's house. Sun Xiachuan came out to check, and Hong Yuan, hiding in the shadows, hurled another brick, hitting Sun Xiachuan on the head. Then, one chasing the other, they ran into a deserted alley. Young men have their pride, and being beaten in public would be humiliating for Hong Yuan, which is why he fled to the secluded alley. Facing Sun Xiachuan's fists, Hong Yuan covered his head and crouched on the ground, shielding his face and only exposing his back to the blows. Sun Xiachuan kicked and punched the cowering Hong Yuan, his fists raining down like a tempest on Hong Yuan's back. Hong Yuan moaned in pain, thinking foolishly to himself, Sun Xiachuan, lash me fiercely. The pain and injury you inflict on me will only nourish me, helping me grow stronger. The pains that don't kill me only make me stronger. Sun Xiachuan continued for 10 minutes until Hong Yuan passed out. Only then did he feel vindicated, cursing as he left the alley. It took 2 hours for Hong Yuan to regain consciousness, feeling as if his back was pierced by needles, every movement a torment. Yet, the ordeal had its rewards. He gained 60 strands of spiritual energy, breaking through to a 5-star martial artist with 10 breaths of spiritual energy to spare. After resting at home for a day and slightly recovering, Hong Yuan immediately mobilized his spiritual energy and broke through to a 5-star martial artist. However, the injuries were severe and he rested at home for 4 days before going out to provoke Sun Xiachuan again. By May 18, Hong Yuan had advanced to a 6-star martial artist, progressing at an astonishing rate. Sun Xiachuan had also reached a 7-star martial artist, possessing the indestructible solar body and an A-level talent. If he diligently practiced, he might have already reached a 9-star martial artist. By the end of May, Hong Yuan successfully broke through to a 7-star martial artist, matching Sun Xiachuan's level. On his 7th visit to Sun Xiachuan's doorstep and his 7th provocation, Sun Xiachuan unexpectedly changed his attitude. Seeing it was Hong Yuan, he immediately opened the door, fell to his knees, and wept bitterly, saying, "Brother, I was wrong." This sudden change stunned Hong Yuan, who responded, "What are you doing? Get up and fight me." Sun Xiachuan in tears replied, "How could I dare to fight you anymore? The more I hit you, the stronger you get. You were just a 4-star martial artist, but after I beat you a few times, you've already become a 7-star martial artist. If I keep hitting you, you might become a god." Realizing that Sun Xiachuan had guessed he was using him to advance his level, Hong Yuan felt somewhat helpless. "Useless fool," he snarled as he grabbed Sun Xiachuan by the collar. "I told you to keep hitting me." Sun Xiachuan, nearly in tears, said, "If I continue to hit you and you surpass me in level, will you turn around and hit me?" Hong Yuan indeed harbored this thought. Having been hit by Sun Xiachuan 6 times, there was naturally resentment in his heart. "I have never had such a despicable thought," Hong Yuan declared righteously. "You helped me cultivate. How could I possibly repay kindness with ingratitude? Do you think I am such a villain who kills the donkey once the grinding is done?" After saying this, not only did Sun Xiaochuan not believe him, Hong Yuan himself didn't believe it either. The atmosphere fell into silence and both of them felt a bit awkward. Seeing this, Hong Yuan clenched his fist and punched Sun Xiaochuan's chubby face, shouting, "I told you to hit me. If you won't hit me, then I'll hit you." Pressured by Hong Yuan's imposing manners, Sun Xiaochuan had no choice but to strike Hong Yuan, asking while hitting, "Brother, is this force okay? Are you not even eating?" Hong Yuan cursed and then warned, "Never let me find out you're bullying Huan, or I'll smash your pig head with a punch." Fear breeds caution, and that was the case with Sun Xiaochuan. Even with repeated warnings from Hong Yuan, he still dared not exert full strength. After enduring dozens of punches and only gaining 3 breaths of spiritual energy, Hong Yuan pushed Sun Xiaochuan away, impatiently shouting, "Are you doing this on purpose? I told you to use your strength." "I'm scared," Sun Xiaochuan said fearfully. "The harder I hit you now, the harder you'll hit me later." Hong Yuan was speechless, angrily retorting, "That's too cowardly. Are you even a man? Now I give you 2 choices. First, hit me with all your strength until I'm satisfied. Second, give me the Great Sun indestructible body technique and we'll call it even between us." Sun Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and pulled out the Great Sun indestructible body, saying, "You have to keep your word." Hong Yuan was stunned. Such a precious technique, he thought Sun Xiaochuan wouldn't agree, so he used it to provoke and force him to continue fighting. But unexpectedly, Sun Xiaochuan made such an inhuman choice, far beyond Hong Yuan's expectations. With a bitter face, Sun Xiaochuan said, "Back when I bought it from that old beggar, if it weren't for you pushing me to hurry, I wouldn't have bought this technique. I'm not cut out for cultivation. Take this technique. But as men we should keep our word, and you can't retaliate against me later." Hong Yuan really wanted to hit Sun Xiaochuan, but he also wanted the Great Sun indestructible body, so he was very conflicted. "Can we do this?" Hong Yuan and Sun Xiaochuan negotiated and came up with a win-win solution. "I'll beat you up first, then you give me the Great Sun indestructible body. And I'll keep my promise not to hit you later. Listen to yourself, does that even make sense?" Sun Xiaochuan's face twitched as he said, "I've already given you the technique, how can you still hit me?" "Fine." In the end, Hong Yuan took the Great Sun indestructible body, although he could go back on his word and beat up Sun Xiaochuan after receiving the technique. But keeping one's word and promises is the most basic principle of being a person. Hong Yuan rolled up the Eternal Sun scripture and tucked it into his pocket, despite feeling a bit nauseous and not having the chance to give Sun Xiaochuan a good beating. Obtaining the scripture was a win in his books. He then warned Sun Xiaochuan, "Even though I said I wouldn't hit you, don't blame me for not keeping my word if you continue to do wrong." This was more to intimidate Sun Xiaochuan, as Hong Yuan was worried that Sun might feel emboldened to continue harassing Huan after getting his promise. "Understood," Sun Xiaochuan mumbled, hanging his head low like an obedient child, and left without another word. Hong Yuan had just been punched dozens of times by Sun Xiaochuan, yet he only absorbed a few breaths of spiritual energy. As he headed home, he began to examine the content of the Eternal Sun scripture. This Buddhist practice could, when mastered, manifest the form of the Mahavairakana Buddha and grant the practitioner an indestructible Vajra body with immense divine powers. However, those who practiced the Eternal Sun scripture needed to maintain strict disciplines, including abstaining from meat and sexual activities, and even self-reward was prohibited. Violations would lead to a decline in one's cultivation level, and frequent breaches would accelerate and magnify this decline. It suddenly dawned on Hong Yuan why Sun Xiaochuan, despite his A-grade talent, had only reached the level of a 7-star martial artist. Even a lazy person like him, with the rapid cultivation speed of the Eternal Sun scripture, could have reached at least the level of a 9-star martial artist. Clearly, Sun frequently broke his vows, which explained his current level. Being overweight and a food lover, asking Sun to give up meat was more torturous than killing him. So when Hong Yuan proposed the condition, Sun hesitated only briefly before agreeing quickly. Knowing that the Eternal Sun scripture required such stringent disciplines, and being a meat lover himself with plans of marrying and having children, Hong Yuan decided not to practice this scripture. Besides, he already had the 8-9 profound art, another top-tier martial art technique, rendering the Eternal Sun scripture unnecessary for now. He decided to keep it, thinking it might be useful later. The next day, Hong Yuan went to a martial arts gym and paid for a sparring partner. However, these partners were only there to assist clients in practicing their martial arts techniques and were not allowed to injure the clients, or they would be fined. Despite Hong Yuan saying over and over, "It's okay, you can hit me as hard as you like, I won't mind," the sparring partner couldn't bring himself to hit Hong Yuan with full force, always pulling his punches at the last moment. This was a habit developed over many years of being a sparring partner, and it wasn't something that could be easily changed. Hong Yuan had to give up on the idea of getting beaten up at the gym to gain spiritual energy. Returning home, he even tried hitting himself, but that also didn't yield any spiritual energy. His divine abilities, stronger through battle, naturally required fighting with others to gain energy. Hitting himself was ineffective. Hong Yuan had two enemies, one was Sun Xiaochuan, and the other was Long Outyan, whose family had some influence. His father Long Yuantian was a big shot in Jianghuai province, influential in both the underworld and legitimate businesses. Previously, Hong Yuan had sent Long Outyan flying with a single punch, and the latter hadn't sought revenge, probably out of respect for Hong Yuan's formidable reputation. Even if Hong Yuan were to beat up Long Outyan again, Long Yuantian might not retaliate. But now that Hong Sin is dead, Hong Yuan has lost his backing, and Long Ao Tian and Long Yuan Tian should no longer have any reservations. After all, I had humiliated Lu Ruyan in front of Long Ao Tian and even punched him so hard that he had to be sent to the hospital. I don't believe for a second that Long Ao Tian doesn't hate me. His hatred for me must be even greater than that of Sun Xiaochuan. However, I have no idea where Long Ao Tian might be, so all I can do is to call Uncle Wang and try to subtly inquire about Long Ao Tian's family residence. Uncle Wang tells Hong Yuan Long Ao Tian's family owns dozens of properties. I don't know which one he might be living in. After asking some classmates and still getting nowhere, just as I'm about to give up, I suddenly receive a call. It's from the high school homeroom teacher, informing me that due to the college entrance exams at the end of July, all students who have turned 18 need to come to school to fill out their information and collect their exam admission ticket. This presents a good opportunity. Long Ao Tian will be going to school tomorrow, and I might be able to find him there. With this in mind, Hong Yuan decides to sit cross-legged on his bed and begins to meditate and practice his breathing exercises. After only 4.5 hours, Hong Yuan manages to cultivate a breath of spiritual qi. It used to take him 5 hours to achieve this. As he gets more skilled with the 8-9 profound art, Hong Yuan's speed of cultivating spiritual qi also increases. Now it takes 4.5 hours, but in the future it will definitely become even faster. May 31st, 2 months left until the college entrance exam. Today is Friday and school is out. Hong Lan and Hong Hu are both at home. Hong Yuan rides his electric scooter to Jianghuai High School, where he used to study. It's been 2 months since the last talent test, and so much has happened during this time. Discovering an F-grade fire element talent, breaking up with Lu Ruyan, the sudden death of my parents, the struggle over the family estate between my second and third uncles seeking help from the Great E House. The last time I came to Jianghuai High School was with Xiao Xiao for the talent test back when I was still a carefree boy. Even though it's only been 2 months, it feels like a very long time has passed, almost as if it has been 10,000 years. When Hong Yuan arrives at the school, many people are already there, including some familiar faces from elementary and middle school. These people used to greet me immediately and call me brother, but since my father's death, people have been cold and no one wants to bother with me anymore. Hong Yuan heads to the office to fill out his identity information. The homeroom teacher inputs the information into the computer and then prints out the admission ticket for Hong Yuan. Afterwards, the teacher reminds, "Don't lose your admission ticket. It's very troublesome to reissue." Looking at the thinner than usual Hong Yuan, the teacher adds, "I heard about what happened to your parents. A man must strengthen himself. He will travel 3,000 miles against the current, and his spirit will not be wasted like the eternal flow of rivers. If your parents could know, they would surely feel relieved." Hong Yuan accepted the examination admission ticket, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Thank you, teacher, I'm all right now," he said. A teacher next to the head teacher watched Hong Yuan leave the office and asked, "Is that the son of Hong Sen?" Watching Hong Yuan's retreating figure, the head teacher nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's Hong Sen's son. He's a principled and justice-minded student, but he caused quite a bit of trouble back in his school days." As Hong Yuan stepped out of the office to look for Long Outyan, he was suddenly intercepted by 4 classmates. Without a word, they forcibly grabbed his limbs and hurried towards the school playground. Realizing something was amiss, Hong Yuan struggled forcefully to break free from their grip. However, all 4 were 8-star martial artists, and the gap between their abilities was evident. Unable to free himself, Hong Yuan was carried helplessly to the playground where many students were gathered. The 4 threw him down in front of 2 people. Lifting his head, Hong Yuan saw Long Outyan and Lu Ruyan standing before him. 2 months had passed and Long Outyen had become a 9-star martial artist while Lu Ruyan was a mere 6-star. The four held down Hong Yuan, immobilizing him completely except for his head. Long Outyen stepped on Hong Yuan's head, pressing it hard against the ground, and leaned over to ask, "Did you enjoy hitting me last time?" Hong Yuan tried to move his head, but Long Outyen's foot held it firmly in place, rendering him immobile. The surrounding students, sensing a fight, immediately gathered around. Feeling humiliated, Hong Yuan exerted all his strength to break free, only to be met with increased resistance. Standing on Hong Yuan's head, Long Outyen addressed the onlookers. "This fellow student here is Hong Yuan, the son of the former deputy director of the Security Bureau. I've heard rumors that Hong Yuan has an F-grade talent. Let me clear that up." Clearing his throat, Long Outyen raised his voice, "It's not a rumor." Seeing Hong Yuan being bullied, a student named Zhai Fei stepped forward and said, "This is a school, what are you trying to do?" Long Outyen loudly replied, "Hong Yuan used his father's position as deputy director to have me hospitalized after a fight at Qing'an Square. Then, using his father's connections and baseless accusations, he had my girlfriend thrown into jail." Long Outyen spoke fiercely, "A grudge for a grudge, a revenge for a revenge. I'm here today for revenge. Whoever dares to stop me today, I'll fight them." Lu Ruyan, putting on a pitiful face, maliciously framed, "I am Hong Yuan's ex-girlfriend. He beat me every day. I couldn't bear it and wanted to break up, but not only did he refuse, he beat me even more." Learning that I was mistreated, Long Outyen took me to Qing'an Square to confront him. Hong Yuan was unable to defeat Long Outyen, and in a fit of rage, he attempted a sneak attack on Long Outyen, only to end up being detained by the Security Bureau. When Hong Yuan heard these false accusations, he tried to speak out, but his face was being pressed against the ground by Long Outyen's foot, muffling his words. During their last encounter at Qing'an Square, it was Lu Ruyan who started the trouble, not him. He hadn't laid a hand on anyone, he merely spoke in a sarcastic tone. Unable to restrain himself, Long Outyen had struck first, prompting Hong Yuan to defend himself and knock Long Outyen out with a single punch. Furthermore, Lu Ruyan's 15-day detention was clearly due to her instigating the conflict. Yet, in the mouths of Long Outyen and Lu Ruyan, Hong Yuan was painted as a tyrannical official's son, abusing his power and bullying others. "You are slandering me. Hong Yuan is not that kind of person. We were classmates and he never bullied us. In fact, he stood up for me when I was bullied by Sun Xiaochuan." Hua Fei looked around at his classmates and pleaded, "Please, let's help Hong Yuan together." No one responded, leaving Hua Fei alone and puzzled. Among the onlookers, some had previously received Hong Yuan's help. Hua Fei, frustrated, spoke again, "Hong Yuan is being bullied and framed, and you say nothing." The few lowered their heads, remaining silent. If Hongsen were still alive, they might have helped Hong Yuan, but with Hongsen gone, there was no point in offending Long Outyen for Hong Yuan's sake. As Hua Fei tried to speak again, Long Outyen launched a kick that sent Hua Fei flying dozens of meters. Being only a 5-star martial artist against the 9-star Long Outyen, Hua Fei was knocked out immediately. Long Outyen approached Hong Yuan, squatted down, and whispered menacingly, "Revenge is a dish best served cold. You never expected this when you hit me back then, did you? You call yourself a gentleman?" Enraged, Hong Yuan shouted back, "You call yourself a gentleman?" Long Outyen stomped on Hong Yuan's back with all his might. Fortunately, Hong Yuan had once eliminated a negative trait which had strengthened his physique, otherwise he would have been severely injured. Long Outyen was shocked that his full-powered kick hadn't caused serious damage. Among the spectators, some were sympathetic. Seeing the blood dripping from Hong Yuan's mouth, someone said, "It's true that Hong Yuan hurt you before, but it's a bit too much to bully him like this right after his parents died." Long Outyen turned fiercely to the speaker, "Shut up, you bleeding heart. When I was beaten by Hong Yuan, you didn't speak up." The speaker shrank back, not daring to argue further. Long Outyen kept his left foot on the ground, stomping repeatedly with his right foot on Hong Yuan's back, cursing, "You unlucky wretch with dead parents." Just as Hong Yuan tried to speak, a muffled grunt came out, along with a spray of blood. "You frame me." Hong Yuan struggled to utter a word, but because his mouth was filled with blood, the onlookers couldn't hear him clearly. Only Long Outyen, who was closest to him, heard him clearly. Not wanting Hong Yuan to speak too much, Long Outyen delivered another kick to Hong Yuan's side. The kick was powerful and heavy, breaking several of Hong Yuan's ribs. He endured the pain, trying hard not to let others hear his pained groans. "Quite spirited, aren't you?" Long Outyen noted, and with full force he kicked towards Hong Yuan's face. As his head spun, Hong Yuan kept his mouth shut tight, but blood began to flow from his nose, eyes and ears. Long Outyen kicked him viciously 2 more times, yet Hong Yuan still bit down hard on his teeth, refusing to cry out in pain. Enough is enough. The people around couldn't bear to watch and spoke out in righteousness. Hong Yuan used to beat you, and now you've beaten him back. That should be enough. You think it's over just because you say so? Long Outyen rushed over, grabbed the speaker by the collar, his eyes fiery as he asked, "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" The person who spoke also had some backbone and retorted, "What, I can't speak up if I don't like what I see?" Long Outyen threatened in a low voice, "Do you want to end up like Hong Yuan?" The speaker looked at Hong Yuan, his face turning ashen, and although he opened his mouth, he ultimately didn't dare to make a sound. Long Outyen crouched down again, grabbed Hong Yuan by the hair. "Weren't you very arrogant before? Why aren't you talking now?" Hong Yuan, bleeding from all orifices, had a defiant look in his eyes, but he kept silence, spitting a mouthful of blood onto Long Outyen's face. "Let me tell you all something." Long Outyen wiped the blood from his face, flung Hong Yuan's hair aside, and slowly stood up. "Don't think just because Hong Yuan's dad was the deputy director of the Security Bureau that he was a man of justice and a good person. I've heard that Hong Yuan's dad was secretly killed by the higher-ups because he was corrupt, took bribes, bullied men and women. He was nothing but a beast who got what he deserved. Hong Sen was killed by an evil cultivator, but the Security Bureau kept it quiet to stabilize public sentiment and to save some face for Hong Sen, so they never announced the real cause of his death." But in Long Outyen's mouth, a deputy director who died in the line of duty suddenly became an unforgivable villain. With Hong Sen's cause of death a mystery, the crowd buzzed with rumors. Upon hearing Long Outyen's final words, Hong Yuan, who was already at his last breath, suddenly began to tremble. The four who were holding down Hong Yuan's limbs pressed down harder, yet their bodies also began to shake. "I won't let you slander my father." Hong Yuan's head, pressed against the ground, slowly lifted, his face covered in blood and mud, his anger soaring to the skies. Seeing Hong Yuan's fierce and furious face, Long Outyen's hair stood on end, as if being stared down by a fierce tiger, causing his steps to unconsciously retreat. "Hold him down hard," Long Outyen shouted to the four. "You all are 8-star fighters and he is only 7-star. 8-star martial artists, he's breaking through." Everyone was taken aback as Hong Yuan at that moment unexpectedly advanced to the next level. For men drenched in sweat exclaimed, "We can't hold this young man down. Even though he just broke through to an 8-star martial artist, his strength is immense and we simply can't restrain him." Hong Yuan braced himself with his hands on the ground, gradually pushing up his upper body, and shouted, "You dare insult my father, you deserve to die." His companions urged, "Hold him down quickly." Long Outyen, terrified, took a few more steps back. With a shock running through his body, Hong Yuan forcefully shoved the 4 men holding him, sending them flying away instantly. In the next moment, Hong Yuan's figure flashed, appearing right in front of Long Outyen, his realm also breaking through to a 9-star martial artist. "You can go to hell." Alongside his roar, Hong Yuan delivered a punch filled with rage. Back when both were 1-star martial artists, Hong Yuan had not used his full strength, and a single punch had left Long Outyen severely injured and unconscious. Now that both were 9-star martial artists and Hong Yuan had eliminated a negative influence, his strength surpassed that of ordinary 9-star martial artists. If this punch landed on Long Outyen, even if by some fluke he survived, he would likely be left with a shattered skeleton, rendered completely disabled. Suddenly, a black-clad muscular man appeared behind Long Outyen, grabbed him by the collar and forcefully dragged him several paces back. Just as Hong Yuan's punch was about to hit Long Outyen, the distance between his fist and Long Outyen abruptly increased. Not only did the punch miss, but due to the excessive force, Hong Yuan stumbled and fell to the ground. Because of his forward momentum, he slid several meters, leaving a trail of blood on the playground. Long Outyen, relieved, patted his chest and, seeing that Hong Yuan couldn't get up, finally relaxed and grinned at the black-clad man, saying, "Thank you, Brother Lu. It's all in a day's work." The black-clad man was a bodyguard hired by Long Yentian to protect his troublemaking son after Long Outyen was previously beaten badly by Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan, now gasping more than breathing, was on the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread. Although he had forcibly broken through to a 9-star martial artist, his body was already at its limit. If it were not for Long Outyen's slander about Hong Sen, he wouldn't have had the energy to fight back. Watching Hong Yuan nearing death, Long Outyen was fearless. With Hong Sen dead, even if he killed Hong Yuan, at most his father would pay some money. It would be a simple matter to resolve, and it wouldn't be the first time he had caused a death, yet he was still fine. In Hong Yuan's eyes, the anger had faded. The sounds around him grew fainter, and he could barely hear the surrounding chatter. It seemed as if the whole world had quieted down. In the vast Jianghuai High School, only the mournful cries of cicadas and his own faint breathing could be heard. The scene before him gradually blurred, and it seemed as if he saw his parents standing ahead smiling at him. Are you here to take me home? Hong Yuan's lips moved slightly and his body felt lighter. Hong Yuan, don't sleep. Wake up, Hong Yuan, wake up quickly. Suddenly, an anxious female voice erupted by his ears, which had been gradually losing their hearing. Struggling to open his eyes, Hong Yuan tried to see who it was who had come to see him on his final journey. Was it Xiao Xiao, or Su Firen, or Ing Huanuan? He smelled a fragrance and then felt something warm and soft pressing against his lips. His throat suddenly felt itchy and he swallowed uncomfortably. Soon, the voice by his ear became clearer. This voice was very familiar. It must be someone he knew. Gradually focusing his eyes, the scene before him became clearer and he saw himself cradled in a woman's arms. He lifted his head trying to discern the woman's face. The first thing he saw was a delicate and slightly pointed chin, followed by a pale, slender hand brushing across his eyes, gently wiping the blood from his face. A ponytail fluttered in the wind, falling onto the woman's chest, revealing a face with sharp eyebrows and a spirited air, but now this spirited and beautiful face only showed worry and boundless anger. Su Firen wiped the blood from her lips and slowly stood up. Looking at the spirited woman who had appeared from nowhere, Long Outyan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am," Su Firen replied, her right hand forming a grip and a silver long spear materialized in her hand. "You just need to know that you are about to die." Su Firen's words were calm, but everyone could hear the hatred and the anger itching for revenge in her voice. Feeling the fierce aura emanating from Su Firen, Long Outyan retreated behind a black-clothed strong man shouting, "Hong Yuan struck me first. I am just a gentleman seeking revenge." Su Firen couldn't be bothered to listen to a word, her left foot stepping forward, her hand thrusting the silver spear directly at Long Outyan's throat. The black-clothed strongman, acting as a bodyguard of course, wouldn't let Su Firen succeed, swinging his arm forcefully to deflect the incoming spear. The force of the spear was immense and heavy, numbing the arms of the black-clothed strongman. Shaking his arms in shock, he looked at Su Firen bewildered. The aura of this young girl was clearly only that of a 7-star martial artist, yet her strength was comparable to his. The moment the silver spear was deflected, Su Firen's body also tilted to the left, but having trained in the horse stance from a young age, her lower body was extremely stable, and with just a slight exertion of force, she firmly stood her ground. After just one exchange, they had both gauged the depth of each other's abilities. The black-clothed strongman dared not underestimate the young girl before him, immediately channeling the spiritual energy within his body, his arms swelling and tearing the sleeves of his black clothes, revealing dark yellow rocky arms, his arms covered in thick and hard rock, each muscle sharply defined and extraordinarily firm. Su Firen furrowed her brows upon realizing that her opponent possessed a rock talent which naturally countered sharp weapons like swords, spears, daggers and arrows. However, she did not hesitate. Gripping her silver spear tightly in both hands, she swung it forward vigorously. Although it was broad daylight, a crescent moon-like arc of silver light suddenly burst forth before the eyes of the onlookers, a trajectory traced by the silver spear tip through the air. The man in black reached out to grab the spear, but Su Firen, seeing his intent, intensified her grip and struck his head with the spear before he could seize it. The man's hands froze mid-air above his head as droplets of blood fell to the ground. Su Firen quickly withdrew her spear, and as the man in black reeled from the blow, dizzy and disoriented, she grasped the spear in her left hand and the tail in her right, thrusting forward with all her might. The spear tip pierced through the air, its whooshing sound like the roar of a dragon. The man in black summoned all his spiritual energy, stepping back with his right foot while crossing his arms in front of his chest to protect it. The clash of the spear tip against his rocky arms sparked a shower of sparks. A powerful force radiated from the spear tip, sending shockwaves around and causing the spectators to stagger back several steps. Su Firen, holding the spear, also felt a slight tremble in her hands, her arms weak from the impact. The man in black fared no better. The tremendous force of the impact traveled through his arms and throughout his body, nearly causing him to spit out blood, which he forcibly swallowed. After the initial strike, Su Firen followed up with another thrust. The spear tip, like a stone-splitting cloud piercer, stirred up a gust of wind and aimed once again at the man's chest. After taking a direct hit, the man in black, already internally injured, didn't attempt to withstand another blow but instead tried to dodge to the side. he was clearly outmatched and looking to escape. Su Firen did not give him the chance. Seizing the moment, she altered her spear's trajectory. The silver spear, like a white dragon leaping out of the sea, cleaved downwards from above toward the man in black. Being a rock-type martial artist who focused on defense, he lacked speed. Su Firen, wielding the spear, directed it from his right shoulder diagonally towards his left waist, leaving a deep, bloody gash. The man fell to his knees, his chest split open, exposing steaming entrails and a flood of blood that pooled on the ground. Su Firen coldly glanced at the man in black, then holding her spear at an angle silently turned away. Long Outyin, sensing danger, had already fled to the edge of the crowd. Su Firen's figure soared, blocking Long Outyin's path in an instant. "You can't kill me, my father is Long Yuan Tian." Long Outyin collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling with panic. "If my father learns you killed me, he will never forgive you. He will hunt you to the ends of the earth. He will annihilate your entire family, kill your whole family." Su Firen let out a cold laugh and said, "If I kill you here in front of everyone, your father will have to come and apologize to me. Do you believe that?" Long Outyin, supporting himself with his hands, his face filled with fear and terror, hesitated before asking, "Who are you exactly?" Seeing Su Firen remain silent, Long Outyin hurriedly knelt and pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I realize my mistake." "You are not wrong because you realize it," Su Firen said coldly. "You just know you are about to die. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you money, any amount you want. My father will pay. Just don't kill me." Long Outyin begged for mercy, knocking his head on the ground, tears and snot running down his face, blood marking where his head met the ground. Su Firen gripped his silver spear, thrusting it forward, about to run Long Outyin through. Suddenly, a slender old man appeared as if from thin air, catching the tip of Su Firen's spear between his fingers, and advised, "There's no need to go to extremes over murder." The surrounding students, upon seeing the gaunt old man, immediately cried out, "Principal, you finally came." Su Firen's face remained impassive as he retorted, "Nice words about not going to extremes, but where were you when Hong Yuan was being bullied just now?" "I wasn't aware of the situation before," the old man replied, then added, "If you have personal grievances, settle them outside, but as long as it's within Jianghuai High School, I must intervene. This school is a sacred place for education, meant for learning, not for killing. I hope you can understand my position." Su Firen sneered, "Just one question for you. If it were Hong Yuan I intended to kill instead of Long Outyin, would you stop me?" "Of course," the old man replied without hesitation. "I came here because a student reported that Long Outyin was going to kill Hong Yuan. I was originally here to save Hong Yuan, but I didn't expect this situation." The student who reported to the old man was Fei, who, after being knocked out by Long Outyin, had quickly recovered. However, due to the crowd blocking his view, he couldn't see the situation clearly and had limped to the office to ask the old man to save Hong Yuan. The old man looked at the weakened Hong Yuan and said, "Although Hong Yuan has taken a medicinal pill, his condition doesn't look very good. We should hurry to the hospital without delay." Su Firen, realizing the old man could pinch his spear with just 2 fingers and probably was at the peak of martial spirit level, reluctantly agreed, knowing he had no chance to kill Long Outyin under the old man's watch. At Jianghuai Hospital, Su Firen anxiously approached a doctor coming out of the emergency room. "How is my friend?" "He's out of danger now thanks to the medicinal pill you fed him in time, otherwise he might have died. This young man's body is extraordinary. His recovery is incredibly fast, especially after taking the healing pill. He should be able to leave the hospital in a few days." "What exactly did you feed him?" the doctor inquired, amazed. "The pill's effects are astounding, unlike anything I've seen in my life." Su Firen, relieved, replied, "It was the Xiao Luo Bao Dan." "The Xiao Luo Bao Dan, the legendary pill known to heal the dead and mend bones," the doctor exclaimed, his face showing shock. "That explains it. Xiao Luo Bao Dan is known as a miraculous elixir. A single pill is worth an entire building and is priceless." Su Firen was not in the mood for small talk and hurried into the hospital room. Hong Yuan had awakened, his face pale and bearing the look of someone just recovering from a serious illness. "So it's you," he said with a weak smile as he saw Su Firen enter. In his dying moments, the woman who had held him in her arms, it was her after all. Concerned, Su Firen asked, "How are you feeling?" "It hurts a lot," Hong Yuan replied with a pained smile. "It feels like my body is splitting open and I'm in pain everywhere." Su Firen tried to lighten the mood with a joke. "Why is it that every time I see you, you're always in such a mess?" "I guess I'm just disliked," Hong Yuan said with self-deprecating laughter. "Back when I was under the big tree, I had carefree days. But now, the tree has fallen and the monkeys have scattered, so I'm facing the backlash. Su Firan fell silent, knowing the difficulty of navigating life alone after losing both parents at a young age. Hong Yuan shifted slightly to lean against the hospital bed and asked, "How did you come to find me at Jianghuai High School?" Su Firan explained, "I went to your house first and Hong Lan said you were at Jianghuai High School, so I took a taxi there." "That's not what I meant, I'm still a bit groggy from just waking up," Hong Yuan clarified and asked more directly, "What brought you back to Jianghuai province?" Embarrassed, Su Firan turned her head away as if to look at the scenery outside the window, then said, "I came here for a trip." Hong Yuan laughed and asked, "With the college entrance exams coming up, you still have the mood to travel?" Su Firan had anticipated this question and gave her prepared answer, "I had a breakthrough to the 7-star martial master a few days ago, and my grandfather told me to balance work and rest, so I came out to travel." Hong Yuan, having been severely beaten by Long Outyin, also benefited from misfortune by gaining a massive amount of spiritual energy, which allowed him to leap from a 7-star martial artist to a 9-star martial artist. "I really owe you thanks for today." Hong Yuan sincerely expressed his gratitude, then added, "If I weren't so badly injured, I would bow down to you twice to properly thank you for saving my life." "Stop joking." Su Firan smiled and said, "If you really want to thank me once you're healed, accompany me to see the sights around Jianghuai province." "Our Jianghuai province, this remote and poor region, really isn't as exciting as your Jiangnan province. You really came to the wrong place for tourism." Hong Yuan joked again. "Nonsense," Su Firan retorted. "Jianghuai province has many interesting places to visit: Jiuhua Tianzhu Mountain, Deshaoshu Mountain, Emerald Swan Lake, Zilong Academy." Hong Yuan laughed, "Those are just traps for tourists like you. We locals never go there." "I don't believe that." Su Firan huffed, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "Should we let Hong Lan and Hong Hu know? Why bother them?" Hong Yuan sighed, "With my injuries this severe, it's better not to worry them." Su Firan nodded and said, "I'll give her a call in a bit, make up some excuse and tell Hong Lan that you won't be coming home these next few days. My sister is quite clever, so you better come up with a believable excuse." After Hong Yuan finished speaking, he asked, "The doctor said that if it weren't for the powerful pill you fed me, I would have been beyond saving. What exactly was that pill? It must have been very expensive. How much does it cost? Are you thinking of giving me money?" Su Firan couldn't help but laugh. "I advise you not to think about it. Even if you sold yourself, you wouldn't be able to gather enough money." Hong Yuan also knew that it must have been a priceless pill, otherwise the doctor wouldn't have said so. Speaking of the pill, Hong Yuan remembered, "How did you feed me the pill? It felt a bit strange." Initially, Hong Yuan smelled a fragrance, felt a warmth at his lips, and then something soft pressed against his own lips. Hearing this, Su Firan's face immediately flushed red. "I just pried open your mouth and put the pill inside. At that time, I was constantly spitting out blood. How could I have swallowed the pill?" Hong Yuan was skeptical and asked further, "Why did my throat feel itchy when I swallowed the pill?" "How would I know?" Su Firan's face turned even redder. Seeing Su Firan embarrassed, Hong Yuan stopped joking and instead expressed his gratitude again. "Thank you so much for today. If there's ever anything I can help with in the future, just command me. You should focus on improving your skills." Su Firan lowered his head, feeling guilty. "I wanted to help you get revenge, but I couldn't succeed. Thanks for your kindness, but I will take this vengeance myself." Hong Yuan, lying on the hospital bed, tightly gripped the sheets, took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm, but he began to cough violently, spitting out specks of blood. Seeing this, Su Firan spoke with concern, "A gentleman's revenge is not too late if it comes within 10 years. You should heal first. Don't get angry. There will be plenty of opportunities later." Hong Yuan pursed his lips and nodded heavily, as if making up his mind. Hong Yuan only stayed in the hospital for 2.5 days and was discharged on Tuesday morning. Thanks to his remarkable recovery speed and the ingestion of the Xiao Luo Bao Dan, all his wounds had healed. Although his external injuries were healed, the more severe internal injuries had not yet recovered, but they did not affect Hong Yuan's ability to meditate and breathe. He practiced breathing for 3 more days, and his body was almost fully recovered, no longer affecting his ability to walk or run. The life-threatening injuries that had once endangered him took just 5 days to heal substantially. During these days, Su Firan stayed at Hong Yuan's house, claiming it was to protect him from Long Outyin, who might come to eradicate him completely. Su Firan was a very diligent person. She and Hong Yuan practiced almost daily. She had been practicing with a spear since she was 4 years old, went to school at 6, and aside from studying, she had been practicing with the spear, and then, after turning 18, added meditation and breathing to her routine. Such an ascetic schedule Hong Yuan felt was surely something he couldn't endure. But Su Firen said that the children of the Great Yi mansion lived almost the same way as she did. Hong Yuan suddenly understood. This might just be the difference between noble families and ordinary people. June 5, early morning, Hong Yuan took out his diary from the wardrobe, which could actually have been open to the 5th page since May 31st. However, at that time he was hospitalized for treatment and had to rest at home for several days. It wasn't until today that he had time to check the diary. May 31, 5025, Su Firen visited again. She came to Jianghuai province this time for tourism. Since she helped me a great deal last time, I volunteered to be her guide, and she did not refuse. I made a travel plan after getting home. June 1, 5025, Jianghuai province has many historical sites. I first took Su Firen to Jiahua Tianzhu Mountain. The scenery here is beautiful, but the climbing was exhausting. Su Firen, being an 8-star martial artist, of course, did not feel tired, but she didn't wait for me and even complained that I was slowing her down. Her personality is simply terrible. Whoever marries her will definitely not have good days ahead. June 2, 5025. Due to a long period of no exercise, my legs were sore and swollen, and aftermath of the climbing, so we didn't climb mountains today. I took Su Firen to the Emerald Swan Lake and we rode together, but because of our poor coordination, I almost fell into the lake. Su Firen laughed when she saw this, but her laugh was beautiful and I felt a bit moved. June 3, 5025. Today, while playing outside, Su Firen opened up to me. She said that she had always been training since she was young and this was her first time traveling. She said she was really happy and that these were scenes of life and landscapes she had never witnessed before. June 5, 5025. The last 2 days, we visited both Big and Small Shu Mountains in the Zilong Academy. I was so exhausted that I could barely walk. Su Firen noticed my fatigue and suggested we go home and rest for a few days. June 6, 5025, Uncle Xiao, who disappeared for 2 months, is actually not dead, but he lost an arm and handed me a piece of pitch black jade, a relic left by my father. June 7, 5025, my intuition tells me that the origin of this black jade piece might not be simple. My father and his team were pursued by evil cultivators, possibly because of this black jade piece. June 8, 5025. Today I searched online for information related to the black jade piece, and by chance I saw a post. The legendary heavenly treasures require blood to recognize the owner, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in my mind. June 9, 5025, I found out the origin of the black jade piece. It turns out to be a sacred object of the Swallowing Sky demonic sect. No wonder my father and his team were pursued by evil cultivators. June 10, 5025, I found Uncle Xiao again to inquire and he still evaded my questions. After I revealed the origin of the black jade piece, he saw that he could no longer hide it and finally told me everything. June 11, 5025, today is a school holiday and the high school careers of Hong Lan, Hong Hu and Xiao Xian have ended since they will only test for talents next year. The three can only idle at home. I asked Hong Lan to go traveling with Su Firen, but Su Firen wanted me to accompany her. June 12, 5025. Today I traveled with Su Firen, who praised my character and lamented that it would have been wonderful if our fathers hadn't broken off our engagement years ago. It turns out she was my fiancé all along and I had it mixed up all this time. June 13, 5025, Uncle Xiao sold his house and took Xiao Xian to Zhongzhou, probably to look for Xiao Xiao. June 14, 5025, last night I had an incredibly vivid dream. If the person in the dream wasn't lying, this could be my chance to turn my fortunes around and defy my fate. The information in the diary overwhelmed Hong Yuan, causing his head to ache. If Su Firen was indeed his fiancée who was supposed to marry him, then who was Su Wanwan he met at Dai Mansion? If Su Wanwan wasn't his fiancée, why did she mock him at the time? Surely she wasn't standing up for Su Firen. Moreover, Uncle Xiao is unexpectedly alive and even handed me a pitch-black jade piece, which is a sacred object of the heaven-devouring demonic sect. Thus the evil cultivator who passed through Jianghuai province didn't do so by accident. His purpose was to find this black jade piece. My father and his companions were targeted by this evil cultivator because of the black jade piece, but how did my father come into possession of it? Only Uncle Xiao knows the truth and I can only seek answers from him. I also had a dream in which I met someone who gave me a chance to change my destiny. But what exactly was the dream about? Why do I feel, based on just a dream, that I can change my destiny? It's not like I am Chang Yao Jin, who dreamt of immortals teaching him skills, allowing him to learn the 36 axes of heaven. For now Uncle Xiao hasn't returned. I don't have the black jade piece, nor have I dreamed again. I can only go and ask Su Firan for clarity. It's already 10 p.m. and Su Firan is staying in the guest room. Hong Yuan knocked on the door and a voice from inside said, "Wait a moment." 5 minutes later, Su Firan came out of the guest room looking quite upset. She angrily asked, "Why did you knock on the door just now? I wanted to ask you." Seeing Su Firan in a temper and not knowing why she was angry, Hong Yuan, fearing making it worse, quickly changed his question. "Do you want to have some late night snacks? Why are you upset?" Su Firan complained. "I was on the verge of breaking through to an 8-star martial artist. If you had barged in, it could have disrupted my concentration and caused my breakthrough to fail." Hong Yuan immediately put his hands together, pleading, "Please forgive me, it won't happen again. Since you succeeded in your breakthrough, let's not dwell on it." Su Firan's face lightened up with a smile and asked, "So you're treating me to late night snacks? What will you have?" Hong Yuan handed his phone to Su Firan, who took it to order some food. While she was busy, Hong Yuan cautiously asked, "The fiancée I was supposed to marry, is she Su Wanwan whom I met at Dei Mansion?" Su Firan froze upon hearing this, her tone filled with surprise as she said, "Your family didn't tell you the name of your fiancée? When I met the old master earlier, he mentioned that he had just discovered he had a fiancée." Su Firan looked at Hong Yuan seriously and continued, "What I mean is, since you recently found out that you have a fiancée, didn't you try to find out her name?" "No." Hong Yuan scratched his head. "Dad just mentioned that I have a fiancée, but he didn't say her name. I thought you might know." Su Firan bit her lip, her face showing hesitation before she finally said, "Su Wanwan is not your fiancée." Pretending to be clueless, Hong Yuan asked, "Then who is it?" Flustered and angry, Su Firan's face turned red as she retorted, "Who else could it be? I have already called off your marriage. Why are you still helping me?" Hong Yuan voiced his doubt. "Why are you helping me then?" "Because I pity you," Su Firan responded, adding quickly, "Besides, grandfather also asked me to help you." Realizing it was out of pity, Hong Yuan was speechless. It's no wonder people say women are naturally gifted with the ability to love, possessing more innate capacity for it than men. Curious, Su Firan asked, "Now that we're on the subject, I'm also very curious. Why did your dad call off the engagement?" Hong Yuan recalled what his father said in the video, explaining, "Because of my mom, she hoped I would have a life full of warmth and purity, free to love and be free." Seeing that Hong Yuan was still in the mood to make such remarks, Su Firan asked, "Does your injury still bother you?" Before Hong Yuan could reply, she quickly added, "If it's not bothering you, would you accompany me on a trip? Tomorrow is June 6th, Uncle Xiao will be back. I have to wait for him and then clear up everything. How about the day after tomorrow? I'll accompany you the day after tomorrow." Hong Yuan agreed. "No problem." Su Firan nodded. "I'll go back to my room and plan the trip." After they agreed, Hong Yuan made an unusual request, "Could you beat me up?" "Why would I beat you?" Su Firan asked, puzzled and confused. Hong Yuan couldn't say it was for training, so he lied. "The broken engagement must have troubled you and I feel bad about it. Let it be a way for you to vent. When I was a child, I was indeed a bit angry about it, and my siblings in the mansion often teased me about it, but later I got busy with training and studying and gradually it didn't bother me anymore." Su Firan concluded with a smile, generously saying, "So I'll forgive you." "That won't do," Hong Yuan insisted. "No, you must beat me up today to properly vent for yourself." Although Hong Yuan insisted, he was still recovering from a serious illness and Su Firan was reluctant to hit him, fearing she might injure him further. The next day, early in the morning, someone knocked on the door. Hong Yuan saw Uncle Xiao, his handsome face now marred with 2 scars and his right hand broken, his face covered with stubble, looking very haggard. After exchanging a few words, Uncle Xiao took out a dark jade piece and said, "This is considered your father's legacy. Now I'm handing it over to you." The piece of dark jade was about 10 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide and 1 centimeter thick, giving off a cool sensation. As Hong Yuan held it in his hand, tentatively Hong Yuan asked, "What is this?" Uncle Xiao did not respond, only leaving behind a brief instruction, "Just keep it safe. My father's body was found and he had recorded a video on his phone before he died." Hong Yuan paused, then continued, "In the video he told me that this jade piece is a sacred artifact of the devouring demon sect." That was all Hong Yuan knew. He wanted to test Uncle Xiao to see if he could pry out more information. Uncle Xiao's expression changed immediately, and after a moment he muttered, "How could your father possibly tell you that? The more you say, the more mistakes you make." So Hong Yuan dared not say more, especially since Uncle Xiao was a wise man. If he talked too much, Uncle Xiao might catch any inconsistencies. Uncle Xiao was half skeptical and probed, "What exactly did your father say?" Hong Yuan didn't actually know, as the diary didn't mention it, but since Uncle Xiao had asked, if he didn't respond, it might arouse suspicion. our group was targeted by evil cultivators because of this dark jade piece, he ventured. My father told me to make good use of this dark jade piece to avenge him someday. The first part was merely Hong Yuan's guess, the latter was a lie fabricated based on his father's character. Uncle Xiao fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What do you want to know?" Hong Yuan quickly inquired, "How did my father come by this dark jade piece? What is this jade piece called? What is its purpose? How should I use this dark jade piece?" Uncle Xiao replied, "I can only answer your first question. I don't know about the others." He added, "Your father and I once went on a mission during the Lantern Festival. Do you remember that?" Hong Yuan nodded. "Of course, both of you came back injured." Seeing this, Uncle Xiao continued, "Our mission was to eliminate an evil cultivator. We successfully killed that cultivator near the national border and found this jade piece on him. It seemed he was heavily injured because he was protecting this jade piece. Both your father and I sensed that this jade piece was extraordinary, but we didn't want to hand it over to Wang Defa as he would surely keep it for himself, so we hid it privately. Later, when we were pursued by evil cultivators, both of us guessed it was because of this dark jade piece. Then your father told us to run while he and your mother intercepted the cultivator." Uncle Xiao sighed and added, "That's how your parents died, and so did your Aunt Lu. I narrowly escaped the pursuit but was severely injured. I didn't return home immediately after recovering, fearing that the evil cultivator might target you, so I dared not come home. I only retrieved the dark jade piece a couple of days ago." Hong Yuan had another question. "Since the jade piece was obtained by you and my father together, why give it to me? Why didn't you keep it for yourself?" Uncle Zhao's face turned bitter and he said self-reproachfully, "Firstly, this was something your father and I found together. Also, because your father covered for me, I was able to survive. Lastly, I don't want to see this jade piece again. If it weren't for this jade piece, your father, your mother, and your Aunt Lu wouldn't have died." Hong Yuan understood. He wanted to comfort Uncle Xiao, but he didn't know what to say, especially since he too was suffering during this time. Uncle Xiao patted Hong Yuan's shoulder. "Take good care of your younger siblings. Xiao Xian and I are heading to Zhongzhou. Aim for good results in your exams and we'll meet in Zhongzhou later." "Why are you going to Zhongzhou?" Though he had some guesses, Hong Yuan still asked. Uncle Xiao paused, then continued, "I've made contact with Xiao Xiao. To be precise, it was Xiao Xiao who had someone contact me. She has always been worried about me. I'm afraid that sinister cultivator might come after me again, so I plan to take Xiao Xian to Zhongzhou for refuge. There, someone will protect us, and they have also promised better educational resources for Xiao Xian." Hong Yuan understood. Xiao Xiao was a peerless genius. Xiao Xian couldn't be far behind. Providing better education for Xiao Xian would not only please Xiao Xiao but also bet on Xiao Xian's potential, killing two birds with one stone. "Someone from Zhongzhou will come to pick me and Xiao Xian up, so I won't be going out these next few days, and you must not reveal that I am back home," Uncle Xiao said cautiously. "Once bitten, twice shy." "I understand," Hong Yuan replied, then carefully stored the dark jade piece and they each returned to their own homes. The skills, martial techniques, weapons, magical treasures and armor are classified into 4 grades, Heaven, Earth, Xian and Yellow, Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. Each grade is further divided into low, mid, high and top levels. However, it is rumored that above the top level of the Heaven grade there are 2 legendary grades. Heaven grade treasures possess spirituality, thus requiring the owner's blood to bond and activate their powers. This indicates that the dark jade piece is at least of the lowest level of the Heaven grade. Hong Yuan bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the dark jade piece. The jade quickly absorbed the blood, but Hong Yuan felt nothing unusual, perhaps because the blood was insufficient for the piece to recognize him as its master. He continued to drop blood onto the jade, but like a bottomless pit, the jade absorbed all he offered. After dripping blood for over 10 minutes and nearly becoming anemic, the jade finally stopped absorbing. In that instant, Hong Yuan felt a clarity between heaven and earth, as if a mysterious connection had been established between him and the dark jade piece. Then memories that did not belong to Hong Yuan began to flood his mind like a tide. This dark jade piece, named Kunlun Jade Ju, was originally the treasure of the ancient Kunlun sect. No one knows why, but a cultivator with immense power suddenly shattered the Kunlun Jade Ju. Originally almost the size of a door, the Kunlun Jade Ju was broken into dozens of pieces scattered across the world. As the treasure of the Kunlun sect, the Kunlun Jade Ju contained many secrets of divine powers, martial techniques and cultivation methods. Although the Kunlun Jade Ju was shattered, the secrets it held did not disappear. Hong Yuan possessed a fragment of the Kunlun Jade within which was contained a secret tome known as the Heaven Devouring Treasure Mirror. This tome detailed two mystical abilities, spirit devouring and heaven mending. The ability known as spirit devouring allowed one to absorb others' cultivation to enhance one's own realm. However, those whose cultivation was absorbed would invariably die, their bodies turning into mummified corpses. Clearly, this was a technique only a demonic cultivator would practice. Moreover, frequent use of the spirit devouring ability could twist the user's nature, eventually transforming them into a demon driven only by slaughter. Based on this ability, the devil sect of heaven devouring had developed a technique called the gluttonous law, whereby consuming another's heart could enhance one's own cultivation without the risk of losing one's sanity. The other ability, heaven mending, required consuming specific types of heavenly and earthly treasures to enhance one's innate talent. Currently, Hong Yuan had an F-grade fire attribute talent. If he consumed a flame essence ash and then utilized the heaven mending ability, his talent could be upgraded to an E-grade in the flame attribute. If he consumed an ice spirit crystal, his talent could be upgraded to a C grade in ice flame. However, if he first upgraded to an E grade using flame essence ash and then consumed an ice spirit crystal, his talent could further be enhanced to a B grade ice spirit flame. There are over 10,000 routes for talent enhancement through the heaven mending ability, with the potential to elevate a talent to the SSS grade. Hong Yuan dared not use the spirit devouring ability, as excessive use could drive him mad. The heaven mending ability only required consuming heavenly and earthly treasures followed by refining them to enhance one's talent. However, these treasures were typically very expensive. Consuming flame essence ash could elevate one's attribute to E grade in the flame category, but the cost of flame essence ash was so high that even if Hong Yuan sold his house, he couldn't afford it. Moreover, with F grade being the lowest and E grade only slightly better, the cost performance ratio was extremely low, making it an unaffordable luxury for him at the moment. Frustrated that he couldn't afford to use the heaven mending ability and dared not use the spirit devouring ability, Hong Yuan sighed in resignation. He had promised Su Firan to accompany her on a trip, and naturally he wouldn't break his promise. Hong Yuan's family owned a car which had been sitting idle ever since the death of Hong Sin, as none of the three had a driver's license. However, Su Firan was a licensed driver. The first time Hong Yuan met her, she was driving a sports car. At dawn, Su Firan drove the car and the two set off towards Jiuhua Tianzhu Mountain. Not trusting Su Firan's driving skills entirely, Hong Yuan kept his eyes wide open the whole journey, fearing an accident might occur. Su Firan couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so nervous? Don't you trust my driving? I always keep my eyes open when others are driving. I only get a bit of sleep when I'm driving," Hong Yuan joked. The itinerary was almost the same as the diary, with one difference. Hong Yuan was a 9-star martial artist, able to keep up with Su Firan without feeling any leg soreness or fatigue. On the second day, the two visited the Emerald Swan Lake, where Hong Yuan nearly fell into the lake, causing Su Firan to chuckle non-stop. On the third day, they went to the Shushan Mountains, and on the fifth day, they visited the Zilong Academy. In between, on the fourth day, they wandered around Shushan County, a scenic spot perfect for escaping the summer heat. After touring the Zilong Academy on the fifth day and with night falling, they decided to stay overnight at a hotel and head home. The next morning, Zilong Academy, being famous in Jianghuai province, attracted many tourists. Hong Yuan and Su Firan tried several hotels, but all were fully booked. "If it comes down to it, we can just sleep in the car," Su Firan suggested. "Let's keep looking." After touring for 5 days, waking early and returning late, even a 9-star martial artist like Hong Yuan, who was recently recovering from a severe illness, felt the strain. Su Firan drove around for another 15 minutes before finally finding a hotel with a vacancy. However, a new problem arose. There was only one room available. The two fell silent. The hotel receptionist, mistaking them for a couple, said, "One room is just enough for the two of you. Once you leave this village, you won't find another shop." Worried that Su Firan might mind, Hong Yuan offered, "Otherwise you take the room and I'll manage in the car." But Su Firan handed over Hong Yuan's ID to the receptionist and said, "We'll both stay." Hong Yuan murmured under his breath, "Is this all right?" Su Firan was more forthright. "What are you afraid of? We're both people of the martial world. Don't fuss over these trivial matters. If it bothers you, I can sleep on the floor and you take the bed. But men and women shouldn't touch gifts." Hong Yuan wasn't afraid for himself. He was concerned about Su Firan's reputation. Su Firan taking the room card and ID from the receptionist replied, "In the past, Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai shared a bed without incident. Let's do it." With Su Firan putting it that way, what more could Hong Yuan say? Upon entering the room and seeing the large bed, Hong Yuan said, "I'll sleep on the floor." Su Firan, not one to make a fuss, had the front desk send up an extra blanket and they quickly made up the bed. The room had a semi-transparent glass window. Su Firan's cheeks flushed as she asked, "Could you step out for a few minutes? I'd like to take a shower." "I'll go buy some snacks," Hong Yuan replied. Although Su Firan wasn't one for formalities, she was conservative where it mattered. When Hong Yuan returned, Su Firan had finished bathing, her hair still slightly damp and she was blowing it dry. After these past few days together, Hong Yuan knew what food Su Firan avoided, so he bought snacks that she would enjoy. Setting down the hairdryer, Su Firan asked, "Do you want me to step out so you can take a shower?" "I'll just do it tomorrow, I'll go home and wash up." Hong Yuan didn't want to make a fuss. "Come on over for some late night snacks." Su Firan looked at the snacks on the table, his heroic eyebrows twitched as he asked, "Don't you like spicy food?" "Why is everything here the light dishes I prefer?" Hong Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "Of course I bought all these for you, you could have also bought what you like." Su Firan was somewhat touched, his mouth opened but no words came out. After a moment he smiled and said, "You're so good to me, it could make my heart flutter." Hong Yuan, half joking half serious, responded, "I advise you not to harbor such thoughts. I already have someone I like." "You?" Su Firan paused, then asked, "Didn't you break up recently?" "I have a childhood friend," Hong Yuan mentioned. "Her name is Xiao Xiao and she lives across from my house. Not long ago, I swore never to let her down." Su Firan fell silent upon hearing this, picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let's eat." Unaware of the tense atmosphere, Hong Yuan continued, "By the way, what type of man do you like? I'll see if I can introduce someone to you." Su Firan pushed his food around on his plate and after a long silence he slowly said, "My dad was a live-in son-in-law. He left without a word when I was very young and never returned to Dai Mansion, so if I'm to look for a man, he definitely has to be someone principled, responsible, with backbone and courage, someone who can shoulder responsibilities. Of course, mutual love is the most important. My dad left without saying goodbye, abandoning his wife and daughter, possibly because of bad family dynamics, or maybe he felt looked down upon, but the most important reason was that he and my mom didn't love each other." Su Firan finally said, "If I can't find such a man, I'd rather be alone for life." "Then I wish you success," Hong Yuan said nonchalantly as he ate. Su Firan, upon hearing this, put down his chopsticks. "I'm full, you eat. I'm going to sleep." Hong Yuan stopped fussing with his food and said, "You've hardly eaten anything and I bought all this for you." "Not hungry," Su Firan replied, then climbed into bed and fell asleep immediately. After Hong Yuan had his fill, he lay down in the prepared bed, closed his eyes to sleep, but rest eluded him. He whispered, "Are you asleep?" Note came the faint response from Su Firan under the covers. Hong Yuan then asked, "Have you been enjoying these past few days?" "Very much so," Su Firan admitted. "I've been practicing asceticism since I was young and never had the chance to go out and play. These past few days, seeing the world, I realized there's so much I've never experienced. The sea of clouds at Jiuhua Tianzhu Mountain, the rippling waves of the Emerald Swan Lake, the layered peaks of the Great and Little Shu Mountains." Su Firan sighed. "If it could always be like this, that would be wonderful." After hearing this, Hong Yuan smiled and said, "If we have the chance, I'll accompany you more in the future." "No chances left," Su Firan hinted, not waiting for Hong Yuan to inquire further. She added, "It's too late, I'm sleepy." A night of silence ensued. Suddenly Hong Yuan opened his eyes and instead of the hotel room he found himself in an unfamiliar space. As far as the eye could see, chaos reigned with dull gray light permeating the surroundings. Where was this place? Hong Yuan was filled with confusion, but ahead stood a lone tavern. The tavern's walls were built of blue bricks and a red flag hung at the door emblazoned with the character for wine. Fluttering in the breeze, the flag seemed lonely and isolated in this chaotic space. Was he dreaming? Hong Yuan pinched his face, feeling a real sensation, a very vivid dream indeed. Suddenly he remembered the last line on the 5th page of his diary. Could this tavern be the place that could turn his fortunes around, where he could defy fate? Hong Yuan stepped into the tavern and knocked on the door. After waiting a moment with no response, he pushed the door open himself. The tavern was small, with 8 wooden tables and a counter at the front where jars of wine were displayed. 2 drunkards lay on one of the tables and behind the counter stood an old man with a long white beard looking like a giant. He was 3 meters tall, with sturdy limbs and long white hair that touched the ground, exuding an imposing aura. The tavern style resembled ancient architecture, and the towering old man, dressed in coarse linen, certainly didn't seem like a modern human. "Hello, sir. What place is this?" Hong Yuan asked, unable to help swallowing his saliva as the old man looked quite formidable. tavern, the old man replied, his voice booming like a bell, causing the two young men asleep at the table to stir slightly as if disturbed. Hong Yuan scratched his head and asked, I mean, what is this space? Am I dreaming? Since you have received the Kunlun Jade token, how could you not know? The old man shook his head and said, asking you is pointless. He then explained, you are not dreaming, this is the consciousness space of the Kunlun Jade token, your consciousness has entered here, so I'm not dreaming. Hong Yuan paused, then asked, why are you here then? The Kunlun Jade token shattered into 72 pieces. Anyone who possesses a piece of the Kunlun Jade token can enter its consciousness space except for me, the old man replied. Hong Yuan nodded, understanding that at most 72 people could enter here. The old man took a pot of wine from the counter and offered, I see you are quite polite, have a drink on the house, but next time you'll have to pay. I'm here in consciousness, right? Can I even bring money here? Hong Yuan asked, puzzled. Do you know about storage rings? The old man inquired, explaining the Kunlun Jade token itself is a storage magical item. Even though it's shattered, it can still be used to store items. Hong Yuan seemed to grasp the concept and asked, are you saying I can store items in the Kunlun Jade token, and when my consciousness enters here I can access the items stored in the Kunlun Jade token? If I store things in the Kunlun Jade token, won't you take my things? Hong Yuan was a bit uneasy about this arrangement. The Kunlun Jade Ju was originally a single entity, and this tavern serves as the core that connects all its fragments. Therefore, this tavern exists in every piece of the Jade Ju. The old man continued to explain, however, when you step out of the tavern's door you will only appear in your own fragment of the Kunlun Jade Ju, and your belongings will only exist in your fragment, thus you can come to this tavern to trade with others. To put it in simpler terms, each fragment of the Kunlun Jade Ju is like a mobile phone, and this tavern is like the internet. A phone can store photos and videos which you can send to your friends via the internet, although everyone is on the same internet. The photos stored on your phone can only be seen by you. Likewise, the items stored in your fragment of the Kunlun Jade Ju are like the photos on your phone. This tavern acts like the internet where you can talk and trade with friends. Hong Yuan almost understood and said, I am of low strength and don't have much of value, others probably won't be interested in my belongings. Despite saying this, the old man replied, but Jojo is vast, and what is worthless in your area might be a priceless treasure elsewhere. Just like in the desert, water is extremely valuable, but it is worth nothing elsewhere. Enlightened Hong Yuan expressed his gratitude. I understand now, thank you for your guidance. Don't call me an old man, the elder said as he handed a cup of poured wine to Hong Yuan. My name is Kuei Huang. Can I drink here? Hong Yuan took the wine glass, still puzzled. Aren't I just a consciousness here? Kuei Huang retorted, why can living people offer things to spirits then? If you put it that way, I understand. Hong Yuan lifted his glass and drank it all in one go. The liquor was strong, and after drinking he felt a bit dizzy. You also need to remember this. Kuei Huang, seeing how readily Hong Yuan drank, continued to advise, the flow of time here in the tavern is different from the outside world. 100 days in the Kunlun Jade Ju is equivalent to just 1 day in the real world. Hong Yuan was immediately excited. With 100 times the time difference, if I were to cultivate here. I already told you, you are just a consciousness, how can consciousness cultivate? Kuei Huang interrupted him, but then added, however, you can practice your martial skills here. Feeling slightly disappointed, Hong Yuan thought, if I had 100 times more time, acing the college entrance exam would be a piece of cake. A man who had been sleeping on the wooden table slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes with a look of reluctance to leave. Noticing Hong Yuan, his expression paused before he spoke. A new face here, huh? Hong Yuan greeted him with a fist and palm salute, which the man returned, asking, do you have any Xiling sand where you're from? I could trade something with you. What kind of rare treasures do you need? I've never heard of Xiling sand. Hong Yuan shook his head and continued, I need fire flame Shinjin and ice spirit crystal. I've also never heard of fire flame Shinjin, the man replied, but ice spirit crystals are considered invaluable treasures in our area, worth a fortune for just one piece. Another man, who was lying on the wooden table, yawned widely. His face pale and clean-shaven, his features delicate and his demeanor graceful. The refined-looking man spoke, I need diamond purple jade vine or crystal white jade. If you can procure one of these for me, I'll give you the flame profound ash. I can purchase diamond and crystal white jade on my side. Hong Yuan replied, tomorrow night I'll come here to trade with you. The diamond goes for about 100 yuan per gram, which is very cheap compared to the price of flame profound ash. Crystal white jade is even cheaper. You can buy a pound of scraps for just over 10 yuan. Hearing this, the delicate-faced man's sleepy eyes widened with excitement. My name is Ajio, it's a deal then. Suppressing his inner joy, Hong Yuan responded, you can call me Long Yuan, it's a deal. After agreeing, Ajio guided Hong Yuan out of the consciousness space. The real world was still deep in the night. Unable to resist, Hong Yuan opened his eyes, his hands clenched tightly. So this is my chance to turn my luck around, to change my destiny against all odds. The diary was right, today was June 13th, and not only had Hong Yuan dreamt, but the diary's timeline had also moved forward, and now he could turn to the 6th page. However, having left the diary at home before going on a trip, he was unable to check it immediately. Su Firen drove back to Hong Yuan's house, and the two did not speak along the way. It wasn't that no words were spoken. Hong Yuan did speak, but Su Firen did not respond. They had been happy just a few days ago. Why the sudden cold violence? Hong Yuan couldn't understand why Su Firen was angry or what he could have possibly done to offend her. As Su Firen parked the car in the garage and took her luggage out, Hong Yuan followed her to the garage exit and asked, where are you going? Aren't you coming to my place? I'm going home. Su Firen's face was cold, her thoughts turning sour. Since you already have someone you like, why did you flirt with me? Did you just see me as a friend? Was I just deluding myself? Watching Su Firen's changing expressions, Hong Yuan asked again, aren't you staying for a few more days? Growing increasingly irritated, Su Firen snapped, I don't have time to play anymore, I need to go back and study for the college entrance exams next month. Watching her turn to leave without hesitation, Hong Yuan hurriedly followed, saying, let me take you to the station. No need, Su Firen replied coldly, her back turned. Since you already have someone you like, we should keep our distance. I don't want to cause misunderstandings. Stunned, Hong Yuan finally realized that Su Firen had feelings for him, but he found it hard to believe. Being an F-grade talent, penniless and powerless, with deceased parents and younger siblings to care for, how could Su Firen possibly be interested in him unless she was blind? It's not entirely fair to say that. I am somewhat handsome after all. Perhaps she was captivated by my looks, Hong Yuan comforted himself, then hurried to catch up to Su Firen. Will we meet again? When we do, you must be happy, okay? You must be cheerful, you must find happiness, alright? Even if your world no longer includes me, you must find happiness on your own. Faced with Hong Yuan's farewell, Su Firen remained silent, leaving behind only a resolute silhouette. Hong Yuan stopped in his tracks, feeling the bitter sweetness of unrequited affection, but perhaps it was for the best. His heart already harbored Xiao Xiao, and it was better to clarify things early to avoid delaying Su Firen. Hong Yuan silently returned home, where Hong Lan and Hong were watching TV in the living room. On seeing him, Hong Lan asked, why did you come back alone? Where's Sister Firen? She's gone home. The college entrance exams are next month. Hong Yuan's response was distracted. Seeing Hong Yuan's demeanor, Hong Hu remarked, brother, you seem off. Don't tell me you've had a heartbreak. Hong Yuan felt a deep remorse for not reciprocating Su Firen's feelings. Very sorry and guilty, an indescribable emotion surged within him. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just a bit tired from hiking these past few days. Hong Yuan casually brushed it off. Turning to face Hong Hu, he was slightly angered by his brother's audacity. Are you asking for a beating? Hong Hu, frightened, shrank his neck. Seeing this, Hong Yuan commanded, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go buy me a kilogram of crystal white jade and 50 grams of diamond now. All right, Hong Hu replied hesitantly, then reluctantly put on his coat and left. Hong Yuan returned to his room, eager to check the contents of the 6th page of his diary. June 13, 5025. I've purchased the crystal white jade and diamonds, and with just a thought, both items were stored in the Kunlun jade pendant. Then Su Firen and I set off for Jiangnan province. She wanted to show me the local customs and culture. Hong Yuan thought, since the Kunlun jade pendant can store items, why not store the diary in it for easy access in the future, and maybe even some food for emergencies. June 14, 5025. After Su Firen drove for over 20 hours, we finally arrived in Jiangnan province. Exhausted, we decided to rest for a day. That night, I completed a transaction with Ajio, obtaining the Huayan Xian Ash. June 15, 5025. I didn't expect my first attempt at using the Skyman technique to be successful, raising my talent to an E level. My future is no longer just a dream. Then from June 16 to June 24, these days were filled with travel entries, nothing substantial, but Hong Yuan could feel from the diary that his past self's feelings towards Su Firen were growing increasingly tender. When they first started traveling in Jianghuai province, the person in the diary mentioned that anyone who married Su Firen would surely not have good days ahead, but later on they seemed to enjoy it. The diary entries during these days Read, she turns out to be a warm person beneath her cool exterior. Sue Fearon looks so beautiful when she's quiet, her laugh is carefree. These days are so nice, I wish it could go on like this forever. It looked like they had fallen in love. Suddenly Hong Yuan felt a foreboding feeling. Indeed, the entry on June 25, 5025 left him completely bewildered. I confessed to Sue Fearon and she didn't despise my F-grade talent, although now it is E-grade she doesn't know. Sue Fearon didn't reject me, instead she smiled and said, "We can try to date for a while." On June 30, 5025, Sue Fearon and I returned to Dai Mansion and I talked about my relationship with Sue Fearon. Grandmaster Sue did not obstruct us but showed strong support instead. Lu Ruyan broke up with me because I have an F-grade talent, but Sue Fearon and Grandmaster Sue didn't mind my talent, which surprised me. This was the last line and I became Sue Fearon's boyfriend and even gained parental approval. Hong Yuan closed the diary feeling a bit overwhelmed. The diary revealed that after breaking up with Lu Ruyan and not reconciling with Xiao Xiao, it was only natural to end up with Sue Fearon. But in reality, although he also broke up with Lu Ruyan, he reconciled with Xiao Xiao, so he must not betray Xiao Xiao as they had agreed earlier. If he fell for Sue Fearon and betrayed Xiao Xiao, what difference would there be between him and a beast? Hong Yuan was filled with righteous indignation when the diary suddenly shook and flipped dozens of pages back. June 6, 5030. Today is a joyful day for me and Sue Fearon, the girl who has loved me for 5 years and whom I have loved for 5 years finally became my wife. All my college friends and good friends came. I drank a lot today. This is the happiest day of my life. I will never forget this day. This page had only one line, but below it was a sketch of themselves in a wedding dress and suit, both faces brimming with happiness. Next to this drawing, there was also a line in graceful handwriting. We will always be together, never to part in this life. This graceful handwriting was not his own. It must have been written by Sue Fearon. All right, this is how it's going to be, huh? Feeling utterly messed up, Hong Yuan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, since his future self ended up marrying Sue Fearon, why did he write on the last page of the diary, "Never again betray Xiao Xiao"? Previously, when Hong Yuan read the last page of the diary, he felt guilty towards Xiao Xiao. He swore to only love Xiao Xiao for life, never to betray her, and now this mess had happened. You fickle, inconstant beast, Hong Yuan cursed at his future self. However, Hong Yuan also saw some good news. He had been admitted to university, which was a small fortune amidst misfortune. The diary's narrator and Sue Fearon had been together for 5 years. Not only did they not break up, but they also got married. After 5 years of enduring tests, the relationship between him and her was undeniably sincere. With this thought, Hong Yuan felt a pang of guilt, especially since he had just told Sue Fearon last night that he had someone else in his heart. Sue Fearon had feelings for him. She not only accepted his F-level talent but had also married him, yet he had said such things. Hong Yuan got up, intending to chase after her to catch up to Sue Fearon and keep her from leaving, but as he opened the door he froze. If he did this, what about Xiao Xiao? He had already wronged Xiao Xiao the last time he was with Lu Ruyan. Could he really betray Xiao Xiao again? Sighing deeply, Hong Yuan felt torn apart. Just then, Hong returned. The young man was efficient. He had managed to purchase the crystal white jade and diamond within an hour. Hong Yuan took the items and casually asked, "How much were they?" "I'll transfer the money to you later." Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about it. Talking about money hurts relationships. Let's not bring that up between us." But Hong Yuan persisted. "How much did you really spend? You gave all of Mom and Dad's compensation to me and your sister, keeping only 100,000 for yourself." Raising his voice, Hong retorted, "Are you really going to quibble over this little amount of money with me? Do you even consider me your brother?" Hong Yuan wanted to separate personal issues from monetary ones, but seeing Hong's defiant look, he opened his mouth but ended up only saying, "All right then." This kid was just as stubborn as he was. Hong Yuan himself would never have taken the money, so naturally Hong wouldn't either. Patting Hong on the shoulder, he cautioned, "Try not to cause any trouble in the future." "I'm not a kid anymore." Hong shrugged off his hand. "How would I cause you trouble?" Hong Yuan fell silent. After their parents passed away, Hong had visibly matured. But maturing too early isn't always good. Youth should be carefree, heartless and unrestrained. Hong Yuan felt a bit bitter. If only he could have done better, then Hong and Hong Lan might have had less to worry about, less anxiety. Every day they matured later, they could have been happier for one more day. Holding the crystal white jade and diamond, Hong Yuan returned to his room and quietly closed the door, making up his mind. Since things had come this far, he would just let them be. The matters with Sue Fearon and Xiao Xiao could wait until the future. Thinking too much now was pointless and only added to his troubles. Back in his room, holding the Kunlun jade in his left hand, a jade that he had bonded with by blood, creating a mysterious connection, he formed a thought. He wanted to integrate the crystal white jade and diamond into the Kunlun jade. In his right hand, the crystal white jade and diamond disappeared and then appeared inside the Kunlun jade, the space within. The Kunlun jade Ju was vast, nearly the size of a football field, capable of storing massive amounts of supplies. Since it wasn't yet the appointed nighttime to meet with a Jew, Hong Yuan had no choice but to sit in meditation and practice his breathing exercises. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had healed completely, restoring him to his peak condition. 4.5 hours into his meditation, Hong Yuan successfully absorbed a breath of spiritual energy. It was now 10 o'clock at night. Holding the Kunlun jade Ju in his hand, he thought for a moment and his consciousness entered into the jade Ju. Not far from the tavern on an open ground lay crystal white jade and diamonds. Hong Yuan picked up the two items and then pushed open the door of the tavern. Behind the counter, Kui Huang was dozing off with his eyes closed. A Jew was sprawled across the wooden table, listlessly drinking. Upon seeing Hong Yuan, a Jew immediately got up and said, "I've been waiting for you for ages. You're finally here. Didn't we agree to meet at night?" "Why are you so early?" Hong Yuan asked. "I was anxious." A Jew replied, pulling out a transparent glass bottle from his bosom. The bottle shimmered with a fiery red glow, precisely the fire flame mystical ash that Hong Yuan had long coveted. Hong Yuan took out the crystal white jade and diamonds. "Did you only prepare one portion of the fire flame mystical ash?" "I brought both the crystal white jade and diamonds." Scratching his head, a Jew said, "I thought you were only trading one item with me, so I prepared just one portion of the fire flame mystical ash." After a moment's contemplation, Hong Yuan said, "If you have ice spirit, crystal red flame stone, pure yang breath, or hellfire, we can trade again." A Jew responded, "I'm located in the endless fire realm, a place rich in fire-related natural treasures. I can buy pure yang breath and hellfire here, but these are too expensive to trade for crystal white jade and diamonds without making a loss. I can also get red flame stone, but I don't have it on me right now. I'll buy some at dawn and we can trade tomorrow night." "How about that?" Hong Yuan nodded. "I'll give you the crystal white jade now and you give me the fire flame mystical ash." They placed their items on the wooden table and pushed them towards each other. Hong Yuan picked up the fire flame mystical ash and a Jew took the crystal white jade, both unable to hide their joy. Hong Yuan bowed with his fists together. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. I'll return tomorrow night for the trade." A Jew holding the crystal white jade securely smiled and returned the gesture. "It's a deal." Hong Yuan walked out of the tavern and his consciousness soon exited the Kunlun jade Ju. Moments later he appeared in his room, still holding the transparent glass bottle containing the fire flame mystical ash. The mystical ash emitted an intense heat. To enhance his innate talents, Hong Yuan needed to swallow the fire flame mystical ash and then cultivate using the divine healing technique to refine it. Feeling the high temperature from the glass bottle, Hong Yuan hesitated, worried that swallowing the fire flame mystical ash might burn his throat or render him mute. However, according to his diary, he had succeeded without any adverse effects before. With this in mind, he mustered his courage, tilted his head back, opened his mouth and poured out the fire flame mystical ash from the bottle. A scorching sensation flooded his mouth and Hong Yuan almost spat it out. Suppressing the discomfort, he swallowed hard, allowing the fiery ashes to travel down his throat and finally settle in his abdomen. These ashes blazed fiercely within him, his body overwhelmed with heat. Immediately he sat down cross-legged and began channeling the divine technique of heavenly mending. Wisps of gray-black spiritual energy, under Hong Yuan's guidance, enveloped the fiery ashes in layers. This energy began to swirl faster and faster, eventually forming a small vortex. At the center of this gray-black vortex, the fiery ashes gradually dimmed. Hong Yuan's dantian seemed like a bottomless pit, ceaselessly consuming the fiery ashes. As the ashes were completely extinguished, Hong Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, which flared with two crimson flames, a successful transformation. Extending his right hand, a cluster of crimson flames appeared in his palm, distorting the surrounding air. Previously he could only summon a tiny flame easily snuffed out by the wind and barely strong enough to ignite paper. But now the flame in his palm, likely reaching temperatures of 500 degrees, robustly burned, effortlessly capable of lighting wood. His talent had always been the lowest of the low, a mere F grade, but it had now evolved to E grade. Although still poor, it was an improvement from being utterly useless. With this elevation to an E-grade flame talent, Hong Yuan sat cross-legged and began meditating and practicing breath control. This time he managed to gather a breath of spiritual energy in just 4 hours. Previously, it took him 4.5 hours. F-grade and E-grade represented the lowest strata of talents. If not for the 8-9 mystical technique facilitating rapid breath control, it would have taken him days to gather a single breath of spiritual energy. The worst F-grade talents came in 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These elements formed the basis from which countless other talents derived. For instance, from the metal element one could develop E-grade iron, D-grade steel, or C-grade sword talents. From the earth element one could develop E-grade sand, D-grade stone, or C-grade rock talents. Similarly, from wood one could develop E-grade grass, D-grade flower, or C-grade tree talents. Moreover, if someone possessed both wood and sword elements, these compatible attributes could combine to form a B-grade talent known as the azure wood sword, a not uncommon occurrence. At least 50% of individuals possess dual attributes and 20% harbored 3, 4, or even 5. Typically, multiple attributes would merge to form a single talent. However, some uniquely gifted individuals could develop 2 talents, like Xiao Xiao. Tomorrow night, by bartering with Ajo, he would acquire a red flame stone and further enhance his talent. The divine technique of mending heaven offers tens of thousands of enhancement paths. For instance, the several heavenly materials and earthly treasures I inquired about from Ajo earlier: ice spirit crystal, red flame stone, pure yang breath, and hellfire. Currently, as I possess fire attributes, consuming the ice spirit crystal would elevate my innate talent to a B-grade ice spirit flame. Consuming the pure yang breath would enhance my talent to a B-grade solar flame. If I were to consume hellfire, it would similarly elevate my talent to an A-grade hell flame. Unfortunately, Ajo could only procure the red flame stone for me, and upon consumption it only advanced my talent to a D-grade red flame. With my current fire attribute talents, consuming various heavenly materials and earthly treasures allows me to evolve different talents. If I were to consume breath soil, it would elevate my talent to a B-grade red flame breath soil, which is a dual attribute of fire and earth. Consuming hard steel could elevate my talent to a C-grade fiery hard steel, a dual attribute of fire and metal. Consuming thunder soul would elevate my talent to an A-grade infinite fire thunder, a dual attribute of fire and thunder. Hong Yuan meditated and practiced breathing exercises from evening until dawn, acquiring 3 breaths of spiritual energy. After sleeping merely 3 hours, he rose from bed. Now a 9-star warrior, he could sustain his energy with just 1 meal and 3 hours of sleep daily. With the college entrance exam a month and a half away and only a dozen breaths of spiritual energy stored in his dantian, he was still far from breaking through to a 10-star warrior. To grow stronger, he must be beaten severely by others to gain spiritual energy. If the blows weren't harsh enough, he wouldn't harvest any spiritual energy. Although he practiced the profound 8-9 mystical art, his poor innate talent was a hindrance. If he wished to rapidly advance his realm, he had to venture out and seek challenges. Suddenly, the thought of Long Ao Tian cast a shadow over his heart, stirring some psychological fear. After pondering for a long time, Hong Yuan formed a new plan. He continued his meditation and breathing exercises, and time flew swiftly. It was night again when he returned to Kunlun Jade Trinket Exchange, handing over a diamond to Ajo and receiving a red flame stone in return. They conversed for a while, but the heavenly materials and earthly treasures the other needed were either unavailable or too expensive to justify an exchange. Born in Jianghuai province of the Great Daxia country, which is renowned for its abundant and diverse jade at affordable prices, Hong Yuan realized after his exchange with Ajo that local stones like turquoise, Hutyen jade, Shoshan stone, white jade, green jade, and yellow jade held considerable value. Jade could be used in tool refinement, jewelry making, and even in alchemy. Borrowing pen and paper from the tavern keeper, Hong Yuan wrote in large characters, "Barter trade." He then listed the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he needed, along with several unique types of Daxia jade for exchange. After completing this, he posted the paper on the tavern wall. The tavern keeper Kuei Huang did not object and tacitly approved Hong Yuan's actions. Seeing this, Ajo followed suit, writing down his own needs and posting them on the wall. "What a great method," he exclaimed. Ajo couldn't help but praise. "I used to naively wait in the tavern to barter goods, but time passes 100 times slower here than outside. I could wait 10 days or half a month and no one would show up at the tavern." Hong Yuan chuckled at his words and remarked, "You're really too honest." After their unproductive conversation, the two went their separate ways. Hong Yuan opened his eyes, returning to the real world. he swallowed a red flame stone and immediately started the divine technique of patching the heavens to refine it. An hour later, Hong Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, flames roaring around him. His clothes were burned to ashes and even the floor tiles had cracked. He rose, patted off the dust on his body and noted that next time he should find a more open place to enhance his talents, otherwise he might accidentally start a fire at home. Grade D red flame can reach temperatures of 2000 degrees, several times hotter than grade E flames. The physique of a 9-star warrior is quite sturdy. Ordinary daggers and swords can hardly leave a mark on them. Moreover, a 9-star warrior is more resistant to heat and cold than ordinary people, but a 2000 degree temperature can still cause some damage. Hong Yuan meditated again, this time for only 3 hours, and he managed to gather a breath of spiritual energy, increasing his breathing speed by half an hour compared to before. Although his talent had risen to a grade D red flame, the efficiency of his meditation was too slow. With the divine technique that grows stronger through battle, as long as one fights, one becomes stronger, Hong Yuan, having tried it, found it addictive. He didn't want to waste time, so he took a taxi to Fragrant Tea Mountain. Fragrant Tea Mountain, located in the suburbs, is home to many demons and beasts, though none of high realm. Since no one would fight him, Hong Yuan thought of a good plan. He could find beasts to fiercely beat him up. On his way to Fragrant Tea Mountain, he thought of Su Firen and sent her a message, but received no reply. At 3 in the afternoon, Hong Yuan arrived at Fragrant Tea Mountain and also received a reply from Su Firen. Her message read, "I'm cultivating, very busy." The message meant that she wanted Hong Yuan not to disturb her. Hong Yuan sighed, feeling guilty and an indescribable discomfort, as if he had eaten something unsettling. Su Firen had helped him twice, even saving his life. After the college entrance examination, he must visit the Grade E mansion, even if just to maintain a simple friendship. Fragrant Tea Mountain, neither too large nor too small, covers an area of over 100 miles. The tea leaves here are particularly tasty and sweet, attracting many people to harvest them every June. However, with bears, monkeys and tigers, the mountain remains somewhat dangerous. As Hong Yuan hiked, he encountered several groups of tea-picking aunties. In crowded places there are fewer demons and beasts, so he immediately darted into the pathless wilderness of the mountain. Hong Yuan trekked through the wild, overgrown mountains for a day and a night, encountering only a few wild monkeys along the way. He was almost ready to give up when he finally spotted a black bear dozing off. The bear was nearly 3 meters tall and stout, with a presence roughly equivalent to a 10-star martial artist, slightly stronger than himself. However, Hong Yuan had eliminated his shadow number and tempered his body, naturally making him stronger than an ordinary 10-star martial artist, but the natural toughness of a demonic beast also made it stronger than an ordinary 10-star martial artist. Still, Hong Yuan was not the least bit afraid. When their strengths were comparable, intelligence was the key to victory. This black bear, although a demonic beast, had not yet awakened its spiritual intelligence, so it was not to be feared. He hung his backpack on a tree trunk and, without hesitation, leaped towards the bear. The bear, deep in sleep, was unaware as Hong Yuan's fist, large as a sandbag, landed on its head. The bear woke up in pain, roaring angrily and charging at Hong Yuan. Protecting his head, the most vital part, Hong Yuan stood still, waiting for the bear's attack. The next second, he felt a heavy blow to his chest as the bear's paw sent him flying, breaking 2 or 3 camphor trees along the way. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hong Yuan said excitedly, "That was exhilarating." Just resisting the bear's slap directly added 3 breaths of spiritual energy to me, equivalent to several hours of hard cultivation. As Hong Yuan stood up, the bear roared, its voice echoing through the wilderness, causing the leaves around to rustle. The bear, bending its strong hind legs, was ready to pounce. After a brief silence, the bear lunged forward, its body smashing towards Hong Yuan like a giant rock. This time, Hong Yuan couldn't just take the hit. He dodged to the side, avoiding the falling bear, and with his right fist charged, he struck the bear's eyes as it hit the ground. The bear howled in pain, raising its paws to strike at Hong Yuan. Seeing this, Hong Yuan protected his head again and stood still. The bear's paws came down like Mount Tai, its immense force making his legs buckle and his knees kneel to the ground, cleverly unloading some of the force. Although he could withstand the bear's strike, his legs might be injured, possibly even broken. This was just the beginning, and he didn't want to be injured and delay his training. Hong Yuan chose to unload some of the force for a prolonged fight. Despite this, he still gained 2 breaths of spiritual energy. From his kneeling position, Hong Yuan reached out with his right hand and, in a move called monkey stealing peaches, grabbed the bear's testicles fiercely. The bear, furious, opened its mouth to bite at Hong Yuan. Smelling the foul breath, Hong Yuan quickly ducked and crawled under the bear, then turned and kicked its back. As man and bear battled relentlessly, time swiftly passed, and soon the sun set beyond the mountains. Eventually, the bear could no longer keep up. Its strength depleted, breathing heavily and lying on the ground panting. Hong Yuan, also a bit exhausted, grabbed his backpack and jumped to the top of a tree to begin his breakthrough. From today's fierce battle with the bear, Hong Yuan had gained 75 breaths of spiritual energy. He had also accumulated 15 breaths of spiritual energy from his recent meditative breathing exercises, just enough to break through to a 10-star martial artist. After completing his breakthrough, Hong Yuan's consciousness entered the tavern of the Kunlun Jade Pendant. On the piece of paper he left behind, everything remained as it was, with no messages left by anyone. He would have to come back tomorrow. Being in the wilderness, the surroundings were unsafe, causing Hong Yuan to sleep uneasily. Normally he only needed 3 hours of sleep, but today after 6 hours he regained his strength. However, due to the poor rest, his spirit was somewhat languid. The black bear was still sleeping. It seemed that after yesterday's fierce battle, it too was very tired. Hong Yuan jumped in front of the black bear and shouted, "Demon, I need your help for my cultivation." The man and the bear resumed their intense battle. Although the black bear was strong, its stamina was lacking. After 2 to 3 hours of fierce fighting, it ran out of energy and Hong Yuan could only quietly wait for it to recover. Since there was no time for hunting, the black bear was ravenous. Hong Yuan took out some bread from his Kunlun Jade Pendant, ate until he was full, and then threw a few pieces to the black bear. The bear just sniffed it and did not eat. Damn, it was picky about its food. Helpless, Hong Yuan let the black bear go hunting while he continued to search for demonic beasts. This time, after only 3 hours, Hong Yuan found a silverback gorilla which also exuded the aura of a nearly 10-star martial artist. The intelligence of the silverback gorilla was higher than that of the black bear, but its strength was lesser. A single slap could only add 2 breaths of spiritual energy to Hong Yuan. However, Hong Yuan did not mind and continued his fierce battle with the silverback gorilla, passing the day happily. Night fell quickly, and today he had gained a total of 85 breaths of spiritual energy. Martial realm breakthroughs were usually swift, with a breakthrough possible in just a few days, but a 10-star martial artist was already at the peak. The next step would be to become a 1-star martial master. However, breaking through from a 10-star martial artist to a 1-star martial master was a significant hurdle, requiring not only 500 breaths of spiritual energy but also carrying a risk of failure. Hong Yuan had not yet gathered enough spiritual energy, so he was not in a hurry. He entered the tavern within the Kunlun Jade Pendant as usual. Still, no one had left a message for him, but a few more words had appeared on the paper Ajio had written. It seems someone wanted to trade with him. 3 more papers appeared on the wall of the tavern, also featuring trade information. Those with ordinary talents and common cultivation methods usually get stuck at the 10-star martial artist level, and it is difficult for them to break through during high-stakes tests. Hong Yuan was also facing this situation. He and the black bear, along with the hardback silverback gorilla, had been struggling for 5 days and still had not accumulated enough spiritual energy. But there was good news. Last night when he went to the tavern, an extra line of information appeared on the paper. "I have pure yang breath. If you are interested in trading, come and meet tonight at 8. Seeing this line, Hong Yuan's jaw dropped. It was pure yang breath. If he could trade for pure yang breath, his talent could jump directly from D grade to B grade. However, there was one problem. The person didn't specify what they wanted, only asking for a nighttime online meetup, which felt a bit suspicious. At night, dragging his weary body, Hong Yuan jumped back to the treetop. These past few days of inadequate rest had left his body increasingly exhausted. As the time neared 8 o'clock at night, he closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the Kunlun Jade Pendant. As soon as he walked into the tavern, he saw a burly bearded man sitting at a wooden table. The man was tall and robust, with broad shoulders and a well-defined face, his eyes bright and alert, his skin a healthy bronze color. Hong Yuan approached the burly man, bowed with his fists clasped, and asked, "Do you possess the essence of pure yang?" "My name is Jiang Menghu." The man with the twisted beard pointed at the paper on the wall and asked, "Did you leave this here?" Hong Yuan nodded, sat opposite Jiang Menghu, and inquired, "What do you need?" "I don't need the items listed on your paper. Jiang Menghu's voice was deep and powerful as he looked at Hong Yuan and asked, "Your region must produce jade, right?" Hong Yuan paused, then realized, "Are you looking for some other kind of jade?" Jiang Menghu was straightforward, "I need the five-colored stone, can you obtain it for me?" The five-colored stone indeed existed in the Great Xia Kingdom, but it was exceedingly expensive and Hong Yuan could not afford it. "There are five-colored stones, but they are too expensive. If I trade them for pure yang essence, I would be at a loss, and I also don't have the money to buy them," Hong Yuan explained. Jiang Menghu stated, "I know they are expensive, the five-colored stones are priceless throughout the 9 provinces, since you have access to them I can provide the money, you just need to help me purchase them, afterwards I will give you a portion of pure yang essence as a reward for your troubles. What do you think?" Hong Yuan agreed to the proposal immediately, saying, "Okay." Jiang Menghu asked, "How much do they cost in your area?" Hong Yuan replied, "I'm not entirely sure, let me check and get back to you." Since there was no internet in the Kunlun Jade Tavern, Hong Yuan had to go outside to check the prices on his phone. After finding the prices, Hong Yuan came back online. While only a few minutes had passed outside, Jiang Menghu had been waiting for hundreds of minutes inside the tavern. Impatiently, Jiang Menghu asked, "How much?" Hong Yuan replied, "The five-colored stones are priced per gram, with 1 gram costing 500,000, and they are usually sold in whole pieces." Jiang Menghu inquired further, "How much does a whole piece weigh?" Hong Yuan estimated a small piece of the five-colored stone might weigh around 10 grams and the largest could weigh up to half a kilogram. Upon hearing this, Jiang Menghu pulled out several gold bricks from his robe. "Take these gold bricks, sell them and purchase a piece of the five-colored stone for me." Hong Yuan didn't take the gold bricks but asked, "Aren't you afraid that I might pocket the gold bricks or cheat you?" Jiang Menghu chuckled, his well-defined face breaking into a smile. "These gold bricks might seem like a lot to you, but to me they are but a drop in the bucket. If you need money, I can give you a few bricks after the deal is done." Hong Yuan couldn't help but express his admiration. "That's very generous." In the 9 provinces with countless nations, each with its own currency that only circulated locally, gold was universally valuable and could be exchanged for money anywhere. Seeing Hong Yuan accept the gold bricks, Jiang Menghu asked, "How long will you need? When can I get the five-colored stone?" After a moment's thought, Hong Yuan replied, 5 days from now at 8 o'clock in the evening I will bring the five-colored stone to the tavern." Jiang Menghu extended his hand with a smile and said, "It's a deal." Hong Yuan shook his hand, smiling back, "It's a deal." After returning to the real world, Hong Yuan rested until dawn. He did not leave Shangming Mountain but continued his usual fierce battles with the black bear and the silverback gorilla. Finally, deep into the night, Hong Yuan gathered 500 breaths of spiritual energy, but he did not break through on the spot. A martial artist needs a quiet environment to advance to the next level, free from disturbances, or else the breakthrough might fail. Having painstakingly gathered 500 breaths of spiritual energy and with demonic beasts lurking around, he dared not attempt the breakthrough there. Hong Yuan left Shangming Mountain overnight and took a taxi home, arriving at 3 in the afternoon. The past few days had been exhausting and he had not rested well. Excessive fatigue could also lead to a failed breakthrough. Not wanting to take any risks, Hong Yuan first took a bath and then collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly until the next morning. Waking up feeling a bit hungry, since hunger could also affect the breakthrough, he washed up, went out for a hearty meal, and even brought breakfast back for Hong Lan and Hong Hu, reminding them, "I'm about to make a breakthrough, do not disturb me." Back in his room, Hong Yuan locked his door, lit an incense stick, and sat cross-legged on the floor. After preparing everything, he did not rush the breakthrough but instead calmed his mind and adjusted his mental state. About 10 minutes later, feeling almost ready and with his spirit at its peak, he knew everything was set for a successful attempt. Hong Yuan mobilized all the spiritual energy within his body, which surged like rivers in reverse, flowing through his meridians, acupoints, and limbs. The 500 breaths of spiritual energy circulated repeatedly, his physique becoming even more resilient. Soon, at the position of his dantian, a fist-sized ball of white spiritual energy formed, compressed almost to the point of solidity. But it was not enough. Hong Yuan exerted all his strength, furiously compressing the white energy ball, his body resonating with a sound like the roar of dragons and tigers, indicating the extreme compression of the spiritual energy. Suddenly, the shackles within his body shattered. These were the shackles of advancing from a martial artist to a martial master. A vast and boundless aura burst forth, shaking the entire room. At his dantian, the dense spiritual energy compressed into a sphere the size of a coin, glowing red due to his red flame talent. This sphere was the martial master's pill, the source of a martial master's power. Hong Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. From that moment on, he was a martial master. Jiang Menghu had given him 58 gold bricks, each weighing 5,000 grams. Today's price of gold was 600 per gram. Silently calculating, Hong Yuan figured out that 58 gold bricks could be sold for 174 million. The price of a colorful stone was 500,000 per gram, and with 174 million he could buy 348 grams of colorful stone. Carrying such a large amount of gold bricks directly to sell could potentially attract unwanted attention. Hong Yuan had no choice but to don a mask and hat and wear Hong Sen's adult coat as he headed to the neighboring city. He found a sizable gold shop, took out a gold brick, placed it on the counter, and said in a deep voice, "Exchange for cash." 1 gold brick could sell for 3 million. Although it was still a lot, it was much more low-key compared to 174 million. Wearing a mask and hat concealed his appearance, helping to avoid prying eyes. After selling 1 gold brick, Hong Yuan would take a taxi to the next gold shop and repeat the process. He even took moments to duck into bathrooms, pulling out clothes stored inside his Kunlun jade pendant to change his appearance to avoid being followed. He might have been overcautious, but as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Despite having advanced to a 1-star martial artist, he knew he was still not strong enough, so he proceeded with extreme caution. To avoid drawing attention, Hong Yuan would take taxis at night, moving from one city to another, covering 4 cities in total. By noon on the 5th day, he had finally sold all the gold bricks. Looking at the cash in his Kunlun jade pendant, Hong Yuan changed his appearance again and headed to the largest jade market in Jianghuai province. As he entered the jade market, he saw Lu Ruyan and her close friend. Not wanting to create unnecessary complications, he remained silent. Thanks to his disguise, Lu Ruyan did not recognize him, and she continued chatting and laughing with her friend. "This piece of jade is so beautiful, I really want it. If you like it, you should ask Long Outyan to get it for you. Long Outyan is so stingy, he's nothing compared to how generous Hong Yuan is with me. I even doubt if he's really a rich second generation. Since Hong Yuan is so good to you, why did you break up with him? Hong Yuan is just a worthless F-grade talent. Would you be with someone with F-grade talent? Plus, his dad is dead, he's just an ordinary person now. How could he possibly be good enough for me? You're right, I definitely wouldn't be with an F-grade nobody. I'm worried about affecting my children's genes in the future." Hearing Lu Ruyan and her friend's conversation, Hong Yuan rolled his eyes. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Su Firan didn't care about his own lack of talent, nor did he look down on himself. The gap between people was like that between humans and dogs. Someone like Lu Ruyan didn't even deserve to be considered human. Hong Yuan walked straight up to a female salesperson and quietly said, "I want to buy jade." Seeing the thoroughly disguised Hong Yuan, the saleswoman politely asked, "Sir, what kind of jade are you looking for?" Hong Yuan replied in his deep voice, "Multicolored stone." Upon hearing these words, the saleswoman's expression paused for a moment, then she reminded him, "Sir, multicolored stones are 500,000 yuan per gram. I'm well aware." Hong Yuan replied, looking around. "There are too many eyes outside. Do you have a VIP reception room here?" The observant saleswoman immediately nodded. "Please follow me." The two went to the VIP reception room, where the saleswoman brought some tea and then asked, "How many grams of the multicolored stone do you need?" "The smallest piece we have is 13 grams. Hong Yuan waved his hand casually, and a small mountain of cash materialized in the VIP reception room. "Here is 174 million. I need a multicolored stone weighing less than 348 grams. The summoning of objects out of thin air left the female sales associate wide-eyed. This was a spatial treasure. Spatial treasures are incredibly valuable, far beyond what ordinary people could afford. Turning her head towards Hong Yuan, she immediately sensed the robust aura only a martial emperor could possess. Hong Yuan slipped on a ring on his left hand, which briefly emitted a soft glow. He quickly withdrew his hand to avoid drawing the sales associate's attention. Years earlier, Hong Sen had confiscated this ring during an investigation. It was designed to conceal one's identity. Once Hong Yuan wore this ring, anyone scrutinizing him would sense an aura comparable to that of a martial emperor. Previously, Hong Yuan had considered the ring merely a toy, but now it proved useful. The sales associate's tone became even more respectful, and she quickly said, "I will get the manager to speak with you." Hong Yuan knew that only someone at the martial emperor level could discern the subtleties of the ring. In Jianghuai province, a place without martial emperors, this was especially effective. Soon a young and handsome manager approached. His level was that of an 8-star martial spirit. I hear you wish to purchase a multicolored stone, he said. Hong Yuan responded indifferently, the money is all on the floor. The manager, with a mix of fear and respect, said, I heard about your request from the salesperson, but the largest multicolored stone we have in our shop weighs only 192 grams. Hong Yuan voiced his mild displeasure. Just find me another one weighing 156 grams and that will do. I understand, please wait a moment, the manager replied respectfully and hurried off. Before long he returned with 2 boxes each containing a brilliantly colored stone. Hong Yuan remained still and said, count the money, if it's all there I'll be on my way. The manager placed the boxes on the table next to Hong Yuan and summoned several people to count the cash. It didn't take long for them to confirm the amount. The sales associate approached respectfully, we've counted the money, and the amount is correct. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan no longer dawdled. He collected the 2 multicolored stones into his Kunlun jade ornament and stood up to leave. Seeing Hong Yuan preparing to depart, the apologetic manager pulled out a red jade stone from his pocket and offered it to Hong Yuan with a bow. Sir, this is a gift for you. This is a red chalcedony. Hong Yuan's voice was hoarse as he spoke. This item isn't cheap. The manager spoke reverently. To be honest with you, we actually made 10 million from your purchase today. This red chalcedony is worth 8 million. Consider it a rebate from our store. We hope you will choose us first for any future jade purchases. Hong Yuan accepted the red chalcedony and simply said, okay. As he watched Hong Yuan's departing figure, the manager turned to the sales associate and remarked, his speech is succinct, his words few, his walk as mighty as a dragon and as forceful as a tiger, truly the demeanor of a master. The saleswoman chimed in our Jianghuai province there are only a few martial emperors and he's probably one of them. He's disguised because of his status. The male supervisor nodded and remarked, you did well this time. If he visits our store again you must treat him with even greater respect. Hong Yuan returned home and shed his disguise. As the clock neared 8 in the evening he hurried back to his room and entered the realm of Kunlun Jeju. Jiang Menghu hadn't arrived yet. In the tavern there was only a tall, thin young man sitting alone at a wooden table drinking. This young man looked quite ordinary, tall and slender like a bamboo pole with lifeless eyes which made him appear listless. With nothing better to do, Hong Yuan approached the counter and requested warm up 2 pots of wine and bring a dish of fennel beans. Kuai Huang, the owner, knocked on the wooden counter and said bluntly, pay first. My friend will be here soon. I'll have him settle the bill. Hong Yuan responded with a smile, but Kuai Huang was unyielding. Everyone pays before they drink. Here, and I've already treated you last time. At that moment the tall, thin man at the next table casually tossed a piece of broken silver onto the counter and said lightly, it's on me. Seeing this, Kuai Huang handed a pot of wine to Hong Yuan. Just as Hong Yuan was about to thank the man, the stranger gestured with his hand indicating that no thanks were necessary, saying all drinkers are kin and meeting is fate. May I ask your honorable surname? Hong Yuan took a seat opposite the man. You can call me Long Yuan. You can call me Jianzhou, the tall man replied, lifting his wine pot. Hong Yuan clinked his pot against Jianzhou's. Jianzhou, what an odd name, sounds like a code name, he thought. Jianzhou emptied his pot in one gulp and then stood up to leave. Just then Jiang Menghu entered the tavern brushing past Jianzhou. Jiang Menghu glanced back at Jianzhou and then approached Hong Yuan's table asking, do you know him? Just met him. His name is Jianzhou, probably a nickname or pseudonym. Hearing the name Jianzhou, Jiang Menghu paused and said, he must be a swordsman from Jianyu and that's not a pseudonym. Curious, Hong Yuan asked, what is Jianyu? Jiang Menghu explained, Jianyu is one of the most renowned places for swordsmen in Zhozhou, usually coming from 2 places, Jianyu and Luofu Sword Tomb. Originally called the Sword Tomb, it's known as Luofu Sword Tomb because it's located in the Luofu realm. Swordsmen from Jianyu have distinctive names with surnames like Jian and numerical names such as Jianyi, Jianair, Jianzhou, Jianshirlu, Jianbashi Ba. But these aren't arbitrary names. The strongest is called Jianyi, the second strongest Jianair, and so on up to Jianyi Bai. Swordsmen from Jianyu are as numerous as hairs on a bull or raindrops from the sky. The Jianzhou you just met, being ranked 9th, must indeed be one of the top swordsmen in Zhozhou. Jiang Menghu finally said, the city of Sword Rain and the Luofu Sword Tomb are sacred places in the hearts of sword cultivators throughout the 9 provinces. You, my boy, have indeed met Some important figures. I've learned a lot. Hong Yuan took out 2 colorful stones and handed them to Jiang Menghu, saying the gold bricks you gave me could buy a 348-gram colorful stone, but I don't have one that large. Jiang Menghu took the colorful stones, then immediately took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Hong Yuan, saying the breath of pure yang is contained within this bottle. Hong Yuan initially did not take the porcelain bottle. Seeing this, Jiang Menghu slapped his own forehead, took out 3 gold bricks, and said, "These are the gold bricks I promised you." "Thank you." Hong Yuan bowed and thanked him, then took the 3 gold bricks and the small bottle. "I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." After obtaining the colorful stones, Jiang Menghu, unable to contain his eagerness, quickly left the tavern. Hong Yuan went to the counter, took some paper and pen, rewrote a note, and added a line at the end: "Jade Stone Purchasing Service, leave a message if needed." Back in the real world, Hong Yuan didn't rush to consume the breath of pure yang because enhancing his talent could produce too much heat and potentially burn down his house. Therefore, in the middle of the night, he rode his electric scooter alone to a deserted riverside. There were no flammable materials around and the river was nearby, so if it got too hot he could jump into the water. Hong Yuan opened the bottle cap and, like drinking water, gulped down the breath of pure yang. After reaching the grand completion stage of the 8-9 mystical technique, a force of pure yang would emerge within one's body. The breath of pure yang he consumed was not exactly the power of pure yang, but merely a hint of its essence. The scorching essence traveled down his throat, bringing a familiar heat throughout his body. He immediately began using the divine healing technique. Hong Yuan guided the gray-black spiritual energy, wrapping layers around the breath of pure yang, gradually absorbing it. His body emitted intense heat, causing the air around him to distort and the nearby river water to boil, instantly generating vast amounts of steam. Due to the intense heat, the ground under Hong Yuan turned scorched black, the leaves on distant trees quickly withered and fell, and before they could hit the ground, they turned to ash. The gray-black vortex inside Hong Yuan continued to devour the breath of pure yang, and due to its immense energy, it took 3 hours to completely absorb it. After successfully absorbing the breath of pure yang, his talent was elevated to a grade B solar flare. Hong Yuan opened his eyes, about to summon the solar flare in his palm to test its power, but suddenly a sharp pain surged through his forehead as if it was about to split open. "What's happening? Did something go wrong when I was enhancing my talent?" Clutching his head, veins bulging on his face from the intense pain, he repeatedly banged his head on the ground trying to alleviate the pain. After several minutes, the pain gradually subsided. Hong Yuan took out his phone from the Kunlun jade pendant, turned on the camera, and wanted to see what was wrong with his forehead. In the screen of the smartphone, Hong Yuan's pale face was displayed, covered in sweat and with disheveled hair. A golden mark appeared above his brow, curving upwards at the top and downwards at the tail, forming an S shape. Seeing black filth seeping from his body, Hong Yuan instantly realized that his physique had just undergone another refinement. Each time he eliminated negative energies, his body was tempered, and after each elimination he would gain a new supernatural ability. Since this was the second time he had eliminated negative energies, Hong Yuan acquired the second supernatural power of the 8-9 mystical arts, the Heavenly Eye. The descriptions of the Heavenly Eye in the 8-9 mystical arts were extensive. Commonly referred to as the Heavenly Eye, it could look up to the 9 heavens and down into the 9 abysses, observe the 3,000 worlds from afar, and discern the minutest details up close. If translated into layman's terms, the functions of the Heavenly Eye were akin to a telescope, magnifying glass, X-ray vision and night vision. Moreover, the Heavenly Eye could emit a highly offensive ray of light, but it was extremely energy-consuming. At his current level, Hong Yuan could only use it once before he would become exhausted. Touching the golden mark, Hong Yuan guided the spiritual energy within his body to converge above his brow. The golden mark slowly cracked open, and as the slit widened, an eye emerged. This eye had golden pupils and an indifferent, merciless gaze. It was the legendary Heavenly Eye. When the third eye on Hong Yuan's forehead fully opened, a burst of golden light suddenly radiated from the pupils. This beam of light was like a golden lamp, illuminating everything around it. Everything enveloped by the golden light suddenly stilled, the ripples in the river ceased, and the distant frogs stopped croaking. Hong Yuan's sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch all became incredibly acute. Nothing in his surroundings could escape his gaze. It was a peculiar sensation, as if everything was under his control, every movement around him enveloped by his senses. Hong Yuan turned his head, looking towards the rising steam from the river. The steam moved as if in slow motion, ascending bit by bit like a slow motion video. It wasn't that the steam had slowed down, but rather that Hong Yuan's visual senses were so sharp that he perceived it this way. This made him feel quite uncomfortable, as the slow motion effect made him feel uncoordinated, a rather distressing sensation. He immediately stopped supplying spiritual energy, and the heavenly eye slowly closed, eventually forming back into an S-shaped golden mark, and the discomfort also dissipated. Hong Yuan touched the golden mark, which was smooth as before without any crack. It seemed that apart from the golden mark, there was no difference from usual above his brow. It appeared that only when he actively opened the heavenly eye would a slit appear. Hong Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Having a third eye appear on his forehead would be quite frightening to look at. With his talent upgraded to a B level, Hong Yuan stretched out his right hand, from which a vibrant burst of crimson gold flame erupted. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air. Even 100 meters away one could still feel a scorching aura. Is this the solar flare? Hong Yuan marveled. It's terrifying indeed. This ball of solar flare in his hand could reduce a 10-star martial artist to ashes in just 3 seconds. If he were to learn a few powerful fire-based martial techniques, he could still inflict significant damage even when facing martial artists of the same realm. Riding his electric scooter back home, Hong Yuan pondered the advantages of the heavenly eye, which could slow down an enemy's speed, thus offering a huge advantage in battle. However, activating the heavenly eye gave him a feeling of being top-heavy and light-footed, quite uncomfortable, like having drunk too much of a cheap liquor. With the college entrance exams just over 30 days away, there was no time left in reality. Hong Yuan could only enter the Kunlun Jeju. Time flowed 100 times slower inside the Kunlun Jeju. Adapting to the heavenly eye for 100 hours inside equated to just 1 hour in the real world. While one could not cultivate their internal energy in the Kunlun Jeju, it was possible to practice the proficiency of martial techniques. Hong Yuan took out the Grade E spear manual stored inside the Kunlun Jeju. As he adapted to the heavenly eye, he flipped through the manual. Staff techniques for months, blade skills for years, but a lifetime for spear techniques. Spear techniques required the most time to master. Su Firan had told Hong Yuan that since she could stand steadily as a child, she had been holding a spear, and now she had been practicing for over a decade. Among the weapons, the staff technique was the easiest to learn, and the blade technique was relatively simple, involving broad and sweeping movements, slightly harder to pick up than the staff technique. Hong Yuan didn't really like spears. His heart favored the broad and sweeping movements of blades, which is why he never practiced the Grade E spear manual. There wasn't any particular reason, simply a lack of interest, even if it was a spear manual created by one of the ancient 10 greats. With the college entrance exams approaching, it was time for him to learn a few martial techniques. Hong Yuan walked into a tavern and wrote a note, paying a hefty price for fire-based martial techniques blade manuals. After writing these words, he stuck the note on the wall and left the tavern, continuing to adapt to the heavenly eye. After adapting for over 800 hours, which translated to only 8 hours in the real world, Hong Yuan felt it was enough and left the Kunlun Jeju. Back in the real world, he activated the heavenly eye again, and this time, the sensation was much more comfortable, although still slightly uncomfortable, but much better than before. Nodding to himself, Hong Yuan was confident that with time he could perfectly adapt to the heavenly eye. After emerging, he didn't idle but sat cross-legged and began the practice of qi cultivation. Previously, when he was a D-level talent, it took him 3 hours of qi cultivation to absorb a single breath of spiritual energy, but now, as a B-level talent, the cultivation speed had increased and it took only an hour and a half to absorb a breath of spiritual energy. If that's the case, spending 15 hours a day in meditation and absorbing 10 units of spiritual energy seems quite efficient. However, advancing from a 1-star martial artist to a 2-star martial artist is slow, requiring a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Even if I managed to meditate and accumulate 10 units of spiritual energy every day, it would still take at least a month to make the breakthrough to a 2-star martial artist. Enduring attacks, on the other hand, is much more efficient. Getting beaten by a beast for 1 day can yield about 80 units of spiritual energy. Hong Yuan finds himself missing the feeling of being beaten up. Yet, beasts naturally fear creatures stronger than themselves, an instinctive trait of their kind. Currently, a 1-star martial artist, Hong Yuan wouldn't face any aggression from the creatures on Xiangming Mountain. The silverback gorillas and black bears wouldn't dare attack him and would flee upon seeing him. This situation is similar to that with Sun Xiaochuan. Since I am stronger now, Sun Xiaochuan wouldn't dare to strike, and it's the same with the beasts. Now a one-star martial artist with a grade B talent, Hong Yuan could likely gain admission into a first-tier university during the college entrance exams as long as his luck isn't too bad. As for the top-tier universities, his current situation offers almost no hope, not due to his own fault, but because it's challenging for ordinary people to enter top-tier universities. There are only 10 such institutions with far more applicants than spots available, making it extremely tough to get in. Moreover, the slots at these top universities are almost exclusively taken by powerful families who have the resources to test for talents. Ordinary people can only wait for the scheduled free tests. For example, the De family, a powerful clan, had Su Firan awaken his talents right when he turned 18. Hong Yuan started his training 10 months later than Su Firan, who had been practicing with spears since he was a young child and whose combat ability far surpasses Hong Yuan's. Unless one possesses an SSS grade talent like Xiao Xiao, an ordinary person with unremarkable talents like Hong Yuan has his best hope pinned on entering a first-tier university. Feeling the injustice, Hong Yuan sometimes fantasizes about crushing the mighty under his feet, clad in golden armor, though these are just fantasies, as he is still far from being a significant threat to anyone and can only revel in these thoughts privately. In the days that followed, Hong Yuan practiced his breathing techniques by day and snuck out to the Kunlun Yuju at night, spending 2 hours each time adapting to the heavenly eyes. As days passed, it was soon the end of June. After getting accustomed to the heavenly eyes, Hong Yuan took a moment to visit the tavern and noticed an additional message on the piece of paper he had left. I have what you need, come to the tavern at 8 tomorrow night. At 8 o'clock that evening, Hong Yuan entered the Kunlun Yuju and headed straight for the tavern, where he had posted 3 notes offering a high price for various natural treasures representing jade purchases and seeking fire element martial techniques and sword manuals. The tavern's walls over these days had also been gradually covered with many notes, perhaps 80 or 90 in total. Upon entering the tavern, Hong Yuan saw 3 people. Ah Jiao was having a private conversation with a strange woman, likely a trade. A stern-looking middle-aged man, dressed in a suit that marked him as a white-collar worker, was sitting with his eyes closed, presumably meditating. That must be him, Hong Yuan thought, and he approached to start a conversation. Hello, I'm looking to purchase fire element martial techniques and sword manuals. Are you the one who left the message? The middle-aged man opened his eyes and sized up Hong Yuan before nodding in acknowledgement. Sitting across from the man, Hong Yuan asked, are you here to sell martial arts techniques or sword manuals? The man did not respond directly, but instead pointed at a piece of paper representing a jade consignment and asked, the information on this paper, it was left by you, wasn't it? Hong Yuan nodded. The man's discernment was impressive, as he had recognized Hong Yuan's handwriting. The middle-aged man then took out 2 books and pushed them toward Hong Yuan, saying, here is a low-level earth-tier sword manual and a top-tier Shin-tier fire-based martial technique. Hong Yuan did not take the books but instead watched the man cautiously and asked, what else, since you are involved in jade consignment, it must mean that jade is abundant in your area. The man paused for a moment before continuing, if you can help me acquire a piece of crimson jade marrow, I will give you these 2 books. Hong Yuan fell silent upon hearing this. He had recently acquired a piece of crimson jade marrow intended for sale to solve his financial shortages, despite its value being surpassed by the low-level earth-tier sword manual and the top-tier Shin-tier martial technique. Struggling financially, Hong Yuan had planned to sell the jade for money since he needed to pay for college tuition and other expenses. After being admitted to the Warriors University, he would have to travel far for his studies, hence the 3 gold bricks given by Jiang Menghu were reserved for his siblings Hong Lan and Hong Hu. After the death of their parents, as the eldest brother, he had to take on the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings, fulfilling their father's last wishes. Intending to decline the offer, Hong Yuan was preempted by the middle-aged man, who quickly said, don't be in a hurry to refuse. This fire-based martial technique can link with the sword manual, enhancing its power to match a high-level earth-tier technique. Hong Yuan hesitated as the man continued, I assume your cultivation level isn't high, so you wouldn't be able to use a heaven-tier technique that requires a massive amount of spiritual energy, and even the higher earth-tier techniques would be beyond your current capacity. Pointing at the 2 books on the wooden table, the man added, these books are perfect for you. Don't miss this opportunity, as you might not get another chance like this. After a brief pause, Hong Yuan said, I do have a piece of crimson jade marrow that I can exchange with you. Just as the man had said, money could be earned again, but missing out on these books could mean losing a unique opportunity. The man nodded slightly, his expression unreadable, a trait typical of someone his age and experience who had long learned to control his emotions. "I'll go get it for you," said Hong Yuan. He stepped out of the tavern and retrieved the crimson jade marrow from the space outside, where all items stored in the Kunlun Jade Ju, a spatial magical treasure, would appear. After returning to the tavern, Hong Yuan placed the crimson jade on the wooden table. The middle-aged man pushed 2 books towards Hong Yuan and each took what the other offered. Hong Yuan picked up the books, one titled Great Sun Scripture, a fire-related martial technique, and the other Wu Wang Sword Manual. "My name is Luo Feng," said the middle-aged man as he tucked away the crimson jade, glanced at Hong Yuan's hands and added, "I might need your help with purchasing items again in the future. I'm Long Yuan." Hong Yuan did not refuse. Instead he replied, "Just call me if you need help, but I will charge for it." "Wait a moment," Luo Feng said as he stood up and walked out of the tavern, only to return shortly with a sword in his hand. He tossed the sword to Hong Yuan, declaring, "This sword is called Zhang Yang, perfectly suited for you. Consider it in advance payment of the deposit." While it's hard to refuse gifts from others without a suitable sword of his own, Hong Yuan had no choice but to accept the Zhangyang sword, smiling in gratitude. "Then thank you very much." Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively, turned and left the tavern without another word. Luo Feng was no ordinary man. He seemed to see right through Hong Yuan, who felt his every action was fully grasped by Luo Feng. First Luo Feng discerned his handwriting, then when Hong Yuan was about to refuse the crimson jade, Luo Feng persuaded him emotionally and logically, prompting him to change his mind. Finally, just by a glance, Luo Feng noticed that Hong Yuan had never wielded a sword, so he presented one, thereby indebting Hong Yuan with a favor. When Hong Yuan tried to express his thanks, Luo Feng left promptly, not allowing any opportunity for gratitude, an act of giving without expecting anything in return. Hong Yuan couldn't help but admire. Luo Feng really plays at a high level. I'm completely under his control. If Luo Feng asks for help next time, I'll most likely not refuse. After securing the 2 books and the Zhangyang sword, Hong Yuan too left the tavern. He couldn't wait to unsheath the sword. The Zhangyang sword was long and straight, its blade glowing red, a clear indication of a fire-based weapon. As the Zhangyang sword was single-edged, this style of sword is also known as a hangdao. Hong Yuan swung it a few times, pleased with how it felt. He stabbed the sword into the ground and picked up Great Sun Scripture and Wu Wang Sword Manual, immersing himself in the books. Soon 4 hours had passed, but in the Kunlun Jade Pendant it was 400 hours. It was past midnight, July 1st. At the end of this month, the Great Xia Kingdom would hold the Martial Arts College entrance examination. 30 days would not be enough for Hong Yuan to master the Great Sun Scripture and Wu Wang Sword Manual, but in the Kunlun Jade Pendant time moved 100 times slower. This meant Hong Yuan had 3,000 days inside the pendant, equivalent to 8 years in the real world. 8 years, let alone 8 months, was more than enough for him to master both books. Hong Yuan activated his celestial eye and, while getting accustomed to its visions, he picked up his Zhengyang blade. Following the teachings of the Wu Wang Blade Sutra, he began his practice. Hong Yuan had long placed his diary inside the Kunlun Jade Ju, for it was time to turn to the 7th page. After hundreds of hours of practicing the Wu Wang blade, Hong Yuan was feeling a bit weary, so he decided to open his diary. July 1st, 5025, the college entrance exams are at the end of the month and Su Firen needs to diligently cultivate her skills, leaving her no time to accompany me. However, she promised that once the exams are over she would travel with me. July 8th, 5025. Recently, I've been trading with people inside the Kunlun Jade Ju, acquiring several heavenly treasures that have successfully elevated my talents to B grade and my breathing techniques have become faster. July 9th, 5025. Since Su Firen is in seclusion and I don't know anyone else in the Dai mansion, I have no choice but to stay in my room and cultivate. July 14th, 5025. Today I broke through to a 3-star warrior, the diary's version of myself, lacking the powerful 8-9 mysteries and having only just enhanced my talents, found this progress slow. July 25th, 5025. Today I broke through to a 4-star warrior. July 29th, 5025. Tomorrow the Martial Arts College entrance examination competition will be held. Su Firen has come out of seclusion, but she's nervous about disappointing her family. I told her not to worry, just to perform to her true potential, and her strength would surely get her into a top university. July 30th, 5025. Today is the day of the martial arts college exam and it will be broadcast live on television. Elder Sue asked me to watch the competition with him, but with other members of the Sue family in the room, I felt somewhat suffocated and uncomfortable, as if someone was secretly sizing me up. July 31st, 2025. The martial arts college exam continues and the competition is fierce. On the first day alone, 30% of the candidates were eliminated. August 1st, 2025, the Sue family and I watched the live broadcast, and when the camera occasionally cut to Sue Fearon, her moves were crisp and decisive, defeating her opponent with a single strike, causing everyone to cheer excitedly, and I was thrilled too. August 3rd, 2025, fewer and fewer participants remain on the field, and only the last 10 are left. Though I wish Sue Fearon could take first place, both Li Changyan and Luo Lai are incredibly strong. Elder Sue even said that the top scholar would likely be one of them. August 4th, 2025, the college exam competition finally ended and the result was as I had expected. Sue Fearon achieved third place, an excellent result that would get her into a top university. The third place she won refers to her ranking in the competition, not wearing a mask. August 9th, 2025, I traveled with Sue Fearon in Jiangnan province a few days ago. Today, after returning, she received her university admission letter. She was admitted to Tianwu University and she hugged me joyfully. August 10th, 2025, Elder Sue just privately told me that he has connections that could get me into a top university as well. He asked if I was interested. I'm certainly willing, there's no hesitation at all. August 18th, 2025, today I embarked on an interdimensional spacecraft with Sue Fearon. Old Master Sue wrote me a letter of recommendation which he asked me to hand over to the Vice-Chancellor of Tianwu University. However, I'm not sure if Old Master Sue's influence will be enough. If the Vice-Chancellor doesn't give face, I might have to return to Daxia in disgrace. This page only records so much content. Previously, Hong Yuan underestimated the heroes of the world, thinking that Sue Fearon would surely top the exams. Unexpectedly, Daxia is a land brimming with talent. Apart from Sue Fearon, there are others like Luo Lai and Li Changyan. However, the diary doesn't detail who among them won the second place or who emerged as the top scholar. During Sue Fearon's last visit, she had successfully broken through to an 8-star martial master. After returning, she went into seclusion for a while, and there was hope that she might break through to a 9-star martial master before the martial arts college entrance exam. As for Luo Lai and Li Changyan, they were likely also at the 9-star martial master level. The leap from martial master to martial spirit is extremely challenging, and the chances of the three of them breaking through to martial spirit are slim. They are estimated to reach at most a 10-star martial master. Currently, I am a 1-star martial master, following the rules diligently in my training. Before the start of the martial arts college entrance exam, I can at most reach a 2-star martial master level. Being a 2-star martial master is insignificant in front of Luo Lai, Li Changyan and Sue Fearon. At best, I'm just cannon fodder. Moreover, since Sue Fearon and I are not in a romantic relationship, Su Tianbao won't write a recommendation letter for me. If I'm lucky, I could enter a first-tier university. But even salted fish dream, let alone Hong Yuan, a living person. He too wishes to enter a top-tier university. The gap between top-tier and first-tier universities is vast, like the difference between a celestial maiden above the clouds and a farmer toiling in the earth. There are only 10 top-tier universities in total, admitting only 300,000 students. Meanwhile, there are 2,000 first-tier universities admitting up to 20 million students. As for the second and third-tier universities, the number of admissions is even higher beyond count. Zhou is boundless, with just Dongxing Divine Continent alone housing 1 million nations, among which Daxia is just one. In these hundreds of thousands of countries, Daxia is considered a powerful nation, but it still has a long way to go compared to the superpowers. Daxia has 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with Jianghuai province having several 100,000 students each year, but only half of them participate in the martial arts college entrance exam. Thus, adding up the 2 capitals and 13 provinces, there are about 2 million candidates. The martial arts college entrance exam is a national system where 2 million candidates are thrown into the same battlefield to compete. Candidates will fight against each other, and the more candidates are eliminated and the longer one survives, the higher the ranking they achieve. However, in this martial arts college entrance exam, the vast majority of students are just cannon fodder, especially those who haven't broken through to the martial master level, destined only to be slaughtered at will. For someone like Hong Yuan, who has broken through to the martial master level, the situation is slightly better. but when encountering higher-level martial masters he can only flee. Even though he had advanced to the rank of a two-star martial artist, Hong Yuan found himself insufficient in the competitive realm of the college entrance examinations. It appeared that the only solution was to seek out others to spar with, vigorously aiming to ascend several more realms in prowess. Lost in thought, Hong Yuan wondered if he could hire a personal trainer to spar with him, or perhaps even pay someone to beat him up. In the real world, these ideas would seem bizarre. After all, who spends money to get beaten up except for masochists? As the thought of masochists crossed his mind, a light bulb went off in Hong Yuan's head. He could pretend to be one and then hire someone to whip him. Of course, no sane person would agree to such an outlandish request, so his search would have to focus on those with violent tendencies. As for where to find such individuals, he would have to trouble Uncle Wang, who worked at the Security Bureau and certainly had contacts with such people. Alternatively, Jianghuai Province had underground boxing rings known for brutal bare-knuckle fights. Eager to try it out, Hong Yuan inquired about the location, but the organizers wouldn't give him a chance due to his low level. After Uncle Wang refused to help, Hong Yuan pleaded persistently, but to no avail. Out of desperation he lied, claiming he was doing it to treat those with violent tendencies. However, this wasn't entirely a lie. By getting beaten up, he would allow others to vent their aggression, which could be seen as a form of therapy, right? Finally, Uncle Wang relented and named someone, advising Hong Yuan to speak respectfully to them. When Hong Yuan met this person, he was taken aback. She was a towering woman over 2 meters tall, with a physique like a bear, wide shoulders and bursting muscles. Veins throbbed on her muscular arms, and she weighed around 300 pounds. Seeing this formidable woman, Hong Yuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva and instinctively step back. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Her voice was deep and forceful. I have masochistic tendencies," Hong Yuan stammered, his speech unclear. "I heard you're violent. Could you beat me up?" The woman looked puzzled, as if Hong Yuan was mocking her. "What do you mean? Are you making fun of me?" "That's roughly what I mean. If you're not happy about it, hit me," Hong Yuan blurted out. No sooner had he spoken than a heavy punch landed on his face, sending him rolling over 10 meters before he managed to steady himself. He quickly assessed the woman's strength as that of a 3-star martial artist. From that single punch he had gained a moment of spiritual energy. Crouching and wiping the blood from his nose, Hong Yuan taunted, "Too weak." His provocation was needless. The woman, furious as if ignited by gunpowder, lunged at him with an uppercut. Hong Yuan was spiraled into the sky after a powerful blow, and before he could even land, the female heroine delivered a fierce kick to his chest. Sent flying backward, he bent a solid steel utility pole with the impact, spitting out blood and writhing in agony. Hong Yuan staggered to his feet, taunting mockingly, "Is that all the strength you have?" The heroine, unable to tolerate such provocation, gritted her teeth in anger. With swift steps she closed the distance and knocked Hong Yuan down with a punch, then straddled him, raining down a flurry of punches, over a dozen in quick succession. Hong Yuan could only endure a few of these before he passed out, awakening the next afternoon in a hospital thanks to some kind-hearted souls. His brothers Hong Lan and Hong Hu were there by his side, relieved to see him awake. The heroine's combat prowess had far exceeded Hong Yuan's expectations, and he regretted causing his brothers unnecessary worry. After returning home, Hong Yuan meditated for several days, and at night he would practice martial arts in the Jade Kunlun chamber. On July 7 he gathered enough spiritual energy to advance to a 2-star martial master. Not wanting to worry his brothers further, Hong Yuan decided to avoid provoking the heroine unless absolutely necessary, choosing to flee whenever he was on the verge of defeat. By July 18 he had progressed to a 3-star martial master, with just 11 days left until the college entrance exams. With little time remaining, he frequented challenges against the heroine, and in just 8 days he advanced to a 4-star martial master. Moreover, he had acquired a rare heavenly treasure the previous night, boosting his talent to A level. With the exams approaching, he chose to stop provoking the heroine and stayed home to recuperate. However, he didn't just rest. He continued to practice the Great Burning Heaven technique and the Boundless Blade scripture in the Jade Kunlun chamber, mastering these martial arts after over 1,000 hours of practice. He had also fully adapted to the Eye of Heavenly Tao, mastering its use perfectly. As days passed, it was soon July 29, the day before the college entrance exams. After much hesitation, Hong Yuan called Su Firen. The call connected, and after an initial greeting, a long silence followed. Hong Yuan had prepared several opening lines, but once connected he found himself at a loss for words. Su Firan's impatient voice finally broke the silence, urging him to speak. Hong Yuan managed to squeeze out, "Good luck on your exams." Su Firan, unimpressed, responded, "If that's all, I'm hanging up." Panicking, Hong Yuan quickly added, "After the exams, I want to see you. I have something to tell you." Curious, Su Firan asked why it couldn't be said now. Hong Yuan hesitated, admitting he felt embarrassed. Su Firan, sharp as ever, guessed his intentions, questioning the appropriateness since Hong Yuan already had someone he liked. Frustrated, Hong Yuan asked if they could at least remain friends, to which Su Firan bluntly refused and hung up. Trying to call back, Hong Yuan found that Su Firan had already turned off her phone, leaving him with mixed emotions and torn between Su Firan and another, both of whom he did not wish to let down. This isn't about Hong Yuan being fickle-hearted. Rather, he finds himself in a situation akin to the dilemma of choosing between loyalty and filial piety. Truly frustrating. In a fit of impotent fury, Hong Yuan curses. The next morning, armed with his exam permit, he heads to Jianghuai High School. There he encounters Ing Huanhuan's son Xiaochuan Lu Ruyan and Long Outyan. Soon buses arrive at the school gate, transporting numerous candidates to the gathering point. 2 hours later, the candidates reach the assembly location where a teleportation array stands. The students line up to enter the array, and upon stepping in, each is transported to a random spot within. After verifying his exam permit, the invigilator hands Hong Yuan a card roughly the size of an ID card, displaying his basic information: name, Hong Yuan, candidate number, 4396 points, 0 survival time, 0 minutes. Hong Yuan pockets the card and steps into the teleportation array. His vision blurs, lights and shadows shift, and his body feels lighter as he levitates. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in an unfamiliar realm. Beneath his feet stretches a vast desert, the sky clear and cloudless. This place resembles the Kunlun Jade Pendant, a space-encompassing magical artifact, but this artifact contains a vast space stretching hundreds of miles. Here Hong Yuan must face candidates from across the country. Today marks the commencement of the martial arts examination. People nationwide watch the live broadcast on their TVs. At home, Hong Lan and Hong Hu also watch, their table laden with milk tea and sunflower seeds. The TV host begins the opening speech. "Sister, what rank do you think our brother could achieve? Does he have a chance at getting into a third-tier university?" Hong Hu, the worst with an F-grade talent, usually locks himself in his room. Whether he's cultivating or sleeping, who knows? Nodding, Hong Hu responds, "If you ask me, our brother shouldn't risk his life taking the martial arts exam. He might as well learn a craft." Hong Lan sighs, "I don't have high hopes for him achieving a good rank. I just hope he doesn't lose his life. The sparring and battles among martial artists aren't child's play after all. Every year, some candidates die on the exam battlefield. It's unavoidable. A martial artist who fears death, even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, his existence is meaningless. After all, the essence of a martial artist is the character martial. Martial artists must temper their martial paths and break through their limits in life and death battles, striving for the pinnacle of martial arts. That is the true meaning of martial. If a warrior is too scared to even participate in the college entrance exam and is that afraid of death, he might as well give up cultivation and be an ordinary person. What use is a realm if a warrior dares not fight? Is it just for show? This is like studying for over a decade and then becoming a security guard because you fear hard work. It would have been better to start as a security guard and save those years of detour. The TV screen switches to a man of burly and tall stature. This man has thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in a black short combat suit with strong limbs and slightly curled short hair and a broad face with a big nose. The host, looking at his script, introduces, "This is Luo Lai from Fengtian province. Though he looks a bit mature, he is indeed only 18 this year." Luo Lai was already admitted to Longjing University, but he did not want to leave any regrets, so he declined the offer and decided to take the martial arts college entrance exam, aiming to get into a top university on his own merits. Luo Lai, who is at the 10-star martial master realm, is one of the most promising candidates to win the national martial arts competition. We should pay close attention to him. Being pre-admitted by Longjing University, one of the top 10 universities, proves his exceptional talent. The host keeps Luo Lai's specific talents undisclosed, probably to keep it confidential and prevent evil cultivators from targeting him. But that's like stating the obvious, as one can guess his excellent potential from his pre-admission to a top university. The TV screen then shifts to a skinny young man with short hair wearing a white tank top that shows off his tattooed arms. This young man holds a black machete, his eyes fierce and sinister, resembling somewhat a street thug, the host says. Due to confidentiality agreements, I cannot reveal his real name, but his nickname is Xiao Dao at the 9-star martial. Master Realm is also one of the strongest contenders for the championship. Although Luo Lai's realm is higher, knowing some information about Xiao Dao makes me very optimistic about his chances. The host intentionally keeps the audience in suspense. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Province's Dei Mansion, Su Tianbao, hearing the host's words, smiles at the middle-aged man beside him and asks, "This Xiao Dao is the Black Blade Azura's son, right?" The man named Su Yuan nods. Xiao Dao had been staying at the Tianqing Great Wall and has come back to participate in the martial arts college entrance exam because he reached the required age. Black Blade Azura's reputation at the Tianqing Great Wall is enough to prove his strength. He is the only one besides me who holds a position there, Su Tianbao proudly states. At under 40 years old to achieve such feats, his future is boundless. If Xiao Dao has even half of Black Blade Azura's talent, he could at least make it into the top 3 in the martial arts exam. The TV screen shifts again, this time showing a woman with a ponytail. The host continues, "This is Su Firen from Dei Mansion in Jiangnan Province. I believe our audience might have guessed, she is the granddaughter of General Su Tianbao." Su Yuan, watching the TV, asks, "Dad, does Firen have a chance to make it into the top 3? Su Tianbao muttered, "If this were last year's martial arts college entrance exam, Su Firen would definitely have clinched the top spot. But this year there are too many outstanding candidates. I've heard quite a bit of insider news. Apart from Luo Lai and Xiao Dao, there's also a peerless genius from Jianghuai Province. His strength is comparable to Luo Lai, and he's been praised by the outside world as the millennial talent of the Great Xia Kingdom, the most outstanding individual in 1,000 years. Just listen to how impressive that title sounds." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately responded, "You can't just say that. There's a celebrity in the Great Xia Kingdom who's also called the most beautiful woman in 5,000 years, but I think she's just ordinary looking, not as pretty as Firen. I suspect this millennial talent is just hype, maybe just a flash in the pan or a weakling." Su Yuan made a sharp critique. Su Tianbao was somewhat speechless and explained, "The title of the millennial talent was given by Chen Tianshou, and it's not just hype. Chen Tianshou is the vice-chancellor of Yuanyang University. Although he's retired now, Yuanyang University is one of the top universities, and Chen Tianshou has seen countless geniuses in his lifetime. To be praised by him as the millennial talent of the Great Xia Kingdom, one must be an exceptionally rare super genius." Su Tianbao continued, "Also the Holy Son of Jade Emperor's Sanctuary, one of the 72 blessed places, is also 18 this year. He too rejected the offer of automatic admission and participated in this year's exam. From the shores of the South Sea, someone from Bright Moon Sword Pavilion is competing this year. And from the Western Shu's Green Bamboo Manor and Nanzhao's Jinyuan Manor, these are all top-tier families comparable to the Great E House with participants in this year's exam." Hearing this, Su Yuan swallowed hard, his tone becoming gloomy. "If that's the case, isn't Firen in trouble? She's been diligent since childhood, practicing diligently every day. Among the children of her generation in the Great E House, she's the most outstanding." Su Tianbao concluded, guessing if she can perform to her best ability, she should make it into the top 3. Only then did Su Yuan breathe a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Even if she doesn't perform well, she should still make it into the top 5 and get into a top university. Su Tianbao shook his head. "That's hard to say. If she encounters a strong opponent in the beginning and gets injured, affecting her combat strength, the subsequent fights will be very challenging." As the sun rose, the sunlight was fierce. The endless desert looked like a golden sea, and a gust of wind from the distance whipped up the sand, forming a swirling column. Su Tianbao's words were prophetic, but unfortunately, they seemed to be a curse. Su Firen opened her eyes, and not far in front of her, a flash of white light appeared, and a dark-faced man was also teleported to the same location. Both thought the other was an easy opponent, so without any nonsense, they went straight into combat. A silver spear appeared out of thin air in front of Su Firen. She reached out to grab it, holding the silver spear in her hand. The dark-faced man, barehanded, lunged forward in a quick step towards Su Firen, his right hand balled into a fist, aiming a punch directly at Su Firen's chest. Su Firen's movements were quicker. With a fierce sweep of her silver spear, she executed a move called Sweeping 1,000 Armies. Upon seeing this, the man with the dark face could only stop his punch, raise his arms and slightly squat to brace for the sweeping rod of the gun. The tremendous recoil spread through both individuals, causing both Su Firen and the dark-faced man to involuntarily step back. Simultaneously, they asked, Who are you? It is said that a true expert is recognized by their first move. Indeed, after just one exchange, both sensed the exceptional skill of the other. Su Firen hailed from Dei Mansion in the prosperous Jiangnan province, one of the most famous residences in the Daxia kingdom. Wei Wei came from Jinyuan Mansion, which was slightly less renowned but also a prominent family with a military background. Both were 9-star martial masters equal in realm, so this comparison was to see whose everyday skills were superior. Under the sunlight, Su Firen's silver spear glittered with a cold light and the wind lifted her ponytail, swaying it back and forth. Su Firen had practiced with the spear since childhood, hence her extremely stable stance. Her upright figure stood like a proud wind-resisting pine in the vast desert sands. Wei Wei unarmed took a deep breath as if to inhale all the surrounding air into his chest. Then his body swelled, his skin tightened, revealing his strong muscles, and his originally wheat-colored skin turned increasingly yellow, eventually becoming a dazzling golden color after a few breaths. Seeing this, Su Firen, like an arrow released from a bow, charged at Wei Wei, her silver spear thrusting out like lightning, named chasing the wind and pursuing the moon. The spear thrust was incredibly fast, leaving a trail of silver light in its wake. Wei Wei, transformed into a muscular golden man, did not dodge but instead clenched his right fist and with a clang smashed the incoming spear tip. Stepping forward, he grabbed the spear with both arms, trying to wrest it from Su Firen's hands. Losing the spear would mean losing half her combat effectiveness, but Su Firen had long mastered techniques to counter such moves. As Wei Wei exerted force to snatch the spear, Su Firen swiftly spun around like a top, her spear slipping from Wei Wei's grip. Following this, Su Firen swung her spear, which like a river overturning the seas instantly drew multiple arcs in the air, creating a dense, curtain-like barrage of spear shadows that enveloped Wei Wei. Facing the intense barrage that resembled a light curtain, Wei Wei bellowed, his skin turning even more golden. Relying on his indestructible physique, Wei Wei endured this round of attacks. Seeing her attack ineffective, Su Firen had to retract her spear and change tactics. But this was the moment Wei Wei was waiting for. He stepped forward with his left foot closed in and his right fist, powerful as if splitting mountains, smashed opportunely towards Su Firen's abdomen. Su Firen was sent flying 100 meters away, tracing an arc in the air before heavily crashing down onto the sandy ground, kicking up a large cloud of sand particles. As it was a hastily made move, Wei Wei's punch was not at full strength. Su Firen was also in a bad way, her internal organs churning tumultuously, nearly causing her to spit out blood. She immediately mobilized her spiritual energy to alleviate her injuries. Despite the distance of 100 meters, Wei Wei took only 3 steps before he was instantly upon Su Firen, seeking to capitalize on his victory. Su Firen hastily got up to defend herself. Golden fists pummeled towards her, continuously forcing her to block with her spear shaft. Wei Wei's punches were so powerful that they made the spear shaft hum, nearly slipping out of Su Firen's hands. Long spears and daggers, such sharp weapons, dread nothing more than a fighter with a robust physique, and Wei Wei was exactly that, a warrior honed to the extreme. Su Firen, truly enraged, took a slight leap and kicked fiercely at Wei Wei's chest. Using the recoil, she slid backwards by several meters. Before she could stabilize, the aura around her body violently oscillated and a phantom white dragon emerged, coiling around her body and up the shaft of her spear. Wei Wei hesitated briefly before striding forward, swinging another punch with a roaring wind that carried an overwhelming force. Su Firen gripped her silver spear with both hands, one in front and one behind, took a deep breath, and at the peak of her breath her spirit and energy reached their zenith, her entire body's spiritual power boiling over at that moment. The white dragon that had been coiled around the spear suddenly broke free, transforming into a streak of silver-white light that leapt forward with Su Firen's spear thrust. This move, White Dragon emerging from the abyss, from the Grady Spear Manual, was the same technique Su Firen had used to instantly defeat Long Outyan's bodyguard on the sports field of Jianghuai High School. The spear, shadowed by the phantom dragon, aimed straight for Wei Wei's chest. The tip of the spear tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. This thrust was both swift and fierce, an unstoppable force dispersing the surrounding yellow sand. Wei Wei's eyes flashed with seriousness, recognizing the gravity of the move. His muscles tensed, his body's spiritual energy circulating, ready to take the spear head-on. But just as the silver spear was about to touch him, Wei Wei suddenly shifted to the side while extending his right hand, attempting to grab the spear shaft. Su Firen had anticipated this. She guessed that Wei Wei was pretending to take the hit but actually planning to seize the spear again. Su Firen flicked her wrist, causing the spear to trace a bizarre angle in the air, avoiding Wei Wei's palm. The the spear tip, like a white dragon spitting out its tongue, unleashed a streak of white spear brilliance heading straight for Wei Wei's heart. Despite Wei Wei's quick reaction, withdrawing his hand and crossing his arms in front of his chest, the white spear brilliance, sharp as the sharpest point in the world, paused slightly before piercing through his arms. Seeing this, Su Firan exerted force on both arms, pushing the long spear forward, followed by a clang, the spear tip advancing once more. Wei Wei's physique was exceptionally sturdy, but the spear tip still pierced through his outer flesh. To avoid injury to his chest, Wei Wei slid backwards, dissipating the force, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. After striking a powerful blow, Su Firan swiftly withdrew her long spear as a streak of fresh blood spurted from Wei Wei's chest. Collapsing to his knees and clutching his chest, he realized that had he not deflected at the last moment, the spear's tip would have pierced his heart, nearly costing him his life. Glaring up with eyes filled with rage, Wei Wei thought bitterly of how cruel this woman was. He swore to himself that it wasn't over between them. In contrast, Hong Yuan was faring much better. Surrounded by 3 opponents, none of whom had reached the level of a martial master, Hong Yuan easily eliminated them from the competition. His details emerged as follows. Name: Hong Yuan. Candidate number: 4,396 points. 3 survival time: 5 minutes. Having defeated 3 opponents, Hong Yuan earned 3 points. To get into a top university, he knew he needed not only to survive until the end but also to accumulate a significant number of points. Activating his heavenly eye, he scanned his surroundings. The heavenly eye, equipped with various functions including telescopic vision, allowed him to see clearly for several kilometers. As his own martial level increased, so too would the range of his vision. Closing the heavenly eye, Hong Yuan noted the presence of a male candidate 3 kilometers to the northwest, a 1-star martial master. Being a 4-star martial master himself, Hong Yuan considered this opponent an easy target. He sprinted towards the candidate, taking only seconds to confront him. As the male candidate heard the whooshing sound, Hong Yuan was already less than 10 meters away. In the next second, his fist, large as a casserole, smashed into the candidate. Caught off guard and unable to resist, the candidate was knocked out cold and fell to the ground. His ID card quietly shattered in his pocket, and a white light enveloped him, signaling his immediate teleportation out of the exam venue and his elimination from the competition. Continuing his hunt, Hong Yuan defeated 5 more candidates before encountering a formidable opponent. This candidate was a scrawny man with a thin face, lush hair yet slightly balding, resembling a skinny monkey. This skinny monkey candidate was a 6-star martial master, 2 levels higher than Hong Yuan. However, having eliminated negative energies twice and undergone 2 physical enhancements, Hong Yuan's physique was even stronger than that of the skinny monkey candidate. The skinny monkey, being a 6-star martial master, was no ordinary individual. He could either be a scion of a major family or a prodigy who had broken through to 6-star level in just 4 months. If the former, he would possess numerous martial skills with a combat power surpassing typical 6-star masters. If the latter, he might know only 1 or 2 martial skills, but his innate talent would make him a formidable opponent. If he was both, that would be the worst-case scenario. Hong Yuan did not dare underestimate him. They exchanged a punch that almost fractured Hong Yuan's hand, but he also gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. The skinny monkey had not drawn any weapons, indicating his preference for hand-to-hand combat. Although Hong Yuan was skilled with blades, he chose to engage in close combat, hoping to harness his body's ability to grow stronger with battle, thereby gaining a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Skinny monkey, a competitor, was sent reeling back 3 steps by a punch from Hong Yuan. Frowning slightly and looking displeased, he uttered some offensive swear words. Rubbing his swollen wrist, Hong Yuan noted that Skinny Monkey's physique was even tougher than he had anticipated. Hearing the crude words, Hong Yuan retorted, "Your mom is dead too." He thought to himself about the poor manners of his opponent, considering this was the scene of the martial arts college entrance exam. Was he supposed to greet him before making a move? Both charged forward, clashing fist against fist, their abundant spiritual energy stirring up a storm of sand. Hong Yuan moved faster, following up his punch with a sweeping leg kick. Skinny Monkey, agile and quick, leapt back to dodge the attack. Seeing this, Hong Yuan rose, his chest heaving as he gathered spiritual energy to his throat and then opened his mouth to unleash a massive flame. The flame, like a rolling sea, blotted out the sun and swiftly engulfed Skinny Monkey. The heat from the flame was so intense that it melted the sandy ground into liquid. This fire-breathing martial skill was from The Great Burning Sky technique, specifically a move called Magnificent Fire Extinguisher, as the smoke and flames cleared, Skinny Monkey's figure was revealed, encased in a block of purple ice crystal. Clearly he possessed an ice variant talent, possibly the purple crystal ice or the purple jade. Mysterious ice, fire, and ice were opposing talents. If the fire was hotter it could melt ice, and if the ice was colder it could freeze fire. Before the exam, Hong Yuan had enhanced his talent to A grade. However, his flames could not melt the purple ice crystal, suggesting that Skinny Monkey's talent might be S grade. Hong Yuan looked up at the sky. It was only 8:30 a.m. with 3.5 hours until noon. After the flames dissipated, Skinny Monkey shattered the ice crystal and formed a purple ice crystal sword in his palm. Hong Yuan summoned the positive sun blade from his Kunlun jade pendant. Holding the blade in his right hand and sliding his left along its edge, he ignited the blade with flames. Skinny Monkey, wielding his ice crystal sword, lightly flicked the tip, transforming a wisp of cold air into countless ice spears shooting towards Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan stepped forward, slashing through the air to send a wave of flames meeting the ice spears mid-air. Empowered by the positive sun blade, the temperature of the flames increased, filling the air with steam created by the collision of fire and ice. Without waiting for the steam to disperse, Hong Yuan sliced through it, instantly closing the distance to Skinny Monkey. Holding his blade horizontally, he drew a blazing trail through the air, scorching the air and producing a sizzling sound. Skinny Monkey stepped back to stabilize himself, simultaneously thrusting his sword forward. Blade met sword, heat met cold, and the clash resonated with a thunderous boom, sending sparks and ice shards scattering in all directions. The slender monkey candidate's ice crystal sword instantly melted into a puddle of water, while Hong Yuan's Zhenyang blade remained unscathed. As his ice crystal sword turned to water, the slender monkey candidate threw a punch fiercely at Hong Yuan's chest. Though Hong Yuan could have dodged, he chose not to and took the punch head-on. Seeing Hong Yuan fall from his punch, the slender monkey candidate, puzzled, asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" "Because I'm not afraid," Hong Yuan replied as he slowly got up and sheathed his Zhenyang blade back into its Kunlun jade scabbard. "Why aren't you afraid?" The candidate pressed further. "Not being afraid is just that, being fearless," Hong Yuan responded somewhat helplessly, not able to admit that taking hits could enhance his spiritual energy. With no weapons left, they engaged in close-quarters combat, a realm Hong Yuan relished. They exchanged blows, each punch devoid of any finesse, merely brawling. The slender monkey candidate had good stamina. He and Hong Yuan fought fiercely for 2 hours. At this point, Hong Yuan was bruised and swollen, his body covered in contusions, though the candidate had slightly fewer injuries. Despite his greater wounds, Hong Yuan grew only stronger the more they fought, while the slender monkey candidate's punches weakened. After 2 hours, his energy nearly depleted. "This can't go on," thought the candidate, his face growing grim. His S-grade talent and 6-star martial master level should have secured him a place in a top-tier university, but this young man was getting stronger, and if the fight dragged on, he might lose, relegating him to a third-tier university. That simply won't do. Realizing this, he threw a punch that sent Hong Yuan flying, and instead of pursuing his advantage, he turned and ran without hesitation. However, Hong Yuan wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Seeing the slender monkey candidate fleeing, he summoned his Zhenyang blade and, leaping into the air, struck him down, eliminating him from the competition. Hong Yuan had hoped to fight a bit longer, but seizing the opportunity as the candidate fled was enough, especially since his spiritual energy was now replenished. Looking around and seeing no other candidates, he sat down cross-legged and began to break through. In just a few minutes, he successfully advanced to the realm of a 5-star martial master. True masters were rare. In the annual martial arts exam, less than 20% of candidates broke through to the martial master level, the remaining 80% remained at the martial fighter stage. Hong Yuan activated his heavenly eye, searching for other candidates from a great distance. Any candidate he discovered could not escape his grasp. He hunted from noon until evening, eliminating 36 candidates, with only 3 reaching the martial master level, and they were merely 1-star and 2-star masters, no match for him in combat. Hong Lan and Hong Hu watched the day's live broadcast, but the camera never once focused on Hong Yuan. In the early part, it followed Su Firan and Wei Wei, who fought from morning till afternoon. Su Firan was strong, but Wei Wei's talent countered hers. Although she eventually severely wounded Wei Wei, Su Firan was also exhausted and sustained serious internal injuries. Watching the television screen showing the rankings, Hong Lan rubbed his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Look at who's in 10th place on the leaderboard." Hong Hu was eating when he heard Hong Lan speak and looked up to see 2 characters, Hong Yuan. The ranking was as follows: First place Li Chang'an with 54 points, tied for first Luo Lai also with 54 points, third place Xiao Dao with 52 points, fourth place Mu Yunlu with 51 points, fifth place Chen Zhou with 50 points, sixth place Jiang Pingqiao with 49 points, seventh place Situ Lan with 48 points, eighth place Xiao Lin with 47 points, ninth place Sun Songfeng with 46 points, and 10th place Hong Yuan with 45 points. Hong Hu incredulously said it must be someone with the same name. Hong Lan nodded in agreement. Big brother has an F-grade talent and the camera never even focused on him once. It must be another candidate with the same name. Both of them refused to believe that this Hong Yuan was their elder brother. An F-grade talent making it to the top 10 would be as likely as a pig climbing a tree. In Hong Yuan's hands he held a piece of Kunlun jade, a sacred artifact of the Swallowing Heaven sect. Fearing it would bring disaster upon him, he told no one about it. Li Chang'an and Luo Lai were tied for first place as noted in Hong Yuan's journal, one achieving the top scholar position and the other the second. However, the journal did not specify who was who. Hong Yuan only knew both were formidable. Nighttime was the most dangerous. After a day of fierce battles and as night fell, Hong Yuan felt weary and weak, so he found a place to rest. Suddenly a noise sounded behind him. With his heavenly eye activated, his senses were extremely sharp. Despite the distance and faintness of the noise, he still heard it. Hong Yuan immediately turned his head towards the source of the sound. Beneath the night sky and the desert's yellow sands, a young girl with a high ponytail swing in the wind had fainted. Recognizing her in an instant, Hong Yuan swiftly moved next to Su Firen. "Hey," he shook Su Firen's shoulder, "are you all right?" Su Firen, groggy, opened her eyes, saw it was Hong Yuan, and tiredly said, "Do I look all right to you?" Then she completely passed out, prompting Hong Yuan to carry her to a safe place. Just past midnight, as Hong Yuan was resting with his eyes closed, his exam card suddenly displayed 2 lines of information. The desert is gradually shrinking. Please proceed to the central area of the desert. By 8 a.m. tomorrow, candidates still on the outskirts of the desert will be teleported out and will lose their eligibility to continue in the martial arts examination. Starting from 8 a.m. tomorrow, if you eliminate other candidates, you will also inherit 50% of their points. The first message was similar to the shrinking play zones in games like PUBG and Fortnite. As the martial arts exam continued, the number of candidates would decrease, necessitating a shrinking desert to facilitate encounters and battles between candidates. In the second message, Hong Yuan originally defeated a candidate and could only earn 1 point. However, starting from 8 a.m. the next morning, if the candidate eliminated by Hong Yuan had 4 points, Hong Yuan could inherit 50% of his points. Adding to his original 1 point, Hong Yuan would have a total of 3 points. This mechanism was designed to encourage masters to battle, as eliminating a 6-star martial master or a 6-star fighter would only yield 1 point, clearly incentivizing the elimination of 6-star fighters. Dawn was breaking. Su Firen slowly opened her eyes, her complexion slightly pale, indicating she was not in good shape. Hong Yuan noticed she was awake, squatted down in front of Su Firen and offered her a bottle of mineral water with a concerned tone. "Would you like a drink?" Su Firen did not speak, her face expressionless, merely shook her head. A martial artist could go without food and water for 10 days without much loss of physical strength. "I don't have any healing pills," said Hong Yuan, holding the mineral water, his tone complex. He had been severely injured by Long Outyan's bodyguard earlier, and if not for Su Firen timely feeding him the Xiao Luodan, he would have been long dead. Seeing the worry and guilt on Hong Yuan's face, Su Firen finally spoke. "I took a healing pill before I passed out, and my injuries are not serious. I fainted yesterday because of exhaustion, not because of severe injuries." Hearing this, Hong Yuan was slightly relieved and said, "It's good that you're okay." The two remained silent for a moment until Hong Yuan broke the silence by asking, "Who injured you, Wei?" "Wei from Jinyuan Prefecture," Su Firen simply replied, and then added, "But he's not in good shape either, his injuries are worse than mine." Hong Yuan, full of righteous indignation, asked, "Where is he? I'll take care of that guy for you to get some revenge. His level is much higher than yours." Su Firen gently turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to look at Hong Yuan. "I need to rest now, I should be healed by noon." The meaning was clear. Su Firen was telling Hong Yuan not to disturb her for now. Hong Yuan had a lot on his mind, but unsure how to start, he simply sat quietly beside her. The two maintained their silence. Su Firen with her back to Hong Yuan and Hong Yuan facing her, sitting quietly. Time soon reached 8 a.m., and as the desert slowly shrank, the spot where Hong Yuan and Su Firen were located was not in the center of the desert, but still relatively close to the middle. Thus, they did not need to move and could just stay quietly. As the desert was shrinking, those who had stayed on the outskirts on the first day gradually moved towards the center. On the way, they passed several candidates, none of whom were of high level, the highest being a 9-star fighter. Worried that these candidates might disturb Su Firan, Hong Yuan went ahead several kilometers away, took care of these candidates, and then after eliminating 2 more, he activated his heavenly eye again to survey his surroundings. Amidst the swirling sands, a young man in a white robe with a long sword slung diagonally across his back was speeding through the sandstorm. A strong wind blew from the distance, whipping up the sand into a tornado. A fierce wind approached, fluttering the young man's garments as they billowed with the breeze. In the face of such a sudden storm, most would choose to avoid it. Martial artists, with their swift speed, could easily evade such a massive tornado. However, the young man did not avoid it. Instead, he drew the long sword from his back, its clear ringing slicing through the air. He plunged headfirst into the swirling sands of the tornado, which in turn swept towards him, darkening the sky. Just as the tornado was about to engulf him, the young man moved. He drew his sword, leaped 100 meters into the air, and struck with a mighty overhead slash. The tip of his sword split the air itself in two. The massive tornado was cleaved in half under his blade, scattering into countless tiny grains of sand. After dispatching the tornado, he sheathed his sword, then unhooked a flask from his belt, flipped open the lid, and took a swig of the crisp, exquisite wine. "What joy!" he exclaimed with a laugh, before sprinting forward once more, his figure leaving a long trail of footprints on the golden dunes. Hong Yuan frowned upon seeing this. The young man was strong, but he was heading straight towards where Su Firan was resting. Without hesitation, Hong Yuan leapt into the air, his form crossing 100 meters, his figure flickering across the desert. In just a few strides he intercepted the young man. The young man stopped abruptly, facing Hong Yuan, who now stood before him, his right hand moving towards the sword on his shoulder. As the distance closed, Hong Yuan could see the young man's face clearly. His features were gentle, his eyes as warm as spring, his eyebrows reminiscent of the autumn moon, his stature tall and slim, his golden hair tied back, embodying the essence of the phrases. A visage bright as jade, a presence majestic and grand. Hong Yuan bowed with his fists clasped. "My friend is injured and resting ahead. I fear you might disturb her. Could you perhaps take another route?" The young man, surprisingly amiable, withdrew his hand and responded with a smile, bowing in return. "Of course I can." Before Hong Yuan could even ask his name, the young man had already dashed off, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette. Hong Yuan retracted his gaze and hurried back to Su Firan's location. Hearing footsteps, Su Firan slowly stood up, her back to the approaching Hong Yuan, her tone indifferent. "I'm leaving," Hong Yuan urged. "You said earlier that you'd recover by noon, and it's only 10 in the morning, rest a bit longer." Su Firan refused. "My body is largely unharmed. The remaining injuries might affect at most 10% of my combat strength. The remaining 90% is sufficient for the battles to come." Watching Su Firan's departing figure, Hong Yuan caught up, mustering his courage. "Please don't be mad at me." "Okay, I'm not mad at you." Su Firan stopped, her voice fluctuating slightly. "I'm mad at myself." Turning around, tears glisten in her eyes. "I admit I have feelings for you, but my affection isn't cheap. I've told you about my mom and dad before." Su Firan's eyes reddened as she spoke with resolute determination. "And I also told you, if we can't find someone we both like, I'd rather be alone forever." Having said that, Su Firan turned to leave, but Hong Yuan grabbed her arm. "How do you know I don't like you? Didn't you say you already had someone you liked? Her name is Xiao Xiao, living across from your house. You even swore never to let her down." These were the words Hong Yuan once said to Su Firan, which she repeated verbatim back to him. Su Firan tried to break free, but Hong Yuan held onto her arm tightly and said loudly, "Su Firan, will you forgive me? I admit I like you." "You? What are you saying?" Su Firan interrupted him, her face, previously pale, now flushed red. "I won't forgive you," Su Firan added in a panicked tone. "I don't care," Hong Yuan stubbornly said. "I've said my piece, and if you won't forgive me, I won't let go." In the midst of their tug-of-war, an incongruous voice came from behind. "What a lovely couple." Hearing this romance-killing remark, both Hong Yuan and Su Firan blushed. "Who's there? Who comes to make trouble at this time, if not on purpose?" Hong Yuan angrily turned around to face the dark-faced man behind him and spoke with hostility. "Who the heck are you?" The dark-faced man was bold, retorting, "None of your business." He was the Wei Wei that Su Firan had mentioned. Su Firan stepped in front of Hong Yuan. "Although you bested me slightly yesterday, I'm not convinced. Let's settle this today." Wei Wei was also recovering from serious injuries, his face pale but determined. "All right, if you dare, don't run today." Su Firen summoned her silver spear ready to step forward, but Hong Yuan hadn't released her arm. Yet, so as Su Firen took a step, she was pulled back by Hong Yuan. Let go, Su Firen feigned anger. Can't you see I have serious business to attend to? Hong Yuan, gripping Su Firen's arm, pulled her slightly behind him. Your injuries haven't fully healed. You continue to rest, I'll handle this. You're only a 5-star warrior. Su Firen was slightly surprised, not expecting Hong Yuan's rapid progress. Even if you've reached 5-star warrior level, you can't beat him. Wei Wei is a 9-star warrior and he's 4 realms higher than you, plus he knows many family martial arts techniques. His combat power is beyond that of an ordinary 9-star warrior. As the sun climbed higher, Hong Yuan turned back to Su Firen. Wei Wei is still recovering from serious injuries, though he's mostly healed. His combat strength is not at its peak. At most he's a 7-star or maybe an 8-star warrior now. Hong Yuan was not entirely sure, then added, besides, I'm not vegetarian. You cover me, and if I can't handle it you join in. Isn't it a bit unfair for us to fight in 2 against 1? Su Firen hesitated, still adhering to the martial world's code of ethics. We are the righteous 2 against 1. Hong Yuan chuckled slyly, and besides, this is the martial arts entrance exam. No need to talk about martial virtue here. Even if you defeat Wei Wei, you are likely to end up both battered and then spend a lot of time recuperating. You haven't earned any points so far, which might prevent you from getting into a top university. Keep yourself in good shape to earn those points. Hong Yuan pointed at Wei Wei and said, leave this sneaky little guy to me. I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. Alright, Su Firen nodded, but be careful. Wei Wei is very strong. He has the diamond attribute talent, which makes his physique extremely tough, especially against firearms. Hearing this, Hong Yuan's confidence surged. The diamond attribute might resist sharp weapons, but the fire attribute counters the metal attribute, giving him an advantage in this matchup. It was 11 o'clock, nearing noon, and Wei Wei had already been injured. Although he was 4 realms higher than himself, Hong Yuan felt he still had a chance to win. Releasing Su Firen's arm, Su stepped back 100 meters to avoid being affected by their fight. This distance was just right. If Hong Yuan were in danger, she could intervene instantly and rescue him in a flash. Wei Wei seemed somewhat disinterested. He didn't find Hong Yuan particularly challenging. Despite his injuries, the gap in their realms made this fight seem like bullying. I'll deal with you first, then settle things with Su Firen, Wei Wei said, his body turning a golden color. I'm quite strong, so bear with me. What nonsense is this guy talking about? Hong Yuan retorted mockingly. I'm also pretty big, so you bear with me. This infuriated Wei Wei, who in a flash appeared in front of Hong Yuan and swung a massive hand at his face. They say hit anywhere but the face, but Wei Wei went straight for it, which Hong Yuan thought was in poor taste, protecting his face with his hands. Hong Yuan rooted his feet into the ground. A terrifying force struck his arms, pushing him back and plowing furrows in the sandy ground with his feet, but he managed to stop sliding after about 10 seconds. 6 breaths spirit. Despite Wei Wei's injury, his punch was incredibly powerful, earning him the title of a 9-star martial master. Wei Wei's muscles tensed, his skin glowing more golden as he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. His elbow, the hardest bone, aimed at Wei Wei rushing towards him. Hong Yuan put all his strength into his elbow, smashing it viciously into Wei Wei's head. As forces collided, both were sent flying backward. From his elbow to his shoulder, Hong Yuan felt excruciating pain as if his bones were cracking. But Wei Wei was not having an easy time either. He knelt on the ground, clutching his head and crying out loud. Hong Yuan clutched his arm, took 2 steps back, and then spewed a stream of flames towards Wei Wei, who was rolling on the ground clutching his head. The flames carried Wei Wei's piercing screams. Soon a charred figure emerged from the sea of fire. Although Wei Wei was protected by a diamond-like defense, fire overcomes metal and he was burnt black all over, clearly having his defenses broken. Hong Yuan opened his mouth to continue breathing fire, but Wei Wei, scorched, was running around, making it impossible to aim accurately. With no other option, Hong Yuan resorted to close combat, lunging at Wei Wei and grabbing his neck, delivering 2 strong punches. Wei Wei was jolted awake by the punches, twisted around to grasp Hong Yuan's waist, and using all his strength, flipped Hong Yuan underneath him, raining down punches. Su Firen, who was watching from a distance, just about to rush over to rescue Hong Yuan, stopped as Hong Yuan suddenly stirred up the spiritual energy within his body, shaking violently as flames enveloped him. Wei Wei, straddling Hong Yuan, felt the intense heat and immediately got up to evade, but Hong Yuan didn't give him the chance, kicking fiercely at Wei Wei's legs. Wei Wei lost his balance and fell, and Hong Yuan took the opportunity to mount his waist and punch repeatedly. After just 2 punches, Wei Wei's waist surged with power, tossing Hong Yuan off before seating himself atop Hong Yuan again. The two tumbled on the ground fighting like children. As the energy within Hong Yuan swelled, the real game changer wasn't just this, but also that it was nearly noon. The bruises on his face from Wei Wei's punches quickly faded as if healed by some miraculous medicine. Initially, only Hong Yuan's flames could harm Wei Wei, his punches feeling no more bothersome than a tickle. But as noon approached, Wei Wei felt Hong Yuan's punches growing heavier. Hong Yuan was getting stronger. Su Firen, observing from a distance, noticed this anomaly too. Despite Wei Wei's previous injuries and the elemental disadvantage of fire overcoming metal, Hong Yuan shouldn't have been a match for Wei Wei given the vast difference in their levels. Had Hong Yuan taken some powerful elixir? How had he suddenly become so strong? Hong Yuan continued to grow stronger, showing no signs of stopping, forcing Wei Wei to abandon any thoughts of protraction. Wei Wei conjured a massive metal broadsword in his hand, planning to end the battle swiftly. Hong Yuan, seeing this, also summoned his yang blade, holding it in his right hand while his left slid down the blade, igniting fierce flames around it. The temperature soared as the two clashed with incredible speed, their blades meeting in a burst of spiritual energy that dispersed the surrounding dust and sand. Originally weaker than Wei Wei, Hong Yuan had always been forced back in their previous direct confrontations, but now, as their swords crossed, it was Wei Wei who was pushed back. Though part of this was due to Wei Wei's dwindling strength from the prolonged fight, the main reason was that Hong Yuan had grown significantly stronger. Realizing the dire situation, Wei Wei retreated several meters, then took a deep breath. Channeling his true energy, his metal broadsword instantly expanded to a massive 40 meters in length. Feeling the abundant power within him, Hong Yuan's confidence surged. He didn't dodge. Instead, he gripped his sword with both hands, raised it towards the sky, and adopted a horse stance, bravely catching the massive blade as it cleaved down from above. The broadsword bore down like Mount Tai, forcing Hong Yuan's legs, set in a horse stance, to bend under the immense force, summoning all his strength, veins bulging on his face. The flames on Hong Yuan's Zhangyang sword surged violently, growing even more intense. The Zhangyang sword, a fire attribute broadsword enhanced by Hong Yuan's own flames, became capable of slicing through metal and jade. Gripping the broadsword with both hands, Hong Yuan exerted his force, pushing the blade slowly upward, gradually slicing through the 40-meter-long sword. The massive sword was cleaved into 2 pieces, leaving Wei Wei in shock, his face a picture of utter confusion. In a flash, Hong Yuan appeared before him. Disaster loomed. This thought flashed through Wei Wei's mind as, overwhelmed by shock, he only then noticed the descending Zhangyang sword. The blade had already struck his shoulder, the heated Zhangyang sword piercing through his golden skin, slicing flesh and embedding deeply into his bone. "I surrender," Wei Wei cried out loudly, just moments before his right hand could have been severed by Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan, hearing this, did not immediately withdraw his sword, but instead demanded, "Give me the card." Enduring the intense pain, Wei Wei extracted a card from his chest pocket with his left hand and tossed it to Hong Yuan. Only then did Hong Yuan retract the Zhangyang sword. The battle decided, Su Firen hurried over. "Here, this is for you," Hong Yuan said, handing Wei Wei's card to Su Firen with a smile. Wei Wei, glaring at Hong Yuan, his eyes full of defiance, asked, "What's your name?" Hong Yuan's smile faded as he frowned and asked, "You planning revenge?" "He's from my Grand Easy Mansion, my grandfather's sworn grandson. You better not mess around or my grandfather won't let you go," Su Firen warned Wei Wei. Ignoring Wei Wei, Hong Yuan said to Su Firen, "Crush Wei Wei's card and he'll be eliminated, and you can claim his points." Su Firen nodded and forcefully crushed the card. A white light shone on Wei Wei, and with a flash he was teleported away. Sheathing the Zhangyang sword, Hong Yuan remarked, "This guy can't stand losing." His final look gave me chills. "I think he wants revenge. Are you scared?" Su Firen asked teasingly, then added, "Why did you rush to act then?" "Of course it was for you, so I ended up offending that punk," Hong Yuan replied, not entirely pleased, but relieved inside as Su Firen laughed. "What's with you? Your strength seemed to grow as you fought," Su Firen curiously noted. "That's my secret. If I tell you, you mustn't tell anyone else." Hong Yuan looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then leaned in close to Su Firen and whispered in her ear, "I've upgraded my talent to A level." "You can upgrade your talent level?" Suppressing the shock in his heart, Su Firen asked, and then, "My class A talent is called Sun. The closer it gets to noon, the stronger I become. But at night, I grow weaker." Hong Yuan continued, "Moreover, during the day, I absorb spiritual energy faster, but it slows down at night as well. In Su Firen's eyes, a Class A talent wasn't particularly impressive. What she was curious about was how he had improved his talent. Hong Yuan hesitated and said, "I dare not reveal it carelessly, as it might bring fatal trouble if others found out." Though curious, Su Firen did not press further after hearing Hong Yuan's concerns. Hong Yuan touched his nose and asked weakly, "Are we on good terms now?" "I haven't said I forgive you." Su Firen raised her voice, huffing. "Go find your Xiao Xiao. Didn't I say that before?" Helplessly, Hong Yuan reiterated, "I've come to understand my own heart recently. Although I like Xiao Xiao, I can't be without you." "You like Xiao Xiao and me as well?" Su Firen expressed discontentedly, "I would never fancy a man who was indecisive." Now Hong Yuan didn't know what to do. He felt guilty towards Xiao Xiao after reading the last page of his diary. Therefore, even though he sensed Su Firen's affection towards him, he had spoken those words to her. He didn't want to let Xiao Xiao down, nor did he want Su Firen to waste her time on him. But then, reading the middle part of the diary, he found out that he and Su Firen were married in a previous life, and their relationship was very good. His past with Xiao Xiao was just a childhood sweetheart regret, whereas with Su Firen it was a genuine marriage. Hence Su Firen's importance in his heart surged once again. Hong Yuan sighed, "I just don't want to let down anyone's feelings, whether it's you or Xiao Xiao." Su Firen could feel Hong Yuan's dilemma, but as they were currently in the midst of a martial arts examination, she didn't want him to be distracted. "Let's deal with the future in the future. For now, let's focus on this martial arts exam," she said. Hearing Su Firen's words, Hong Yuan gathered his scattered thoughts. "You don't have many points, we should part ways. I'm almost healed." Su Firen drew her silver spear. "Your strength weakens at night. I'll come find you then." "I'll come to you instead." Hong Yuan pointed to his eyes. "My eyes make it easier to find people." Su Firen nodded, then vanished in a flash, eager to eliminate other candidates to gather points. Hong Yuan activated his heavenly eye, scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby, then sat down cross-legged to break through. Having fought a fierce battle with Wei Wei earlier, he had gathered a lot of spiritual energy, enough to break through to a 6-star martial artist. By eliminating other candidates, one could inherit 50% of their points, and from noon to evening Hong Yuan had eliminated dozens of candidates. With the long-range capability of the heavenly eye, it was easy for him to locate other candidates, unlike Su Firen, who had to search painstakingly. At this moment, Hong Yuan's ranking had reached its peak, placing him 7th with 398 points. Today's top scorer was Luo Lai with 439 points, and Li Chang'an was just 1 point behind their competition fears. As the sun set into twilight, Hong Yuan felt as if his energy had been thoroughly drained, as if he had stayed up all night and then impulsively sprinted twice, leaving him incredibly weak. Not daring to linger in battle, Hong Yuan activated his heavenly eye and, after searching for 2 hours, finally located Su Firen. Su Firen was in the midst of an energetic fight, her silver spear swinging vigorously and creating a silver arc that knocked 3 fellow examinees unconscious on the ground. Jogging over, Hong Yuan asked, "How many points do you have now?" Su Firen glanced at her card and replied, "I've only been fighting novices, so just 167 points." Hong Yuan spoke weakly, "The first few days are always full of novices, but as they get eliminated the fights will only get tougher. Why do you look so weak tonight?" Su Firen sensed the energy around Hong Yuan, which was about equal to a 3-star martial artist. Hong Yuan replied with a worried look, "The worst is yet to come. My solar talent is a double-edged sword. I'm very strong at noon but extremely weak at midnight, probably only as strong as a 1-star martial artist." Looking around at the dark surroundings, Su Firen suggested, "It's hard to locate anyone at night and I'm quite tired myself. Let's just rest here." "Are you thirsty?" Hong Yuan pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his Kunlun jade pendant. Su Firen did not refuse this time, and as Hong Yuan twisted the cap off and handed it over, she teased, "You're quite adept at this. Are you used to helping Xiao Xiao with her bottle caps?" Hong Yuan was speechless, wondering why women always found such odd angles to approach things from. No. He protested helplessly, "This is the first time I've ever helped someone with a bottle cap." Su Firen laughed, trying to brush off her embarrassment with a chuckle. Since it was hard to see in the dark, they stayed put until the next morning. Positioned near the edge of the desert, they had to move to the central area by 8 a.m. as the area was about to shrink. As daylight broke, Hong Yuan's strength gradually returned, and they encountered several groups of people along the way, all swiftly dealt with by Su Firen. Few could face her directly in her 9-star martial artist state. She usually only needed 1 spear strike per fight. "Look, who is that ahead?" Su Firen suddenly stopped as they were rushing forward. Hong Yuan, who hadn't activated his heavily eye, followed her gaze and saw a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, the woman charming and beautiful. It was Long Outyin and Lu Ruyan. Enemies always meet on a narrow road. Hong Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Su Firen asked, "Do you want to defeat them or kill them?" To avoid any misunderstanding, Hong Yuan quickly added, "I have no feelings for Lu Ruyan, but she doesn't deserve to die. But I will not let Long Outyin off the hook. He once tried to kill me. This is the martial arts college entrance exam where deaths occur every year. He can only blame his lack of strength." Hong Yuan said with a grim face, "If there's anyone to blame, it's because he chose a path that led to his own death. I have no complaints about settling scores or seeking revenge." Su Firen then spoke, "Since you can't bring yourself to deal harshly with Lu Ruyan, let me help you eliminate her." After Su Firen finished speaking, he reminded, "You'd better strike a killing blow, because if the card detects that Long Outyin is severely injured, it will teleport him away." Hong Yuan focused intently and a golden eye slowly opened on his forehead. He gathered spiritual energy into the celestial eye and the golden light within his pupils brightened, quickly condensing into a beam of golden energy. Despite the hundreds of meters and the swirling sand and wind, a golden beam shot out from Hong Yuan's celestial eye. It traveled straight across the distance, striking Long Outyin, who was on his way, piercing through his chest and leaving behind a searing bright ring of light. This happened in the blink of an eye. Long Outyin staggered, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, and then he looked down in disbelief at the hole in his torso, a look of horror flashing across his eyes. Hong Yuan appeared in front of Long Outyin, his tone cold. "You're about to die." Long Outyin tried to speak, but blood kept pouring from his mouth, making his words unintelligible. "Are you regretting not killing me when you had the chance?" Hong Yuan opened his celestial eye again and shot another golden beam. "Be a good person in your next life." The beam hit Long Outyan's head, which burst open like a watermelon, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Lu Ruyan, who was nearby, saw this and collapsed in fear, sitting paralyzed in the sandy soil. "Please don't kill me," she pleaded tearfully. Su Firen, seeing Hong Yuan's silence, struck Lu Ruyan on the head with the butt of his gun, incapacitating her but not killing her. Su Firen made it clear, knowing she was Hong Yuan's ex-girlfriend and not wanting to overstep her bounds. Hearing this, Hong Yuan immediately responded, "As I said before, I have no feelings for her. You can do whatever you want, I really don't care." Su Firen looked at Hong Yuan's celestial eye and commented, "That eye of yours looks a bit odd." Hong Yuan, hearing this, withdrew the spiritual energy focused in his celestial eye and his forehead returned to normal, leaving only a golden S symbol. Watching Hong Yuan's forehead return to its usual state, Su Firen asked, "What's the deal with this third eye of yours?" Hong Yuan explained, "It's a divine power I obtained through my cultivation practice." Not elaborating further, this probably was another one of his secrets, and Su Firen did not press further. "It's dawn now and you've regained your strength, so I won't protect you anymore," said Su Firen. Hong Yuan nodded. "Go on with your tasks, we'll operate separately and I'll find you tonight." Su Firen, without any hesitation, grasped her long spear and disappeared in a flash. Hong Yuan reactivated his celestial eye, surveyed his surroundings, and then began his hunt. Today was the third day of the martial arts college entrance exam, and as the desert grew smaller, the battles among the candidates became more frequent and fierce. The lesser skilled martial artists had almost all been eliminated. Now the remaining candidates in the desert were at least at the martial master level. With the heavenly eye, Hong Yuan could see far distances, see through objects, and even see in the dark, making it easy for him to locate other candidates. In just 5 hours, Hong Yuan had successively eliminated over a dozen candidates. These individuals ranged from 3-star to 6-star martial masters. Although they were somewhat tricky to handle, after defeating these individuals, Hong Yuan's score reached 1,600 points, propelling him to 4th place on the leaderboard. He was now just a few points behind Xiao Dao, who was in 3rd place. Su Firen must have eliminated several strong opponents, inheriting a significant amount of points, which catapulted her ranking to the 10th position. As the sun gradually set, the sky darkened and Hong Yuan felt his body getting weaker. He knew he couldn't go on like this. As night fell, he would only grow weaker, and the remaining candidates were all formidable. If caught by any of them, he would be powerless to resist and at their mercy. Taking advantage of the lingering daylight, Hong Yuan retraced his steps, searching for Su Firen, but after 4 hours he still hadn't found her. If not for his heavenly eye, which allowed him to spot other candidates in advance, he would have been caught long ago. By 11 at night, Hong Yuan's strength had fallen to that of a 3-star martial master, but it hadn't bottomed out yet. Midnight was when he would be weakest, dropping to the level of a one-star martial master, and his body would become extremely frail, his limbs felt weak. Despite the cool night air, he was sweating profusely. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Hong Yuan decided to stop searching for Su Firen. He simply didn't have the energy anymore. Without Su Firen's protection, he dared not close his eyes and instead kept his heavenly eye open, vigilantly watching his surroundings. If anyone approached him, he would evade them in advance to avoid elimination. After enduring the toughest part of the night at midnight, Hong Yuan's condition and strength gradually recovered. Time slowly passed, and at 2 in the morning he finally saw Su Firen. She looked anxious, as if she had been searching for him. Hurrying over to her, Hong Yuan asked, "I couldn't find you this evening. Where had you been?" Su Firen had a bloody smell on her and her complexion wasn't very healthy. Seeing this, Hong Yuan asked further, "Are you injured?" "I encountered a strong opponent, a 9-star martial master who slashed me with his blade, but I managed to stab him with my spear." Seeing Hong Yuan's worried expression, Su Firen smiled and reassured him, "But don't panic. I've already taken some healing medicine and I'll be fine soon." Hong Yuan helped stabilize Su Firen as she sat down on the ground, not minding the dirt, and inquired about her injuries. "Who inflicted such a wound on you?" "I was slashed here." Su Firen pointed to his right arm. "The person who injured me is a guy with a really nasty temperament. He wields a black machete and he must be the one known as Little Knife, who is ranked 3rd. Su Firen assessed Little Knife as extremely strong. My chances against him aren't high, probably only 50-50. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan became anxious. "If even you can't beat him and the remaining contestants are all experts, what are we going to do?" Su Firen chuckled. "The top 5 get to enter the elite universities. Just maintain your position at 4th. I'll try to break into the top 5 and then both of us can go to a top university. I'm also just lucky having managed to eliminate some weaker opponents." Hong Yuan was quite self-aware. He could handle weaker opponents, but against top-tier fighters his odds were low. After 8 a.m. tomorrow, the desert will shrink to a very small area, making it easy to encounter other enemies, but I'll do my best to protect you." Su Firen continued, looking at Hong Yuan. "Don't rush to show your true strength. Wait until noon to make your move so as not to reveal any hint of your solar talent." With dawn approaching, it would be the 4th day of the martial arts entrance exam. If Hong Yuan remembered correctly, he recalled writing in his journal that the exam ends on the 4th day. Once daylight comes and the area shrinks after 8 a.m., the final grand battle will begin. Like waves sifting sand, after 3 days of fierce battles, the weaker candidates have been eliminated, leaving only the formidable ones. The area left after the desert shrinks on the 4th day will likely be very small. With dozens, perhaps hundreds of top contenders squeezed into one circle, the battle will inevitably be fierce. If he reveals his solar talent, which grows stronger as noon approaches, other contestants might join forces to eliminate him before noon. Thus he must remain patient, growing stronger until he can finally astonish everyone. Thinking of this, Hong Yuan said to Su Firen, "You should meditate to recover from your injuries first. There will be a fierce battle after sunrise." Su Firen took out a healing pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Hong Yuan. "Keep this healing pill for emergencies." Hong Yuan stored the pill in his Kunlun jade pendant. Su Firen then closed his eyes to meditate and heal. Having been on edge all night and not daring to close his eyes, Hong Yuan finally could rest for a while, needing to be in his best condition to face tomorrow's decisive battle. As the sun rose in the east, Hong Yuan's level also returned to that of a 6-star martial master. It was 6 in the morning, and after discussing with Su Firen, they decided to head to the central area before 8 a.m. to avoid rushing and potentially encountering other contestants on the way. In the very center of the desert lay a lush green lake resembling a green gem nestled at the heart of the desert. The morning sun's rays scattered golden ripples across the clear, transparent surface of the lake, surrounded by rolling sand dunes, and because of his ability to see through objects, Hong Yuan activated his heavenly eye. He saw that behind these dunes almost all were contestants, and their presence was formidable. Hong Yuan patted Su Firen on the shoulder and whispered, "There are a lot of people nearby, let's find a hidden spot to hide." Su Firen nodded, and the two of them concealed themselves behind a sand dune, quietly observing the surroundings. The martial arts college entrance exam was at its most critical moment and everyone was cautious, so no one acted rashly and all was peaceful. However, as the time reached 8 a.m., more and more examinees arrived at the lake. Today was the grand finale of the martial arts exam, and many companies in the Great Xia Kingdom had given their employees a day off to watch the competition at home. It wasn't long after dawn, but people all over the country had gotten out of bed to watch this final battle either in front of the TV or at their computer desks. On the official forum of the martial arts exam, many netizens were predicting this year's champion, among the comments with the highest likes. I think Luo Lai has a high chance of winning. First of all, he is a 10-star martial artist and his moves are swift and decisive, almost always overcoming his opponent in one move. No examinee has forced him to strike twice and he has yet to use his full strength in the competition, so we can't even guess how strong he really is. Li Chang'an is also a 10-star martial artist, praised by Qin Tianshou as the once-in-a-millennium genius of the Great Xia Kingdom, although I don't know how strong Li Chang'an really is. I trust Qin Tianshou's judgment. After all, he was once the vice-chancellor of Yuan Central University and his recognition definitely means super talent. Do you remember what the host said at the beginning? That examinee named Xiao Dao, his background is very mysterious. I saw someone guessing online yesterday that Xiao Dao might come from the Heavenly Chasm Great Wall and might even be the son of some big figure there. The Heavenly Chasm Great Wall is the front line against the demon clans, so those who come from there are definitely not simple. If Xiao Dao is from the Heavenly Chasm Great Wall, I think he has a 20% chance of winning. Li Chang'an has a 25% chance, Luo Lai about the same at 25%. The Holy Sun Mu Yunlu from Jade Emperor Realm has a 10% chance, Su Firan from De Mansion also has a 10% chance, and Chen Zhou from Bright Moon Sword Pavilion also has a 10% chance. I'm not sure about the others, but the one with the lowest chance of winning among the top 10 is definitely that guy called Hong Yuan. Although he is ranked 4th, his level is too low, having just broken through to a 6-star martial artist yesterday. He's not a match for the others in the top 10, just a piece of cake. I agree with the comment above. Hong Yuan making it to the top 10 is just sheer luck. The officials haven't given him a single shot, which shows he hasn't had any impressive performances, so no camera time. Hong Yuan can only bully those whose realms are lower than his. With so many people on the forum today, and no one would notice, right? The person above, you're always here scamming food and drink. If it wasn't for the stink I really wouldn't have noticed you. Hong Lan and Hong, who sat in front of the TV, having to come to terms over the past few days with a startling fact. Their elder brother, ranked 4th, was indeed their very own sibling. Hong, who, struck by a sudden thought, asked, "Do you think Big Brother could have hired someone to take the exam for him? That's a serious crime punishable by jail time. Big Brother wouldn't do something so foolish." Hong, who continued, "Big Brother is only an F-grade talent. How could he rank 4th? Unless he lied." A light bulb went off in Honglan's head. That's possible. After all, both our parents are highly talented. How could he possibly be an F-grade talent? But why would Big Brother lie? Is he just bored? Hong, who was perplexed. Maybe he's playing the fool to catch the wise, claiming he's an F-grade talent and then making a huge splash at the Martial Arts College entrance exam just to slap us in the face later. Hong Lan voiced his speculation and Hong, who nodded in agreement. That does sound like something Hong Yuan would do. Meanwhile, at the Great Mansion, Su Tianbao and Su Yuan were also discussing Hong Yuan. "Dad, didn't you say yesterday that Hong Yuan was an F-grade talent? How did he manage to rank 4th? Did you get it wrong?" Faced with Su Yuan's barrage of questions, Su Tianbao was equally baffled. "Don't ask me, I have no idea either. That's just what Firan told me before." Su Yuan then asked, "Hong Yuan just advanced to a 6-star martial artist and he managed to rank 4th. There are many candidates with higher levels than him, yet they scored less. Did he cheat? He's the son of Hongsen. How could he possibly cheat? Maybe he was just luckier running into many easy opponents who handed him points." Su Tianbao couldn't think of any other explanation and chalked it up to luck. Hearing the word luck, Su Yuan sighed. Firan was not so lucky this time, running into Wei Wei right at the start and losing a whole day because of it. Otherwise she could have been in the top 5 too. "What's the rush?" Su Tianbao scolded, glaring at Su Yuan. "The competition is still ongoing. Why speak such disheartening words?" "I'm just anxious," Su Yuan replied with a forced smile, trying to cover his embarrassment. In the desert, the area had finally shrunk to a mere 3 square miles. Within this area, hiding behind virtually every slightly concealing sand dune, were hundreds of people. A lake sat in the middle with only the outer hills to hide in. 15 meters to Hong Yuan's left, a person was hiding behind a dune, and 30 meters to his right another was doing the same. In front, behind, and on the sides, wherever there was a dune to hide behind, there was someone. Why is it always these guys? Hong Yuan felt frustrated. But while everyone else was hiding, a burly man suddenly leapt up and jumped into the middle of the lake, exposing himself to everyone's view. this was a foolish act akin to the dark forest law in this scenario. Anyone who shows themselves becomes the target of a collective attack. Yet, the burly man seemed utterly unconcerned, walking to the center of the lake as if on flat ground, intentionally making himself the most visible target. Su Firen tugged at Hong Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "That's Luo Lai, currently tied for first place with Li Chang'an. Look how arrogant he is," Hong Yuan said with a sneer. "I already guessed as much. But Luo Lai wasn't just being arrogant," Su Firen corrected him. "He's clearly telling us that he's standing here openly and honestly. If we disagree, we're welcome to challenge him. How is this not arrogance?" Hong Yuan exclaimed passionately. "He's monopolizing all the swagger." Luo Lai stood alone in the middle of the lake, his gaze commanding and disdainful, challenging everyone around. "Come out and face me, let's settle this once and for all. You call me out and here I am. Who do you think you are?" Hong Yuan muttered under his breath. Hearing this, Su Firen couldn't help but laugh. "You really have a cheeky side, don't you?" Just as Hong Yuan was about to respond, a swordsman in black suddenly leapt up and landed opposite Luo Lai. The man's garment bore an embroidered white crescent moon. Su Firen took one glance and recognized him. That's Chen Zhou from the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion, a 9-star martial master, but his swordplay makes him stronger than even a typical 10-star master. Hong Yuan was shocked. "A swordsman, huh? This is going to be interesting." Although Luo Lai was a burly man with an ordinary face, he stood in the middle of the lake, and when the wind blew, his black clothes fluttered fiercely. Chen Zhou, with his upright posture and noble demeanor, looked like a protagonist straight out of a novel. Landing on the lake surface, he was like a leaf touching down on water, creating ripples all around. "Bright Moon Sword Pavilion's Chen Zhou, at your service," he declared. Slowly, Chen Zhou drew his long sword from his waist. His gaze met Luo Lai's, and it was as if invisible swords were clashing, echoing a metallic sound. Luo Lai simply nodded and then moved swiftly, stepping on the lake surface, splashing water around. Chen Zhou swung his sword, casting 3 invisible sword energies like moonlight scattering downwards. Luo Lai didn't dodge. Instead, he advanced in a straight line, throwing a punch out of thin air. His fist wind fiercely disrupting the sword energies. Chen Zhou stepped back and swung his sword again, sending dozens of invisible sword energies slicing through the air. Luo Lai punched again, his fist force intertwining with the sword energy, causing hundreds of ripples on the lake's surface, the sword light like chain links, and the shadow of his fists heavy. Every collision was silent, yet it felt like the most stirring symphony between heaven and earth. Chen Zhou moved gracefully, retreating while fighting. His sword energies were not lethal, but they managed to slightly slow Luo Lai's advance. Annoyed, Luo Lai shouted loudly, dispersing several sword energies, then leaped up, pouncing towards the distant Chen Zhou. Despite his bulky frame, Luo Lai's movements were agile. He closed the gap in an instant. Chen Zhou didn't defend but counterattacked, his sword circling past Luo Lai's fist, aiming straight for his throat. Seeing this, Luo Lai crossed his arms, blocking the sword with brute force. The tip of the sword met his arm, creating a sharp clang sound. Chen Zhou flicked his wrist, concentrating all his spiritual energy at the tip of his sword, which traced an arc through the air towards Luo Lai's vital spot. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhou saw Luo Lai smirk, as if to say, "I'm done playing with you." Luo Lai's right thumb and index finger instantly clamped down on the sword tip, while his left fist, gathering all his strength, rocketed towards Chen Zhou with a mighty punch. The punch whistled through the air, carrying with it grains of sand and moisture, forming a murky airstream. Faster than any of his previous strikes, the punch hit Chen Zhou before he could react, as if he was struck by a speeding car in the chest. His blood had no time to spill before his body tumbled across the lake surface, sending thousands of droplets into the air. The ripples on the water spread out in circles, accompanying Chen Zhou's figure as it grew smaller and more distant. Chen Zhou was flung 800 meters away, sinking into the lake's depths as the force of the blow waned. Under normal circumstances, he would have been done for, but Chen Zhou was a 9-star martial master. Moments later, his upper body slowly emerged from the water, his face pale and demeanor disheveled, his hair disarrayed by the water. He no longer carried his usual graceful composure. Luo Lai did not pursue to finish him off, but instead calmly said, "To withstand 70% of my strength in a punch, you've done quite well. Step back now." Chen Zhou's expression was unseen by Hong Yuan, but hearing Luo Lai's words, he couldn't help but sharply comment, "Luo Lai really is arrogant. I can't stand it. He's only like that because he has the strength." Su Firen, instantly worried, thought, "If that punch had been directed at me, my fate would have been no different from Chen Zhou's." "You're already excellent." Hong Yuan tried to console him. "If I were to take that punch, you could be offering me papers for Qingming next year." Su Firen's frown eased into a smile. "You do have a way of comforting people. Far off on the lake, Shinjo, dragging his severely injured body, made his way to the shore. Soon, another daring soul, an 8-star martial master, leaped in front of Luo Lai, declaring, "Let me face you." This time Luo Lai did not hold back. He delivered a palm strike that sent a 100-meter-high wave crashing across the lake. As the giant wave fell, everyone saw Luo Lai's palm plunged into the brave man's chest. "This scar I leave to you as your lifelong honor." Luo Lai slowly withdrew his bloody hand, then kicked the man back into the desert. Luo Lai's words carried a deeper meaning. "Stop sending weaklings. I only wish to duel with the strong." Hong Yuan was indifferent, but Su Firen couldn't help but get excited. "Let me face him." "Don't be rash," Hong Yuan immediately advised. "If you get injured now, it could affect our future battles." Facing a master like Luo Lai was a rare opportunity. Unheeding of the advice, Su Firen, exhilarated and spirited, called forth her silver spear and was just about to stand when a sinister voice echoed from behind, "I've been looking for you." Su Firen and Hong Yuan turned around to see a young man tattooed with dragons and tigers and a hooked nose. It was Xiao Dao. Su Firen told Hong Yuan, and then to Xiao Dao she said, "I've been looking for you too." Xiao Dao gripped a machete in his right hand, his eyes fierce and his face distorted with malice, making his otherwise handsome features somewhat repulsive. "So you were looking for me, you want to fight?" Xiao Dao let out a sinister chuckle, his voice dripping with mockery. "Don't mess around when I'm serious or you might just lose your life." Su Firen's face was cold as she responded with equal sarcasm, "Does it feel good to have your chest pierced by me? Not pleasant, right?" Angered and embarrassed, Xiao Dao retorted, "Didn't you also get sliced by me? How's the wound on your back? Enough talk." Shaking her spear, Su Firen's tone was icy. "If you can't accept defeat, we can continue the fight. I advise you not to confront me directly. I might be injured, but you could lose your life." Xiao Dao seemed cautious, probably not wanting to end up in a mutually destructive battle. "Then why provoke me?" Su Firen snapped, unable to tolerate Xiao Dao's attitude. Xiao Dao revealed his purpose. "I came to invite you to join forces with me against the big fool in the middle of the lake." Direct and blunt, Su Firen replied, "I don't like to bully the fewer with more. Find someone else." Xiao Dao persisted, "If we don't work together, neither of us can defeat the big fool. If you want to seize the top spot, this is your only chance." Again Su Firen refused. "I do want to seize the top spot, but I don't want to collaborate with someone like you, nor do I want to gang up on someone." Disappointed and angry, Xiao Dao turned away. Hong Yuan, who had been silent for a while, couldn't help but intervene. "What's the matter? Looking for a fight? And who are you to talk to me like that? A 6-star martial artist? Are you even qualified?" Xiao Dao looked disdainfully at Hong Yuan, not taking him seriously. Glancing at the sun, which was halfway up the eastern sky, indicating it was almost 9 o'clock, Hong Yuan knew his strength was still increasing. At this moment, he wasn't at a great advantage against Xiao Dao. "Don't be arrogant, just you wait." Hong Yuan's threat sounded like a child's. "Don't leave after school." Neatly behind the school, Xiao Dao glanced at Hong Yuan and then at Su Firen, ultimately choosing to leave in silence. Watching him go, Hong Yuan remarked, "That guy's personality is just too vile, speaks without thinking, just like a street thug." Su Firen speculated, "Probably some pampered second-generation rich kid used to being arrogant, that's why he speaks without restraint." The two then settled back behind the sand dune, concealing their figures. Hong Yuan queried, "You just said you don't like to bully the fewer with more, but you didn't refuse when I invited you to team up against Wei Wei before." Su Firen corrected him, "I did decline politely. Remember, you said something about justice not needing to follow the ways of the streets, and besides I never took action. You defeated Wei Wei yourself," adding, "Mainly Xiao Dao's way of speaking is too off-putting. I don't want to join forces with him. Moreover, if you can't beat them, you just can't beat them. I don't want to win unfairly. You have some principles, but not many." Hong Yuan joked. Su Firen's ranking had dropped to 15th place. But she still needed more points to get into a top university. Hong Yuan's ranking had also fallen to 5th place. Opening his heavily eye, Hong Yuan surveyed the area and then whispered to Su Firen, pointing to a dune, "There's someone hiding behind the dune, a 6-star martial master. Go and take him down quickly." Su Firen did not doubt Hong Yuan's words. She got up slightly, gripping her spear in both hands, stepped forward with her left foot, and her figure surged forward, instantly taking down the 6-star martial master. Seeing Su Firen return with her spear, Hong Yuan pointed to another dune and whispered, "There's also someone hiding behind the dune, a 7-star martial master. You need to go all out and try to take him down with one strike." Su Firen nodded, gathered all her strength, and disappeared in a flash. Although the opponent was a 7-star martial master, he was instantly taken down by Su Firen, a 9-star martial master, in a full-force surprise attack. Hong Yuan then pointed out a few more individuals around them, who subsequently also fell to Su Firen's spear. After killing 6 people in a row, Su Firen's ranking soared to 7th place. Seeing this, the people around quietly began to leave. Everyone scared off by Hong Yuan stood up and looked around. Within a radius of 500 meters, no other examinees were in sight. Let's look around, he suggested. Su Firen, exhilarated by her spree, had completely forgotten about her plan to talk with Luo Lai. It seemed that the rest were hiding, not daring to show themselves, probably planning to benefit like fishermen waiting to take advantage of others in peril. However, with Hong Yuan's heavenly eye, he could see through and far, able to observe hidden people behind dunes and everything within a radius of 5 kilometers. His penetrative vision, combined with the ability to see far, meant that no examinee within 5 kilometers could escape his sight. Even if these examinees did not display any martial skills or have any spiritual energy fluctuations, the heavenly eye could still discern their level. With the ability to see through others' levels along with his penetrative and far-seeing vision, Su Firen became a formidable force, eliminating over a dozen examinees in just 1 hour. Her points reached 2,400, propelling her ranking rapidly to 3rd place, just behind Luo Lai and Li Chang'an. Hong Yuan, holding a recommendation letter from Su Tianbao, also entered a top university. So Hong Yuan did not mind, even though he had dropped to the 6th place and didn't have Su Tianbao's recommendation letter. As long as it reached noon, his strength would reach its peak, and with the heavenly eye he would soon catch up with Su Firen. At 10 in the morning, Hong Yuan's strength was steadily increasing. Although he was still a 6-star martial master, his strength was now between a 7-star and an 8-star martial master. Moreover, Hong Yuan had removed 2 negative influences and had undergone 2 body refinements, making his strength comparable to an ordinary 9-star martial master. This refers to ordinary 9-star martial masters, not including Su Firen, who had been trained from a young age in a prestigious family. Su Firen, born into a prominent clan, naturally practiced high-level techniques and was also skilled in using the Grady spear technique. So Hong Yuan's odds of winning against Su Firen were not high, but his chances against an ordinary 9-star martial artist were much better. Moreover, it was still only 10 o'clock and Hong Yuan's strength had not yet reached its peak. He planned to make his move at 11-inch, but as always, accidents happen faster than expected. Xiao Dao, accompanied by a man in white, forcibly intercepted Hong Yuan and Su Firen. Hong Yuan glanced at them. Xiao Dao was a 9-star martial artist and the man in white was also a 9-star martial artist. Who are you? Hong Yuan looked at the man in white. Looking for a fight? Su Firen turned to Xiao Dao. Both spoke almost simultaneously. Hong Yuan felt helpless. This damned understanding always came at the most inconvenient times. The man in white was handsome and dignified, dressed in a flawless white robe that fluttered as if he was a celestial being descending to the mortal world, seemingly able to cleanse the dust around him. I am Mu Yunlu from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. The man in white had a straight nose and lips curved in a slight, indifferent smile, giving off an approachable vibe. Su Firen glanced disdainfully at Xiao Dao and then addressed Mu Yunlu, son of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. I've heard of you. The Jade Emperor's sacred realm is known as a compassionate and merciful sanctuary. How can you stoop to associate with such people? Xiao Dao noticed Su Firen's gaze and interjected, mind your words and your looks when you speak to me. Mu Yunlu smiled. Xiao Dao is just not good with words, but he's a decent person. I've known him for a long time. Su Firen frowned. So you insist on joining him against me? Mu Yunlu nodded slightly, then smiled and bowed his hands in greeting as a friend's request. It's hard to refuse, so my apologies. In the middle of the lake, Luo Lai was engaged in fierce combat with other candidates. Near the lakeside desert, after a period of silence, small-scale battles also broke out and the number of candidates was slowly decreasing. I am just a 6-star martial artist. What kind of hero are you to bully me? If you were capable, go and find Luo Lai in the middle of the lake. You wouldn't dare face him 2 against 1. Hong Yuan continued to bluster, trying to buy time, but Xiao Dao didn't give him the chance. Turning to Mu Yunlu, I'll take care of this guy. The woman is yours. Mu Yunlu replied, she is Su Firen from the Dei Mansion, very strong. My odds against her aren't high. Quickly deal with the 6-star martial artist, then come and help me with Su Firen. Xiao Dao nodded, confidence written all over his face. Rest assured, within 2 strikes I'll have the battle resolved. Su Firen looked worried, whispering to Hong Yuan, Mu Yunlu's strength is not inferior to Xiao Dao's. I can't spare my hands to protect you. If you can't win, run and keep the card in your hand. Xiao Dao is vengeful. If he catches up to you, don't let him kill you. Su Firen's words were a reminder to Hong Yuan. If Xiao Dao catches up, remember to crush your own card and voluntarily withdraw from the martial arts competition to avoid being severely injured or killed by Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu, and Su Firen are all 9-star martial artists, and not just ordinary ones at that. Thus, in a matchup between Su Firen and Mu Yunlu, victory would be hard to secure in a short time for either, setting the stage for a prolonged battle. However, if Xiao Dao first deals with Hong Yuan and then teams up with Mu Yunlu for a 2-on-1, Su Firen's fate would only be elimination. Su Firen stood upright, channeling the spiritual energy within her to its limit, from which a faint dragon chant could be heard. It was clear that Su Firen was truly anxious. This was her first time giving her all in the martial arts college entrance examination. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy emanating from Su Firen, Mu Yunlu showed a serious expression, realizing that Su Firen was getting serious. I don't know how long I can last, hurry up and finish this. Before Mu Yunlu could finish speaking, Su Firen thrust her silver spear forward, its cold, sharp tip stopping an inch from Mu Yunlu's face. In an instant, both figures vanished, reappearing far away in the desert. With one thrust, Su Firen pushed Mu Yunlu back 2,000 meters. Xiao Dao, on the other hand, stood calmly at the original spot, not rushing to make a move. Puzzled, Hong Yuan asked, "Why aren't you taking action? What are you waiting for?" "I'll wait for Su Firen and Mu Yunlu to exhaust themselves, then I'll deal with you." Xiao Dao revealed a rather astonishing plan. Hong Yuan frowned and asked, "Shouldn't you deal with me first, then help Mu Yunlu against Su Firen?" Xiao Dao revealed a sinister smile and said unabashedly, "Because I want to be the top scorer and both Mu Yunlu and Su Firen are obstacles." His meaning was simple. Xiao Dao wanted to wait for Mu Yunlu and Su Firen to wear each other down, then capitalize on their weakened state to eliminate them both. "Isn't Mu Yunlu your friend? This is rather despicable of you." Hong Yuan was somewhat speechless, not expecting Xiao Dao to be so treacherous, willing to stab a friend in the back for his own benefit. Young people talk about loyalty, adults talk about interests. Xiao Dao chuckled sinisterly. In a sarcastic tone, Hong Yuan mocked, "Mu Yunlu is still foolishly treating you as a friend, thinking you'll join him to defeat Su Firen. He really trusted the wrong person." Xiao Dao bluntly retorted, "Blame him for not knowing people well enough, not my fault. Even though I've known him since childhood and we played together for a few months, I never considered him a friend." Hearing this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but praise mockingly, "You truly are a villain. Try to act a bit more human when I treat you like one." Xiao Dao glared fiercely at Hong Yuan and said, "Just stand there quietly. If you dare to take a step, I'll cripple you immediately." Hong Yuan, hearing this, remained silent. After all, stalling for time was in his favor. If he could endure for a few more minutes, his strength might be comparable to Xiao Dao's. Moreover, from the conversation between Su Firen and Mu Yunlu just now, it seems that Su Firen might have a slight upper hand, so there's no need to worry about her safety. Mu Yunlu and Su Firen had been fighting for over 10 minutes, and when Mu Yunlu sensed something was off, he made a run for it. Seeing Xiao Dao standing still, Mu Yunlu wanted to speak, but Su Firen's attacks were so fierce that he could only desperately defend himself without a chance to say a word. At this point, neither Su Firen nor Mu Yunlu were fools. They both guessed Xiao Dao's intentions. Mu Yunlu was naturally in despair, but Su Firen was secretly pleased. The longer the fight dragged on, the stronger Hong Yuan would become, which would benefit their side. Thus, Su Firen intensified her attacks, forcefully driving away the seeking help Mu Yunlu. Seeing this, Xiao Dao smirked sinisterly and asked, "Guess why Su Firen doesn't stop her attacks?" Hong Yuan knew but didn't say. Instead, he calmly responded, "What insights do you have? I'd like to hear more. I can almost guess that foolish woman's thoughts. She probably wants to deal with Mu Yunlu first and then join forces with you against me," Xiao Dao said. "Besides, she has no other choice but to make such a desperate and crazy move. You're really clever," Hong Yuan sarcastically insinuated. Although Xiao Dao was right, he was also wrong, mainly because Hong Yuan would grow stronger and stronger, which is why Su Firen had to drive away Mu Yunlu. She indeed planned to defeat Mu Yunlu first, then team up with the increasingly powerful Hong Yuan to deal with Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu, divided in heart and strategy, naturally couldn't overcome the trusting duo of Hong Yuan and Su Firen. Even if Su Firen defeated Mu Yunlu, she would be at the end of her strength and you are even less of a match. "You are all like fish on my chopping block, ready for me to slaughter." Xiao Dao, as if already holding the winning ticket, continued, "Just waiting for the right moment. I will first slay you, then get rid of Su Firen and finally handle the big fool in the middle of the lake." the position of the top scholar, who else but me? Suppressing the laughter he wanted to let out, Hong Yuan said, yes, exactly. As the sun slowly rose to its zenith, Hong Yuan's strength was also gradually increasing. The time from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. is called noon. Hong Yuan's strength would slowly climb to its peak before 11 a.m. and after 1 p.m. it would gradually decline. During these 2 hours at noon, his most powerful moment is at 12 p.m., the minute when the sun is directly overhead. At this moment, Hong Yuan is in an extreme solar state where his strength reaches the absolute limit. In this 1 minute, he is truly unrivaled under the heavens. As the time approached 11 a.m., the spiritual energy in Hong Yuan's body started surging. An endless power filled his limbs and vital points, providing him with a continuous supply of strength. Hong Yuan's muscles slowly bulged, his sportswear stretching from his expanding body. Hearing the sizzling sound as the clothes stretched, Xiao Dao turned to Hong Yuan with a fierce look and said, I just warned you, if you dare move a step, I'll slaughter you right away. Hong Yuan's whole body trembled. He was barely able to suppress the boiling power within him. The intense heat erupted, suddenly warping the space around them, and at that moment he could no longer contain himself. I'll give you a chance to rephrase that, Hong Yuan said, lifting his head to look at Xiao Dao, flames seemingly flickering in his eyes. The scorching heat rushed towards them, forcing Xiao Dao to step back. Are you looking to die, or do you just not want to live? Hong Yuan stepped forward, retorting, that's exactly what I want to ask you. What are you playing at? Xiao Dao glanced at Hong Yuan and finally realized something was off. Hong Yuan was still a 6-star martial artist, yet his aura was now as strong as his own. Your mouth is too foul. I'll teach you how to speak to people. Hong Yuan took out the Zhangyang blade from his Kunlun jade pendant. The Zhangyang blade was a fire attribute weapon. As Hong Yuan grasped the blade, it turned a fiery red. I was born with a proud backbone. Don't put on airs with me. Xiao Dao spoke harshly and confidently, if you don't agree, let's fight. A few strokes and we'll see who's standing. All you have is slick talk. Are you studying for a test? Hong Yuan had long wanted to complain about Xiao Dao, whose every word was a cliché from the streets, both annoying and awkward to hear. Suddenly Xiao Dao attacked without warning, his movements extremely fast, his blade chopping towards Hong Yuan's head in an instant. Hong Yuan, holding the Zhangyang blade in one hand, easily blocked the attack. Due to the blocking motion, Hong Yuan's already tight sports jacket stretched and burst, revealing his muscular physique. Feeling an inexhaustible strength within, Hong Yuan swung the Zhangyang blade in his hand, flinging Xiao Dao away. With just one exchange, Xiao Dao tested Hong Yuan's strength. Not a paper tiger, he had truly grown stronger. Xiao Dao, who had painstakingly schemed, had initially hoped to catch his opponent off guard but ended up suffering a setback instead. With his mentality shattered, he felt a surge of frustration. Hong Yuan gripped his blade with both hands, swinging with all his might. The blade, imbued with thousands of degrees of blade temperature, erupted fiercely. A scorching blade chi swept towards Xiao Dao, instantly vaporizing the sand grains along its path. This was the intense inner energy cultivated from the Great Burning Heaven technique, combined with the blade chi from the Wu Wang blade scripture. The power of this combined strike was comparable to a high-level earth-grade martial technique. Xiao Dao, not underestimating his opponent, also gathered spiritual energy into his hands and slashed out his own blade chi. The two forces collided in midair, but Hong Yuan's blade chi was superior, forcing Xiao Dao's to retreat step by step. Guessing his own blade chi was no match for Hong Yuan, Xiao Dao was merely stalling for time. After making this strike, Xiao Dao closed his eyes, his right foot rapidly stepping in place, muttering indecipherable incantations. As the incantation and footsteps grew louder, Xiao Dao began to tremble, his eyes turning vacant, then rolling back as his pupils vanished. Dark, malevolent energy continuously spewed from Xiao Dao's mouth, swirling around his face before finally transforming into a terrifying mask. Horns extended from both sides of the mask, and its sharp fangs were exposed. While its eyes glinted with a ghostly green light, this hideous mask resembled the legendary Azura. The intense blade aura unleashed by Hong Yuan quickly overwhelmed Xiao Dao's own aura and continued to surge forward, threatening to cleave Xiao Dao in two. However, with the Azura mask covering his face, Xiao Dao raised his machete and, with a single strike, split Hong Yuan's blade aura into two. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Dao's afterimage remained in place. He instantly appeared in front of Hong Yuan and thrust his knife towards Hong Yuan's belly. Hong Yuan only felt a sharp pain as he looked down to see his stomach pierced through. With a forceful twist of his wrist, Xiao Dao intended to gouge out a large hole, but Hong Yuan was not about to let that happen. Clutching Xiao Dao's wrist with both hands, he prevented any further force from being applied. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan gathered spiritual energy in his throat and slowly opened his mouth to release a scorching flame. Xiao Dao tried to dodge, but his wrist was firmly gripped by Hong Yuan, leaving him no chance to break free. Hong Yuan's body was filled with a continuous flow of spiritual energy, allowing the flames to spray for 2 full minutes, scorching Xiao Dao's face for the duration. The smell of charred flesh reached Hong Yuan's nose, prompting him to finally release his grip and kick Xiao Dao away. However, Hong Yuan was also in a bad state. He knelt on one knee, his back and abdomen bleeding profusely, forcing him to cover his wounds with both hands, one in front and one behind. Xiao Dao lay on the ground, his body convulsing, his upper body charred and barely clinging to life, yet the Azura mask on his face suddenly brightened with a green glow. This light flowed into Xiao Dao's upper body, healing his charred flesh. Seeing his scorched skin slowly returning to normal, Hong Yuan tried to emit more flames, but without his machete to block his abdomen, he only coughed up blood as soon as he opened his mouth. This wouldn't do. Taking a deep breath and using the midday sun, Hong Yuan's back and abdomen ignited with small flames. As the flames burned, his wounds began to slowly heal. Although only his abdomen was pierced, Xiao Dao's entire upper body had been charred, making his injuries more severe. Thanks to the protection of the Azura mask, Xiao Dao's head was spared from the flames that had charred his upper body. After being treated by the green light, it only took a few seconds for Xiao Dao's charred body to regain its normal skin tone. Hong Yuan remained kneeling, and while the small flames healed the wounds on his skin, the internal injuries healed much slower. Xiao Dao slowly got up, his right hand picking up the machete that had fallen to the ground, his voice hoarse. "I am protected by the Azura, your flames cannot kill me." Despite his unhealed wounds, Hong Yuan, unable to speak without spitting blood, extended his right hand and slowly showed Xiao Dao the middle finger. Seeing this, Xiao Dao wasted no more words. He stamped on the ground, causing a slight tremor in the sand beneath, and leapt into the air, his machete slicing through the sky. The blade flashed with unimaginable speed, too fast for the naked eye to catch, appearing instantly above Hong Yuan's head. Kneeling on one knee, Hong Yuan's figure flashed, narrowly dodging a fierce slash. The missed strike hit the sandy ground, splitting it open with a crack. "You actually dodged it." Xiao Dao's voice carried a tone of shock. After putting on the Shura mask, not only had his strength increased, but his speed had greatly enhanced as well, not to mention a 10-star martial master. Even a 4-star martial spirit would probably not see his swift slash. Xiao Dao turned to look at Hong Yuan, who was still kneeling on one knee, but an extra eye had opened on his forehead. It must be because of this eye that Hong Yuan could clearly see the slash he had unleashed. "So what if you saw it? My slashing speed can still increase." Xiao Dao swung his blade backwards, sweeping at high speed towards Hong Yuan's lower body, leaving an afterimage in place. Hong Yuan's celestial eye on his forehead could track Xiao Dao's movements. He gripped his Zhengyang blade with one hand, twisted it horizontally, and stabbed the tip into the sand, perfectly blocking the machete. Although injured, Hong Yuan did not sit idly by. He spun like a whirlwind, his blade trailing flames in circles. Xiao Dao dared not meet the attack head-on. He moved swiftly, his figure flashing, retreating several meters in an instant. The next moment, Xiao Dao vanished, his machete striking continuously like relentless raindrops, each slash swift and fierce. With wounds still healing inside, Hong Yuan was cautious not to aggravate them, so he could not make large movements and remained kneeling. Facing the storm-like slashes, Hong Yuan was unflustered. His celestial eye locked onto Xiao Dao's figure, and with his Zhengyang blade he parried left and right, perfectly blocking Xiao Dao's attacks from various angles. Xiao Dao's speed increased, his figure ghostly, shifting unpredictably left and right, forward and backward, making it difficult to trace his movements. Seeing this, Hong Yuan closed his eyes, relying solely on the celestial eye on his forehead, which made his vision clearer and his grasp of the surroundings more comprehensive, enhancing his precision in tracking Xiao Dao. Despite pushing his speed to the limit, Xiao Dao still couldn't break through Hong Yuan's defense. Only Xiao Dao's afterimages could be seen in the sand, his machete creating whooshing sounds with successive flashes of blade light approaching. Another blade light flashed and Hong Yuan blocked it horizontally, the clash sparking and scattering fiery sparks. Xiao Dao exerted force, trying to shake off Hong Yuan's horizontal blade. Prepared, Hong Yuan pushed the blade along with the force, using the momentum to thrust Xiao Dao aside. Seizing the gap, Hong Yuan swiftly rose to his feet and stepped forward, slashing his blade towards Xiao Dao. Anticipating Xiao Dao's attempt to dodge, Hong Yuan roared, his Zhengyang blade igniting fierce flames. With a forward swing, a scorching blaze burst forth like an open folding fan, cutting through the air in a 100-yard-long arc of fiery sea. This sea of fire carried rolling heat waves sweeping forward and instantly turning the sandy ground a fiery red. With the temperature of 1,000 blades, everything was incinerated in an instant. Grains of sand melted into magma, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. The place where Xiao Dao managed to dodge was engulfed by a sea of flames, scorching his body once again. However, this time it was merely a minor burn. The eerie green light emanating from the Shura mask healed his wounds in just 2 seconds. Hong Yuan slowly stood up, raising his head to bask in the noon sun. His injuries finally healed. Although their battle seemed to have lasted a long while, it had only been a few minutes. As the sunlight bathed his body, strength refilled his being. With eyes blazing like torches, Hong Yuan gathered his chi at his dantian, then broke into a grin at Xiao Dao. Seeing Hong Yuan smile, Xiao Dao was just about to speak when Hong Yuan suddenly erupted with the force of a volcanic explosion. Holding the Zhangyang blade, he unleashed his full power in a slash towards Xiao Dao. This strike, straight from the Wuan Blade Sutra, was named Heaven and Earth Slash. Hong Yuan concentrated his spirit energy and soul to their peak, focusing his spiritual energy into a single point before executing this peerless slash. The blade's light was like fire and thunder, buzzing loudly, its power unmatched, as if it could split heaven and earth itself. The air whistled sharply with the sound of the blade cutting through, the slash so swift it seemed to freeze time itself. Xiao Dao, seeing this, attempted to dodge, but the strike was too fast, his feet as if glued to the ground, unable to move. With no choice left, he gripped his machete tightly, clenched his teeth, and summoned the power of the Shura ghost mask, putting all his strength into meeting Hong Yuan's heaven and earth slash. The moment their blades collided, all was silent, the surrounding noises vanished, only a crisp clang reverberating. Like ripples, this clang spread instantly across the battlefield. A tremendously heavy force transmitted to Xiao Dao's arms, a mountainous force from Hong Yuan's blade nearly crushed his defenses in an instant. This force was beyond anything Xiao Dao had anticipated, and despite being fully prepared, he could not withstand it. His arms broke instantly, bones piercing through the flesh and skin, his machete sent flying. The immense force flung Xiao Dao's body like a broken kite, crashing him into a lake miles away. The water exploded into a huge lotus blossom, as if a deity had thrown a massive cauldron into the lake, droplets scattering like countless pearls. This splash turned into waves cascading in layers, rippling outwards, the entire lake's surface tumultuous, creating ripples at the edges. Hong Yuan leapt up, concentrating his spiritual energy under his feet to float on the surface of the lake. After crashing into the lake, Xiao Dao did not resurface but instead stayed at the bottom, taking the opportunity to heal his wounds. Hong Yuan certainly didn't give him a chance to heal. Raising his Zhangyang blade, he was about to split the lake's surface. Suddenly, a streak of white light ripped through the sky, speeding like a meteor towards Hong Yuan's position. As the white light approached, Hong Yuan swung his blade fiercely, unleashing a dragon-like slash that collided violently with the white light in mid-air. Instantly, a piercing clang of metal echoed through the air like thunder exploding. The white light was scattered by Hong Yuan's Zhangyang blade, transforming into flickering sparks that dispersed in all directions. Although Hong Yuan had dispersed the white light, the force of the impact made him stagger back several steps. He fixed his gaze in the direction from which the white light had come, only to see Mu Yunlu rushing through the air towards him. Following behind Mu Yunlu was Su Firan, wielding a silver spear, in hot pursuit. Mu Yunlu, dressed in white with his hair disheveled and a look of distress, was covered in bloodstains, clearly having been stabbed several times by Su Firan. As Mu Yunlu landed in front of him, Hong Yuan frowned and asked, "Why do you obstruct me?" Despite his disheveled appearance, Mu Yunlu still managed to maintain his composure and greeted with a fist, uttering a surprising request, "Could you possibly spare him?" "Of course not." Before Mu Yunlu could inquire further, Hong Yuan bluntly stated, "Do you know that Xiao Dao never considered you a friend? He even hoped to see you and Su Firan both severely wounded, and then he would reap the benefits as the fisherman." Mu Yunlu gave a bitter smile and helplessly said, "I know what kind of person he is." Su Firan landed beside Hong Yuan, and upon hearing Mu Yunlu's words, her face filled with disbelief. She said, "Knowing this, why would you still help him? Are you foolish? Xiao Dao doesn't regard me as a friend, but I have always considered him one." Mu Yunlu paused, then added, "Since I regard him as a friend, I cannot just stand by. Moreover, helping a friend doesn't need a reason." Hong Yuan couldn't comprehend Mu Yunlu's logic, even thinking there was something wrong with his brain. "I suggest you go to a hospital and have your brain checked." Hong Yuan, not wanting to waste words, also said, "Moreover, you don't have the influence, and today I Must eliminate Xiao Dao. Mu Yunlu tossed his card to Hong Yuan. You're eliminating Xiao Dao also for the points. Xiao Dao and I are tied for 4th place. Take this card and then please spare him. Hong Yuan caught the card, but he did not agree to Mu Yunlu's request, instead saying children make choices. I want it all. Mu Yunlu, upon hearing this, did not blame Hong Yuan. He knew the grudges in Hong Yuan's heart. Moreover, given the situation with Xiao Dao severely wounded and himself also injured, while Hong Yuan and Su Firen had only minor injuries, the advantage was on Hong Yuan's side. Even if he did not give the card to Hong Yuan, the two could still defeat him and Xiao Dao openly and fairly. Thus his and Xiao Dao's points and cards were essentially already in Hong Yuan and Su Firen's possession. I shouldn't have meddled in this mess. Mu Yunlu sighed helplessly, greeted Hong Yuan and Su Firen with a fist, but I had no choice. Xiao Dao is my friend and I couldn't refuse his invitation. Today, falling into your hands, whether you choose to kill or maim, I will comply. The fault is mine and I leave my fate to you. Mu Yunlu's words were frank, not seeming to feign submission. Hong Yuan looked at Su Firen and said, I have fewer points than you and you're still in 3rd place while I've dropped to 7th. Can you give me Mu Yunlu's card? Of course. Do you even need to ask? Su Firen's tone carried a hint of complaint. Seeing this, Hong Yuan touched his nose, then crushed Mu Yunlu's card and his ranking suddenly shot up to 4th place. Before being teleported away, Mu Yunlu clasped his fists and said to the two of them, I apologize for today's offenses. I beg for your forgiveness, please do not hold grudges. Hong Yuan rolled his eyes and said unapologetically, forgive you? That's impossible. Every time I see you in the real world from now on, I'll hit you once. Mu Yunlu smiled at these words, then his figure flashed and disappeared, signaling his elimination from the game. Looking at Xiao Dao hiding under the lake, Hong Yuan turned to Su Firen and said, I'll split the lake's surface with one strike to force Xiao Dao out, and you take the chance to drive him out of the water. Then the two of us will take him on together. Sounds good. Su Firen swung her silver spear, her lips curving into a smile, seemingly amused. Visibility was poor at the bottom of the lake and Xiao Dao was unaware of the situation above. However, Hong Yuan's heavenly eye allowed him to see clearly where Xiao Dao was hiding at the bottom of the lake. Hong Yuan raised his Zhengyang blade high, his spiritual energy boiling to its limit as vast spiritual energy gathered around the blade. Because of the spiritual energy swirling around Hong Yuan, ripples spread across the lake's surface. With a roar, Hong Yuan unleashed another heaven and earth slash. 100-meter blade aura cleaved towards the lake's surface, parting the water and sending sprays several meters high. The lake's surface cracked open and the water rolled to both sides, revealing the silt that had settled over many years and also Xiao Dao's hiding place. Su Firen, gripping her long spear, was ready to strike. Seeing Xiao Dao, she moved like an arrow released from a bow, her spear tip aimed straight at the lake bottom. The spear emitted a white light like a white dragon diving into the lake, the light from the spear tip illuminating the dark lake bottom. Xiao Dao's machete was knocked away by Hong Yuan, leaving him unarmed and vulnerable. Su Firen speared Xiao Dao and then, using her arms, flung him out of the lake. Xiao Dao's figure spun in the air. Hong Yuan timed it perfectly, leaping to strike Xiao Dao in mid-air. However, Xiao Dao crushed the card in his hand, choosing to eliminate himself voluntarily. He would rather forfeit than give Hong Yuan the points. Since Xiao Dao was teleported out, Hong Yuan's strike hit nothing but air and he cursed, damn it, this guy can't stand losing. Su Firen pulled out her card and checked the rankings. Now only 5 people were left. 1. Li Chanan points, 5173. 2. Luo Lai points, 4399. 3. Su Firen points, 4396. 4. Hong Yuan points, 2587. 5. Ing Huanhuan points, 2479. Su Firen walked over to Hong Yuan and muttered softly, how come there are only 5 people left? Upon hearing the words, Hong Yuan took out the card and stared at the ranking information on it, momentarily stunned. The name Ing Huanhuan, ranked 5th, couldn't possibly be the Ing Huanhuan he knew, could it? Luo Lai had been in the middle of the lake all this time, and those who hid behind the sand dunes must have been dealt with by Li Chang'an and Ing Huanhuan. Distracted Hong Yuan muttered to himself, still preoccupied with thoughts of Ing Huanhuan. She didn't have the money to buy the cultivation method and had to accept the Tai Shang Linging scripture he gave her, starting her cultivation a month later than him. If it really was the Ing Huanhuan he knew, it would be astonishing. She had only been cultivating for 3 months and had already climbed to the 5th rank, her talent perhaps not far off from Xiao Zhao's. After the fierce battle just now, Hong Yuan had accumulated a massive amount of spiritual energy, enough to break through to a 7-star martial master. After a moment's thought, he whispered to Su Firen, I need to break through, cover me. Su Firen frowned upon hearing this, her gaze shifting between Luo Lai in the middle of the lake and the surrounding desert, her tone hesitant. Is it too risky to break through now? There are only 5 of us left. From Luo Lai's actions, Hong Yuan could tell he was an upright and honorable man. He had positioned himself in the middle of the lake from the start, opting to battle openly rather than hiding behind the sand dunes. Thus Hong Yuan felt that if he were to break through, someone with Luo Lai's character was unlikely to attack him. The other 2 were Ying Huanhuan and Li Chang'an. If it was the Ying Huanhuan, he knew she likely wouldn't harm him, especially since he had once helped her. The only remaining threat was Li Chang'an, who could well be a top scholar, so his strength was beyond doubt. Li Chang'an was stronger than Su Firen, but Su Firen should be able to hold him off for a few minutes, which should be enough time for Hong Yuan to advance to a 7-star martial master. Once he achieved this breakthrough, he could turn the tide of the battle. Hong Yuan reassured with a smile, if they try to ambush me, I might as well not break through at all, just losing some spiritual energy. He left his sentence unfinished. He could always recover the lost energy if he got beaten up. As long as he successfully broke through to a 7-star martial master and combined it with the power of the midday sun, there was a chance he could win the championship. The top 5 ranks in the annual martial arts examination could enter top universities, and the top 3 even received prizes and scholarships. He needed money for university, and the prize for the top scholar was also quite substantial. Although breaking through now was risky, the potential rewards made it worth the risk. Su Firen nodded, her spirited eyebrows lifting as she gave a slight smile. As long as you're decided, leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Hong Yuan immediately sat down, cross-legged on the ground. Since he had decided to break through, there was no point in hiding any longer. Based on his past experiences, breaking through to a 7-star martial master should only take a few minutes. In the center of the lake, Luo Lai, witnessing Hong Yuan breaking through right before his eyes, paused momentarily, his expression stunned. Then he cracked a smile and walked over. What are you doing? Su Firen held his silver spear at an angle, sharply rebuking the approaching Luo Lai. Don't panic, I mean no harm, Luo Lai said, greeting with a fist, his tone open and straightforward. Besides, your friend here, since he dared to break through right in front of me, must have guessed that I wouldn't strike, so you might as well not point that spear at me. What are you here for then? Su Firen's tone softened slightly as he lowered his spear, though his expression remained cautious. Consider me here to protect him during his breakthrough. Luo Lai glanced around and added, the other 2 are just hiding, probably nothing but cowards. I, Luo, do not stoop to compete with such people. After your friend has broken through, let him fight me. Regardless of winning or losing, I will voluntarily withdraw from the contest. Luo Lai's tone seemed lackluster. He, like Xiao Xiao, had been admitted to a top university but had forsaken that opportunity to instead take the martial arts examination, partly because he was confident in his own strength and partly because he craved battle. Yet so far no fight had truly satisfied him. Even when he restrained his power, no one could withstand more than 3 moves against him. Luo Lai yearned for a thrilling battle, one that would allow him to exert his full strength under the gaze of many, not just to overpower the weak or engage with those who skulk in shadows. Hearing Luo Lai's words, Su Firen looked displeased. You are a 10-star martial artist, and even if Hong Yuan has broken through, he's only a 7-star, you're clearly just bullying him. Luo Lai slowly replied, your friend Hong Yuan, his strength far exceeds his level, truly extraordinary and unparalleled. Even as a 6-star, he could split the lake with a single strike and overpower a 9-star martial artist. If he breaks through to 7-star, he might well be a match for me. Su Firen spoke with moral righteousness. Although Hong Yuan's strength surpasses his level, your strength also far surpasses an ordinary 10-star martial artist. I suspect you could kill him with 1 punch, so allow me to decline on his behalf. At Su Firen's protective response, Luo Lai chuckled and asked, what is your relation to him? Why do you decline on his behalf? This question made Su Firen blush, his tone flustered and annoyed. Of course we're friends. Why do you ask so much? Hearing Su Firen's flustered response, Luo Lai smiled wryly. Since you're friends, it seems you don't really have the right to decline for him. But indeed, a 10-star against a 7-star does seem a bit unfair. Luo Lai paused slightly, then continued, I have a suggestion. How about this? You just said I could kill him with 1 punch, so I'll throw just 1 punch. If Hong Yuan can withstand it, I'll consider it my loss. I'll give him the card, how about that? Upon hearing Luo Lai's words, Su Firen wanted to refuse on behalf of Hong Yuan, but then he remembered Luo Lai's saying, since he is a friend, you don't really have the right to refuse for him. Turning his back, Su Firen replied irritably, you've already said that, why ask me? Wait for him to break through, then ask him yourself. Luo Lai nodded, seated himself cross-legged on the lake surface and fell silent. Now only 5 people remained. Despite being second, Luo Lai knew that regardless of who won or lost the upcoming fights, his score would still place him in the top 5. Even if Hong Yuan could withstand a punch from him and he chose to honor the agreement by withdrawing voluntarily, he would still make it into a top-tier university. For Luo Lai, the remaining time was utterly worthless. Had he known this, he would have rather joined the secret training early instead of wasting time on this martial arts examination. It was 11:53 a.m. when Hong Yuan successfully broke through, opening his eyes. Although he had been breaking through, he had heard all the conversation between Su Firen and Luo Lai. Seeing Hong Yuan open his eyes, Luo Lai was about to speak, but Hong Yuan beat him to it. "No need for more words, I accept your challenge of a single punch. Courage is the best weapon for a warrior," Luo Lai praised, then asked, "May I throw my punch now?" "I've just broken through, let me stabilize my breath," replied Hong Yuan. He glanced at the sun. In 6 minutes it would be noon and he would be in the peak state of the blazing sun. Luo Lai did not doubt him, as the energy in one's core truly surges after a breakthrough. Hong Yuan continued his meditative posture, adjusting his breathing for 5 minutes before slowly standing up. It was 11:59 a.m. He said to Su Firen, "Step back further, I don't want to accidentally hurt you, take care." Su Firen, carrying his silver spear, quickly dodged into the desert. Then Hong Yuan proposed to Luo Lai, "We each take 1 punch from the other, whoever fails to withstand it loses." "What do you think?" "Agreed," Luo Lai responded without hesitation, retreating 100 steps away. This small lake, covering about 8 miles, shone under the golden sunlight like a cascade, illuminating the lake surface, with the sky a brilliant blue. The water mirrored the sky, creating a seamless blend of blue. Hong Yuan, with his arms crossed, stood proudly between water and sky, his posture upright. As noon arrived, each ray of sunlight seemed to circle around him. Bathed in the noon sun, a golden halo gradually formed around him, making his figure appear particularly majestic and radiant, as if he embodied the sun itself. A tremendous force surged from his core, racing through his meridians incessantly, causing all the spiritual energy within him to boil. This was the ultimate state of the blazing sun, where he stood unparalleled under heaven, his power reaching an unprecedented peak. At this moment, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Hong Yuan, Luo Lai was not scared but thrilled, his eyes flashing with excitement. Luo Lai stood with his legs apart, his right fist clenched downwards, his left hand gripping his right arm, gathering energy. Inside Hong Yuan, energy surged like a torrential river, with the brilliance of the sun infusing his body, making him appear as if he were enveloped in golden flames. Finally, unable to contain the vast spiritual energy within, Hong Yuan erupted, releasing a scorching blast. The fierce energy boiled the lake, distorting the surface of the water. The lake water rapidly evaporated, turning into plumes of white vapor rising into the sky, steaming cloud dream marsh. In just moments, the lake dried up completely, leaving only the parched riverbed. Some of Hong Yuan's spiritual energy leaked out, while he concentrated the rest into his right arm. Due to the infusion of the scorching spiritual energy, his right arm shone with a golden light, his muscles bulging more powerfully. Slowly, Hong Yuan clenched his right hand into a fist, and as he did so, the surrounding area trembled. The hot spiritual energy around him converged towards his clenched fist, eventually forming a tangible golden orb of light. Luo Lai too mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, enveloped in a layer of gray mixed elemental energy, his secret technique, mixed elemental fist. Hong Yuan, untrained in any specific martial arts, relied purely on his immense strength and abundant spiritual energy, as if gathering the world's power into his right fist. Their gazes met, understanding each other's intentions, and simultaneously they charged forward. As their fists cut through the air, a sharp explosive sound rang out. In an instant their fists collided mid-air, emitting a deafening noise. At the point of impact, a dazzling golden gray light exploded, illuminating the entire desert. The sky roared with thunder and lightning, and the previously evaporated water vapor formed dark rolling clouds. The force of their punches shook the heavens and the earth. Sand flew into the air as their power peaked. In that moment, the collision of their energies created visible shockwaves, causing the desert sands thousands of meters away to be blown into the air. Time ticked by and their fists remained locked, the ground trembling continuously, and the dense clouds in the sky also shook. Rain began to fall, unknowingly soaking their clothes. Fist against fist, their internal spiritual energies continued to converge, the golden solar energy and the gray mixed elemental energy intertwining in the air, buzzing loudly. The increasingly heavy raindrops pelted their faces, streaming down their cheeks. Luo Lai's brows gradually furrowed, his strength waning while Hong Yuan seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of power. The clouds in the sky grew denser and the rain poured heavily. Reluctantly, but having reached his limit, Luo Lai slowly withdrew his fist and stepped back, bowing with his hands clasped. "You win." Hong Yuan returned the gesture with a fist and palm salute, merely saying, "By a fluke, he wasn't lying, nor was he being modest. It truly was by sheer luck, for if it weren't for the continuous stream of spiritual energy in his body at noon, he would have lost in the confrontation just now." Luo Lai handed his card to Hong Yuan and then declared, "No need to hide anymore, come on out, all of you." From both sides of the lake, 3 people appeared, all of whom Hong Yuan recognized. One was Su Firen. Another, a woman named Ing Huanhuan, had been bullied by Sun Xiaochuan. The man in a white robe was also familiar to Hong Yuan. They had met once before. A couple of days ago, after Su Firen had battled Wei Wei and got injured, she had been recuperating in the desert, guarded by Hong Yuan. During that time, a young man dressed in a robe as white as snow had split a tornado with a single sword strike and hurried toward Su Firen. Hong Yuan had stopped this young man, asking him to take a detour so as not to disturb Su Firen's rest. The young man had smiled, acknowledged with a fist and palm salute, and agreed. Unexpectedly, this man in white was Li Chang'an, known from the diaries as Luo Lai's rival, potentially the top scholar. Li Chang'an sat on a sand dune, casually sticking his sword into the sand, then took a large swig from his flask. There he sat, his presence subdued, emanating a peaceful aura, seemingly uncompetitive, yet he was hard to ignore. Luo Lai also noticed Li Chang'an and called out loudly, "Are you Li Chang'an? With such strength, why do you hide and not fight openly?" "Gentlemen, you're too weak to catch my sword." "I might as well be dreaming," Li Chang'an replied indifferently, then lay down on the sand dune, continuing to drink. Luo Lai laughed heartily at this and said, "When the sky is mad, it rains. When a man is mad, he invites disaster. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue speaking such big words? The sky does not boast of its height, nor the earth of its depth." Li Chang'an laughed loudly in response, proclaiming, "Those who don't know me call me mad, those who know me call me modest. So you're the one called Li Chang'an, huh? Quite audacious, aren't you?" Hong Yuan, muttering under his breath, approached Luo Lai and slung an arm around his shoulder, whispering, "This kid is too arrogant. Shall we take him down together? Our pact of a single punch I have already lost." "Crush my card," Luo Lai said, handing his card to Su Firen, who however did not accept it. "I am currently 3rd and you are 4th, you keep it," she said. Without much ado, Hong Yuan crushed Luo Lai's card, instantly moving up to 2nd on the leaderboard. A white light enveloped Luo Lai, and as he looked fiercely at Li Chang'an, he left with a threatening remark, "We'll have a chance to spar again in the future." Watching Luo Lai disappear, Su Firen remarked, "A man of his word, straightforward and decisive. Luo Lai truly is a man of integrity. Integrity is the fundamental principle of being human." Hong Yuan waved towards the desert where a dignified woman stood. He then turned to Su Firen and said, "She's a friend of mine, her name is Ing Huanhuan. Now that I know she's Ing Huanhuan, I can see the leaderboard." Su Firen pressed curiously, "Besides Xiao Xiao, how many other close female friends do you have?" Hong Yuan explained, "Don't wrong me. I am not close with Ing Huanhuan." Su Firen, intrigued, asked, "How did you two meet?" "Huanhuan was harassed by a bully and I stepped in to help her. Afterwards she came to thank me and we've only met twice in total," Hong Yuan said succinctly, deliberately omitting sensitive details like teaching Ing Huanhuan a martial arts technique, mainly to prevent Su Firen from overthinking. "You really have a kind heart, even taking the time to play the hero." Su Firen teased meaningfully, "I can't stand to see the weak being bullied regardless of their gender. I will always step in to help," Hong Yuan replied, a statement of strong survival instinct but also his genuine sentiment. Hong Yuan had also helped a quiet male classmate, Hua Fei, who had been bullied by Sun Xiaochuan in the past. When Hong Yuan was beaten up by Long Outyan at school, Hua Fei supported him and even brought the principal to help. "I can't bear to see the weak being bullied, so I help them." Upholding justice is a value taught by my father. It's a family tradition. All parents around the world, no matter what becomes of them, surely all hope their children grow up to be just and good people. As heavy rain poured, filling the dried lake bed with water, people only needed to release a bit of their spiritual energy to form a protective layer around them, keeping their bodies dry from the rain. Ing Huanhuan approached Hong Yuan. It had been 3 months since they last met, and she had grown much more confident. Initially shy and often speaking with her head down, she was now much more poised. With a smile, Ing Huanhuan exclaimed excitedly, "So it really is you. That's what I wanted to say too, Hong Yuan replied, his tone neutral and slightly distant due to Su Firen's presence. Maintaining her smile, Ng Huan Huan added, I have you to thank for that. If it weren't for the martial arts technique you gave me, I wouldn't have achieved such great results. Su Firen slightly turned her head, casting a glance at Hong Yuan. Oh, what technique? Why haven't you mentioned it? This is Su Firen, my benefactor. Hong Yuan introduced Su first before turning back to Ng Huan Huan. I gave you the supreme sensing scripture. How did you progress so quickly? This was also an explanation that what he had given Ng Huan Huan was just an ordinary martial arts book worth 5 to 6,000 yuan. Hong Yuan added, I had asked Ng Huan Huan for a favor at the time, so I gave her the supreme sensing scripture as a thank you. Su Firen's lips twitched slightly. She was trying to scare Hong Yuan on purpose, not really angry or jealous. I don't know either. I just practiced and suddenly broke through to a 9-star martial master. Huan Huan was genuinely confused, her tone reflecting her bewilderment. In the distance, Li Chanan, clearly drunk, lay atop a sand dune, his laughter booming across the desert. Ha, what excellent wine! Despite a sandstorm sweeping through, Li Chanan's laughter could still be heard. His voice rising above the winds, singing boldly, a fierce wind will eventually rise and I shall ride it to traverse 10,000 miles. Yes, I shall break through 10,000 miles. Hearing Li Chanan's mix of laughter and shouting, Hong Yuan couldn't help but comment, he must be drunk. Something's off with his brain. Su Firen frowned and said, we all know each other, how are we supposed to handle this? I can't just turn against a friend. Hong Yuan replied, our scores are all in the top 5 and we've lasted long enough. Our final rankings are bound to be in the top 5. Let's go talk to Li Chanan, see if he wants to fight or not. If he wants to fight, we'll accommodate him. If not, we'll crush our own cards and forfeit willingly. Agreeing, the trio waited for the sandstorm to pass before approaching Li Chanan. Lying on the sandy ground, his white robe covered with sand, Li Chanan continued to drink and chant freely. Observers clap and laugh at my reckless madness, but what does it matter to be loose or wild? Hong Yuan approached him, looked down at Li Chanan and asked, friend, it's just the 4 of us left. What do you want to do? After swallowing a mouthful of wine and squinting drunkenly at Hong Yuan, Li Chanan, reminiscent of a TV drama scene with many watching, declared, we can't end this with a whimper and spoil everyone's fun, so let's have a fight. Hearing Li Chanan's readiness to fight, Hong Yuan asked irritably, do you want a one-on-one or a brawl? Li Chanan laughed heartily and queried, one-on-one as in you 3 against me alone? Hong Yuan smirked and said, if you want a rotation battle, we can accommodate that too, so do you want a one-on-one or a brawl? After chugging more wine, Li Chanan, unbothered by Hong Yuan's mock, replied casually, either works for me, it's your call. Impressed by such a carefree response and remembering how Li Chanan had previously given way to Su Firen during a moment of vulnerability, Hong Yuan made a decision. Looking solemnly at Su Firen and Huan Huan, Hong Yuan declared, I challenge him to a one-on-one duel. With Li Chanan leading in points and Hong Yuan a close second, the winner between them would top the rankings. Though a 3-on-1 would secure Hong Yuan the first place, he chose not to pursue that route. If Li Chanan were a deceitful person, Hong Yuan might have opted for an unfair advantage, but facing such a forthright man, he preferred a fair battle where even in defeat he could hold his head high with no regrets. Su Firen and Huan Huan exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously, crushing their cards to forfeit, leaving the battlefield to Hong Yuan and Li Chanan. As they stepped aside, Li Chanan slowly sat up, leisurely commenting, both of them are your friends. If you really want to win, you could have had them give their cards to you. Realizing the missed opportunity, Hong Yuan exclaimed in hindsight and patting his head laughed, right, but no matter. Hong Yuan spoke with a heroic tone, I want a fair and square fight with you. Even if I lose in the end, I'll accept it. Watching Hong Yuan on the television screen, Hong Lan and Hong Hu, despite the reality before them, still found it hard to believe. Big Brother definitely is not an F-grade talent. Hong Hu was now very certain, speaking excitedly, if he's an F-grade talent, then I'll eat my own words at the thesis defense. Hong Lan frowned in response, just speak properly, don't be so disgusting. Hong Hu immediately explained, I'm just describing how credible it is that our Big Brother is F-grade. But your metaphor is really frightening. I don't mind you talking like that in front of me, but if you speak like that in front of other girls, you'll never find a girlfriend. Hong Hu chuckled foolishly and did not retort. Instead, he picked up his phone to hide his embarrassment and suddenly exclaimed, sis, the betting has started. What betting? Hong Lan asked, unfamiliar with such matters. Hong Hu explained, there's a betting pool for the match between Big Brother and Li Chang'an. People are betting on who will win. The odds now are 1 to 26, and they are still rising. Confused Hong Lan asked what does 1 to 26 mean. Hong Hu explained again, if we bet 10,000 yuan on Big Brother and he wins, we'll get 260,000 yuan. If we bet 10,000 yuan on Li Chang'an and he wins, we'll get 10,260 yuan. Hong Lan was shocked, these odds are quite extreme. Betting on Li Chang'an after deducting the principal we only make 260 yuan, but betting on Big Brother after deducting the principal we could make 250,000 yuan. Hong Hu explained for the third time, because too many people are betting on Li Chang'an the odds are skewed. This also shows that no one really believes in Big Brother. Angrily Hong Lan said, but you saw it just now, Big Brother at least exchanged a punch with Luo Lai without getting hurt, he does have some strength, these odds are ridiculous. Hong Hu helplessly said. Chen Tianshou mentioned that Li Chang'an is the once-in-a-millennium genius of the great Xia country, and it's not an exaggeration, you've seen the live broadcasts these past few days. Li Chang'an is incredibly strong, his physique is indestructible, even tougher than Captain America's shield. He's like a monster. Yesterday Situlan from the West Shu Green Bamboo Mansion, a 9-star martial artist at full draw, shot an arrow directly at his most vulnerable spot, his eyes, and Li Chang'an was unscathed. His strength is terrifying, a casual swing of his sword can create a ravine 100 meters long. The host said that Li Chang'an could move mountains and sees his strength so immense that it's no exaggeration. Moreover, he is a 10-star martial artist, although my elder brother has broken through to a 7-star martial master, he is definitely no match for Li Chang'an. Hong Hu finally said, I'm not trying to dampen our spirits or undermine our own people, the public's eyes are clear, such high odds are solely because of Li Chang'an's strength, send me the betting site link, I'm placing a bet of 100,000 to support my brother. No one supported Hong Yuan and Hong Lan was very angry, feeling that Hong Yuan was being underestimated. Hong Hu weakly complained, you're just throwing money into the water. Fuming Hong Lan said, it hasn't been easy for Big Brother to get to this point, I'm happy. Meanwhile, in the Great Yi Mansion of Jiangnan Province, Su Yuan looked at the betting odds on his phone, shocked he exclaimed, Father, the odds have risen to 1 to 28. Su Tianbao laughed upon hearing this, in all these years of martial arts exams such a disparity in the odds is unprecedented. I recall the most uneven odds from about 30 years ago, but even then they were only 1 to 6, Su Yuan put away his phone and sighed, with these odds almost no one believes in Hong Yuan. Su Tianbao also expressed his amazement, the kid has done well to get this far, especially since he's only an F-grade talent. Li Chang'an has been acclaimed by Chen Tianshou as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the great Xia nation, a rare talent that appears only once in 1,000 years. In front of such an extraordinary genius as Li Chang'an, no matter how exceptional the young talents are, they likely fade into the background, becoming mere foils. Su Yuan also remarked sadly, Firen's performance this time is also quite good, although she didn't make it into the top 3, her total score and survival time should secure her the 4th place. There are too many geniuses in today's martial arts exam, Firen is simply born at the wrong time. If she were a year or two older, had she taken the exam a year or two earlier, her strength could have wildly dominated and she would have had a high chance of clinching the top spot. It's an era of fierce competition with geniuses emerging one after another. Su Tianbao murmured in surprise, could it be that turbulent times are approaching? Meanwhile, in the official live broadcasting room of the Great Xia Nation, due to the final showdown, apart from the host, 2 guests were specially invited for commentary. Chen Tianshou, who had served as the vice-chancellor of Yuan Central University, is a spirited elder who retired a couple of years ago and is now enjoying his retirement in the Great Xia Nation. Another guest, Mu Bai, is cousins with Mu Yunlu and also comes from the Jade Emperor Holy Land. Mu Bai was the top scorer in the entrance exam 8 years ago, graduated from East Holy University 4 years ago, and has since stayed there as a teacher. Since it's the summer vacation, he took the opportunity to visit his family. East Holy University is also one of the top 10 universities, and at 26, Mu Bai remaining as a faculty member there is quite accomplished for his age. The host first turned to Mu Bai and asked, Mu Teacher, you were also the top scorer in the entrance exam 8 years ago. Who do you think has a higher chance of winning between Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an? Even among top scorers, there are differences. Hong Yuan, Li Chang'an, even Luo Lai, they were all stronger than me back then, Mu Bai replied modestly. He first praised the 3 individuals before giving his pointed opinion, but like most people, I favor Li Chang'an more. In recent live broadcasts, as everyone has seen, Li Chang'an's skill is evident to all. Although Hong Yuan is also strong, like I said at the Beginning, there is a gap between geniuses, and between Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an lies an insurmountable chasm. It seems that teacher Mu is in support of Li Chang'an. After getting the answer, the host asked another question. Mu Yunlu, and you are both from the Jade Emperor Holy Realm, and I heard you two are relatives. What do you think about his performance in the recent college entrance exam? Mu Bai thought for a moment before responding. Mu Yunlu is my cousin, and I'm not one to cover. For him, his performance was poor. Though he has a pure heart, he is too trusting of others, otherwise with his abilities he should have been in the top 5. Chen Tianshou, who had been silent, suddenly laughed and said, Mu Yunlu and Luo Lai were the same. Both were guaranteed admissions. Even if they did poorly in this exam, they would still enter top universities, so young Mu shouldn't be too harsh. Mu Yunlio's naive and pure heart is precious. It's the most important thing for a martial artist. If he can maintain his original intent, his future in martial arts will surely be smoother. Hearing Chen Tianshou's words, the host immediately asked, Master Chen, you once praised Li Chang'an as the once-in-a-millennium talent of the great Xia nation. Many people are curious. Why do you rate him so highly? Chen Tianshou slowly explained. This April I was teaching a class to those identified as talented. I taught a low-level Shan-grade martial technique. Most people only had a partial understanding of it, but Li Chang'an was able to successfully perform the technique after hearing it just once. I suspected he had learned it before, hence the success, so I taught him a top-level Shan-grade technique just to test my guess, but he succeeded on his first try again. I was not convinced, so I taught him a high-level earth-grade technique, a very difficult martial skill that the geniuses at top universities probably need 10 days to half a month to master. Li Chang'an succeeded on his first try again. Only then was I willing to believe that this young man has an extremely rare talent for understanding, capable of grasping any martial technique or divine ability in an instant. Chen paused, then added, although Li Chang'an has a high comprehension, that is not the main reason I praise him. The host, catching the cue, said, Li Chang'an possesses such unprecedented comprehension, and yet that's not the main reason. Is there something else about him that you find even more remarkable? Chen Tianshou nodded and said, the vast expanse of Jiuzhou is boundless and limitless. Even among a million-inch, many geniuses can emerge. Over the years, I've taught in Zhengzhou and seen many students with extreme comprehension. What's most important for a martial artist is talent, and that's where Li Chang'an truly shines. His talent is unparalleled, unprecedented in the annals of our race, but I cannot disclose more here. Chen Tianshou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued, to be born in this era, we are truly fortunate. Perhaps in a few decades we will witness a hero in our great Daxian nation who will be renowned across all 9 provinces, surpassing the 9 provinces. This level of praise even exceeds once in a millennium. The host swallowed hard. His years of hosting experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure before he responded. To dominate the provinces in martial prowess, dominate implies far surpassing. So, may I interpret your meaning to suggest that, in a few decades, Li Chang'an's martial prowess will surpass all warriors in the 9 provinces? The host looked intently at Chen Tianshou, hoping to find confirmation in his eyes. However, Chen Tianshou remained unflustered, merely smiling as he said, I know you all may not believe it, I won't say more, let's just wait and see. Mu Bai, sitting beside him, showed a complex expression on his face. Shock, disbelief, curiosity, and a hint of anticipation mingled together. As the host, determined to keep the broadcast engaging, he pressed on. Mr. Chen, based on your statement, how would you rate Hong Yuan's chances against Li Chang'an? After a brief moment of thought, Chen Tianshou answered, I'd guess about 10%. Everyone could tell that this estimate was somewhat generous, simply to save face for Hong Yuan in front of the national audience. Chen Tianshou couldn't outright declare that Hong Yuan stood no chance without causing him great embarrassment. The host paused before asking, how did you arrive at this conclusion? The audience might not see it, but I have observed. Hong Yuan's talent is that of the sun, and A-level talent, albeit rare. Chen Tianshou elaborated. Having served as a vice-chancellor at a top university for decades, his insight and knowledge far surpassed most. As noon approaches, the sun talent strengthens. When Hong Yuan fought Luo Lai, it was the peak time for his sun talent, which is why he could triumph in their match. Now that it's past noon, Hong Yuan's peak has passed and his strength will only diminish, which is why I concluded that he only has a 10% chance of winning. With this explanation, the betting odds soared to 1 to 48. Just as the host was about to respond, a sudden change occurred at the martial arts examination site. He excitedly announced, look, Mount Qiyun is emerging. the final venue for the martial arts exam, a tradition that had continued for centuries in Daxia Nation, was always at Mount Qiyun. Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an stood still, and beneath their feet a mountain began to rise slowly from the desert sands. The mountain soared higher and continued to rise, distancing itself from the desert below. The mountain's peak was sheared off by a sword, creating an open-air platform where the two stood. As the mountain climbed higher, akin to riding an elevator, it eventually reached a height level with the sea of clouds. From the summit, Hong Yuan could look down and see the cloud sea enveloping the area below, with only the vast desert sands faintly visible. The platform at the top of the mountain spanned about a mile across, surrounded by a turbulent sea of clouds resembling the waves of an ocean. Hong Yuan stood atop the mountain, his spiritual energy boiling anew due to the proximity to the sun and the absence of clouds. It wasn't long ago, just the year before last, when Hong Sen had jokingly said that if any of the three Hong siblings could reach the summit of Qiyun Mountain, even if they didn't secure the top scholar position, he would be satisfied with his life. The winds howled fiercely at the summit, and with a tone of awe Hong Yuan exclaimed, "This is the peak of Qiyun Mountain." The summit of Qiyun Mountain was not open to the public, reserved only for the decisive battles of martial arts examinations, yet it was the peak every youth in the Great Xia Kingdom had once dreamed of conquering. Li Chang'an spoke with clarity. The Great Xia Kingdom has mountains taller than Qiyun Peak, but it's not the height of the mountains that matters. You and I, after a decade of arduous study, meet here today. This is the highest peak in the Great Xia Kingdom, regardless of your realm, talent, or comprehension. Allow me to express my utmost respect for you who have reached the summit of Qiyun Mountain today. Li Chang'an withdrew the sword strapped to his back. The youth, silent and unspoken, simply clenched his right hand, and the Zhangyang sword appeared in his grasp. He looked back with lowered brows towards the direction of Jianghuai province. "Can you see this?" The youth smiled briefly before looking up again at the vast blue sky. Since the death of his parents, through countless hardships and brushes with death, he had finally arrived here. If there are spirits in heaven, can you see your child standing at the peak of Qiyun Mountain? The time was 12:30, still noon. Although the extreme heat of the sun had passed, Hong Yuan's strength was still at its peak. Noon lasted from 11 to 1 o'clock, after which the sun would slowly set and his power would gradually decline. To win, he must fight quickly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Realizing this, Hong Yuan immediately activated the vast spiritual energy within him, his skin glowing with a red light as he gripped his sword and charged forward, leaving behind a trail of red in his wake. The Zhangyang sword aimed directly at Li Chang'an. The blade hadn't yet reached him, but the fierce scorching wind from the sword had already arrived, causing the rocks at the summit to tremble and the surrounding grass to sway. Hong Yuan, channeling strength through his arms, leaped forward with his sword, carrying an intense heat as it slashed towards Li Chang'an's head. Faced with this overpowering strike, Li Chang'an remained composed, his right hand lifting his long sword easily overhead to meet Hong Yuan's forceful attack. The clash of sword and saber rang out like the roar of dragons and tigers, echoing across the skies above the 1,000-meter summit. Seeing his attack blocked, Hong Yuan gripped his sword with both hands, exerting all his strength to press down, attempting to overpower his opponent with sheer force. Li Chang'an's wrist flicked in with immense force. He easily deflected Hong Yuan's oppressive strike. With a flick of his sword, a crisp snapping sound was heard, and Hong Yuan felt a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying backwards hundreds of meters, nearly falling off the cliff. Hong Yuan hastily gathered his energy, his feet firmly planted on the ground, barely stabilizing his form. With all his might, Hong Yuan gripped his sword and struck a forceful blow, only to be effortlessly blocked by Li Chang'an with one hand. Following this, a casual flick of Li Chang'an's wrist sent Hong Yuan flying hundreds of meters away. "This young man is truly terrifying," Hong Yuan thought as he looked up to see Li Chang'an still standing calmly in the same spot, looking as if blocking that fierce strike was nothing more than a simple gesture. Li Chang'an looked towards Hong Yuan, shook his head slightly, and remarked, "Weak strength. You're even critiquing now?" Hong Yuan said with a smirk, his body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, his sword slashing down once more. As Hong Yuan charged, Li Chang'an remained standing in place, then closed his eyes and spread his arms, as if resigning himself to fate. Hong Yuan frowned, increasing the force in his hands, and his Zhangyang sword came crashing down. When the blade touched Li Chang'an's chest, a clang as of metal striking metal echoed, as if it had hit an extremely durable diamond. A severe rebound shook Hong Yuan's arm, causing pain in his wrist and draining strength from his arms. Enduring the pain and numbness, Hong Yuan gathered all his strength for another strike. Li Chang'an, eyes still closed, appeared utterly detached, allowing Hong Yuan to continue his assaults. After 2 strikes, Li Chang'an's white robe was torn, revealing his solid chest, yet his skin bore not even a scratch, not even a shallow mark. Sensing Hong Yuan had paused, Li Chang'an opened his eyes and smiled. My body water cannot drown, fire cannot burn, thunderbolts cannot damage, and neither can any blade or spear harm me. After 2 strikes, Hong Yuan stepped back, shaking his numb arms. Tougher than a turtle's shell, he thought. Normal attacks couldn't harm Li Chang'an, so it was time for a unique technique. Previously, in a tavern, Hong Yuan had acquired the Wuwang sword scripture and Great Burning Heaven technique from Luo Feng. Luo Feng had explained that the Wuwang sword scripture could be linked with the Great Burning Heaven technique, and their combined power was comparable to that of a high-grade terrestrial martial technique. The Sky-Earth Slash from the Wuwang sword scripture, combined with the Burning Heaven force from the Great Burning Heaven technique, could merge into one move, Heaven and Earth Burning Slash. Slowly, Hong Yuan lifted his Zhengyang sword, his body's abundant solar energy turning into scorching Burning Heaven force. This force rapidly gathered in his hands and converged on his Zhengyang sword. Then, at a temperature of thousands of degrees, it focused at the tip of the blade. Li Chang'an slightly widened his eyes but remained unmoved, standing firm. The Zhengyang sword, carrying a rolling heat wave, aimed straight at his chest. Where the tip touched the skin, a red light glimmered. Hong Yuan exerted force downwards, the tip closely following the contour of Li Chang'an's chest. With intense heat and powerful force, the blade slid diagonally across Li Chang'an's skin, leaving a fine scratch from which tiny beads of blood emerged, quickly evaporating due to the extreme heat, leaving only tiny red dots scattered across his chest. This strike not bad, Li Chang'an smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, then took a deep breath. The wound on his chest closed rapidly, leaving almost no trace. Was that your best shot? Li Chang'an asked Hong Yuan, then added, if that's all you've got, you might as well surrender now. Hong Yuan replied, you haven't even attacked yet. How can I just admit defeat? Li Chang'an sighed, a reluctant smile on his face. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to withstand it. How would you know I can't if you haven't even made a move? Hong Yuan's tone was defiant, but it was more eager than anything. Alright then. It seems you won't give up until you're at the end of your rope, Li Chang'an thought, and with one hand on his sword he casually slashed forward. Returning to simplicity, a tremendous force surged with Li Chang'an's sword strike. Hong Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure as he raised his Zhengyang blade with both hands, gritting his teeth to block Li Chang'an's long sword. As their weapons clashed again, the sound of metal echoed through the valley, shaking heaven and earth, scattering the clouds around Mount Qiyun. An unprecedented force traveled up his arms, nearly suffocating Hong Yuan. He trembled, the ground beneath his feet cracked, instantly spreading like a spider web. Within 100 meters, the ground shattered and dust filled the air on the mountain peak. With all his might, Hong Yuan held on, but his arms bent under the tremendous force, forcing him to kneel on one knee, creating a deep pit in the ground. Li Chang'an wanted Hong Yuan to surrender voluntarily, thus he overwhelmed him with force, yet he did not use his full strength, for Li Chang'an dared not unleash his full power. His all-out strike was unmatched among his peers. At this moment, Hong Yuan had to admit the vast gap between him and Li Chang'an, as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. However, having exchanged blows with Luo Light due to the divine power that grows stronger with battle, Hong Yuan had accumulated a massive amount of spiritual energy. Just now, having withstood Li Chang'an's sword strike, the spiritual energy inside him surged, merging and breaking through to the 8-star martial master level. Li Chang'an withdrew his sword, his face showing slight shock, and jokingly said, how did you break through again? Kneeling on one knee, Hong Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly stood up. Though somewhat disheveled, Hong Yuan maintained his composure and replied, breaking through is as easy as flipping my hand. Having advanced to an 8-star martial master, the time was now 1:01 p.m. and the sun was about to set. The time had passed noon, and the boiling spiritual energy within Hong Yuan subsided, weakening his aura and strength, no longer inexhaustible. Noticing Hong Yuan's fading aura and diminished strength, Li Chang'an curiously asked, this is indeed strange, how come your aura weakened after your breakthrough? Upon hearing the profound meaning in Li Chang'an's words, Hong Yuan revealed a smile and retorted, do you think that since I am like this, I have nothing left to fight you with? That's more or less what I meant, Li Chang'an did not deny, as he flicked his long sword and said, since you are unwilling to relinquish power, you can't blame me then. Don't worry about maintaining my dignity. Hong Yuan shook his arm, which was sore from the shock, and his tone turned serious. It's time for me to get serious. Then Hong Yuan spread his arms in an embracing gesture, tilting his head towards the sun. as the sunlight from the sky approached him, it transformed into strands of golden light. Hong Yuan's body acted like a magnet, absorbing these golden rays. These golden rays wrapped around Hong Yuan, coating his body with a layer of gold. After his body was gilded, the endless golden rays began to converge upwards, gathering above his head. These golden rays intertwined, hovering about 5 centimeters above Hong Yuan's head, eventually forming a coin-sized golden orb. As more and more golden rays gathered at the top of Hong Yuan's head, the volume of the golden orb gradually grew. It became as large as a plate, then as large as a basketball, and finally as large as a wash basin. The surface of the golden orb roiled with crimson flames, resembling a miniature sun. This miniature sun emitted a dazzling brilliance, instantly illuminating the entire mountaintop. Bathed in the scorching sunlight above, Hong Yuan's aura surged, returning him to his peak state of intense solar power. The ultimate solar power filled Hong Yuan's body. His strength and aura soared, continuously drawing in spiritual energy. In the official live broadcast room, the host witnessing this scene asked Mr. Chen, "You previously mentioned that Hong Yuan's talent is akin to the sun and that he would weaken after noon. Why then has Hong Yuan returned to his peak form?" Observing the golden body of Hong Yuan, Chen Tianshou furrowed his brows and said, "Hong Yuan's golden body, it greatly resembles the Buddhist golden body." Following Chen Tianshou's remark, the host asked, "Do you think Hong Yuan used a Buddhist supernatural power?" Buddhism has similar powers like the golden body arhat that can coat oneself in a golden body, thus enhancing physical defense. Chen Tianshou shook his head and added, "But I can't be certain because the sun above Hong Yuan's head surpasses my understanding. I have never seen such a supernatural power. However, I am sure of one thing. Hong Yuan is leveraging the energy from that sun, and hence, even though it is not exactly noon, he can still maintain a state of intense solar power." The host then inquired, "With Hong Yuan in his ultimate state facing Li Chang'an again, what do you think are his chances of winning?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Tianshou replied, "An 80-20 split, with Hong Yuan at 20. Turning his head towards another expert, Mu Bai, the host asked, "Mr. Mu, what is your opinion?" "I think it's 70-30 in favor of Hong Yuan," Mu Bai replied, adding, "But that's provided Hong Yuan can maintain his intense solar state continuously, unlike before where it lasted only a minute." Chen Tianshou nodded in agreement, then also added, "I agree with Mr. Mu. If Hong Yuan can sustain his solar state, he truly could match Li Chang'an at a 70-30 split." On the eve of the martial artists' college entrance exam, Hong Yuan was in a tavern where he exchanged a rare treasure, elevating his talent to an A-grade sun. After acquiring the sun talent, Hong Yuan worried about encountering enemies at night, for he would grow extremely weak. At the stroke of noon, Hong Yuan would be in his fierce sun state, but at 1 minute past midnight he would enter his vulnerable moon state, during which he could only exert the strength of a 1-star martial artist. A person can be without strengths, but must never have weaknesses, as vulnerabilities can be lethal. Given that the martial exam was fraught with foes exposing a weakness could quickly make one a target of others, placing oneself in peril. Thus Hong Yuan sought the indestructible solar body from Sun Xiaochuan. The cultivation requirements for this manual were exceedingly stringent and he did not practice it. However, like the mysterious 8-9 arts, it contained various powerful techniques, including one named body like the Great Sun. This technique, originally designed to manifest the likeness of the Great Sun Tathagata, was something he attempted to cultivate. Perhaps due to the influence of the mysterious 8-9 arts, or a moment of enlightenment that led to understanding all from 1-inch, Hong Yuan, after long cultivation within the Kunlun Jade Pendant, eventually mastered this power. Since he didn't cultivate the indestructible solar body, the version he mastered was somewhat truncated. Instead of conjuring the colossal likeness of the Great Sun Tathagata, it merely coated him with a golden body. The Great Sun Tathagata has Great Sun in its name, implying a halo symbolizing the sun at its back. However, because Hong Yuan's version was truncated, there was no sun halo behind him. Instead, a miniature sun floated above his head. With the truncated version of body like the Great Sun, he could maintain his fierce sun state continuously. Thus Hong Yuan ingeniously solved his weakness of becoming feeble at night. However, with the protection of Su Firen during the night, Hong Yuan managed to keep this trump card hidden until now. Heaven and earth, I alone am honored. Hong Yuan took a deep breath, clutching his fists tightly. This state felt truly marvelous. Watching Hong Yuan regain his peak form, Li Chang'an still shook his head. This is still not enough. A fine crack appeared on Hong Yuan's forehead, reminiscent of the first light at the beginning of chaos, as a merciless golden eye slowly opened. Now, how about this? Feeling the change in Hong Yuan's aura again, Li Chang'an's serene face showed seriousness, nodding. This time, it does seem quite impressive. Hong Yuan stood on the mountain peak, the sun above his head casting down golden rays illuminating him like a celestial god bathed in fire. Li Chang'an stood quietly opposite him, his right hand holding a snow-white long sword, his long hair flowing, his white robe fluttering without wind. The two stood facing each other at the summit, with a low pressure enveloping the mountaintop. All around silence pervaded, and even the dust in the air seemed to pause in its drifting. With a golden glow intensifying in his brow, Hong Yuan's eyes shone brightly. A blazing golden beam shot straight towards Li Chang'an. This beam of golden light moved incredibly fast, dragging a long tail behind it, leaving a clearly visible golden trail in the air. This time Li Chang'an didn't choose to resist head-on. Instead, he leapt backward, simultaneously swinging his long sword. Harnessing the immense force in his right arm, he struck forward, cleaving through the golden beam with a single sword strike. Boom! The long sword shattered the golden beam, causing the surrounding space to tremble and distort, and a loud explosion echoed through the air. The golden beam emanating from the Tianyan consumed a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Even as an 8-star martial artist, Hong Yuan spent 1/5 of his energy. However, Hong Yuan was in the peak state of fierce sun, allowing him to quickly replenish his spiritual energy. Within seconds his depleted energy was fully restored. Although Li Chang'an had broken through the golden beam, the immense recoil numbed his arm. Standing his ground with a sword in hand, Hong Yuan smiled and asked, "How was that strike? If not for my sword's sturdiness, your golden beam might have split me in two. If not for my arm's tremendous strength, the arm holding my sword might have been shattered." Li Chang'an responded, "That was a powerful strike. Truly one of the strongest I've ever faced. Even with my indestructible body, I dare not withstand it directly." Hearing this, Hong Yuan laughed heartily. "Finally, I've managed to give you a taste of your own medicine." Li Chang'an openly admired Hong Yuan. For someone with grade A talent to reach this level is truly remarkable. "How do you know I have grade A talent?" Hong Yuan asked, then added, "What's your level of talent? With your strength, could you be SSS grade?" Li Chang'an shook his head and replied, "If I were SSS grade, top universities would have recruited me ahead of time. All I can say is, my talent is very peculiar, likely beyond anyone's understanding." Hong Yuan furrowed his brows. "What do you mean your talent exceeds everyone's understanding? Could it be higher than SSS grade?" Noticing Hong Yuan's concern, he cautioned, "We're live right now. Aren't you worried that your words might alert the malevolent cultivators?" Li Chang'an waved his sword casually and laughed. "If I dare to say it, I'm not afraid." He then pointed to his eyes, which suddenly burst into flames, the pupils shining with a golden light. "This is the fire eyes," Hong Yuan muttered to himself. "So it was you who bought that great celestial technique." The fire eyes could see through everything, revealing the true nature of a person's body and of course discerning what kind of talent Hong Yuan possessed. Moreover, the abilities of the fiery eyes are similar to those of the heavenly eye. Both can see through others' actions, capture their figures and trajectories, thus allowing for defense and blocking. Li Chang'an was also stunned for a moment, then he quickly understood. "You mean that old beggar? After I tested for my talent, I was about to ride home when he insisted that I choose a martial arts technique. I chose the great celestial art." The old beggar said there were originally 4 techniques, but by the time I chose, only the great celestial art and the 10,000 treasures sword scripture were left. "So one of the techniques was taken by you?" "Of course," Hong Yuan said, then asked, "Are you also a student at Jianghuai High School? Why haven't I seen you before?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "The high school I attended is in a small town in our county. Since there was no testing center in the town, I had to take the bus to the city, and I was just assigned to the testing center at Jianghuai High School." Hong Yuan nodded, then said, "So the great celestial art is with you. No wonder you are so strong." "That makes sense." But Li Chang'an shook his head. "The reason I am so strong is only partly due to the great celestial art. Mainly, it is because of my talent. Just like you now, your strength also comes from your solar talent. However, my solar talent is a double-edged sword. It makes me very weak at night." Hong Yuan didn't plan to hide it, assuming his talent had already been exposed through the live broadcasts these days. Although Hong Yuan thought so, the reality was that he hadn't been given any screen time at all. His talent was actually exposed by Qin Tianshou. Li Chang'an said, "If you were also the strong at night, the sun wouldn't just be an A-grade talent, it would at least be S-grade. But you can maintain the fiery state all the time. This A-grade talent in your hands is comparable to an SS-grade talent." "If you say so," Hong Yuan chuckled, boasting, "I do seem quite strong, huh? but words will never end this, the duel has to be settled sooner or later, let's continue fighting. Li Chang'an finished speaking, leapt forward and thrust his sword, initiating an attack for the first time. While Li Chang'an was speaking, Hong Yuan had already closed his eyes, only the heavenly eye on his forehead remained open. With his eyes closed, he used the heavenly eye to observe his surroundings, enabling him to see more clearly and also to accurately capture Li Chang'an's figure and movements. As the long sword slashed down, Hong Yuan cross-blocked with his knife. When the sword and knife met for the third time, Hong Yuan still felt an overwhelming force transmitted to his arms. However, this time his arms were only slightly numb, a vast improvement from the previous two clashes where his arms were shaken to the point of being unusable. Because his arms were not weakened, Hong Yuan finally had the strength to launch a full-strength strike. He stepped back 2 steps, dissipating the force from the blade, then leveraging this force, the positive yang knife turned, transforming into an arc of light, slashing towards Li Chang'an's waist. At this moment Hong Yuan was no longer the same as before. He had broken through to an 8-star martial master, activated his heavenly eye, used the body like the Great Sun technique, and was in the ultimate state of fierce yang. Therefore Li Chang'an did not dare to take him lightly. He raised his sword to block downwards, successfully fending off Hong Yuan's offensive. Then with a flick of his wrist, Li Chang'an gently lifted his sword tip and a force of 10,000 Jun burst forth in an instant, sending Hong Yuan flying with a single strike. Hong Yuan tumbled several times in the air before landing steadily. Although he had grown stronger, Li Chang'an's strength was still terrifyingly formidable. What seemed like a casual stroke of his sword actually contained a mighty force capable of shaking mountains and shifting ridges. Li Chang'an's indestructible physique, his Herculean strength capable of uprooting mountains, and his fiery golden eyes were likely all cultivated from the grand celestial formula, just as Hong Yuan had developed the ever-stronger battle spirit and the heavenly eye from the mystic arts of the 8-9. At the peak of Mount Chiyun, amidst the flash of swords and the blur of figures, the scene was too fast for the eye to follow. Hong Yuan wielded his blade, leaping forward to strike again. Li Chang'an held his sword, slashing horizontally in defense. As the two clashed, Hong Yuan pushed his speed to the extreme, each slash faster than the last. Li Chang'an with ease parried the incoming Jinyang blade and even managed to counter-strike, aiming a sword thrust at Hong Yuan's chest. Since the two were locked in close combat, they could only fight speed with speed, exerting only a fraction of their strength. Li Chang'an's robust physique was unharmed by the Jinyang blade, which Hong Yuan swung with only a fraction of his strength. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan, having activated his body like the Great Sun, had his entire body coated in a golden layer, greatly enhancing his defense. His cultivation technique, the mystic arts of the 8-9, also naturally endowed him with strong defensive capabilities. Thus, when Li Chang'an's sword struck Hong Yuan's chest, it only caused a minor bleeding wound, mainly because Li Chang'an had not used his full strength. He had held back his speed and power, not fully committing to the battle. Moreover, throughout their exchanges, Li Chang'an had not once used a martial technique. Hong Yuan, emitting golden rays and executing the heaven and earth incendiary slash, wondered if Li Chang'an relied solely on brute strength and lacked any martial skills. However, those watching the battle on their screens knew of Li Chang'an's extraordinary perceptiveness. Teacher Chen Tianshou had taught him 3 martial techniques, all of which he had mastered instantly. Furthermore, given Chen Tianshou's high regard for him, it was likely that he had privately passed on other martial skills to Li Chang'an. After all, Chen Tianshou, the vice-chancellor of a top university, was no ordinary scholar. It was entirely possible for him to master hundreds of martial techniques. After exchanging dozens of slashes and thrusts, both combatants were knocked back several hundred meters, creating a safe distance between them. The indestructible Li Chang'an was naturally unscathed, though his clothes were torn. Hong Yuan, less defensively capable and weaker than Li Chang'an, was covered with dense sword wounds. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yuan's sword injuries on his blood-streaming body ignited with tiny flames. These dense wounds, cauterized by the small flames, healed within seconds. Hong Yuan couldn't outpace Li Chang'an in speed, nor could he match him in strength. His only option left was to compete in martial skills. Clutching the Zhangyang blade in both hands, Hong Yuan stepped forward with his right foot, his muscles instantly tensing as abundant spiritual energy surged into his blade like a tidal wave. Li Chang'an, on the other hand, stood his ground with a sword in one hand, his gaze sharpening slightly yet showing no hint of fear. The mere starting gesture of this strike was immensely formidable. Li Chang'an knew that a head-on assault would likely leave him severely wounded, so he decided against recklessness, opting to counter each move as it came. Hong Yuan's strength flowed from his waist to his arms, elbows, and wrists, layer upon layer, finally converging at the tip of his blade. He raised his sword skyward, unleashing a strike from above that sliced through the air, its blade gleaming like a rainbow, tearing the air apart and emitting a piercing shriek. This descending slash, powerful enough to split mountains, drew a perfect arc towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's eyes ignited with flames and a golden light. His fiery golden gaze didn't slow the movements of others, but it allowed him to see the essence of all things. To most, Hong Yuan's attack might appear ordinary, a simple overhead chop known to many. However, with his fiery golden eyes, Li Chang'an perceived the extraordinary nature of this strike. The greatest truths are the simplest, and the flashy techniques often lack lethality. Hong Yuan's plain, straightforward chop was, paradoxically, the most deadly. Through his fiery golden eyes, Li Chang'an saw not just a sword strike but a grand vision of charging armies, the smoke of deserts below, mountains and sands stretching thousands of miles filled with spears and halberds. This strike was like an overwhelming force of thousands of troops, grand and magnificent. Li Chang'an was not mistaken, this technique was derived from the Great Yi Spear Manual, a set of spear techniques developed and honed through military combat by the spear immortal of Great Yi. Besides mastering the Great Burning Heaven scripture and the Unwarranted Blade scripture, Hong Yuan had spent considerable time in the Jade Pendant of Kunlun, not idly but actively engaging with the indestructible body of the Great Sun to develop divine abilities. He also gleaned insights into sword techniques from the Great Yi Spear Manual. Initially, to adapt to the discomfort brought by the heavenly eye, Hong Yuan had read the Great Burning Heaven scripture, Unwarranted Blade scripture, Indestructible Body of the Great Sun, and Great Yi Spear Manual thousands of times. A historian named Qin Shou once said, "Read a book 100 times and its meaning will reveal itself." This Qin Shou had no relation to Qin Tian Shou, they merely shared similar names. After thousands of readings, meaning revealed itself to Hong Yuan, leading to profound insights. Disinclined to use a spear and conveniently having the Zhangyang blade in the Jade Pendant of Kunlun, Hong Yuan opted to apply the techniques from the Great Yi Spear Manual using his sword. After trying for a long time, which felt like only 6 or 7 days in the real world but 600 or 700 days in the realm of Kunlun Yujue, he spent 2 full years experimenting and practicing. Finally, through copying and learning from others and ultimately integrating these techniques, he created this particular strike. Li Chang'an was proficient in many offensive martial arts techniques, for his body was as indestructible as diamond, and thus he had never learned any defensive moves. Facing Hong Yuan's fierce and unparalleled strike, Li Chang'an's diamond-like body was strong, yet his level was only that of a 10-star martial artist, which of course could not withstand such a blow. The blade was already upon his head, unavoidable. At this moment, Li Chang'an had only one choice: to exert all his strength in the arm that wielded his sword, slashing upward from below to meet Hong Yuan's Zhangyang blade. Choosing to meet force with force, Li Chang'an raised his long sword, with its tip pointing upwards, countering the tip of the blade. The clash of the blade and sword tip rang out, neither yielding, resounding like a dragon's chant. The world centered around them, sending out a majestic shockwave that turned all the trees and rocks on the summit of Qian Peak to dust. Below, the sea of clouds scattered in turmoil. From the desert looking upwards, the sun dominated the sky, clear and cloudless. The sword shimmered with a blue light as Li Chang'an's swordplay blossomed. A realm of vigorous life and flourishing nature seemed to manifest before their eyes. The sword tip bloomed a blue lotus, growing larger and lifting Hong Yuan upwards. Hong Yuan attempted to escape, but an invisible force firmly locked his feet, hoisting him into the air before exploding violently like a bursting firework. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, the host was chatting animatedly with Mu Bai, watching Hong Yuan's earth-shattering strike followed by Li Chang'an's sword blooming into a blue lotus and Hong Yuan being blasted into the sky. The host exclaimed excitedly, "I haven't seen such an intense and anxious battle in a long time." Mu Bai commented appreciatively. Hong Yuan exerted his full strength and used every tactic to finally force Li Chang'an to use all his power. The host disagreed. "I don't think so. Li Chang'an only used one sword technique, which doesn't mean he used his full strength." The experienced Chen Tianshou frowned slightly as if pondering something. Seeing Chen Tianshou silent, the host quickly asked, "Mr. Chen, do you think Li Chang'an used his full strength?" "To the untrained eye, it's just a spectacle, but experts see the technique." "Hong Yuan's strike looks very familiar," Chen Tianshou muttered, then told the host, "I need to contact someone on the spot." Seeing Chen Tianshou pull out his phone, the host curiously asked, "Who are you contacting?" Chen Tianshou opened a video call projecting the image onto the bottom right screen of the broadcast room. As the video call connected, the screen showed an elderly man with white hair. "Hello, hello, hello." Chen Tianqiu, being hard of hearing due to his age, greeted 3 times after the call connected. The host, seeing this, quietly reminded him, "Mr. Chen, if you turn on the speaker, the sound will be louder." The aging Chen Tianqiu, not very adept with modern smartphones, showed a hint of embarrassment as he pressed the speaker button. "Can you hear me? Hello, hello." Another elderly voice came from the phone. "I can hear you, I can hear you." Chen Tianqiu spoke, then introduced. Some of our audience might have already recognized him. The elderly man on the other side of the phone is none other than the famous Su Tianbao. Upon hearing this, Mubai's face turned serious and he stood up to pay his respects with a traditional fist and palm salute. Su Tianbao waved his hand dismissively. "People from the Jade Emperor's holy realm always have so many formalities, please sit down and talk." The host also greeted him, prompting Chen Tianqiu to ask, "Old Su, what is the connection between Hong Yuan and your Taiyi mansion?" Su Tianbao did not answer directly but instead asked, "You noticed as well?" Chen Tianqiu nodded, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the technique Hong Yuan used just now resembles a move from the Taiyi spear manual." Su Tianbao acknowledged, "Indeed, the sword technique used by Hong Yuan is derived from the Taiyi spear manual." Chen Tianqiu immediately inquired further, "I remember that the Taiyi mansion's spear manual used to be passed down only to males, not females. When you became the head of the household, you abandoned that outdated practice, but it was still not taught to outsiders. How then does Hong Yuan know the Taiyi spear manual?" Su Tianbao explained, "Though Hong Yuan doesn't share the Su surname, his father is my sworn brother, thus he is considered part of the Su family and naturally eligible to learn the Taiyi spear manual." Ah, Chen Tianqiu realized, then asked, "So he is the son of Hong Sen?" Upon hearing the name Hong Sen, Su Tianbao thought of some unpleasant memories and replied irritably, "Who else could it be?" Sensing Su Tianbao's displeasure, Chen Tianqiu changed the subject. Hong Yuan's technique, derived from the Taiyi spear manual, was altered into a sword technique. This is unheard of. Spear techniques can be converted to staff techniques, halberd techniques, or pike techniques, as these are all long-handled weapons which naturally share similarities, allowing for such adaptations. Sword techniques can also be adapted into knife techniques, but it is difficult for sword techniques to be converted into spear techniques due to the different nature of these weapons. Thus, such adaptations are rarely successful. In Jiuzhou, those capable of converting spear techniques into sword techniques are usually at the pinnacle of martial arts, have studied various schools, and have achieved a comprehensive understanding of them. It's impossible for an ordinary person to do this. Hong Yuan, still so young at just 18 and only recently discovered to have talent adapting spear technique into sword technique, is as unlikely as a primary school student solving a university-level math problem. Chen Tianqiu concluded his remarks and asked, "Old Su, did you adapt the spear technique from the Taiyi spear manual into a sword technique for Hong Yuan? You just mentioned that only those at the pinnacle of martial arts could do so. I'm just a simple man, I don't have such skills." Su Tianbao denied it, paused to think for a moment, and then said, "I just thought about it carefully. The Taiyi spear manual records the 12-character secret. Of these, only 4 character secrets suit adaptation into sword techniques, namely splitting, crushing, breaking, and curving." Chen Tianqiu picked up the conversation. "So the technique that Hong Yuan just used was the splitting secret adapted into a sword technique. The techniques of splitting, collapsing, breaking, and curving are respectively known as Great Ease splits the heavens, Great Ease heaven collapse, Majestic Dragon breaks the army, and Great Moon curving arc." Su Tianbao finished speaking and added, "I need to emphasize that Hong Yuan only had the Great Ease spear manual for about 3 months. He didn't practice it from childhood." Chen Tianqiu swallowed hard, his tone filled with shock. "Are you saying Hong Yuan converted the spear techniques into sword techniques in just 3 months? That's impossible." Su Tianbao rolled his eyes. "Why would I lie to you? I've only known Hong Yuan for a little over 3 months. His father never taught him the Great Ease spear manual. In mid-April this year, Hong Yuan came to Great Ease mansion to find me, telling me that Hong Sen had been harmed by evil cultivators and that his family's compensation and their house were seized by relatives. He was beaten bloody by his relatives. What concerned him most was the fear that his younger siblings would end up homeless and drifting with him. So he traveled all the way to Jiangnan province asking me to solve this before his siblings' school vacation started. Although Hong Sen and I had some unpleasant disputes in the past, he was still my sworn son, so I sent Fei Ran to help him. Only after this was sorted did he obtain the Great Ease spear manual." Chen Tianqiu remarked thoughtfully, "If it's as you say, Hong Yuan's understanding is indeed very high. Li Chang'an understands Things at a glance Hong Yuan innovates and transforms, they are both highly insightful in different ways. Mubai, unable to hold back, interjected, a kid just 18 years old, carrying so much, and Hong Yuan making it this far must have been incredibly challenging and painful. After saying this, Mubai self-mockingly added, when I was 18 I was like an idiot. If I were in Hong Yuan's shoes I would have done even worse. Watching the live broadcast at home, Hong Hu's eyes reddened and Honglan's body trembled, barely holding back her sobs. They had once blamed Hong Yuan for not informing them of their parents' deaths, but now hearing Su Tianbao and Mubai's words, they understood the difficulties he faced. It was just like the words written in Hong Yuan's diary. Holding the letter, I headed to Jiangnan province, traveling 3,900 kilometers with an uncertain road and future ahead. I had no other choice. After Su Tianbao finished talking about Hong Yuan's situation, various comments floated across the official live stream. What kind of ending would be worthy of such a tumultuous journey? I apologize for previously underestimating Hong Yuan, this young man is a real man. The difference in strength between Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an is clear to us all, and I've made many sarcastic remarks, but he truly is a responsible person. Just like Mubai said, when I was 18 I was also foolish. If Hong Yuan's burdens were on my shoulders I surely couldn't bear them. It's precisely because I couldn't do it myself that I admire him. Hong Yuan a real man, Hong Yuan a real man, Hong Yuan a real man. Hong Yuan is indeed a true man, but this battle was almost without suspense. Li Chang'an's chances of winning were simply too great. Hong Yuan tried every trick in the book, but it was hard to even make Li Chang'an exert his full strength, let alone injure him. The power of the Blue Lotus was overwhelming and Hong Yuan wasn't sure if he could withstand it. Regardless of the outcome, all I can say is, adjust well and come back soon, the brothers are waiting for you. In the live broadcast room, Su Tianbao asked the move Li Chang'an just used, the Blue Lotus. Was it the martial technique you taught him? Chen Tianshou admitted the move called One Sword Blossoms comes from the Blue Lotus Sword Manual. Hearing the words Blue Lotus Sword Manual, Su Tianbao exclaimed, you actually brought that out? Could Li Chang'an be your illegitimate son? Don't talk nonsense, there are so many people watching in the live broadcast room. Chen Tianshou hurriedly denied the claim, then explained, I just think he has great potential and a promising future, so I decided to give him a head start. Su Tianbao chuckled and said, I remember you have a granddaughter who's also 18 this year. I'm not like you, I don't meddle in young people's affairs or try to matchmake. Chen Tianshou denied it again while also subtly mocking Su Tianbao. Su Tianbao, although annoyed, could not find a rebuttal and could only stubbornly say, yeah, you're right. Hong Yuan was blasted into the sky by the Blue Lotus, and after a long time a blazing flame fell onto the summit of Qiyun Peak. Li Chang'an, with his fiery eyes, could clearly see Hong Yuan, who had fallen unconscious within the raging flames. After waiting a bit, Hong Yuan still showed no response, likely severely injured. Li Chang'an looked up at the sky and said, Hong Yuan still has breath, he must be severely injured and unconscious. Can I be declared the victor now? It's about time, a voice echoed from the sky, starting a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. The explosive power of the Blue Lotus was so intense it initially knocked Hong Yuan unconscious, but the impact with the ground snapped him back to consciousness. Hong Yuan was pretending to be dead. The flames in his fiery state could heal his injuries, so he feigned unconsciousness to buy time. It was a desperate move. The Blue Lotus had left him severely injured, his body torn open, hardly a patch of unscathed flesh left. Due to the numerous wounds, small flames ignited all over Hong Yuan's body, merging into the fierce blaze enveloping him. Hearing the countdown reach 3, Hong Yuan finally spoke, stop counting, I'm awake. Thanks to the burning flames, Hong Yuan's clothes had turned to ashes, scattering in the wind. Fortunately, he had clothes stored in the Kunlun jade pendant. Hong Yuan pulled out a shirt and trousers and sat on the ground to dress himself. Watching Hong Yuan clumsily put on his clothes, Li Chang'an's face twitched as he said, you really are a dog. That's enough already. Hong Yuan gave a rueful smile and candidly said, I saw you as a gentleman, knew you wouldn't attack me while I was down, so I took my chances. The flames gradually diminished and Hong Yuan's wounds were mostly healed. Li Chang'an sheathed his sword and asked, not fully recovered yet? Should I wait a bit more for you? Hong Yuan smiled and said, I only have some superficial wounds left which won't affect the fight, they will heal soon. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If so, bring them out. This battle has dragged on too long and I'm losing patience to continue playing with you. I still have one move left. Up to now, having sparred with Li Chang'an, Hong Yuan had accumulated a massive amount of spiritual energy. Despite having sustained dozens of sword wounds and becoming increasingly stronger as the battle progressed. He had just been severely wounded by the explosion of the Qinglian, which allowed him to break through to a 9-star martial master, but advancing to a 9-star martial master only slightly enhanced Hong Yuan's strength, defense and speed, and this was not enough to pose a threat to Li Chang'an. After all, Li Chang'an was a 10-star martial master who practiced the technique comparable to the 8-9 profound art called Great Celestial Formula, and his talents were even stronger than those of Hong Yuan. Therefore, what truly relied on was the third divine ability he gained from the 8-9 profound art after his breakthrough to a 9-star martial master. Li Chang'an, practicing the Great Celestial Formula and being a 10-star martial master, also had three divine abilities: Diamond Indestructibility, Fiery Eyes, and Herculean Strength. When Hong Yuan broke through to a 9-star martial master, it was the third time he eliminated his negative influences and also acquired the third divine ability from the 8-9 profound art, Triple Energy Gathering. Essence, Qi and Spirit are also known as the three elements: Elemental Essence, Elemental Qi, Elemental Spirit. The Triple Energy Gathering of the 8-9 profound art, simply put, means gathering spiritual energy for the three elements. The flames around Hong Yuan had extinguished and winds began to stir between heaven and earth, a vast surge of spiritual energy. Endless spiritual energy, as if summoned, converged on the summit of Qi Yun Peak. Hong Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind, his robes billowed loudly, and the surrounding spiritual energy continuously merged through his skin into his three elements. He had always known that Li Chang'an had been holding back, not using his full strength. He also knew that no one, either inside or outside the arena, believed in him or thought he could win. But as long as one's spirit is not defeated, even the most distant dreams will one day be realized. Having stumbled and struggled all the way here, how could he easily admit defeat? Although he desired to win the top scholar position, it was not to prove how incredible he was. His essence, Qi and Spirit, soon reached perfection. The three elements fused into one furnace, and Hong Yuan's power reached its peak. I don't ask for much, just to fight for a breath, just to comfort the spirits of my parents in heaven. Ah! The youth let out a long-suppressed roar. The sound shook the wilderness, and the summit of Qi Yun Mountain seemed to thunder. People of the world, please lend your ears and listen to the roar of Hong Yuan that echoes through the skies. Now a 9-star martial master, Hong Yuan was only one minor realm below Li Chang'an, but in his ultimate state of fiery sun, using the triple energy gathering, his strength was elevated once again. After being doubly empowered, Hong Yuan's strength had nearly reached that of Li Chang'an. His aura was now deep and prolonged, surpassing that of an ordinary 10-star martial artist. With a kick, Hong Yuan sent the Zhangyang blade flying up from the ground. He surged forward, caught the blade in mid-air, and slashed downwards with ferocious force, matching Li Chang'an's immense strength pound for pound. Li Chang'an slightly shifted to the left, dodging Hong Yuan's thunderous slash just before the Zhangyang blade could touch him. At the same time, he wasn't idle. His long sword extended forward, leaving a trail of silvery white in the air like a white dragon spitting its tongue. Hong Yuan could have dodged, but he chose not to, allowing the sword to pierce right through his right shoulder. Following this, Hong Yuan grabbed onto Li Chang'an's sword and the golden light brewing in his celestial eye shot straight towards Li Chang'an's head. As Li Chang'an was about to withdraw his sword, he caught the flicker of golden light in Hong Yuan's celestial eye and realized that Hong Yuan had allowed himself to be stabbed on purpose. Unfortunately, it was too late to dodge. Li Chang'an had no choice but to block his head with his left hand hastily. After exchanging moves, both men separated and intuitively backed off to a safe distance. Hong Yuan's shoulder bled, but being in an extreme solar state, small flames quickly ignited, healing the wound on his shoulder. Li Chang'an was not in a much better state. A golden beam had left a hole in his left hand, and his forehead was scorched with a mark. If the beam had penetrated slightly deeper, it would have shattered his skull and obliterated his brain. Hong Yuan activated the spiritual energy within him, intensifying the small flames on his shoulder, which healed in just a few seconds without leaving a scar. Li Chang'an took a couple of deep breaths and, without exhaling, the hole in his palm visibly healed, and the scorch mark on his forehead disappeared. Both had their means of recovery. Hong Yuan was in a fiery state, harnessing the power of the sun to heal his injuries. Li Chang'an, on the other hand, had a technique called 9 breaths recovery, which allowed him to heal by taking deep breaths. The deeper the injury, the more breaths needed. This time, having only a pierced palm classified as a minor injury, he needed just a couple of deep breaths. With his hand restored, Li Chang'an joked, "Can't you fight without being so sly?" Hong Yuan sheepishly replied, I don't really want to, but when fighting my mind goes out of control, always thinking of cunning moves. Li Chang'an took out a flask from his waist, took a swig and said boldly, let's have another go. Seeing Li Chang'an drinking, Hong Yuan initially thought of launching a surprise attack but restrained himself until Li Chang'an put away his flask. Only then did he launch his attack. The two exchanged moves back and forth, matching each other blow for blow, proving to be equally matched. After exchanging a dozen moves, Zhang Yang blade traced an arc in the air, slashing towards Li Chang'an. With a flick of his sword, Li Chang'an's tip met the blade, and using this force, he soared upwards like a rock, dodging the strike. Hong Yuan reacted swiftly, almost without pause, his Zhang Yang blade sweeping a scorching wave of fire upwards at Li Chang'an. Suspended in the air, Li Chang'an stepped off his right foot, raising his body an extra 3 inches to avoid the blade's sweep once again. Simultaneously, his sword transformed into a streak of silver light, thrusting downwards towards Hong Yuan's throat. Hong Yuan quickly retracted his blade and slightly crouched, blocking the attack with his blade across his chest just in time to parry Li Chang'an's sword. The clash of blade and sword rang out crisply, the tremendous impact forcing both to stagger back. Hong Yuan leaped back several meters, his figure barely stabilizing before he gathered his strength and flew forward with another slash. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an upon landing didn't pause. Like an arrow released from a bow, he flashed in front of Hong Yuan in an instant. Clutching the handle of his blade, Hong Yuan forcefully swept it horizontally to meet Li Chang'an's long sword. A crisp clang of metal echoed pleasantly as the two weapons briefly made contact before both were fiercely knocked apart. The two combatants exchanged blows, their weapons casting flashes and shadows, locked in an intense duel that gradually led them into a trance where they forgot themselves, with attack and defense transitions becoming increasingly rapid. The spectators before the television were thrilled by such a spectacular fight, finding it immensely satisfying. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that these two young warriors, both at the level of martial masters, could fight to such an extent. Yet, many still couldn't believe that Hong Yuan could stand toe-to-toe with Li Chang'an to such a degree. Those who wished for a quick win bet all their fortunes on Li Chang'an's victory. The duel was gripping, and many gamblers who had placed heavy bets almost wished they could jump in and fight in place of Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an flicked away Hong Yuan's Zhang Yang blade, then repeated his previous technique, his sword tip blooming into a blue lotus. Seeing this, Hong Yuan stepped back, unable to cut through the blue lotus without using his triple element gathering technique, as his strength was insufficient. But this time his power was comparable to Li Chang'an's. The energy inside Hong Yuan boiled, his scorching, burning heaven energy focusing into a single point and sweeping out a blade aura. The heaven burning slash fiercely came down, splitting the blue lotus in two. After cutting through the blue lotus, Hong Yuan saw Li Chang'an behind it, slantingly slicing his sword towards a miniature sun above his own head. Hong Yuan broke into a cold sweat and quickly stretched out both hands, embracing the miniature sun. This was the source of Hong Yuan's strength. If the miniature sun were destroyed, his power would greatly diminish. Hong Yuan complained, I thought you were an honorable man, so I didn't guard against this. But you're playing this game? Li Chang'an replied with an embarrassed smile. I felt a bit strained, so I thought to try a different approach. Indeed, a different approach, Hong Yuan said as he placed the sun back above his head, resignedly adding, use whatever moves you have left. I know some basic martial techniques, but I doubt they'll do much harm to you. There's no point in using them. Li Chang'an paused for a moment before continuing, I have two powerful moves left, but one of them I have not yet mastered fully. I fear I won't be able to control it if I use it, so I will not use that one against you. Hong Yuan, on guard, asked, so you plan to use the other powerful move against me? Li Chang'an nodded, kindly warning, it's a very strong move, just make sure you don't get killed. Hong Yuan, gripping his sword, stood firm and faced Li Chang'an, who was clad in a robe as white as snow. Eagerly, Hong Yuan said, just make your move, I am all eyes. Li Chang'an closed his eyes and slowly rose into the air. As he ascended, he grasped his long sword with both hands. A faint blue light began to emanate from the blade. Li raised the sword above his head, the tip pointing straight to the heavens. This moment would have been the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. If it were anyone else, Hong Yuan would have struck without hesitation. But the previous words held true. Li Chang'an was a paragon of virtue. He had spared Hong Yuan several times before, embodying the high moral standards of vast clouds and rivers. Hence Hong Yuan refrained from launching a sneak attack. This was his line in the sand. However, Hong Yuan's lines were flexible. Against villains and petty individuals, he would lower his standards accordingly. Li Chang'an lifted his sword high, initially only the tip lit with a bit of blue light. as he activated the spiritual energy within him. Numerous tiny streams of light began to emerge from his body. These tiny lights floated above the mountaintop, resembling a galaxy pouring down to Earth. Like tadpoles, these lights wrapped around the blade, then converged at the tip. As the tiny lights gathered, the brilliance at the tip intensified, becoming overwhelmingly bright. From 100 miles away, looking towards the peak of Chiyun Peak, it would seem as if another sun had risen in the sky. The dazzling light was so intense that Hong Yuan could barely keep his eyes open. Squinting, he waited for Li Chang'an's move. At last, when the sword absorbed all the blue light spots, Li Chang'an, with both hands on the sword, thrust it upwards, sending out countless blue light spots. These spots spread across the summit of Chiyun Peak, a terrifying pressure looming over Hong Yuan's head like the sword of Damocles ready to strike at any moment. A single thought blooms. Li Chang'an moved his lips, his voice soft yet clearly reaching Hong Yuan's ears. Commanded by his call, in an instant thousands of blue lotuses bloomed across the sky. Looking up at the dense array of blue lotuses, Hong Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Just one lotus was enough trouble, and there were at least 8 or 9,000 in the air. Hong Yuan, with one hand on his sword, was surrounded by a hot aura of spiritual energy concentrated in the Zhangyang sword in his hand. Although the Great E Spear manual contained 12 techniques, only the splitting, crashing, breaking, and curving techniques were suitable for adaptation into sword techniques. The techniques of split, break, and shatter are designed for one-on-one battles, but only the arc technique can address the overwhelming array of azure lotuses filling the sky. With the triple energy gathering combined with the fierce sun state, Hong Yuan's spiritual energy is as vast as rivers and seas, seemingly inexhaustible. Due to absorbing too much spiritual energy, his positive sun blade trembles slightly like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Li Chang'an stands his ground, his sword pointed downward, as the azure lotuses tear through the air with a piercing screech, spiraling towards Hong Yuan. Gathering his strength, Hong Yuan grips the blade with both hands, takes a large step forward with his right foot, and roars in anger. With a swing of his blade, he sends out a dazzling arc of light. Centered around Hong Yuan, the arc sweeps outwards like ripples from a droplet hitting a lake's surface. The oncoming azure lotuses are cleaved mid-air by the arc, turning into specks of blue light and vanishing into nothingness. Despite the power of one arc not being enough to clear the sky of lotuses, Hong Yuan must gather his strength again and unleash another sweeping blow. The arc technique is extremely draining on spiritual energy. After launching 3 arcs, Hong Yuan's reserves are depleted, unable to replenish quickly. Although his energy is inexhaustible, it can only replenish slowly, suited for prolonged battles. But in this situation, there's an acute demand for more energy as more azure lotuses approach. Growing breathless from the depletion, Hong Yuan looks up at the sky filled with azure lotuses. There's one more option left, a desperate, all-or-nothing move. Grasping a miniature sun above, he opens his mouth and swallows it. Flames instantly envelop his body, his clothes turning to ash, his figure obscured by fire. Wrapped in flames, Hong Yuan soars into the sky towards Li Chang'an. His speed is so great that the incoming lotuses are forcefully dispersed, followed by a series of explosions. Utilizing the break technique from the Great E Spear manual, which aligns perfectly with his blade skills and serves as one of his trump cards, Hong Yuan musters all his strength for a massive airborne slash. Li Chang'an, not one to sit idly by, gathers the remaining azure lotuses into a giant 100-yard lotus enveloping himself. But the force of the slash is unmatched. Hitting the giant lotus, it sounds like shattering glass. The lotus diminishes slightly, allowing the positive sun blade to advance further, followed by more crackling sounds. Like a collapsing mountain, the sounds continue echoing across the mountain peak. The 100-yard lotus rapidly shrinks, scattering specks of blue light in the air. Even after consuming the miniature sun, which allowed for a rapid and continuous replenishment of spiritual energy, this act was akin to draining a pond for fish. As Hong Yuan breaks through the giant lotus, the flames engulfing him flicker like a candle in the wind, with no means left to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an too is in a dire state, having spent all his spiritual energy releasing the myriad azure lotuses. Facing the formidable Hong Yuan, who had swallowed a mini-sun and was attacking again, Li Chang'an had no choice but to exert all his strength. With a deep breath, he gathered the remaining energy into a 100-yard Qinglian lotus. At this moment, both were at their limits. It was a test to see who would falter first. Crack, crack, crack. With a desperate move, Hong Yuan's De Yi Tian Bang technique shattered the last yard of the Qinglian, but his blade did not stop there. It continued towards Li Chang'an's chest. The Zhangyang blade struck Li Chang'an's chest, ringing out a clear sound of metal clashing, the sound of the blade colliding with Li Chang'an's invincible body. It was a conflict of forces, but ultimately, the power of De Tianbang prevailed. Li Chang'an's invincible body was finally broken by Hong Yuan's strike, his chest spraying blood as his body involuntarily flew backwards, tumbling in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. After breaking Li Chang'an's body, Hong Yuan also exhausted his last bit of energy, both physical and spiritual, and his body plummeted towards the ground. After this strike, the outcome was still unclear. However, the audience in front of the TV were utterly shocked. The heroic demeanor of the two young warriors deeply imprinted in every viewer's heart, unforgettable for a lifetime. When Hong Yuan opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. If it wasn't for the familiar scent of disinfectant, he might have thought he had reached heaven. Seeing Hong Yuan awake, Hong Lan, who was peeling an orange, joyfully exclaimed, "Big brother, you're awake." Hong Yuan felt extremely weak, his limbs powerless, his throat sore and his internal organs uncomfortable. He struggled to lift his arm, took the peeled orange, and said, "Get me some water." "Drink this first," Hong Lan said, picking up a bottle of Coca-Cola from under the bed, unscrewing the cap thoughtfully before handing it to Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan swallowed the orange, the juice filling his mouth and easing the discomfort. Seeing the Coca-Cola, Hong Yuan looked disdainful and said, "Who drinks Coca-Cola in normal conditions? What's the difference between this and swill? I only drink Pepsi." Just then, Hong, who came in with a box of food, hearing Hong Yuan's bold statement, he immediately retorted, "Pepsi should stop pretending Coca-Cola is the best." Hong Yuan had no strength, otherwise he would have punched Hong, who to teach him about respect, what it means to respect an elder brother like a father, the love between father and son, and the family discipline. Tianwen Diwu is a local dialect from Jianghuai province, meaning family teachings and manners. Hong Lan picked up another bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Hong Yuan. He took the mineral water and gulped it down, letting out a comfortable moan after finishing. "How many days have I been unconscious? Do I need surgery for my injuries?" Hong Yuan set down his bottle of mineral water, panting heavily. "You've been unconscious for 5 days," Hong Lan said slowly. "Your recovery has been quick. You had some superficial injuries, but they've all healed now." Hong, who added, "The doctor said you were exhausted, plus your spiritual energy was depleted, and you swallowed that mini sun, which is why you were out for so long." Hong Lan continued, "The reason your throat is sore and you feel extremely thirsty is because you swallowed that mini sun. The doctor specifically mentioned that once you wake up, you should check if your body feels any different. Do you feel anything unusual?" Hong Yuan, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What does that mean?" Hong Lan explained, "The doctor said that forcibly swallowing that mini sun, although it temporarily gave you vast amounts of spiritual energy and forcibly enhanced your strength, was very risky and usually comes with side effects. So, your body will definitely experience some side effects, but what those effects are, the doctor couldn't say for sure. It's up to you to figure it out." Hong Yuan had anticipated some consequences when he swallowed the mini sun, but at that moment, faced with a desperate situation, he had no choice but to go all in. Fortunately, he managed to come out on top. Although there were some physical repercussions, overall he felt it was worth it, especially since winning the top prize not only brought a hefty sum of money but also a rare and valuable item. Hong Yuan coughed lightly and asked, "There were no surprises in the results, right? I should be the top scorer, right?" "Of course you are the top scorer. What's there to even think about?" Hong, who replied, proud as if the honor was his own, "My brother is the top scorer of the national exam. Now I can boast even louder when we go out." Seeing the proud expressions on the brothers' faces, Hong Lan timely added, "But this time it's a double top score. Both you and Li Chang'an are the top scorers." "What?" Hong Yuan sat up, exclaiming, "This must be some kind of foul play. That Li Chang'an, that nobody, how could he share the top scorer title with me?" Hong, who seriously said, "I think it's foul play too. After all, you struck Li Chang'an with a sword and he was severely injured and unconscious. Clearly you should have been declared the winner." Hong Lan explained, "The day before yesterday, officials from the Ministry of Education came. They said that both you and Li Chang'an fainted at the same time and fell to the ground simultaneously. Moreover, at the end of the countdown, neither of you had awakened. Although you struck Li Chang'an with a sword, it seems he was exhausted from depleting his spiritual energy and then forcibly took a breath, which caused him to faint, not your strike. Furthermore, the officials said that Li Chang'an was ranked first in points and you were second. Since you both collapsed at the same time, they had no choice but to make that call. A double top score is still a top score. Be content." Hong, who said his words tinged with sarcasm, Li Chang'an's score was higher than yours to begin with. Consider yourself lucky to share the top spot. I don't like what you're saying. Hong Yuan was annoyed. Hong, who for some reason always had a way of speaking as if he never brushed his teeth, his words stank. I won by my own strength. The whole country saw it. My last strike sent Li Chang'an flying. Hong Lan speculated, I guess the officials might rule it this way. Although you struck Li Chang'an with a knife, you were also drained of strength by him, so both of you were defeated by each other. Hong Hu added, whoever faints first loses and whoever falls out of the ring first also loses. That's the rule in martial arts competitions. In the first World Martial Arts Tournament, when Sun Wukong and Tian Xinhan fought, they both flew up into the air, then ran out of energy and fell to the ground at the same time. If you could perform the Turtle School's Kamehameha like Sun Wukong, you could have reversed the blast and landed later than Li Chang'an, then no one would have any objections. And you would be considered the winner. Hong Yuan replied, what if I was hit by a truck and landed first? Would that still count as my loss? Hong Lan picked up his phone, saying, Su Fearing came to see you the day before yesterday while you were still unconscious. She's staying at a nearby hotel now. Now that you're awake, I should notify her. He continued, there's also a girl named Ing Huan who came to see you. Hong Hu pointed to the fruit basket beside the bed and said, that's what she brought, but most of it has been eaten by me and your second sister. Hong Yuan, feeling helpless, said, you guys really had the nerve to eat the stuff meant for the patient. Hong Hu cheekily replied, I was just worried about you getting cavities, so I helped you out a bit. Only about 15 minutes later, Su Fearin arrived at the hospital room with a young girl. This girl was not Ing Huan, but the one who had sarcastically mocked Hong Yuan when he was leaving the Dai mansion after asking Su Tianbao for a favor. At that time, Hong Yuan had thought this young girl was his fiancée. He had even asked Su Fearin about her, and if he remembered correctly, her name was Su Wan. Su Fearin pushed open the hospital room door, flicking her high ponytail, and looked at the pale and weak Hong Yuan, remarking, why is it that every time I see you, you're always in such a sorry state? Hong Yuan repeated a line he had said before, maybe it's because I'm hated by some. Since there were only 2 chairs in the room, Hong Lan and Hong Hu had to get up and sit on Hong Yuan's bed. After sitting down, Su Fearin asked, how are you feeling? Hong Yuan joked, despite his pain, feels like I've eaten an Oreo, I'm very uncomfortable all over. Su Fearin laughed, you still have a way with metaphors, since you can still joke, it must not be too serious. Hong Yuan then asked about what he cared about the most. Has the reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam been given to me yet? Have the rewards for the top 5 been issued? Su Fearin replied without emphasizing the ranks, my reward has already been issued. Maybe because you were unconscious, the education department put your matter on hold. Hong Lan interjected, someone from the department did come by once and even left a number. I just called Sister Fearin, and at the same time I also reached out to someone from the Ministry of Education. You're quite the celebrity now. The whole country knows about you and the news has spread to all the top universities, Su Fearin said with a smile. That was not quite a smile, her tone playful. Hong Yuan, upon hearing this, asked, how is Li Chang'an? Has he woken up? Hong Lan replied, he's stronger than you, awake on the same day and discharged the next. Hearing the words he's stronger than you, Hong Yuan was so infuriated he nearly had a stroke, immediately retorting, in what way is he stronger than me? I knocked him out with a single strike and the whole nation saw it. You are indeed powerful. Su Fearin agreed, even my grandfather said that the force of your final blow was comparable to the full strike of a 10-star martial spirit. Comparable to the full force of a 10-star martial spirit, Hong Yuan chuckled, but that was after using the triple energy gathering and swallowing a miniature sun, reaching the peak of my strength with the great E-Heaven collapse technique. Naturally the power is extraordinary. Su Wan, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, you started as a 7-star martial master and ended up as a 9-star, while Li Chang'an is a 10-star martial master. You're at a lower level than him, yet you managed to overcome and win against the stronger. I think you bested him. Su Fearin nodded. Grandpa also said you have a great talent for fighting, battling it out desperately, just like your father's style. Hong Yuan felt surprised. He remembered Su Wan used to dislike him a lot, wondering why she suddenly spoke up for him. Su Wan, sharp-minded, noticed Hong Yuan glance at her and immediately guessed his thoughts. I used to dislike you because you broke off the engagement with Sister Fearin. This time, my respect is because of your strength, which has earned my approval. Wan and Hong Lan are about the same age and she also has her college entrance exams next year. Su Fearin explained, in our great E-house, regardless of gender, we deeply respect the brave and strong. regarding your marriage with Sister Firen, I approve. Su Wan without thinking blurted out, you approved? What do you count for? Do you think you're the head of the family? Hong Yuan was truly speechless. Su Firen pulled on Su Wan's clothes, whispering a reprimand. Don't talk nonsense. I don't care, from now on I'll call you brother-in-law. Su Wan, probably pampered and capricious, was very willful. Hong Yuan could only chuckle awkwardly, hiding his embarrassment. Su Wan's habit of speaking without thinking was quite similar to Hong Lan. The two seemed a perfect match by fate. Shortly after receiving the news, someone from the Ministry of Education arrived, a middle-aged man. Seeing Hong Yuan trying to get up, the middle-aged man pressed down on his shoulder. Young man, just lie down. You can call me Brother Zhu. After introducing himself, he said, give me your bank card number. The top scholar's prize is 10 million. I will arrange for someone to transfer it to your card. After Hong Yuan gave his card number, Brother Zhu took out 3 papers, handing them to him. Take a look, these are the prizes, but you can only choose one. Each paper displayed a drawing in various annotations. Hong Yuan took the papers and began to examine them. The first paper had 3 large characters at the top, Fire Spear, and 4 smaller characters below, Low-grade Earth level. Brother Zhu explained, since you possess the DE gun manual and your talent aligns with the fire attribute, I prepared this fire tip spear for you, a low-tier earthly long spear. Hong Yuan turned to Su Firen and asked, what do you think of this fire tip spear? It's a decent weapon, Su Firen assessed, but not as good as mine. Hong Yuan, half-joking, looked at Brother Zhu and said, the Ministry of Education really is thoughtful, but it's a pity I prefer using a blade. Hearing this somewhat sarcastic remark, Brother Zhu's face twitched, but he was helpless. After all, who could argue with the top scorer of the college entrance exam? The ministry has a fire attribute blade, but unfortunately, it's only a top-tier yellow grade, not fitting for a top scholar like you. Brother Zhu picked up another piece of paper and introduced, take a look at this instead. This is the Yuan Yang Qi, a fire attribute weapon similar in shape to a blade, which might suit you better. Hong Yuan took the paper and saw that the Yuan Yang Qi was a mid-tier earthly weapon. Although the Zhongyang blade he was accustomed to was a top-tier mysterious weapon lower in grade than Yuan Yang Qi, Hong Yuan was not planning to switch yet. Hong Yuan picked up the last piece of paper, which had 3 words on it, gold bow silver bullets, but the drawing showed a slingshot, the kind used by children to shoot birds. Brother Zhu explained, gold bow silver bullets is a low-tier earthly magical treasure prepared for you because of the cultivation technique you practice. Hong Yuan frowned and asked, what does this slingshot have to do with the cultivation technique I practice? Brother Zhu patiently explained, according to legend, the deity Erlangshan possessed many weapons and magical treasures such as the 3-point double-edged blade, the demon binding rope, the mountain-moving whip, the mountain-splitting axe, and the Tai sword, and one of them was named gold bow silver bullets. Hong Yuan was puzzled. Shouldn't a bow be used for shooting arrows? What's the deal with this slingshot? Su Firen laughed and said, the full name is golden slingshot silver pellets. Later generations misinterpreted golden slingshot as gold bow. You can imagine, why would anyone use a curved bow to shoot pellets? Hong Yuan shook the paper in his hand and said, but why would a formidable figure like Erlangshan use a child's toy slingshot? It doesn't fit his image. Su Firen followed up, I guess because it didn't fit his image, later people changed it to gold bow. That kind of makes sense. Originally Hong Yuan wanted to give the fire tip spear to Su Firen, but her silver spear was of a higher grade. The Yuan Yang Qi was not suitable for him either, leaving only one option. Hong Yuan said, then I'll take this gold bow silver bullets. Brother Zhu took out a slingshot and a bag containing 100 silver pellets. If you run out, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Of course, if you're short on money, you can trade these silver pellets for cash. Brother Zhu joked at the end. Meanwhile, a small piece of gossip was circulating fervently. This year, in the Great Xia Kingdom, the martial arts college entrance examination witnessed the emergence of 2 peerless geniuses seen only once in a millennium. They clashed at the summit of Qiyin Peak, their battle so fierce that it shattered mountains and rivers and boiled the heavens and earth, leaving onlookers in awe. Universities from all over heard of this and sent their recruiting teams. Within a week, the top 10 elite schools had gathered in the Great Xia Kingdom, and a fierce competition for these talents began. As Hong Yuan was recuperating in the hospital, he was somewhat out of touch with the rumors outside. However, during his recuperation, many kind-hearted citizens sent fruit baskets to express their concerns for the young hero. Just as an overly attentive aunt left the hospital room, Hong Hu impatiently said, big brother, have your wounds healed yet? When can you be discharged? I really can't stand the constant flow of visitors. Hong Yuan, looking at the piles of fruit baskets, chuckled and said, "Aren't you the one who loves to eat without worrying about cavities? Now you can eat as much as you want," Hong Hu replied helplessly, "but eating like this every day, I'm afraid I might get diabetes. Honestly, it's getting a bit too much for me too." Closing the door of the hospital room, Hong Lan complained, "These relatives I don't even recognize keep repeating the same things. Hoping you won't forget them when you're successful, hoping you'll lend them a hand in the future, hoping to borrow some of your top scorers' prize money, hoping you can get them a job." Hong Hu, visibly annoyed, said fiercely, "When our parents died and our family was in trouble, none of these people offered to help. Now they shamelessly show up trying to claim kinship. The most outrageous was that woman who claims to be the husband of the little aunt of grandma's sister and even wants to introduce her granddaughter to you. I'm really fed up. You're only 18, is it even time for marriage?" Hong Yuan, however, took it lightly and sang playfully, "When poor no one in the bustling market asks about you, when rich distant relatives appear from the mountains. Don't forget the days of poverty, when in trouble you see no one." At that moment it was only the three siblings in the hospital room. Hong Lan then asked, "Big brother, what exactly is going on between you and Sister Fei Ran?" Hong Yuan had not previously mentioned to them that Su Fei Ran was once his fiancée, but just yesterday that annoying girl Su Wanwan let it slip, so now the secret was out. He recounted the past events, mentioning his trip to the Great E Mansion, which he had undertaken with a letter from their father to seek help from Su Tianbao, who then sent Su Fei Ran to assist him. He didn't want his siblings to feel sorry for him, and he felt a bit embarrassed about the hardships of seeking help, so he downplayed that part. But when his siblings watched the live stream of the martial arts exam, they had heard Su Tianbao mention it and knew the journey had not been easy. Hong Lan pursed her lips and asked, "Brother, how do you plan to deal with Sister Fei Ran? And Sister Xiao Xiao?" Hong Yuan was taken aback by the question. Just then a knocking sound came from the door, probably another unfamiliar relative. Hong Lan spoke, then went to open the door. There stood two people at the door, one of whom Hong Lan recognized, though not as a relative. During the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, Hong Lan had seen this person on TV. If memory served right, his name was Mu Bai, a faculty member at Dongsheng University and also affiliated with the Jade Emperor Sanctuary. Hong Lan invited the two into the hospital room and asked, "Is Teacher Mu here to visit my brother too?" "Sort of," Mu Bai replied. Beside him was a woman in her 30s, a middle-aged lady who he introduced. "This is the Dean of Guidance at Dongsheng University. Her name is Chao Beiying. You can call her Director Chao." Dressed in a professional Western-style suit, Chao Beiying looked very competent. She approached Hong Yuan and greeted warmly, "Hello, top scholar." "Hello, Director Chao. You can just call me Xiao Hong," Hong Yuan humbly replied. The two took their seats and Hong Lan, always polite, offered Mu Bai and Xiao Beiying beverages, which both declined. Xiao Beiying inquired, "How are your injuries?" Hong Yuan answered, "They're no longer serious, I should be discharged soon." Effortlessly, Xiao Beiying produced a healing pill from seemingly nowhere, likely using a spatial treasure, and suggested, "Take this healing pill and your injuries will recover even faster." Hong Yuan with a smile declined the offered pill, asking, "If I accept this healing pill, you wouldn't insist on me enrolling at Dongsheng University, would you?" Mu Bai couldn't help but laugh. "We are a legitimate university, not a criminal or evil organization." Hong Yuan still refused. "Thank you, Sister Chao, but I'd rather not owe favors right now." The address shifted from director to sister as Chao Beiying smiled and withdrew her hand holding the pill. Hong Yuan was quite adept in handling relationships. Even though he declined the offer, he did so without causing any loss of face. Mu Bai added, "There are only 10 top universities in Jiuzhou and Dongsheng University is one of them. If you decide to study at our university, your tuition will be completely waived for 4 years, and the school will also provide you with several 100,000 yuan each year for living expenses." Chao Beiying continued, "I am the head of the Thunder Fire Department at Dongsheng University. Your talent is in fire attributes, which suits our department well. If you agree to enroll and study in the Thunder Fire Department, I personally will give you 2 Earth-grade pills each year to enhance your cultivation." Earth-grade pills, although not priceless, these were certainly valuable, with even the lower-grade ones fetching several million yuan. Xiao Beiying added, "I was initially vacationing in the Heavenly Sea realm but rushed here as soon as I received the news. I believe I'm the first from the recruitment team to visit you, right?" The human race occupied the land of Jiuzhou, and the place where Hong Yuan resided was one of its regions, the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, which included 36 realms like the Heavenly Sea realm and the Luo Floating Sword Tomb within the Luo Floating Realm. In the 36 realms of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, there exists a place known as the Shen Song Realm. Within the Shen Song Realm are 82 domains, among which is one named Huayan Domain. The Endless Fire Domain, where a Jiao resides, is one of these domains. The Great Xia Kingdom is located in the Huayan Domain, which consists of 58 countries. Each country has several provinces, such as Jiangnan Province and Jianghuai Province. Each province is further divided into several cities and districts, with cities overseeing counties and counties overseeing towns and villages. Thus, the hierarchical order from smallest to largest is as follows: village, town, county, city, province, country, domain, realm, and state. The state is the largest territorial level, followed by realm and then domain. Hong Yuan listened to Chao Beiying's words and said, "You came as soon as you could, but today is the 7th day. The Tianhai realm isn't far from our Jianghuai province. It shouldn't take 7 days, right? Sister Chao, did you perhaps meet Li Chang'an before coming to see me?" Chao Beiying did not deny it. She believed sincerity was the key. The Tianhai realm is to the east of the Great Xia Kingdom and Jiangnan Province is to the east of Jianghuai Province. I traveled westward, naturally reaching Jiangnan Province first before coming to Jianghuai Province. It's not that I regard you less than Li Chang'an, you both hold the same weight in my heart. Hong Yuan smiled and said, "All right, I understand. Leave me your number, Sister Chao. I'll see what benefits other schools offer me. If yours are the best, I'll go to Dongsheng University." This was a polite way of dismissing her. Chao Beiying nodded, handed over her business card with a smile, and said, "Make sure you contact me." After watching Mu Bai and Chao Beiying leave, Hong Lan was about to ask Hong Yuan how to deal with Su Firan and Xiao Zhao's matter. However, the door to the hospital room was knocked on again, this time by Hong Hu Hu. Went to open it. At the door stood an elderly man, followed by a middle-aged man with a square face. "Are you the Mr. Chen from the TV?" Hong Hu scrutinized the elderly man, who closely resembled Chen Tianshou, the commentator from the martial artists college entrance examination. The old man laughed and admitted, "Young man, you're right, I am Chen Tianshou." Then Chen Tianshou introduced the middle-aged man beside him. "This is Sun Huayuan, the dean of the Five Elements Tao Academy at Yuanyan University. You can call him Dean Sun." Dean Sun walked straight up to Hong Yuan, earnestly praising him. "So you are Hong Yuan, truly a person of impressive appearance." Unable to resist, Hong Yuan laughed and said, "Dean Sun, judging by your appearance, you don't seem the type who is good at flattering others, so don't trouble yourself by saying such things. Please, have a seat." "Oh, you can read faces?" Sun Huayuan and Chen Tianshou took their seats. Hong Yuan continued, "I've just recovered from a serious injury. My face is still a bit pale and I look thinner than before, more like a sickly person. When you say I am truly impressive in appearance, I can tell you are not one to give compliments. It's like trying to pat a horse but hitting its leg instead." Sun Huayuan crossed his arms and praised, "You have a sharp eye indeed." "I am indeed not good at giving compliments." Hong Yuan had another half of a sentence unsaid. A person of high standing like Sun Huayuan surely wouldn't lower his dignity to flatter a young man like himself, even if the young man was a genius. But Sun Huayuan, being able to get into Yuanyan University and also serve as the dean of the Five Elements Taoism Court, is certainly a genius in his own right. "I don't have any water here, would you like some beverages instead?" Hong Lan offered 2 bottles of drinks, but the 2 men waved them off without a second glance. Seeing this, Hong Yuan didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "Are you here to invite me to join Yuanyan University?" Sun Huayuan replied, "When we were in the elevator earlier, we ran into Chao Beiying from Dongsheng University." "Seeing that you're a straightforward person, I won't beat around the bush either. I don't care what Dongsheng University is offering you. Yuanyang University will base it on Dongsheng's offer and top it up with an additional 500,000 yuan living allowance per year." After a moment of thought, Sun Huayuan added, "If you have any other requests, you can bring them up now. As long as it's within my power, I can agree to it right now." Hong Yuan did not respond immediately but instead asked, "Aren't you curious about what Dongsheng University is offering me?" Sun Huayuan with a stern face said, "If I'm not mistaken, they probably offered you full tuition waivers, several $100,000 in living expenses, and at most a few more pills to enhance your cultivation." "You guessed it quite accurately," Hong Yuan said meaningfully, though he harbored a guess in his heart. Sun Huayuan continued, "Chao Beiying doesn't know your full potential, thinking you're just a slightly more impressive top scholar, so the benefits offered won't be too high. But I have information provided by Elder Chen as a reference, and I know just how capable you are. after Chao Beiying finishes talking to you, she has to go elsewhere to recruit other top scholars, so she doesn't have much time to thoroughly investigate your details. Even with Mu, by providing information, she could at most offer you a few more cultivation-enhancing pills. Chen Tianshou timely added, as long as you're willing to come to Yuanyan University after you graduate in 4 years, we will make our greatest effort to arrange the most suitable job for you. I can feel your sincerity, Hong Yuan gratefully said. Allow me to consider it a bit longer, I'll give you an answer in a few days. Sun Huayuan took out a business card, placed it beside Hong Yuan's hospital bed and said, when the time comes you can tell me directly if you have any requests. Hong Yuan picked up the business card and looked at it, then asked, Chen Li Changyan should be going to Yuanyang University, right? Shen Tianshou did not answer directly, ambiguously saying, he might give me some face but I won't force him. Whether he goes to Yuanyang University or not is up to him, so you're keeping secrets from me too. Hong Yuan confirmed his suspicions, guessing that Chen Tianshou had indirectly found out about the benefits Chao Beiying was offering, which is why Sun Huayuan was so confident. After the two left the room, Hong Hu couldn't help but ask, Big brother, the terms offered by Yuanyang University seem quite good. Why didn't you just accept it? You're reluctant to attend Yuan Central University, but you could consider going to East Shang University with Chao Beiying's invitation. Chao seems easy to talk to, not as rigid as Sun Huayuan. Hong Yuan glanced at the untouched bottles of drink beside the chair and said, your second sister offered these drinks to them and they didn't even touch them. It's clearly a lack of respect. Why should I agree to their terms? Hong Hu scratched his head and asked, what do you mean by that? Not drinking the beverages means a lack of respect, Hong Yuan casually replied. I don't know if they're being picky or just health conscious, but right now I'm like a boss and these universities are like job applicants. So, aside from the benefits, at the very least, they should show some respect. Even if they don't want to drink, they should at least give me a reason, even if it's just that they don't like soft drinks, that I could understand rather than ignoring them completely. Hong Lan sighed upon hearing this. His older brother really had a strong personality, and many might not understand why he was so stubborn. These individuals were of significant stature, and Hong Yuan personally offered the drinks. If they chose not to drink, Hong Yuan wouldn't show anger or dissatisfaction, since they were important figures and could have their temperaments. However, Hong Lan knew very well that Hong Yuan was upset because the person offering the drinks was his sister. The reason was simple. These dignitaries might not respect him, Hong Yuan, but they should not disrespect his sister Hong Lan. There was also a deeper implication. They might look down on me, Hong Yuan, but not on my sister Hong Lan. With so many visitors, the siblings were overwhelmed and Hong Yuan had to leave the hospital with many people missing the chance to see him. Hong Yuan's injuries had mostly healed, but the doctor mentioned that there would be long-term effects on his body. After regaining consciousness, Hong Yuan sought to find these effects. During his decisive battle with Li Chang'an, he had used the technique body like the great sun, maintaining a fiery state by hosting a miniature sun overhead. This undoubtedly was a risky act as it consumed his life force. He then swallowed the miniature sun, gaining spiritual energy and strength temporarily, which was undoubtedly a risky behavior. The consequences on Hong Yuan's body were due to swallowing the miniature sun and the long-term maintenance of body like the great sun, which overtaxed his body and life force. Another consequence, which left Hong Yuan speechless, was that not only was his body damaged, but his recovery rate had also slowed. If not for his ability to grow stronger through combat, he would have already recovered and wouldn't need such a long rest. Due to swallowing the miniature sun, his innate talent also faced a major issue. Hong Yuan's original A-level talent sun had fallen to a B-level talent sunburn. Although Hong Yuan was a bit speechless, he was not overly troubled. Since he could obtain a sun crystal from the tavern and upgrade his B-level talent sunburn back to sun, he could similarly find a second sun crystal and upgrade his talent again. Hong Yuan realized this while he was still lying in the hospital bed, but he had the Kunlun Jade Ju with him, so he took the opportunity to visit the tavern and left a note there. Tonight at 8 o'clock was the appointed time. Hong Yuan lay in his own bed, closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun Jade Ju. The tavern was as usual, with the expressionless Kuei Huang standing in front of the liquor cabinet and a few drunkards lying on the wooden tables. Hong Yuan waited for hundreds of minutes, cursing under his breath, until finally the man arrived. This man, he denied, had a simple and honest appearance, was not very tall, just about 17 meters, with a crew cut and a slight beard, and was wearing pajamas. Hong Yuan approached He Denio excitedly and said, My dear brother Denio, I have been waiting for you so painfully. The flowers have withered, the birds have flown away. Why did you take so long? Hideniyo smiling scratched his head and replied, my wife was making a fuss at home, I couldn't get away, but I was only 5 or 6 minutes late. In the real world it was 5 or 6 minutes, but in the realm of Kunlun Jeju it felt like 5 or 600 minutes. The two found an empty table. Hong Yuan looked around at the sleeping drunkards and asked, why is there always someone sleeping in the tavern? Hideniyo, having had the Kunlun Jeju for longer and thus knowing more, explained, your mental consciousness rests here for 800 minutes, but in the real world only 8 minutes pass. Some people sleep here to save time and use it for cultivation. Why do you need to sleep with your cultivation level? Hong Yuan was surprised. He was now a 9-star martial artist and was so energetic that he could go 7 days and nights without sleep, which probably wouldn't affect him much. You don't understand, Hideniyo said with a simple smile. Cultivation also requires a balance of work and rest. Occasionally sleeping can make your energy even more abundant. For example, before a breakthrough, refining pills or sparring, a little sleep can make you more energetic and focused. Hong Yuan nodded, then moved on to the matter at hand. Do you still have any sun gold crystals? I can still buy some sky blue gem mines. Hideniyo shook his head. I only have one piece of sun gold crystal and I don't need any sky blue gem mines. My wife wanted to make a blue hairpin, which is why I asked you for the sky blue gem mine last time. What a family, using sky blue gem mines for a hairpin. That stuff isn't cheap. You really love your wife, Hong Yuan said resentfully, then continued, your wife might want a blue bracelet, earrings or necklace next time. Just get me another piece of sun gold crystal. Hideniyo patted Hong Yuan on the shoulder. I really only have one piece of sun gold crystal. You helped me a lot last time. I wouldn't mind giving it to you for free if I had it, but I really don't. With that said, Hong Yuan didn't dare to ask further, only sighed and said, alright then. Seeing Hong Yuan's expression, Hideniyo felt a bit guilty and said, then I'll be going. If you come to the Kaiyang realm next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Hong Yuan gave a bitter smile and replied thank you. Because his wife was rushing him, Hideniyo left after a few brief words. Hong Yuan sat in the tavern surrounded by a group of drunkards. He pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down the heavenly and earthly treasures he needed, then pasted the paper onto the wall. Currently, he possessed a B-grade solar flare talent and there were 4 paths he could take to enhance his talent. First, he could use the solar gold crystal to ascend to an A-grade sun talent. Alternatively, he could use pure spirit fire to elevate to an A-grade pure solar flare. He could also use the red lotus to rise to an A-grade red lotus fire. Lastly, using the 3000 flames could directly boost him to an S-grade 3000 solar flare. The solar talent was a rare A-grade talent, but due to its flaws, it could only be ranked at A-grade. If the solar talent did not weaken at night, it could at least reach the S-grade. However, this was a critical flaw. Come nightfall, Hong Yuan's strength would significantly decrease and his ability to absorb spiritual energy slowed considerably. Thus, on the paper Hong Yuan wrote down the materials he needed: solar gold crystal, pure spirit fire, red lotus and 3000 flames. He was open to acquiring any of these even without the solar gold crystal. While the solar gold crystal was highly desirable, a person might lack strengths but should not have any flaws, for flaws are weaknesses. Once an enemy learns of a weakness, complications arise. In Hong Yuan's heart, what he desired most was the 3000 flames, followed by the red lotus and pure spirit fire, with the solar gold crystal being the last on his list. Although he could maintain a fiery state continuously using the technique body like the great sun, it meant burning his own life and body. It was manageable to use occasionally at critical moments, but frequent use could jeopardize his physical and life force. Moreover, evolving to another talent would allow him to maintain his original strength 24 hours a day without any weaknesses. For now, he would take things one step at a time. Whichever talent he could acquire, he would take. There would always be opportunities for upgrades in the future. Both A-grade and S-grade talents were merely transitional for him as he aimed to eventually reach the SSS grade talent. In the 9 provinces spanning millions of miles and hosting hundreds of thousands of nations, there were only 10 top universities, making admission extremely competitive. Each country had a different quota for admissions, usually based on national strength and population. Smaller countries had only 1 spot, so only the top scholar could enter a top university. Medium-sized countries had 2 spots for the top scholar and the second-ranked scholar. The Dacia nation, being a powerful country, had 5 spots while superpower countries had 10 spots. However, superpower countries were rare. among the 58 nations in the Huayang region, only the Jintian Empire was a superpower, along with 2 other powerful nations, 5 medium nations, and the rest being smaller countries. Thus, in the entire Huayang region, the top universities admitted only 81 students each year. However, above the superpowers are the top-tier powers, with only 100 spots available each year in the top universities, and superpowers are rare even in Dongsheng Shenzhou. The 10 top universities are named Tianwu University, Yuanyang University, Lingsha University, Longjing University, Dongshan University, Tianzhui University, Wuzhou University, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Dawei Fulong Academy. These are just abbreviations. For instance, the full name of Dongsheng University is Dongsheng 100 Laws 1000 Paths Comprehensive Martial Arts University. Hong Yuan was meditating on his bed when someone knocked on his door, and from the doorway Hong Hu's shout was heard, "Big brother, someone is looking for you." Who is it this time? Since he had come home, many recruitment groups had already visited. Hong Yuan was somewhat annoyed, impatiently opened the door, and standing in the living room was an old man. This old man was thin and frail, his back hunched, making him quite short, just a bit over 16 meters tall, with sparse hair on his head and sallow wrinkled skin. Seeing Hong Yuan open the door, the old man revealed a kind smile and said, "Hello, I am the Vice Chancellor of Tianwu University. My name is Zhou Jielian." The Vice Chancellor of Tianwu University. Hong Yuan put away his impatience and politely said, "Please have a seat, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Jielian sat on the sofa, and Hong Yuan went to the fridge, took out a bottle of Coke and handed it to Zhou, saying, "There's no boiled water at home, please make do with this." "Thank you, Zhou." Jielian took the Coke, hesitated slightly before opening the bottle and taking a sip. Hong Yuan smiled and kindly asked, "How does it taste?" Zhou Jielian smacked his lips and replied, "It's a bit spicy, quite intense." Hong Yuan asked, "Do you think it tastes good?" Zhou Jielian smiled, casually placing the Coke on the coffee table, and honestly said, "I don't think it's very good." "Then why did you drink it?" Zhou Jielian, unsure of what Hong Yuan was up to, replied out of politeness. Tianwu University, officially called the #1 martial arts university in the world, is a very imposing name. Originally, it was called the #1 Martial Artists University in the world, but was later changed to its current name. Hong Yuan smiling chatted, "The full name of Tianwu University is really cool, it feels awesome." Hearing this, Zhou Jielian laughed and said, "Our school aims to become the #1 martial artists university in the world. It's our long-standing wish. It hasn't been achieved yet, we still need to strive." The two chatted about various things. Zhou Jielian and Sun Huayuan from Yuanyang University were very different. Zhou Jielian is a vice-chancellor, while Sun Huayuan is just a dean. There's also a difference in their positions, but Zhou Jielian, despite his high position, did not carry an air of superiority. Instead, he was approachable and very kind. It had been 2 days since Hong Yuan returned home, and recruitment groups from various top universities had visited, but all were directors or teachers. Tianwu University showed the most sincerity by even sending a vice-chancellor. Hong Yuan cleared his throat and said, "I've met with the admission teams from 9 universities over the past few days, and you from Tianwu University are the last to arrive. I traveled from Zhengzhou, a long journey, hence my late arrival. To think you came all the way from Zhengzhou. It's thousands of miles from Daxia, yet you made it here in just 10 days, which is incredibly swift. Did you meet with Li Chang'an first?" Hong Yuan posed a tricky question when he had asked every admissions team, yet all had met Li Chang'an before him, which irked Hong Yuan, as he always felt he was the winner. Zhou Jielian shook his head and said, "I came to Daxia specifically for you and did not meet Li Chang'an." Hong Yuan was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Why is that?" Zhou Jielian slowly explained, "Firstly, it's because of your performance, which meets the admission criteria of Tianwu University. I have seen the recording of your duel with Li Chang'an. You fight fiercely and decisively, which is perfect for our university. Li Chang'an, despite his immense talent, tends to hold back, which isn't suitable for Tianwu University. Moreover, the president highly values you but couldn't come personally due to his busy schedule and had to stay at the university, so he sent me instead. My nickname is Tianhua Jinjuan and I specialize in fire attribute martial arts. Tianwu University's Tianhua Academy is among the best fire attribute faculties in Jiuzhou, and you would thrive with us." Hong Yuan was about to say he would consider it, but then remembered something and asked, "Since Tianwu University values me so much, what benefits can I expect there?" Zhou Jilian smiled and said, I can only offer you a full scholarship because at Tianwu University, unlike other universities, you have to earn any other benefits yourself. Unsure what that meant, Hong Yuan asked for more details. Zhou explained, our school has 4 classes per grade named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches, Tian class being the highest with the best benefits and Huang class the lowest. You have to compete for your benefits. How do I compete? Hong Yuan asked. By proving your strength and defeating others, then you can advance to a better class. There's a class sorting competition at the start of the freshman year. Perform well and you can enter the Tian class, but remember others can challenge you, and if you lose you will fall to a lower class. It's survival of the fittest at Tianwu University, Zhou remarked. Hong Yuan stroked his chin and mused, that actually suits me quite well. Zhou Jielian with a meaningful look asked, so are you interested? Hong Yuan nodded. His ability to grow stronger through battle was perfectly suited for the challenges of Tianwu University. It was like the school of his dreams. Zhou Jielian then played a relationship card saying, I heard Su Tianbao is like your grandfather, he and I are old friends. At that moment Hong Yuan also recalled that his own diary mentioned using an introduction letter from Su Tianbao to attend Tianwu University. With the diary's content he would also have a better chance to seize opportunities and gather information. As the vice president of Tianwu University and known as Tianhua Jinjuan, Zhou Jielian was a figure of considerable repute across Jiuzhou. Although the old man was amiable and polite, his distinguished status ensured that he received the highest standard of hospitality wherever he went. It was already noon and such an esteemed guest rarely visited. Anyone with a slight understanding of social etiquette would naturally invite him to stay for a meal. Zhou Jielian had already reached a state where he could live without food and could go without eating for 2 or 3 years without any issue. However, since Hong Yuan insisted on hosting, he did not refuse and gladly accepted. There was a small restaurant at the entrance of the community where the food was quite good. Hong Yuan and his siblings usually took their meals there. Hong Yuan scalded the utensils with boiling water and handed them to Zhou Jielian, saying, although these are just home-cooked dishes, they taste very good. We siblings often eat here, try the dishes later. Zhou Jielian took the scalded utensils and asked, don't you usually cook at home? Hong Yuan replied with a wry smile, my mom used to cook, and although she sometimes went on business trips, she would leave us some pocket money, so we 3 would often eat out and rarely cook ourselves. After our mother passed away, we 3 siblings became almost helpless, only managing to eat here at this restaurant. Hearing Hong Yuan's half-joking words, Zhou Jielian sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of sorrow. Life's 4 great tragedies: losing a mother in childhood, a father in youth, a spouse in middle age, and a child in old age. Losing parents suddenly brought together 2 great tragedies, and outsiders could hardly empathize. Hong Yuan was just a young adult, yet he had to take care of his 2 younger siblings, the hardships of which were difficult to express to others. Zhou Jielian felt a silent mourning, then suddenly remembered something. Before visiting Hong Yuan's home, he had reviewed all of Hong Yuan's information. The school thinks highly of you, so I looked up your information before coming here. You attended Wanghu Elementary School and started getting into fights in 3rd grade, became more violent in middle school, often fighting at the slightest disagreement, and only slightly restrained yourself in high school, yet still had a fierce reputation. After finishing, Zhou Jielian asked, but the records show that whenever you fought, it was almost always in defense of others. Do you have many friends outside? Not really. Hong Yuan paused, then realized the reason I helped those people wasn't because they were my friends, but because I couldn't stand to see the weak being bullied. Following Hong Yuan's words, Zhou Jielian asked, but when you were beaten by Long Outyan at Jianghuai High School, there were many onlookers. It seems that none of those you had looked out for helped you, did they? How could no one help me? Hong Yuan retorted, I remember a classmate named Hua Fei who spoke out, though he didn't really help much and got beaten by Long Outyan too. Zhou Jielian continued to inquire, you've helped many people, at least dozens, yet in the end only Hua Fei stood up for you. Doesn't that dishearten you? Hong Yuan shook his head and sighed, the people I've helped were themselves cowards bullied by others. If they didn't dare to retaliate when they were bullied, how can I blame them for not helping me? Courage is precious if you have it, but I won't criticize those who don't. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. I helped them not because I expected repayment or for them to rescue me in times of trouble, but because I couldn't stand seeing the weak being bullied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jielian smiled and praised, you have a broad and self-contented mind, seeking nothing from others. Your state of mind is quite elevated, much like the Buddhist saying, give without seeking return, do good without demanding others. exactly. Hong Yuan nodded with a smile. In life, just do good deeds without asking about the future. Soon, the food was served. Hong Hu and Hong Lan began eating heartily. Seeing Zhou Jielian start eating, Hong Yuan eagerly asked Principal Joe, how do you find the taste? Despite being the vice president of Tianwu University, people generally wouldn't address him with vice unless the president was present. I'm used to delicacies, but it feels quite comforting to have home-cooked meals once in a while. This was Zhou Jielian's honest opinion, and his status meant he didn't need to flatter Hong Yuan unnecessarily. Zhou Jielian put down his chopsticks, took a sip of water, and then hesitated. I've read something in your file, and I'm curious about it, though I'm not sure if I should ask. Well, if you don't ask, how would I know whether you should? Hong Yuan joked. Your uncles took over your family home and your parents' compensation, and then you sought help from Su Firan at Dei Mansion. Zhou Jielian continued, observing Hong Yuan's composed expression. Back then, why didn't you kill your two uncles? Don't you hate them? I'm not Zhu Zhanji. How could I just kill my uncles right away? Hong Yuan joked before revealing his true feelings, but to say I don't hate them would be a lie. I wished I could have killed them to relieve my hatred. However, my father left a will, so despite my deep resentment I had to abide by it. After all, those were the last two wishes of my father. Curious, Zhou Jielian asked, besides not killing your uncles, what else did your father instruct? He also told me to take good care of my younger brother and sister, Hong Yuan replied, then didn't elaborate further as he stood up to settle the bill. Hong Hu and Hong Lan went home first, leaving only Hong Yuan and Zhou Jielian outside the restaurant. Joe asked, I drank your soda, ate your meal, and chatted with you. Isn't it time you give me a clear answer? Are you referring to the matter of going to Tianwu University? Hong Yuan replied with certainty, of course I will go. That puts my mind at ease, Zhou Jielian said with a relieved and cheerful tone, otherwise I would have wasted so much of my breath. How much is the scholarship for the top scholar in your great Xia country? Zhou Jielian had seen many young people suddenly come into wealth only to indulge in extravagant and unrestrained lifestyles, unable to control their desires. Thus he wanted to offer some advice to Hong Yuan. 10 million. Hong Yuan didn't hide it. After all, the person before him was a vice-chancellor of a top university, hardly impressed by such sums. How do you plan to use it? Zhou Jielian cast out a hook. Hong Yuan responded casually, I plan to save it for my younger brother and sister. This answer was unexpected for Zhou Jielian, who immediately asked why. Isn't it your bonus? I intend to have their talents assessed early, but such assessments and subsequent training cost a lot of money. Though I've given them our parents' inheritance, it probably won't be enough, Hong Yuan explained. Zhou Jielian frowned upon hearing this and asked, you didn't take your parents' compensation money? I kept just a little bit. Why only a little? Zhou Jielian probed. After a moment's thought, Hong Yuan said, enduring hardships myself is one thing, but I don't want my siblings to suffer. Others might look down on me, but they should not look down on my brother and sister. I want them to live a life where they are not looked down upon or bullied. Besides, I was irresponsible in the past and used too much of our family's money, so I think it's better to leave the compensation money for them. You are a good brother. Zhou Jielian opened his mouth as if he wanted to say more. It was after all another family's internal matter, and ultimately he held back. The words Zhou Jielian wanted to say were, you are a good brother, but you must first be yourself. The deeper meaning of these words was for Hong Yuan to first love himself. Although love often feels like a debt, no matter the time or place, one must live for oneself first, love oneself before loving others. I must be going now. Zhou Jielian patted Hong Yuan on the shoulder, handing him an admission notice. See you at Tianwu University. Hong Yuan took the admission notice, nodding with a smile. Principal Zhou, see you at Tianwu University. Zhou Jielian vanished in a flash, flying towards the direction of Zhengzhou. However, he hadn't flown far, just about 500 or 600 kilometers, when his phone suddenly rang. He had to stop flying, standing alone above the sea of clouds. The phone screen displayed 5 words, a call from Xiang Dingtian, the president of Tianwu University. Zhou Jielian answered the call, and before he could speak, an impatient voice came through. Hello, Zhou. Can you hear me? Did you meet Hong Yuan? Is he willing to come to our Tianwu University? Zhou Jielian replied with a joyful tone. Hong Yuan has agreed. He actually agreed. My goodness. I heard he declined offers from 9 top universities, but you managed to convince him with just one try. Xiang Dingtian was overjoyed, his voice booming through the phone. This is truly a great achievement. I'll wait for your return to Zhengzhou and I will set a table for you. This old frame of mine has traveled countless miles, so it's only right that you bring out your treasured celestial brew. Zhou Jielian also smiled. His mood was quite good. Since Hong Yuan agreed to come to Tianwu University, of course, Xiang Ding Tian then asked, "What do you think of Hong Yuan?" Zhou Jielian paused for a moment, then slowly said, "Although his words may seem offbeat, he truly possesses an inner grace, a man of iron bones and noble spirit. Moreover, he is spirited, principled, responsible, and has a broad-minded nature with a soaring ambition. Despite his proud bones, he himself carries no arrogance." These words were the esteemed heavenly fire. True Monarch's assessment of the young man, which surprisingly coincided greatly with Su Firen's initial evaluation of Hong Yuan. Over the phone, Xiang Ding Tian's excited voice could be heard. "Your judgment of people is always so discerning, and for Hong Yuan to earn such high praise from you, I can't wait to meet him." Zhou Jielian laughed heartily. "You'll meet him sooner or later, just be patient. This young man will definitely not disappoint you." As time swiftly passed after the martial arts college entrance exam, August 17 arrived in the blink of an eye. Previously, during his battle with Li Changyan, Hong Yuan had accumulated a vast amount of spiritual energy. Over the past few days, he continued to meditate at home, and finally last night he gathered enough spiritual energy to break through to a 10-star martial master. The realm following 10-star martial master is 1-star martial spirit, but such a major breakthrough not only requires a massive amount of spiritual energy, it also often results in failure. Unless one is beaten to near death, Hong Yuan felt it was difficult to gather enough spiritual energy for the breakthrough. Though several days had passed, the tavern still had not contacted him. It seemed he would have to speak about elevating his talent to A grade some other time. As dawn broke and the sun rose, it was an auspicious time to start a journey. Hong Yuan had already packed his luggage, storing it in the Kunlun jade pendant. Since it was still 6 o'clock in the morning, Hong Lan and Hong Hu were not yet awake. Hong Yuan walked alone to his parents' memorial tablets, lit 3 incense sticks, and bowed deeply. Dust had gathered on Hong Sen's token. Picking up the spiritual tablet, he gently wiped it while mumbling to himself, "Dad, I told you before I got into Tianwu University, I'm leaving today. Since Daxia doesn't have interrealm airships, I need to take the high-speed rail to Jintian Empire first, then catch an interrealm airship to Zhongzhou. Don't sleep too soundly down there. Keep an eye on Hong Lan and Hong Hu, and if you have any spare energy, maybe look out for me too. I think I haven't let you down. I've kept the lives of those 2 uncles as you entrusted, and I should say I've taken good care of Hong Lan and Hong Hu. Although often I feel I haven't done enough, I feel I could do better. But if they complain to you that I haven't taken good care of them or that I haven't done well enough, you can't blame me. I can only do so much. And you don't go quarreling with Mom down there. Keep your temper in check and behave well as a ghost." Hong Yuan's voice trailed off as if he was talking to a living person. Life is a series of mountains, and it was only after his parents passed that he realized how challenging life could be. "Over the years, I've been fortunate to have your care, and now, as I prepare to leave home, I must confess that I won't be able to pay homage on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, as I'll be far away. Don't hold it against me. Perhaps you could appear in my dreams occasionally. Don't remain as silent as the dead." As Hong Yuan said this, he suddenly smiled, a tear involuntarily falling from his eye. He placed down the spirit tablets of his parents, bowed to them again, and then joked, "I won't say much more. I'm off to make something of myself in Zhongzhou. If I don't succeed, maybe I won't come back." Hong Lan and Hong Hu woke up early today. Both opened their doors just as Hong Yuan heard the sound of the doors and turned back with a smile. "Did I wake you too?" Hong Lan shook his head and replied, "We heard some noise and got up. I was actually looking for you both." Hong Yuan beckoned them over, saying, "I'm heading out now." From his Kunlun jade ju, he took out 2 gold bricks, handing one to each. "Keep these for a rainy day." He then pulled out a stack of money from the same jade ju. "Take this money too. In a few months, you'll both turn 18. Remember to test your talents early." Looking at the small mountain of banknotes, Hong Hu asked, "Is this the money from your scholarship?" "I spent 2 million on a cross-boundary airship ticket. Talent testing costs 4 million, so here's the leftover 8 million. You have all this money now, but do you have any left for yourself?" Hong Hu, ever the straightforward one, voiced his concern directly. "Of course I do," said Hong Yuan, conjuring another gold brick out of thin air before putting away his jade ju. "I'm not short on money." These 3 gold bricks were compensation from Jiang Menghu after helping him acquire some multicolored stones. "This money is for your talent testing. Don't squander it," Hong Yuan cautioned them, then pulled out a book from the jade ju. "This is the De Spear Manual. Although Su Tianbao considers us his grandsons, after Dad broke ties with him, he never used the techniques inside. I've modified 4 moves into sword techniques from it, but since Dad never used the De Spear Manual, I wasn't planning to give it to you." but now that you're grown up, whether you learn it or not is up to you. After you discover your talents, if they are strong, keep it to yourselves. Absolutely do not flaunt it to avoid drawing the attention of evil cultivators. He advised them seriously. The scholarship money should be used for your talent assessment, and the compensation from our parents can be used to purchase techniques, elixirs, and secret manuals. Aim to excel from the start and strive for good results in next year's college entrance exams. Getting into a top university is best, but it's okay if you don't. Just be happy, but try your best to not disappoint me. Hong Yuan expressed his somewhat contradictory sentiments. He feared giving them too much pressure, yet also feared them becoming complacent and decadent. When I'm not home, if you encounter any troubles you can't resolve, you can go to Su Tianbao in Jiangnan province. For minor issues, Uncle Wang can help. In Jianghuai province, I have only one enemy, Long Out Yin's father, Long Yuan Tian, but after I aced the college entrance exam, before I could act, the state authorities of Daxia had secretly dealt with him, so you too can rest easy. The day before yesterday, Hong Yuan learned from Brother Zhu at the Ministry of Education that Long Yuan Tian, in his quest for revenge, had attempted to hire a hitman to kill himself. However, the Security Bureau caught wind of it early and reported it to the higher-ups. Although Long Yuan Tian had some capabilities, he was nothing compared to a promising candidate likely to top the national college entrance exams. He was quickly arrested, sentenced, and executed, all in a swift process. Don't waste money, Hong Yuan warned, and don't end up like I did last year, dating a gold digger who just splurged my money. Be more discerning when judging people. Lacking extensive life experience himself, Hong Yuan could only share the lessons he had learned, offering his modest wisdom to the two. Observing Hong Yuan's rambling and anxious demeanor, Hong Lan spoke up. Big brother, you don't need to worry about us being short of money. When you were competing in the college entrance exams, I bet 10,000 yuan on your victory and ended up winning millions. Hong Lan revealed a smile. That paltry sum of prize money you got, you can keep it for yourself. Is that true? Hong Yuan looked incredulous. I was just so annoyed back then, so I placed a bet of 10,000 yuan. Thinking about it now, I should have bet more, he added. Hong Wu chimed in. Yeah, I can vouch for that. Our sister won a lot of money. After a moment of thought, Hong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Money that's been given away cannot be taken back. You two keep it. Known for his impulsive nature, he advised, when you're at home, keep an eye on him, don't let him get into conflicts. Noticing Hong Yuan trying to change the subject, Hong Lan pursed her lips. She was quick-witted and immediately guessed that Hong Yuan was trying to divert their attention from himself and Hong Hu. Big brother. Hong Lan opened her lips, her voice trembling. You've already done enough, you don't have to worry about us. When you're at university, don't always stand up for others. You have a worse temper than Hong Hu, so try to endure when you can and take care of yourself first, even though you always keep things from us. I know you've been under a lot of pressure. I know it hasn't been easy for you. You are the best, big brother. By the end, her voice was choked with tears. Hong Yuan opened his mouth as if to speak, but instead he just smiled faintly, turned and waved goodbye to them, leaving behind only one sentence. I'm leaving. See you next year in Zhengzhou. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there are indeed universities, but they are just ordinary ones, where those with lesser talents can acquire knowledge and skills. All the martial universities are concentrated in the Tianwen realm of Zhengzhou, which is situated in the middle of the 9 provinces, with the remaining 8 provinces surrounding it like stars around the moon. So Zhengzhou and the other 8 states are relatively close to each other, but Zhengzhou boasts the largest territory, about 2.5 times the size of any other state. Tianwen realm, with its hundreds of thousands of martial arts universities and a population reaching hundreds of billions, is the most densely populated area among the 9 states, bar none. However, the permanent population here is not large, it's mostly martial artists who come here for university. Of course, there are also some teaching staff and then various service industry workers. Although Daxia is a powerful nation, it is not a superpower. Only the Jintian Empire in Huayang Domain is a superpower, therefore only the Jintian Empire possesses transrealm airships. If Hong Yuan wants to go to Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou, he must first take a high-speed train to the Jintian Empire and then board an airship. The economy class ticket for the airship to Zhengzhou costs 2 million A. Slightly better business class ticket costs 8 million inch, and the most expensive first class ticket costs 20 million. Huayang Domain is more than 10 million miles away from Tianwen realm, but the transrealm airship is extremely fast, traveling 35,000 miles per hour, so it only takes 12 days to reach Tianwen realm. Because Huayang Domain is relatively close to Tianwen realm, it only takes 12 days, but some remote areas on the edges can take over a month on the transrealm airship. with economy tickets costing up to 7 or 8 million. Hong Yuan got into a taxi and headed to the high-speed rail station holding his purchase ticket and looking for his seat. The high-speed train is relatively slow with a speed of just over 300 kilometers per hour and it takes more than 10 hours to reach the Jintian Empire. Finally finding his seat, Hong Yuan sat down across from a man with a dark face. He looked somewhat familiar. After a brief pause, Hong Yuan asked, "What a coincidence, you're Wei Wei, right, with such a big dark face?" "Who else could you be?" A familiar female voice came from behind. Hong Yuan turned around and saw Su Firen with her hair tied in a high ponytail and dressed in a white outfit. "What a coincidence, you're going to school too," Hong Yuan said, making a rather cold joke. "I've been here for a while. I just went to the restroom," Su Firen replied as she plopped down next to Hong Yuan right on her assigned seat. Hong Yuan tugged at his clothes, compressed by Su Firen sitting, and asked, "Which university did you get into?" "Longjing University," Su Firen answered. The diary didn't mention which university Su Firen attended and Hong Yuan only found out by asking now. "And you?" Hong Yuan turned to Wei Wei, whose face darkened even more. If it had been a few years earlier his skills could have gotten him into a top-tier university, but this year facing so many strong competitors he could only settle for a first-class university. Su Firen nudged Hong Yuan with her elbow and gave him a look, seemingly saying, "Aren't you deliberately making it awkward for him?" Hong Yuan didn't mean to say it like that. He just felt that Wei Wei sitting across from him alone seemed awkward, so he casually struck up a conversation. Wei Wei's emotions were complex and it took him a moment to speak up. "I'm just unlucky. My first opponent was Su Firen and my second was you, but losing to you Wei Wei can accept that. After all, you are the top scholar and your strength is there for all to see. I admit you are very strong." Hearing Wei Wei's words, Su Firen raised her eyebrows and asked, "What? You mean you are not convinced by losing to me?" Wei Wei was quite frank and said to Su Firen, "We haven't determined a winner between us, let's fight it out another time." Su Firen thought Wei Wei wasn't that great in ability, but he sure talked tough. She didn't bother with Wei Wei but turned to Hong Yuan and said, "This year our great Xia country has 7 people who got into top universities. Do you know who those 7 are?" "7 people?" Hong Yuan was puzzled and replied, "Shouldn't it be 5? Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were accepted early but refused to attend the training, insisting on taking the martial arts college entrance exam, so excluding them we originally had 5 spots." Hong Yuan nodded, then guessed, "You mean Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Ing Huan Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu." "You guessed right." Su Firen laughed and then looked around, asking, "Ing Huan should be on this high-speed train too, right? Why haven't we seen her? She might be in another carriage." Hong Yuan was also curious. Ing Huan had received her cultivation method very late, yet she became so strong within 3 months. Many who had their talents assessed early didn't even make the top 5, let alone Ing Huan, who started cultivating more than a month after her talents were discovered. He himself got stronger by enduring fights, a classic case of growing stronger through battle to reach his current level. What about Ing Huan? Did she also possess some divine method to enhance her realm? That's her own secret. Though Hong Yuan was very curious, he didn't pry further. As Hong Yuan and the others were chatting, a long-legged busty girl in blue clothes sat next to Wei Wei directly across from Hong Yuan. The girl in blue, excited in tone, asked, "Are you Hong Yuan?" "Who are you?" Hong Yuan asked in surprise, not recognizing her. Su Firen turned her head away with a displeased expression and said, "She is Situ Lan from Western Shu's Qingzhou house." Hong Yuan looked at Su Firen and asked, "You two know each other?" "We've known each other since we were little," Situlan added, "but it seems like Sister Firen doesn't like me much." Hong Yuan immediately understood. Su Firen's Dei house, Situlan's Qingzhou house, and Wei Wei's Jinyuan house, all being prominent families in the Great Xia country, naturally had interactions. Although he wasn't sure what the conflict between the two was, Hong Yuan definitely sided with Su Firen. "Sister Hong Yuan, you avenged me. I was eliminated by Li Chang'an, but that final blow you dealt him really relieved me." Situ Lan's tone was full of admiration. "It was just luck." Hong Yuan felt a bit elated, enjoying the mixed conversation of praise and rivalry. Situ Lan feigned anger. "You can't say that. You were not just lucky. If it weren't for Li Chang'an's luck, there wouldn't have been a double top scholar like you. Li Chang'an won over you by taking advantage of a weak moment, relying on his higher realm of skills." Though it sounds somewhat far-fetched, Hong Yuan found it quite reasonable, as if that was indeed the case. If he had been a 10-star martial artist at the time, he definitely could have lasted longer before fainting, and that way he could have claimed the top scholar title. Su Firen gave a light cough, looked at Hong Yuan, who was smiling broadly, and asked, "Happy?" Hong Yuan snapped back to reality. This Situlan was truly remarkable, confusing him with just a few words, almost leading him astray. "I support you, I'm definitely on your side," Hong Yuan whispered to Su Firen. "I won't talk to her anymore." Situlan crossed her arms and lifted them slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. Hong Yuan silently turned his head away, quietly fiddling with his own thoughts. The four sat facing each other, creating a somewhat subdued atmosphere. Su Firen maintained a cold expression, and Hong Yuan didn't dare to inquire about the conflict between the two, choosing instead to also keep a cool demeanor. "Boring," Situlan muttered, then turned her face away and closed her eyes to rest. After sitting for many hours, they finally arrived in the Jin Tian Empire, a journey that had been quite stifling for Hong Yuan. Following Su Firen, they walked out of the train carriage, and upon leaving the station, they even spotted the figures of Li Chang'an and Luo Lai. Then the two hailed a taxi to head to the Interrealm Airship Airport. Sitting in the back of the taxi, Hong Yuan finally asked, "What's the issue between you and Situlan? Her style is problematic. I simply don't like her," Su Firen replied expressionlessly. "The Dai mansion has a strict family ethos, with rigorous demands placed on the children from a young age, raised with strict discipline focused on character and morality." Su Firen naturally clashed with the libertine Situlan. Simply put, their values were incompatible. Continuing from Su Firen's comment, Hong Yuan added, "I don't like her either." "Oh," Su Firen responded. "But it seemed like you enjoyed looking at Situlan earlier, didn't you?" Hong Yuan, with a face full of righteousness, sternly said, "Beauty or ugliness, all are but bones beneath the skin. Superficial colors and sounds mean nothing to me. I don't believe you, and in my eyes you're much prettier than Situlan." "Really?" Su Firen blinked, her lips curving into a barely suppressed smile. Of course. That was truly how Hong Yuan felt, but Su Firen possessed a beauty marked by a heroic spirit, while Xiao Xiao had a fragile beauty. Situlan and Lu Ruyan both exuded a provocative charm. In the peak of the hot August, the setting sun bled like fire, and the cicadas' chorus rose and fell. The Jin Tian Empire, a true superpower, bustled with people at the Interrealm Airship Airport, its evening aglow with brilliant lights. Hong Yuan and Su Firen arrived at the departure hall. Hong Yuan's ticket was for economy class, while the wealthy Su Firen held a first-class ticket, granting her access to the VIP lounge. Their airship wouldn't depart until the early hours of the morning, leaving them with a 6-hour wait in a noisy terminal. Concerned that Su Firen might be uncomfortable, Hong Yuan suggested, "This terminal is both noisy and hot. Why don't you go to the VIP lounge? It's air-conditioned and much more comfortable there. As they say, a calm mind is naturally cool. If you stop thinking about Situlan, you might not feel so hot." Su Firen retorted with a hint of sarcasm, a trait she seemed to have picked up from spending too much time with Hong Yuan, occasionally joking herself, "And for the record, I'm not some pampered princess. I've been shooting guns since I was a child, and I've faced more hardships than you could imagine. I'm just looking out for you, don't take it for granted." Hong Yuan grumbled playfully, careful to keep the banter light to avoid any real offense. As they chatted casually, a commotion suddenly erupted nearby. "Country bumpkin, watch where you're going, or I'll run you over, and even a hefty compensation won't save you then. I didn't do it on purpose. It was you who bumped into me." A soft, feeble voice reached Hong Yuan's ears, followed by mocking laughter. "These country folks clearly have never been to a big city. They have no manners at all, thinking this is their backwater village." Hong Yuan tapped Su Firen's shoulder. "I think I just heard Ing Huanhuan's voice, let's go check it out." Up ahead, a portly middle-aged man was disdainfully berating a young girl, his mouth running like a machine gun. The girl was none other than Ing Huanhuan. Her head bowed, her voice faint as she offered weak rebuttals. Despite changing out of her faded school uniform and worn shoes, her rural demeanor was still apparent. People from the mighty Jin Tian Empire naturally exuded a sense of superiority, their sharp eyes quick to distinguish the poor from the rich. With just one glance, the middle-aged man had pegged Ing Huanhuan for her invisible rural air. Hearing her timid defense, he sneered, "Can't you watch where you're walking? Think this is your rural backwater?" Someone in the crowd jeered, "That's how these country folk are, can't help it. It's because of people like them that our Jin Tian Empire is so chaotic." Hong Yuan cursed silently. How can they just assume she's from a lesser country without asking? Is this the arrogance of a superpower? I can't listen to this anymore. Before Hong Yuan could step forward, Su Firen was already moving to intervene. Just then, another familiar voice rang out. Hong Yuan looked up to see Li Chang'an halting Su Firen in her tracks. pointing at the middle-aged man. Li Chang'an recounted the incident. It was actually you who was walking and talking on the phone and then you bumped into her. How can you blame her first? The suited middle-aged man glanced at Li Chang'an and scoffed. Country bumpkin, you must be in cahoots with her, right? Li Chang'an lived in a small town in the countryside of the Great Xia Kingdom while Ing Huanhuan resided in the slums of the provincial capital. Thus, strictly speaking, Li Chang'an was the true country dweller. A middle-aged man, speaking in a commanding tone, said, "Can you even compare with me? How much did your clothes cost?" "My clothes are worth hundreds of thousands and are from a famous brand. If you ruin my clothes, can you afford to compensate me?" Li Chang'an's mind was clear. He recognized that the middle-aged man was trying to change the subject. He immediately responded, "We are discussing who bumped into whom. This has nothing to do with whether we are from the countryside, nor does it relate to how much your clothes cost." The middle-aged man, already frustrated from a business deal gone wrong over the phone, became furious upon hearing Li Chang'an's logical response. Glancing around, the middle-aged man threatened in a low voice, "Watch your words, you pauper. If I hit you, I just have to pay some money. If you hit me, your parents would have to kneel and beg me." Hearing this, Li Chang'an's hand slowly moved towards the long sword on his back and he whispered back, "What if I take your life?" Although everyone in Zhou could cultivate, those without the talent for cultivation often turned to business or learned a trade. Even someone as uniquely talented as Hongsen, who was stuck at the martial king realm due to his daily job, eventually faded into obscurity. Not to mention this portly middle-aged man whose talent was low and who was constantly engaged in business. With one glance, Li Chang'an, with his fiery golden eyes, could see that the man was only at the 8-star martial master level. The middle-aged man wanted to speak, but seeing Li Chang'an reaching for his sword, he remained silent, his face darkening as he walked away. The onlookers who had gathered for the excitement dispersed when they saw there was nothing more to watch. Hong Yuan and Xu Fei approached Li Chang'an, who greeted them with a fist salute. Hong Yuan returned the gesture and asked, "When did you get here?" Li Chang'an replied, "After I got out of the high-speed train station, I went to have a bowl of noodles. I just arrived here." Xu Fei, holding Ing Huanhuan's hand, said, "It's all right now." Hong Yuan walked over and joked, "That crazy bald fat man, we just saw his existence is to infuriate us while he lives and then give us a reason to laugh out loud when he suddenly dies, achieving a dramatic effect." Ing Huanhuan didn't laugh, but Xu Fei couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You still have such a way with metaphors. You should hang out more on online forums, frequent those cesspools, and you might reach this level of insight too." Hong Yuan then suggested, "Since we've met up and we still have 5 hours before our flight, let's just wait together." The three of them had no objections, so the group found seats in a corner. Hong Yuan looked at Li Chang'an and asked, "You were admitted to Yuanyang University, right?" Li Chang'an shook his head and replied, "No, I chose Tianzui University." Hearing this, everyone was surprised except for Hong Yuan, who laughed and joked, "Old Master Chen Tianqiu must be so angry he could spit blood." Li Chang'an calmly said, "Although the old master has been kind to me, he never forced anything upon me. I followed my heart and thus chose Tianzui University." Hong Yuan nodded and said, "Tianzui University is the strongest in swordsmanship. It truly suits you. Your choice is not wrong. Old Master Chen's Yuanyang University focuses on the magic of ice, fire and thunder. You would have been at a disadvantage there. Which university did you get into?" he then asked Ing Huanhuan beside him, who was as nervous as a startled rabbit. "I chose Yuanyang University." Ing Huanhuan raised her head to speak softly, then lowered it again. Ing Huanhuan's choice of Yuanyang University suggested her talents lean towards the magic of ice, fire and thunder. Zhengzhou is located at the center of the 9 provinces, hence the name, but its full name is Zhongxianzhao, meaning the state in the middle of heaven and earth. Above the eastern Shangzhou, where the Daxia realm of Huayang is located, lies the Pumiao state in the northeast, known for its high terrain which gives rise to perpetual low clouds and mist. Baizhulu state in the direct north experiences constant heavy snowfall, and the Tianqiao Great Wall, where countless heroes are buried, is situated there. Northwest lies the Huanghuang state, rumored to have been a resting place for the mythical Zhoutian Xinhuang phoenix in ancient times. To the west is Fangtian Wuzhou, a place renowned for its martial valor and history of fearless warriors, with 3 of the ancient 10 great heroes hailing from here. To the southwest is the Sanchen Daozhou, known for its thriving Taoist practices and martial arts referred to as techniques. To the south is Wudiojizu, also influenced by Sanchen Daozhou, where martial arts are referred to similarly as techniques, though its Taoist practices are slightly inferior. To the southeast, below eastern Shangzhou, lies the Daluo Jinzhou, known for its flourishing martial arts and combative local customs. due to ideological conflicts between martial arts and Taoist practices. Fang Tian Wuzhou Daluo Jianzhou Wudio Jizu and Sanshan Daozhou have experienced constant friction and unending warfare. The wait for boarding was agonizing, but finally at midnight Hong Yuan and his companions boarded the interdimensional flying boat. For all four, including Su Firen, it was their first time on such a craft. Su Firen had been on airplanes before, but flying boats were a different matter altogether. Airplanes were much slower, traveling at around 2,000 miles per hour and could only carry a few hundred passengers. In contrast, flying boats could reach speeds of over 30,000 miles per hour and carry tens of thousands of passengers, a completely different level of transport. Though the flying boat traveled rapidly, Hong Yuan, sitting in the economy class seats, did not feel much except for the discomfort of the cramped seating. As time went on, the dawn was breaking soon, and Hong Yuan sat by the window gazing out at the sunrise piercing through the sea of clouds slowly ascending into the sky. Su Firen was in first class while Li Chang'an and Ing Huanhuan were seated separately. As Hong Yuan looked out the window, suddenly someone patted his shoulder. He looked up to see a middle-aged man with a full beard, a burly figure robust as a bear. This man exuded a powerful aura, likely a martial king. The middle-aged man lifted his sunglasses and asked, "Are you Hong Yuan?" Hong Yuan nodded, then asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Wu Di," the man replied. He pulled out an ID card, handed it to Hong Yuan to inspect, and said, "I'm from the Great Xia National Security Bureau, come with me." Hong Yuan did not hesitate, as he had seen similar credentials before. However, Hong Sen's ID stated Security Bureau, a provincial level, whereas this man's read National Security Bureau, indicating a national level which is of higher authority. Being approached by someone from the National Security Bureau, could it mean trouble was brewing? Surely it wasn't something as dire as a plot to blow up the airship. Hong Yuan rose and followed Wu Di, his mind racing with possibilities. The last line on page 7 of his diary was dated August 15, which was today, so he wouldn't see the content of the 8th page until tomorrow. Moreover, there was no mention of any trouble today in the diary, so Wu Di's approach should be benign. Following Wu Di to first class, Hong Yuan saw Li Chanan, Luo Lai, Ing Huanhuan, Xiao Dao and Mu Yun Lu were all there. Su Firen and Situlan, having first-class tickets, were naturally present too. Among the other passengers, most were young, likely students headed to the Tianwen realm for studies. What's going on? Hong Yuan thought to himself, fearing the worst. Seeing Hong Yuan's anxious and unsettled expression, Su Firen approached him and said, "Don't overthink it." Relieved, Hong Yuan replied, "Seeing all of you here, I couldn't help but worry." Wu Di then explained, "Your talents are exceptional and evil cultivators prefer targeting geniuses. The high officials of Great Xia fear for your safety, so they've sent me with the elite of the Security Bureau to escort you to the Tianwen realm." Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu, being specially admitted for their outstanding talents, were supposed to be escorted to the training base for concentrated protection and secretive training, similar to Xiao Xiao. As for Li Chang'an, his talent might even be higher, as he claims, making him a likely target for evil cultivators. In order to protect certain individuals, the higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom dispatched elite agents from the Security Bureau to personally escort a group to the Sky Inquiry realm. Wu Di continued, "Your seats are too spread out. I'm worried about potential issues, so I've paid for upgrades for you all to be seated together, making it easier for me to ensure your safety." Additionally, esteemed figures such as Teacher Mu Bai from the Jade Emperor Holy Realm, General Long Xiao from the Great Xia Martial Army and Li Yunfei from the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion were all stationed on this airship. Not to mention experts from the Yi Mansion, Jinyuan Mansion and Chengzhou Mansion were also sent as escorts. Wu Di assured them, "You can rest easy. As long as you stay within our sight, you will absolutely be safe. Even if danger does arise, we will protect you at all costs, unless I die." This kind of solemn promise sounded like something one might hear in a public speech, easy to dismiss as hardly credible. Yet, this also indirectly indicated that the journey was extremely safe. Otherwise, Wu Di wouldn't have made such a bold claim. It's like saying, "I'll chop it off if I lose." Who would make such a guarantee without being 100% confident? Wu Di ended with a joke, "Besides, I don't plan on dying. I have plans to go back home and get married after escorting you." Everyone laughed upon hearing this, their anxiety eased, leaving only anticipation for their university life. Next to Li Chang'an sat a girl with big, adorable eyes, chatting happily while Li Chang'an listened quietly with a smile on his face. Hong Yuan sat next to Su Firen and whispered, "Who was that person? She seems quite familiar with Li Chang'an. She's Chen Tianshou's granddaughter. Her name seems to be." Su Firen pondered but couldn't recall. Her name is Chun Yi Cheng, Situlan interjected with a smile. She didn't take the martial arts college entrance exam but got into Yuan Central University with a recommendation letter from Chen Tianshou. Since Chen Tianshou is her grandfather, it's not sneaking through the back door, it's totally legitimate, Hong Yuan retorted, defending his own position since he had also used a recommendation letter from Su Tianbao to enter Tianwu University. Hearing Hong Yuan speak, Situlan moved closer and whispered, "Don't you see what's happening? Chen Tianshou is trying to match Chen Yicheng with Li Chang'an." Su Firen also perked up his ears, but Situlan stopped there, leaving them hanging. Hong Yuan, stroking his chin, had a realization and said, "No wonder Chen Tianshou didn't insist on Li Chang'an going to Yuan Central University, he's been planning this all along." Situlan added meaningfully, "Exactly, that old man is very shrewd. Li Chang'an attending Yuan Central doesn't benefit him much, but if Li Chang'an were to become his grandson-in-law, that would be a real jackpot for him." Feeling somewhat competitive, Hong Yuan muttered, "I'm also notable, why doesn't anyone consider me?" Situlan glanced at Su Firen and hinted, "I'm sure there are." The women didn't seem like good people at all and even tried to sow discord. Hong Yuan caught the underlying meaning of the words and was about to speak when Su Firen cut in. "I admitted before that I had feelings for him when he was only an F-grade talent and a martial artist of low realm. My fondness for Hong Yuan isn't because of his aptitude nor his status, but simply because I like him as a person and feel he meets my expectations." Su Firen said this with his eyebrows inverted. Clearly angered, Situlan sarcastically remarked, "Didn't your grandfather initially choose Hongsen for his talent, hence arranging a marriage for him? After Hongsen refused, he then betrothed you and Hong Yuan. The reason your grandfather did this was surely to firmly control Hongsen. You have a tainted mind, but don't assume others are as vile." "My grandfather simply admired my father, which is why he arranged the marriage," Hong Yuan replied coldly, adding, "Moreover, Su Firen has saved my life twice. Our relationship is stronger than gold, and it's none of your business to meddle." Hong Yuan didn't believe a word from Situlan. If it was said that Su Tianbao valued the current him, the person in the diary was just an F-grade talent with no realm to speak of, yet Su Firen never minded, and Su Tianbao even wrote a recommendation letter for him. What were they really after? "You don't believe me, whatever." Frustrated and embarrassed, Situlan huffed and stormed away. Hong Yuan turned to Su Firen. "You were right, Situlan is truly annoying." Hearing this, Su Firen sighed. "Don't blame Situlan too much, she's had it tough too." Noticing Su Firen's change in tone, Hong Yuan asked, "How so? Shouldn't we share the same enemy?" Situlan wasn't always like this, but due to the decline of Qingzhou manor, Su Firen trailed off. "It's a long story and I don't like speaking ill of others behind their backs." Su Firen chose not to elaborate further. Hong Yuan wasn't interested in Situlan either, and since Su Firen didn't want to talk, he didn't press further. The interrealm airship had been traveling for several hours and docked at noon in Saixia country of the Baishir domain. With many seats still vacant, it would take on more passengers here before continuing its journey to Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou. Baishir domain was rife with chaos, with Saixia country being a superpower amidst smaller strife-ridden nations, causing many refugees to seek shelter there. Previously, Huayang domain had also been plagued by war for years, allowing families like the Dei Manor, Qingzhou Manor, and Jinyuan Manor to rise to power, but as the Daxia country gradually became a powerhouse, the surrounding areas became safer. As the nation stabilized internally, Su Tianbao, aiming to maintain the prosperity of Dei Manor, had to earn military merits at the Tianqing Great Wall. After graduating from university, Hongsen also traveled to the formidable Tianqi Great Wall, where he met Su Tianbao, who had already been stationed there for many years. If it were not for Su Tianbao's military achievements at the Tianqi Great Wall, Dei Prefecture might have declined just like Qingzhou Prefecture. The cross-border airship had to make a temporary stop in Saixia country, and with everyone feeling restless staying inside the airship, they gradually stepped out to get some air. Su Firen, wearing headphones and listening to music, was called out by Hong Yuan to take a look outside, but she preferred to stay put, so Hong Yuan went out alone. As he stepped out of the airport, he was struck by a unique architectural style that he recalled from books was called Gothic. Although it was initially impressive, Hong Yuan found it somewhat uncomfortable after a while, preferring the traditional styles of his homeland Daxia country. Upon leaving the airport, Hong Yuan saw many refugees, thin and gaunt, their clothes tattered and their hair unkempt. It reminded him of the ancient sorrows of Qinghai, where uncollected bones of the dead littered the ground, and the plight of the common people through dynastic rises and falls. Fortunate, he thought, that Daxia country was now powerful and prosperous. Continuing on, it wasn't long before he encountered a familiar face, Mu Yunlu, clad in a spotless white robe exuding an impressive demeanor. Surrounded by a group of ragged children, they eagerly held up their bowls, asking Mu Yunlu for money. Since currency was not in circulation, Mu Yunlu had no choice but to break a gold brick into pieces, placing them into the bowls held up by the children. Seeing someone distributing money, more and more children and then some emaciated adults gathered around him. Mu Yunlu continued breaking the gold brick, his white robe becoming stained with grease and soot due to the throng of children pressing around him. Hong Yuan, having no money but a single gold brick, which he needed to save for living expenses, couldn't help but comment sarcastically about the grand wealth of the Jade Emperor's holy realm before quietly walking away. Saixia country was known for a gem called Shaguang Baoyu, which emitted dazzling colorful lights typically used in making earrings, bracelets, and necklaces. He Dinyo, or rather his wife, would surely adore Shaguang Baoyu. Moreover, in Saixia country one could also purchase the famous Baishir from Baishir domain. Baishir was fragile, easily crumbled, and not suitable for crafting tools but was valuable as a medicinal ingredient used in pill making. Both Shaguang Baoyu and Baishir were common in Saixia country but rare elsewhere, which was why Hong Yuan had left the airship, carrying a gold brick weighing 5,000 grams with gold priced at 600 per gram. Hong Yuan spent only 100 grams of gold to exchange for 1,000 jin of Baishir and another 260 grams of gold for 1,000 jin of Shaguang Baoyu. He had already stockpiled various ores from Daxia country before leaving. Since it was still early after purchasing the Shaguang Baoyu and Baishir, Hong Yuan was not in a hurry to return to the airship but instead wandered through the streets buying some valuable goods. Gold bars are quite common but storage treasures are rare. Hong Yuan, fearing others might covet his possessions, slipped the gold bar into his pocket. Since he only carried one gold bar, he opted for cheaper goods. The weight of the gold bar lightened, dropping from 500 grams to 3,000 grams, yet at the same time Hong Yuan's Kunlun jade bracelet was filled with all sorts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As he walked, a refugee child, head bowed, didn't notice Hong Yuan, who was busy examining goods on the street. They collided straight into each other and the frail refugee child fell to the ground. However, he quickly got up, bowing repeatedly while timidly apologizing. Hong Yuan, unlike the middle-aged man he once was, didn't bother to fuss over a child, especially since he himself was unhurt. Instead, it was the refugee child who ended up with a bruised arm. "I'm fine," said Hong Yuan, smiling as he patted the child's head. The child then walked away. Continuing his stroll and browsing, Hong Yuan spotted a potentially valuable item and reached into his pocket to pull out some gold to purchase it. However, his hand met empty space. Damn it, who has such nimble fingers to pull off a file-long exploring cloud's hand? I've actually encountered a thief. In the clear and lawful times of the Great Xia, where citizens abided by the law, Hong Yuan had never faced a thief and hence he hadn't thought to be cautious. Cursing inwardly, he suspected the refugee child who had bumped into him. With not much money left on him, Hong Yuan thought, if you're going to steal, steal from someone else. That was my living expense for the future. Frustrated, he immediately turned and followed in the direction where the refugee child had fled. Although he could have sought the safety bureau, he was set to leave Saixia country by nightfall and didn't have time to wait for the authorities to catch the thief, so he took matters into his own hands. Being a 10-star martial artist, Hong Yuan was swift and it only took him a few minutes to search through several nearby streets. He found himself in a slum where refugees gathered, a place with overflowing sewage and a stench filling the air. The densely packed, uneven buildings almost seemed to squeeze together, blocking out any sunlight. This must be the old district of Saixia country, where most buildings were decrepit apartments, their exterior plasters peeling off to reveal bare bricks and concrete. Despite being a slum, the area was bustling with various grocery stores, snack bars, barbershops, and red light districts resembling a Kowloon-walled city. Hong Yuan, dressed in casual clothes, stood out with his neat appearance. Compared to the ragged refugees, many of them looked at him with fierce, greedy eyes as if they wanted to carve a piece of flesh from him to taste. However, Hong Yuan was not afraid. As a 10-star martial artist, he knew these people likely fell into refugee status due to poor innate talents similar to his own initial F-grade talent. Anyone with slightly better talent would easily find work to provide for themselves, perhaps as security guards or bodyguards. Hong Yuan sniffed the air, recognizing the same foul odor that clung to the young vagrant child who had stolen from him. "Don't let me find you. If I do, you'll face my wrath," he muttered under his breath. Surveying the slums around him, he noticed the curious stares from other vagrants. Although not vast, the slum's labyrinthine layout made finding the child akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet Hong Yuan possessed the celestial eye, a mystical ability that allowed him to channel spiritual energy to see great distances and through obstacles. He stood still, activating his celestial eye. After a few minutes of scanning the area, he located the thieving child. Adjusting his trousers, he tapped the ground lightly with his toes and leaped forward, covering dozens of meters in a single bound and effortlessly clearing a foul-smelling ditch. He continued for several hundred meters until he reached a staircase. Just as he was about to ascend, a woman in plain clothes, pale-faced and with disheveled hair, grabbed Hong Yuan's sleeve. "Would you like to come in for a bit of fun?" she asked. Turning around, Hong Yuan saw a door ajar behind her, a faint red light glowing from within. "My money's been stolen. I have none," he replied, his mind focused solely on capturing the child. "I'm not expensive," the woman said, perhaps new to her trade and slightly embarrassed. Hong Yuan, a man of integrity, shook off her hand impatiently. "I'm not interested," the woman persisted, grabbing his clothes with both hands. "I'll do it for free, just give me a bowl of rice and I'll keep you company tonight." Moved slightly by her desperation, Hong Yuan remained silent but once again shook off her hand and rushed upstairs. He kicked open a door on the fourth floor. The room was dark, but his celestial eye's night vision allowed him to see clearly. The vagrant child stood with a knife in hand pointed straight at him, his face filled with fear, his body trembling. Behind him were even younger children, some as young as 4 or 5. One little girl who appeared to be blind, softly crying out, "Brother." Seeing this scene, Hong Yuan's heart softened unexpectedly as images of his own siblings, Hong Lan and Hong Hu, flashed through his mind. He sighed, approached the child, and gently retrieved the gold brick. Breaking it into 2 pieces, he advised, "Don't flaunt your wealth. Be mindful of those around you when you use it." He placed the larger piece in front of the child and left. Descending the stairs, he knocked on the door of the woman in plain clothes and left the smaller piece of gold brick at her doorstep. After leaping to the rooftop, he watched as the woman opened the door and took the gold brick, then quietly departed. Such is the human condition. Many who are not satisfied with their own lives cannot bear to see the suffering of others. Hong Yuan returned to the flying vessel where Su Firen was still lying in his seat, wearing Bluetooth headphones, eyes closed and listening to music. Soon it was night and the second batch of passengers boarded. The interdimensional flying vessel took off again. Su Firen removed his headphones and, seeing the gloom on Hong Yuan's face, asked, "What's wrong with you, Hong?" Yuan shook his head and smiled. "I thought the whole world was like the Great Xia Kingdom, but it's completely different from what I imagined." Perhaps that's just how the world is. Behind every bustling city there are places the sunlight can't reach. Soon it was midnight and Su Firen put on his headphones again, closing his eyes to listen to the music. Hong Yuan looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly took out a diary from the Kunlun jade pendant. He flipped to the 8th page and began to read the contents. August 16, 5025. Su Firen and I were quite happy, but that despicable woman Citilan, she's been speaking ill of me behind my back. She calls me a freeloader, says I take shortcuts, and even calls me useless. Su Firen fought with Citilan and in the end they were separated by the air control. Today is August 16th, the second day aboard the flying vessel. Citilan really is despicable. Yesterday she was bad-mouthingly Chanan and Chen Yicheng. Since I didn't score top marks and am Su Firen's boyfriend, it's only natural she targets me. I must keep my distance from Citilan, Hong Yuan silently decided. August 17, 5025. In the Kunlun jade pendant I traded goods with others and obtained a red flame stone. I consumed the red flame stone and activated the sky repairing divine skill, successfully elevating my talent to a D-level red flame. The diary's version of me is improving too slowly, always busy with lovey-dovey nonsense with Su Firen only reaching D-level talent. But in reality, I performed much better, having elevated my talent to A level, though I have fallen back to B level, still far better than the diary's version of me. August 19, 5025. Having nothing better to do, I've been meditating and practicing breathing exercises these past 2 days and finally broke through to a 5-star warrior. The diary's version of me, lacking the 8-9 profound art that grows stronger with battle, therefore progresses slowly, only just breaking through to 5-star warrior. August 20, 5025. There have been successive deaths on the flying vessel, and I heard that when the vessel docked in Saixia country some tourists who went out caught a virus. Hong Yuan paused. August 15th was just yesterday. He too had gone out. Could he also be infected? August 21st, 5025. The situation is very dire. In just one night, most of the passengers in economy class were infected, and those infected soon turned into mindless zombies. August 22nd, 5025. I really am out of luck. Mu Yunlu is such a sanctimonious person. Why doesn't he just disappear? He brings harm to others and himself, a total beast. August 23rd, 5025. Finally managed to eliminate the zombies. In the airship, can breathe a little easier now. August 24th, 5025. Turns out the airship had long been targeted by nefarious cultivators. Hundreds of them surrounded the airship, leaving us with nowhere to escape, to no way to enter the heavens or dive into the earth. The interdimensional airship docked in Saixia country, and then troubles began, first deaths, then zombies, and finally targeted by these evil cultivators. This must mean that the evil cultivators got the news afterwards and boarded in Saixia country. Then the diary skips several days, jumping from August 24th to August 31st, the last day of the month, August 31st, 5025. It's been a tough journey, and thankfully Su Firan was there, but I don't know about the others. With so many evil cultivators surrounding us, probably only Su Firan and I survived. September 1st, 5025. Today is the start of the school year, but Su Firan and I are in Yingqing country. Although it's also located in Zhengzhou, it's still a long way from Wentiang realm. September 2nd. 5025. Because the airship was attacked, Su Firan and I have become extremely cautious. Like the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is scared of the well rope for 3 years. So we traveled west by high-speed rail, and along the way, with all that has happened, neither of us trusts anyone. We didn't dare contact the local security office. September 3rd, 5025. Although we've missed the start of school, the high-speed rail is too slow. It will take at least 3 months to reach Wentiang realm. September 4th, 5025. We should now be out of the evil cultivators' pursuit range. After discussing with Su Firan, we decided to take an airship again, since this is Zhengzhou and those evil cultivators wouldn't dare mess around here. September 9th, 5025. The journey has been terrifying, trusting no one. Everyone seemed like they could be evil cultivators. It was just Su Firan and me not following the main troop, and since those evil cultivators were targeting Li Chang'an, we managed to avoid danger. September 10th, 5025. Finally escaped to safety, arriving in Wentiang realm. Now we're finally safe. Reading through the diary's contents, Hong Yuan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The upcoming challenges involve facing zombies. After dealing with the zombies, the evil cultivators would attack the airship. Then our group would split into several teams, each fleeing for their lives. Su Firan and I eventually escaped to safety, but the fate of the others remains unknown. But from August 24th to August 31st, the most crucial details are missing, probably because the situation was too tense to record the events of the day. In times of chaos and life hanging by a thread, one's only thought is to survive. Definitely no mood to write in a diary. But the content on September 2nd is also somewhat peculiar. Why didn't I dare contact the local security office? What exactly happened along the way? It's probably these events that kept me from contacting local security, but what were these events? Hong Yuan closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, a guess emerging in his mind. It must be related to the demonic cultivators. Could it be that those demonic cultivators disguised themselves as agents from the security bureau and ambushed him? Or perhaps there were undercover demonic cultivators within the local security bureau, and his own call to them exposed his location. Then there was another crucial point: had he also been infected by the virus after going out yesterday? At this thought, Hong Yuan's face turned extremely grim. What was he to do? Was he only to wait for death? However, there was a piece of good news. The diary mentioned that he and Su Firan had managed to escape, which was a stroke of luck amidst this misfortune. In reality, unlike the burden he was in the diary, both he and Su Firan were 10-star martial artists. Since demonic cultivators enjoyed hunting geniuses, their target was definitely Li Chang'an. Although Hong Yuan was also a top scholar, everyone knew he was a Class A talent and therefore less likely to be the primary target of the demonic cultivators. At this juncture, although reluctant to admit, Hong Yuan had to acknowledge that Li Chang'an was indeed stronger than him. Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu also possessed remarkable talents and were likely targets of the demonic cultivators. Besides, with his talent now downgraded to Class B, those demonic cultivators surely wouldn't hunt him. Hong Yuan consoled himself. Although he was unsure of Su Firan's talent, he guessed it was around Class S. If her talent was indeed very high, she would have likely been admitted to a top university in advance. There would have been no need for her to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Therefore, he and Su Firan were not the primary targets of the demonic cultivators, which gave them the chance to escape. Zombies were not a major issue, his group could handle them. The real problem was the demonic cultivators. Hong Yuan was conflicted about whether to inform the others to prepare in advance, but after some thought he decided to remain silent for the time being, since there might be demonic cultivators among them on the airship. Apart from himself and Su Firan, Hong Yuan dared not trust anyone else. He suspected everyone. Moreover, even if he disclosed this matter, others might not believe him, as he had no way to prove its authenticity. After all, could he really tell others, "My diary can predict the future"? Would you believe it if someone told you that? Probably not. People might even think he was insane. Besides, the diary also noted, "Trust no one, everyone looks like a demonic cultivator." This undoubtedly confirmed Hong Yuan's suspicion that there were definitely demonic cultivators among the passengers on the airship. Moreover, on August 24, hundreds of demonic cultivators would surround the airship from the outside, having prepared both inside and outside. Tapping Su Firan on the shoulder, Su Firan took off his headphones and asked, "What's up? I'm quite curious about something." Hong Yuan asked, "Will we die if we jump off the flying vessel?" Su Firan naturally replied, "Of course we would die. You're a martial artist, not a martial god." Hong Yuan questioned further, "Why? I'm so strong, I surely can't die from a fall, right?" Su Firan explained, "The flying vessel travels at over 30,000 kilometers per hour. If you jump out, you won't be able to withstand the airflow. Your body will keep spinning in the air and soon you'll be dizzy. Moreover, the flying vessel is tens of thousands of meters high. Do you think your physique can handle such a fall?" Physics books say that kinetic energy increases with height, so the higher you fall from, the faster you'll accelerate, and the impact when you hit the ground will be much more severe. Hong Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising, "I didn't realize you were such a scholarly ace." Su Firan smiled and responded, "I wouldn't claim that title, but compared to you I'm certainly impressive." Realizing that jumping from the flying vessel would certainly be fatal, Hong Yuan dismissed the idea. With the vessel being so high up, there was no cell signal, making it impossible to send a message for help. If there had been a signal, Su Firan wouldn't have been just listening to music but probably scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. Concerned about the presence of evil cultivators nearby, Hong Yuan discreetly wrote down a message on a piece of paper and handed it to Su Firan. "I need to tell you something very important. Don't panic, don't speak out loud, and don't look around. Let's communicate through writing." Su Firan, puzzled, looked at Hong Yuan, waiting for him to continue. Hong Yuan wrote, "There are evil cultivators on this vessel, possibly right among us. Anyone here could be one." Su Firan's frown deepened upon reading this, and she quickly wrote back, "How do you know there are evil cultivators?" Hong Yuan made up a quick excuse, "I just went to the restroom and an evil cultivator, thinking it was empty, was discussing their plans to release a virus and turn the economy class passengers into zombies, then ambush us in coordination." Before Su Firan could ask more, Hong Yuan added, "Of course, it's because Li Chang'an, Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu are exceptionally talented, making them targets for evil cultivators." Su Firan nodded. Evil cultivators often attacked vessels carrying students around this time each year, and their group had many talents, making them more susceptible to attacks. The main reason she believed Hong Yuan was because she trusted him. She wrote back, "So what do you plan to do?" "I was thinking about jumping off the vessel." Hong Yuan wrote back with a helpless smile, "We could send a message for help. My phone is a Huawei Mate 60. It can make satellite calls and send satellite messages. I'll message my grandfather for help." Su Firan quickly took out her phone, typed a message, but the signal kept spinning, finally showing a red exclamation mark. Hong Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and wrote, "Since they dared to hijack the plane, they must have come prepared, probably with a signal jammer blocking the mobile signals. We should think of another way." Su Firan looked at Hong Yuan, his face creased with worry, and said, "Then what do we do?" Hong Yuan wrote back, "There's strength in numbers. Who do you think we can trust?" Inspired by the suggestion, Su Firan quickly wrote, "Are you suggesting we gather a few allies?" Hong Yuan nodded and wrote, "Who do you think is trustworthy and who is least likely to be a malevolent cultivator?" After a moment's thought, Su Firan wrote down 3 characters, Li Chang'an. Seeing these characters, Hong Yuan smiled. Great minds think alike. The primary targets of these malevolent cultivators are people like Li Chang'an, so he's certainly not one of them. Hong Yuan stood up and said to Su Firan, "You find Li Chang'an and I have someone else in mind." The two decided to split up. Su Firan went to find Li Chang'an while Hong Yuan set out to seek Luo Lai. If Li Chang'an was the least likely to be a malevolent cultivator, then Luo Lai was almost just as unlikely. Despite having met him only once, Luo Lai's honest and forthright demeanor made it clear he was not the cunning malevolent type. Luo Lai stood tall and burly by the airship's panoramic window, gazing out at the rolling clouds. Hong Yuan approached him, not rushing to discuss their dire situation but instead striking up a casual conversation. "Which university did you get into?" Luo Lai, not very familiar with Hong Yuan, simply replied, "Tianwu University." "Oh," Hong Yuan's eyes lit up with surprise and delight, "we will be schoolmates then." "Did you also choose Tianwu University?" Surprised, Luo Lai smiled slightly. "What a coincidence indeed." Hong Yuan shared. "The Vice-Chancellor Wo Jielian came to my door personally. I had to give him some face." "You really are in high demand." Luo Lai chuckled wryly and remarked, "The admission team from Tianwu University never approached me. I applied there on my own." "Didn't other schools approach you?" Hong Yuan asked, puzzled, knowing Luo Lai's talent should have attracted top universities. Luo Lai explained, "Admission teams from Lingxiao University, Longjing University, Dongsheng University, Wutsu University and Dawei Fulong Academy all approached me, but I didn't want to go to any of those schools." Curious, Hong Yuan asked, "With so many top universities seeking you out, why insist on one that didn't pursue you?" Luo Lai clenched his fist, looking out at the cloud sea, and said, "I've always wanted to go to Tianwu University. It aligns with my philosophy in martial arts." He explained that Tianwu University had a strict hierarchical system, divided into 4 levels: Tiandi, Xian and Huang, encouraging students to compete as long as they didn't kill each other. The school embraced a philosophy where the strong dominate, with the Tian class being the elite and the Huang class the lowest, so the students of the Earth class, the Mysterious class and the Yellow class are always striving to climb up. Those in the Sky class face challenges every now and then. Losing means being demoted to the Earth class, and losing again means falling further to the Mysterious class. If someone from the Mysterious class challenges and defeats an Earth class, they get promoted. They can even challenge the Sky class directly, though the odds are slim. Yet, victory means instant promotion to the Sky class. In the campus of Tianwu University, fights among students occur almost every moment. It's quite a sight. Luo Lai, thinking about this, felt his blood surge with eagerness to join Tianwu University and dive into a fierce battle, tearing his shirt in excitement. Seeing the uncontrollable thrill on Luo Lai's face, Hong Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Luo Lai was a true battle maniac, his desire for Tianwu University akin to an addict craving his fix or an angler discovering a wild pond. "Let me tell you something," Hong Yuan said, as there were no other passengers around. Without further ado, he handed Luo Lai a piece of paper filled with written words, the conversation between Hong Yuan and Su Firan. Luo Lai read it, paused and then asked, "We've only met once. Why should I trust you?" Hong Yuan replied bluntly, "I know you might not believe me, but you can wait 2 days and see if anyone gets infected and turns into a zombie." Observing Hong Yuan's earnest expression, Luo Lai squinted and pondered for a moment before asking, "Assuming what's written is true, what use do you have for me?" 3 cobblers can outweed Zhuge Liang," Hong Yuan said helplessly. "Alone, I'm weak, probably not enough to change anything. But together we stand a greater chance of survival." Luo Lai stroked his chin, asking, "You don't trust Wu Di or the martial troops under General Long Xiao?" Hong Yuan spoke quietly, "The enemy is hidden and I am exposed. I dare not trust others lightly." Luo Lai grinned, "Then I should thank you for your trust in me." Hong Yuan cautioned, "Keep it quiet. Anyone on this airship could be a dark cultivator." "I understand," Luo Lai nodded, but then added, "You're being too cautious, though. There are tens of thousands of passengers on the airship and the dark cultivators are few in number. But those dark cultivators are not of low rank. The lowest are at the martial spirit level." Luo Lai added, "Our group of students are all at the martial master level, and it's incredibly difficult to break through to the martial spirit level. Even for Li Chang'an and myself, we are still 10-star martial masters. Therefore, if the dark cult sends out cultivators of the martial spirit level, they can ensure nothing goes wrong." Dasha Kingdom anticipated this and dispatched Wu Di from the Security Bureau and a team of elite agents, along with Master Mu Bai of the Jade Emperor Holy Realm, General Long Xiao of the Daxia Martial Troops, Li Yunfei of Bright Moon Sword Pavilion, and experts from the Great Yi Mansion, the Zhenyuan Mansion, and the Qingzhou Mansion. Wu Di and his group are of the Emperor Martial Realm, so logically, nothing untoward should have happened to this group of students. However, the diary clearly records, aside from himself and Su Firan, it's possible that everyone else on the flying boat met with disaster. this could only mean that among the people at the Security Bureau Mu by Long Xiao and Li Yunfei there must be a traitor. This traitor informed the evil cultivation sect that there were many powerful experts on the flying boat. Upon receiving this information, the evil sect then sent more powerful experts to attack the flying boat, leading to the situation described in the diary. Hong Yuan could only say better safe than sorry. I suspect there might be a traitor among Wu Di's group. Hearing this, Luo Lai's expression turned grave. If that's what you're saying, then we're in a difficult position. Hong Yuan gave a wry smile, nodded and acknowledged that this was his greatest concern.